Since the world was born in the beginning of chaos, the heavenly Tao has emerged, governing the laws of heaven and earth and changing all things. Under the rule of the heavenly Tao, the world went through two great cycles. During the first great cycle, thousands of people trained diligently, and they practiced cultivation to reach the realm beyond the heavenly Tao. However, people were too greedy. They not only selfishly stole the spiritual roots of heaven and earth, they even arrogantly tried to claim that they were representatives of the heavenly Tao. From this, the heavens were awakened by the greed of the world and became disillusioned with all things, and as a result, the heavens destroyed all beings. During the second great cycle, a division occurred, a beautiful, sublime heavenly world, a simple but in turn extraordinary world, human, and the earthly three worlds were divided into regions and were no longer one and the same. The west was under the control of the gods, and the east was ruled by immortals. The earthly world was deserted, and quickly it turned into a wasteland. The pile of bones reached the height of mountains, and the souls of criminals turned into ghosts. The human world lies somewhere between the powerful realm of heaven and the realm of earth, where the weak fall into the cycle of reincarnation. However, the strongest representatives of the first great cycle were not completely destroyed. Some of them were reborn as humans and remain in hiding to this day, while others were brought back to life by the dead and also hid somewhere. But they all have the same goal: to enter the path of destiny and challenge the heavenly Tao. Having awakened, the heavenly Tao became very angry and unleashed a mighty thunder. The second time, the planet itself was destroyed. And now the world has entered the third great cycle, and it has already been several tens of thousands of years since those events. The black-haired guy sitting in front of the sphere asked if he was the new heavenly Tao, to which he immediately received a positive answer. Hearing the answer, he stood up and jumped off the rock he was sitting on. Having landed, a satisfied smile crossed his face. He replied that this was the first time he had been reborn, and the system had awarded him such a high status. She explained that he is the heavenly Tao that the system chose, and that has unlimited power in this world. Now he is himself. At that very moment, their conversation was interrupted by a group of people who were walking straight towards the guy. Those who saw the stranger immediately became tense because there were many bandits in this area. They watched attentively as the black-haired guy engaged in a heated dialogue with someone. The Tao itself explained to the system that strength cannot solve all problems, because it can only help against enemies. He added that Brother Shun once said that the strong use force against the stronger and the weak against the weak, but he was not a former heavenly Tao. He would never have made such a base mistake. The old man came to the conclusion that the man in front of him was a fool because he was talking to himself. His thoughts were interrupted by a rather loud roar that came from right behind him. He began to slowly turn his head, hoping that he was imagining it. However, first he heard the screams of his comrades, and then a huge monster appeared behind them. A huge green monster was flying straight towards them, clearly determined to kill them. People started running in different directions, shouting that it was a fourth-ranked dragon, while our main character remained standing in one place. In his mind, the heavenly Tao began to list the ranks. The demigods were the 6th rank, and the true god was the 7th, and there were still quite a few different ranks, considering that the person in front of him was weak. He didn't scare our main character at all. He simply stood there, dripping in his ears. Taking out the dirt from there, he looked at it carefully, and then he launched it towards the flying monster with incredible force. It flashed right past the green dragon's face, causing him to stop. A loud explosion was heard behind the monster, followed by a real earthquake. Turning back, the dragon saw huge holes in the stone mountains. Looking towards the black-haired guy, he saw a terrifying monster. This look scared him very much, causing his whole body to shudder. He immediately began to fly away in the opposite direction, while Tao praised the monster because he was smart. The system tried to make fun of the heavenly Tao because he talked about using force against the weak, but the guy explained to her that he only scared the monster. Shar asked the guy if he really wasn't going to use force against his opponents, to which he explained that negotiations were still possible and the world would not be destroyed for the third time, but he could not promise anything. After all, he had arrived here less than an hour ago and still knew nothing about this world. He didn't know what kind of situation this world was in, but he was going to study everything to become a good heavenly Tao. Having reached some city, he decided that this would be his first stop. The black-haired reincarnated man arrived at the gate of the City of Freedom. At that moment, a cart with fairly good security was approaching. Inside sat girls who were dressed dirty and their body parts were tied with chains. The two guys were discussing their good hunting as they thought they could make a good profit from it. Looking back, one of the guys laughed because fairies were in great demand among the local nobility here. Suddenly, they caught up with our main character, who was carefully watching what was happening. Stopping, one of the guys asked him with a satisfied smile if he needed any slaves by any chance. He saw his interlocutor close his eyes, and it seemed to him that he was deep in thought. So, jumping off the cart, he began to shout that for 10 gold coins he could buy any slave. He explained that these fairies were the newest of those captured, ranging from prisoners of war to innocent girls from the village, and that there were also children there who could be raised. After hearing this story, Heavenly Tao cast his gaze towards the cage. A pleasantly bright glow immediately appeared in his eyes. The black-haired boy saw their hearts, realizing that they were almost dead. I was distracted from my own thoughts by the voice of the slave trader, who added that if this product was not interesting, he had a rarer one. He asked to go further, pointing to the next cell, which was under the screen. Almost immediately, he threw her off the cart with the cage. Both men examined the contents carefully. The black-haired hero's gaze immediately tensed, and he looked closely at the girl, immediately noticing her long ears as well as her bright yellow hair. Along with this, her crippled legs, which were all covered in wounds. The man said that one of the representatives of the elven race, which are found only on the western continent, the guy could get her for 1,000 gold coins. The black-haired Heavenly Tao's gaze looked sad. Without answering the man, he immediately turned around and began to walk away, which surprised the slave trader. Having spat, he called the guy an ordinary poor man. Already in the city itself, the guy thought that human trafficking is worse than a feudal state. The system immediately asked Tao why he hadn't freed the slaves, as that wasn't his style. To which the guy explained that there was no point in this, since the slave traders would just start kidnapping even more, so it wouldn't solve the problem. He waved his hand and asked the system to look there. Having said that there are at least several hundred slaves in this shop, and there are a huge number of such shops, the system explained that he was the Heavenly Tao, and if he wished, all the slaves in the world would be freed. All the slave traders in the world would die, and all the chambers of commerce would go bankrupt. The guy told her that in that case, another chamber would rise up to fill the commercial void and a new hunt would begin. He was going to solve the problem, so they had to deal with the root cause of the problem. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted joyfully by a man, who asked the client if he could find out what the guy was interested in. He explained that all these slaves were already finished products, who had been well trained in their chamber and were guaranteed not to run away. They also added that even if someone runs away, they will compensate tenfold. The man also told the boy that even if he freed them, they would still not escape from him. Tao asked if he could ask them questions, to which he immediately received a positive answer, adding that they also had slaves for VIP clients. Approaching the glass, he carefully examined the woman. He asked her if she wanted freedom, to which she began to shake her head from side to side, indicating a negative answer. Then the guy asked the next question, asking if she had a lover. Immediately after this question, the woman's face changed and became filled with horror. Seeing this expression, Heavenly Tao took another step, getting as close as possible to the glass, and again asking the question whether the girl wants to become a free person or still wants to remain a slave. She, lowering her head with a trembling voice, answered that she simply wanted to be her master's slave. At this very moment, Heavenly Tao let out a heavy sigh. Turning towards the man in the cap, he asked to be taken to the VIP room. And so, sometime later, he was already there. They were pouring hot tea for him, asking him to enjoy it because soon everything will be ready. As he was leaving, the man again asked the guy to wait a minute, and he went to tell someone to provide him with VIP items. With a smile on his face, the black-haired boy wished the man good luck in their business, and so he left, loudly closing the door behind him. The Heavenly Tao itself immediately ordered the system to open. As soon as it opened, he waved his hand, ordering the protocol of rules to be opened, declaring that the abolition of slavery was his first task as a Heavenly Tao. The system asked to describe the rule that Tao wished to add. After thinking for a bit, the guy said that the rule is that everyone below rank 5 and trying to trade in people, they will see a dark silhouette that will begin to seem many times more powerful than the person himself. And when a merchant plans to commit a crime, he will be given a warning. The system said that there were some doubts about this. It did not understand why it was from the 5th rank. To which Dao explained that those above the 5th rank are immortals. He asked whether the system really thought they would trade in people, because in this case they will begin to lose their authority. The heavenly Dao also added that if the warning is left unheeded and the merchant does not change his mind, the silhouette will begin to attack until the person changes his mind or until he dies. The system immediately began the rulemaking process by asking for a definition. After thinking, Dao answered, "An act of coercion, when a creature is put on the market through violence or direct violent threats for the purpose of profit, the exchange of goods, in exchange for limiting the actions of humanoid creatures." However, there was also an exception. This was the voluntary consent of the slave. The system, having developed everything, asked whether Dao wanted to carry out a preliminary preview. Naturally, the boy didn't even think about the answers, immediately clicking on yes. Immediately, some holograms began to appear around him, swirling around the guy. At this time, slaves were being led down a long corridor straight to the VIP box for viewing. Their bodies seemed to be subjected to some kind of force. They experienced a strange feeling. In general, like the whole world, everyone felt some changes. The rules were activated at that very second. The protagonist was distracted from his conversation with the system by a rather loud knock on the door. Literally immediately after the knock, the door began to slowly open, and then silhouettes appeared. The man turned to the gentleman, saying that he had prepared 10 of the best goods especially for him. Casting his gaze to the side, the heavenly Dao carefully examined each slave. These were girls of different figures, hair colors, each of them was a beauty. The black-haired man was again distracted from his own thoughts by the man, who said that although the price for them was high, there would be a discount especially for him. And at that very second, right behind the man, some dark silhouette began to appear. Feeling a strange sensation, the man immediately looked straight back. Seeing his own reflection, however, his appearance was quite frightening. He immediately screamed at the top of his voice because he was quite scared. Falling to the ground, he began to move back while the other girls screamed in fear. After pointing his finger, the man turned to the main character, asking if he had seen it too. The heavenly Dao himself did not immediately respond, smiling, and looked at the creature that had appeared for a few more seconds. And then, with the same smile on his face, he answered, "Of course," asking if this was part of a meeting of respected clients. But he continued to shout fearfully, adding, "Of course it's not like that." Lost in thought, the black-haired guy said that the coup had already begun then. And then again, as calmly and slowly as possible, he reached for the cup of tea. Standing up, he slowly approached the man sitting on the ground, who at that very second, shouting, asked the gentleman what he was doing because this creature was dangerous. But Dao said that if he was not here, he would not be in the best position. Naturally, he did not understand what the main character meant until he looked in the direction where Dao was pointing. And as soon as the guy turned his gaze to the crack in the wall, a huge man fell out of it. This frightened those around even more. Everyone was screaming and running in different directions. At that moment, our main character caught the flying man, continuing to drink tea. He barely opened his eyes and looked forward. He looked scared. The slave trader himself was in shock because he recognized this man. It was Captain Andre. Having let the man go, the heavenly Dao asked who this man with a sword in his hands was. To which the worker replied in a trembling voice that it was one of the captains of the security service of their Chamber of Commerce, a strong warrior of the 2nd rank, thinking to himself that he was simply facing a monster. Captain Andre himself at this time did not understand how this had happened at all because he was the strongest. Eyes appeared right from behind the wall in the darkness. Andre thought to himself that this creature looked like him, but its strength was several times greater than his. And then, a rather loud step was heard, stepping over the broken wall, and behind him appeared the dark silhouette of a captain with a sword in his hands. Andre asked the man in the black cap if he could see him too, to which the man could not answer because he was in shock. Gritting his teeth, the man turned to Dao, saying that the client should leave the place, since the captain could not guarantee his safety. To which the black-haired man, with a satisfied smile on his face, replied that he shouldn't worry, because in this world, no one could kill him. Standing up, Andre activated his power. It immediately covered his body and weapon. The man angrily shouted that he would not leave this all so easily. The dark silhouette standing opposite also activated some kind of power. They rushed towards each other, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Literally a moment later, their blows touched, and a rather loud ringing sound was heard. The real Captain Andre screamed from anger, and also from the fact that the enemy's blows were too heavy. Their movements were incredibly fast, and neither of them lost. From this speed of attacks, a rather powerful stream of wind arose inside the room, which almost blew away the slaves. The main character, having finished his tea, slowly put the cup on the table. He reached out his hand, thinking that it was probably here. The real captain's sword developed a fairly large crack. Noticing this, the dark silhouette sped up, throwing his huge weapon behind his back. And then, just as quickly, he began to move his dark sword towards the enemy. Although the real Captain Andre tried to block the attack, his sword did not withstand it, sending the man spitting blood, flying straight towards the heavenly Tao. Already lying on the ground, he looked towards his dark double, not understanding how this was even possible. His body began to tremble. He was afraid of his own reflection that was looking back at him. The man jumped up and began to protect his face, asking his double not to approach him. He closed his eyes and waited for the blow his opponent would deliver. Opening his eyes, Captain Andre was quite surprised. After all, the dark silhouette began to move away without finishing him off. At the same time, the slaves were chained against the wall. They were too frightened. Approaching the girls, the dark double of the captain swung, knocking his sword over his head, and then striking a fairly powerful blow right at the place where the slaves were. They continued to scream throughout the room, making squeals as the man continued to strike. The chains on their hands began to split as the man hit them. He struck several blows at once to break everyone's chains. They continued to scream in turn with their eyes closed, because they thought that he was going to kill them. But as soon as they opened their eyes, they were surprised, because their hands were free. Captain Andre, watching this, did not understand what was happening right now. And then the heavenly Tao shouted loudly, striking his hand, that he understood everything. Explaining to the fighter that this dark silhouette did not intend to kill him, he only wanted to save the slaves. Loud shouts were heard for people to hurry, because all these monsters needed to be stopped. Hearing these screams, the dark-haired guy's face looked satisfied. The man standing on the second floor pointed his finger down, shouting for his opponents not to retreat. Seeing the slaves running away, anger flashed across his face, because his goods were running away right before his eyes. He angrily shouted at his subordinates to immediately return the goods. At the same moment, a dark double began to appear behind him. Feeling a rather unusual sensation, the man immediately began to look back. But as soon as he turned around, he received a powerful blow to his face, falling from the second floor. Under his own weight, he broke through the floor and began coughing up blood. Right in front of him stood a yellow-haired girl with long ears, which immediately began to move to the side, away from the lying man. Looking at the flying away girl, the man trembled, because right before his eyes the money was flying away. Our main character approached the same man and examined him carefully. The yellow-haired girl felt eyes on her, stopping and looking back. Seeing the same guy she had already met, he looked in her direction with a kind face. As kindly as possible, he told her to come home as soon as possible. She, with tears in her eyes, happily replied that she was already flying away. Watching everything that was happening, the main character was happy, because he made his first move. Suddenly, he noticed something, turning around and saying that she was moving quickly. He noticed a girl in a greenish robe rush past him. She looked carefully at the guy, examining him from head to toe. And then, kneeling down, she said loudly that she had finally found her master. This girl's name was Qing Tian. And so, sometime later, the main character was already in the tea room. Taking the hot tea, Heavenly Tao began to drink it, after telling Qing Tian that he said not to follow him. But she insisted. Because she had sworn to follow her master everywhere, she asked to be allowed to walk side by side with him. The Heavenly Tao listened to all this attentively, silently. After thinking for a bit, he turned away and refused the girl's offer. She lowered her head and began to mutter something angrily to herself. But a moment later, with tears in her eyes, she began to ask why. Falling on her knees at the boy's feet, she begged him not to abandon her, because she would be a devoted subordinate. She didn't understand what was wrong with her, having promised to become whatever her master wanted. Standing up, the protagonist explained that he was not leaving her, adding that she had become too attached to him. And then he pointed his finger at her, thereby shutting her up and ordering her to stand up. He added that she has absolutely no control over herself, because if someone starts bothering her, she will simply destroy everything around her. She, no longer with tears in her eyes, began to speak shyly about how she wanted to be with the master. Exhaling heavily, the Heavenly Tao thought for a moment. asking if she really wanted to be with him that much. The girl immediately rushed to hug the guy, while he angrily screamed for her to stop touching him. Pushing the blonde away, the heavenly Tao also added that he was afraid, because if she stayed with him, she would one day attack him in the dark night in the room. The system immediately joined the dialogue, saying that this was not so, because Qing Tian did not have the guts. This was the most she was capable of. Having listened to the system, he agreed, telling the girl to behave quietly and not to kneel, since this would only attract unnecessary attention. She, looking at the black-haired man, nodded, thinking that the master had not driven her away, which meant that there was a place for her in his heart. Already talking with the system, Dao said that he wanted to end slavery, but now he had acquired a personal slave. The system, laughing, compared the girl to a dog. Lost in thought, the black-haired man also added that he remembered that the previous Dao had 5 incarnations, asking if there was anything similar here, to which the system responded that Dao was sure that not all incarnations were girls, since among the 5 incarnations of heaven, only 2 were girls. Those who were loyal to the heavenly Tao, upon hearing this, the guy exhaled heavily. After thinking for a moment, he snapped his finger and addressed Qing Tian. She humbly, lowering her gaze, embarrassedly replied that her subordinate was here. The black-haired guy asked her what she thought about the rebels. At that very moment, the girl's gaze, as well as her aura, changed, and she spoke harshly about how all those who oppose heaven are toad-like and rude people, and that they only killed each other out of greed. The heavenly Tao agreed with this. The girl added that this is precisely why everyone should be destroyed. With a gloomy face, she also said that the gods are dead, the demons are destroyed, the centuries constantly replace each other, and the sky always remains eternal. With folded hands, she bowed to the heavenly Tao, saying that her Lord was the eternal ruler of the 3 worlds. Exhaling heavily, the boy replied that it was not a fact, because despite the fact that the heavenly Tao is invincible, it is not yet certain that something more powerful than it cannot appear. He stood up and started to leave, saying that time was running out and that they had to go. Naturally, the girl did not contradict her master, immediately getting up and following him to the exit. Having already left the tea house, the heavenly Tao called the system, watching as the new rule began to be implemented around the world. He was interrupted from his own thoughts by a girl who had a question. She said that it was obvious that he could grant everyone untold wealth and get rid of the oppression of this or that race, so she did not understand what these dark silhouettes were for. She immediately received a blow to the head. The guy called her stupid, because in this case, everyone will return to primitive society. He explained that the purpose of the existence of the heavenly Tao is to maintain a certain order and balance, or actions are aimed at eliminating imbalance, but not in order to make everyone feel good. The duty of the heavenly Tao is to open up new paths of development for humanity. He is capable of what others can do, but he has the courage to do what others cannot. Also adding that if there is black in the world, then there must also be white, and vice versa. Having asked if his companion understood, she immediately nodded with a stupid smile on her face. Walking through the city, the protagonist's gaze was caught by one situation. One of the girls was throwing coins to a man sitting on the ground. With a smile on his face, Heavenly Tao told Qing Tian that this was a living example. The black-haired man also snapped his finger, telling his companion that it would be safer this way, so he hid her. The man sitting on the ground, who had been given money, grabbed the girl's hand and began to thank her with tears in his eyes, while another man grabbed a bag of money from right behind his back. Seeing this, Dao decided to intervene, shouting at the girl to watch her purse more carefully while she was giving out alms. She immediately turned her gaze back, frightening the thief with just her gaze, immediately raising his leg in order to launch an attack. Because the girl was much faster, she was able to deliver a powerful blow directly to the thief's stomach. By sending him straight into the sky, even the heavenly Tao appreciated this blow. Lowering her head, the dark-haired girl began to carefully examine the guy. And then, smiling, she folded her hands, thanking the guy. Coming closer, she introduced herself. Her name was Ai. In response, our protagonist introduced himself as Heavenly Tao. She began to thank the guy again, because otherwise, she would have been in big trouble if he had not warned her. The black-haired guy himself asked not to thank him because he just wanted to help. As she left, she thanked the guy again, saying that she still had things to do. But the protagonist stopped her, assuming that she was an adventurer, asking if she would mind fulfilling his request. He thought to himself that if he wanted to learn as much as possible about this world, he needed to talk to adventurers. Taking a look at his companion, he also thought that this dog was very good, but he couldn't just show her off. That's why he immediately threw her a huge bag of money. He said that he was going to the Western continent and that he would be bored on the road, so he asked to keep him company. She, smelling the money, beamed, shouting that the gentleman was generous, and she agreed. Qing Tian intervened in their conversation, asking if she could chat with the gentleman, but he said that he would let her out as soon as the time came. And so, sometime later, the Trinity was already waiting for the main character. They had prepared everything to set off on a long journey. As soon as the heavenly Tao approached, the dark-haired girl immediately apologized because the preparations took too much time. And then, leaning towards the guy's ear, she also added that they should not attract attention, so this carriage would be the most suitable. After starting to introduce her friends with whom she is traveling, the man's name was Ahai. He was of mid-level. The nun was an early-stage nun named Mary. Looking at them, the guy greeted them, thinking that the Taoist and the nun in the same squad was a strange combination. His thoughts were interrupted by Aya's cry, who shouted that they were leaving. And so, sometime later, the carriage left the city. Inside, 3 people were sitting, heatedly discussing something. The entire conversation was interrupted by the heavenly Tao, who asked Mary if she was from the Holy Throne of Light, to which he immediately received a positive answer. The girl also added that God would bless the gentleman. Hearing these words, the black-haired boy actually thought deeply. Looking at her cross, he thought that the gods of light had no chance against the heavenly Tao. Seeing the guy's gaze, the red-haired girl became embarrassed because the guy was looking straight at her chest. Realizing what was going on, the boy immediately looked away, apologizing. Looking at Qing Tian, who was quite angry about this, he thought that it was she who killed the first god of light. The system entered his thoughts, saying that most likely the girl did not remember this, since she killed a huge number of people in the first great cycle. Ahai joined their conversation, saying that few people nowadays spend money on simple communication, hinting that the guy was strong. But the heavenly Tao replied that their commander would not be stronger than him. She immediately looked out at the guy, saying that Lord Heavenly Tao was very strong, so he did not need any protection. With a gloomy face, the man replied, "That's it," also adding that he could barely sense the master's aura, so it was difficult to even tell whether he was sitting here. Hearing these words, the black-haired guy smiled. A thin thread of his dark aura began to emerge from his body, which evaporated further and further, higher and higher into the sky, extending right to the terrifying underworld, straight to the dark-haired girl who, having sensed the aura, began to move. She recognized it immediately, for it was the aura of her master. To himself, the heavenly Tao thought that he had been discovered, considering his own actions to be careless. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl's scream. She was shouting at him to look ahead. The cart was moving straight towards a group of people who were looking attentively towards our heroes. The man asked the nun who all these people were, but she assumed they were refugees. Observing the nun, the black-haired protagonist assumed that they were slaves from the free city who were saved thanks to the dark silhouettes. The girls thought that they had acted recklessly because it was too dangerous outside the city. The man also supported their conversation, afraid to even guess how many people died from the dark silhouettes. Sitting back, the red-haired woman folded her hands and added that the dark silhouette's methods were too radical. But the girl commander intervened, shouting that she had long wanted to crush the heads of all the slave traders. Their arguments were interrupted by our protagonist, who also joined in their discussions, asking whether the dark silhouettes were right or not. The girls immediately fell silent. An awkward silence ensued, when suddenly a scream was heard. The man driving the horses shouted that everything was right, if you think about it. Compared to their long suffering, this is not so bad. After all, they lost the castle, but they gained freedom both now and in the future. The dark-haired woman also joined in these words, because former slaves now choose their own path. The red-haired woman, in turn, said that, unfortunately, those who have already been sold have a hard time. Folding her hands, she began to pray, asking the God of Light to save their souls. Seeing these prayers, Tao asked what the meaning of the prayers was, but she did not understand the meaning of the questions. To which Tao again replied that the God of Light could not save so many people. But she immediately began to angrily shout that the God of Light was a merciful goddess who would sooner or later help everyone in need. But Tao did not think so, so he again said that he would not help. The commander intervened in their argument, asking her friends to calm down. Looking away, looking at his companion, the heavenly Tao thought that he was telling the truth because the goddess really would not help. The man in dark green also joined the conversation, saying that their master had gone a bit overboard. Even so, the black-haired boy still didn't understand the meaning of their faith. The commander said that in this case it was better to pray for others than for themselves, because they themselves did not rely on the gods. They had to fight with their own strength. Hearing all this talk, the nun began to shout again, asking why then the people on the eastern continent still sacrificed people for the sake of rain. Naturally, upon learning of this, the heavenly Tao was quite surprised. Turning to the Taoist, he asked if they really didn't have a spell to make it rain, to which the man replied that the gentleman was apparently joking, since an ordinary person of the 5th rank would not be able to do this. Naturally, upon hearing these words, the protagonist was very surprised and began to talk about how a 3rd-rank Taoist could create ice talismans. By launching them towards the clouds, he moistens the clouds and speeds up the rainfall. Upon hearing this, the man was very surprised. Listening to this dialogue, the dark-haired girl began to tremble, trying to restrain herself. But she couldn't. She laughed loudly. She didn't understand, because it couldn't rain if the clouds were frozen. The nun agreed with her. Qingtian tried to intervene as they dared to mock Dao, but he stopped her. The guy's hand landed right on the girl's chest, causing her to immediately calm down and become embarrassed. Seeing such a reaction, Heavenly Dao was surprised because the girl quickly calmed down. But looking in her direction, he understood everything. She was excited. Instead of eyes, she had huge red hearts, and drool began to flow from her mouth. Dao immediately activated the system, realizing what he had to do. One of his main points, he added, was that he had to protect himself from this crazy woman. And so, sometime later, our heroes decided to make a stop. The Taoist, using magic and casting a spell, began to make a fire. He succeeded with the method of several repetitions. He explained to the gentleman that it was dangerous to walk at night, so it was better to rest. The 3 of them were going to keep watch while the gentleman slept peacefully. Dao himself was studying the system at that moment, saying that there were 3 combat-grade monsters nearby. In addition to that, there were several low-level ones. Assuming the team won't be hard to destroy, Qingtian approached the master and said that there was a group of monsters in the southwest, and she asked what she should do with them. "Going to bed?" the main character replied. "Nothing." And then he turned away, adding that she needed to stand next to him while he slept. She looked at the main character with a calm face without moving, but gradually her face began to change to a lustful one. Her thoughts were clearly not about just looking. Then some wooden sign hit her in the face. Taking it in her hands, she did not understand what it was and began to examine it carefully. It was written on it in large letters, "No night approaches." The girl immediately fell to her knees and began to sob. She had other plans for that night. At the same time, the dark-haired woman told the Taoist that she was pregnant. Upon hearing this, the man was delighted and promised that as soon as they returned, they would immediately get engaged. Because of these conversations, Heavenly Tao couldn't sleep, thinking that these 2 had already gotten on his nerves. While hugging, the Taoist became distracted. His face changed abruptly. He could not look away. His face gradually began to sink into horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. Having let go of the girl, he immediately rushed towards the cave, starting to shout for everyone to wake up immediately. Directly below them, in the distance in the forest, some creature with huge wings appeared. The more the dark-haired traveler looked, the more horrified her expression became. In the distance, the girl saw a skeleton that was emitting a terrifying aura. Literally a second later, a whole squad of undead appeared, approaching the resting place of our heroes. Standing up, yawning, the heavenly Tao was surprised because there were too many undead. Tao was also surprised because the world does not have basic functions such as 6 reincarnations. But the system said that there was such a thing. There was a breakdown. Grabbing a nearby flying ball, the black-haired boy did not understand what the problem was and asked for an explanation. And she explained that at the beginning of the first great cycle, the predecessor of the heavenly Tao created reincarnation in order to somehow balance yin and yang, using part of his powers in the process. Exhaling heavily, Tao did not understand why all this could not be done normally. And the system responded that, in fact, everything worked out in the beginning, and the first world wall was erected to balance everything. But the influx of mixed energy led to countless casualties. This time, the protagonist now understood why his predecessor did this. At that moment, the undead themselves were talking to people. The dark-haired commander was even more horrified because skeletons can talk. The red-haired nun ran up and apologized to the black-haired guy. She apologized for the fact that they might die today. After all, necromancers and third-rank death knights, as well as such a huge number of undead soldiers, are terrifying. The Taoist also said that they would die unless the Lord of Heavenly Tao proved stronger than them. The red-haired girl dropped her huge cross from her hands. Falling to her knees, she began to scream that God exists, asking him to save them. Turning towards the trembling girl, Tao said that he didn't like such people. At that moment, the Taoist did not understand why the black-haired man was so calm. After another short pause, the protagonist loudly asked the undead why they had come to see him. They, in turn, were quite surprised by such action on the part of the person. Hearing no answer, a smile appeared on the face of the heavenly Tao. Releasing his power, which seemed to eclipse the entire area, he loudly asked if they were really going to fight him. The guy's entire body was covered in a blue aura, which began to rise at incredible speed straight into the sky. Sometime later, the protagonist asked again if they were sure they were going to fight him. At that very moment, the skeleton commander appeared, riding on a horse. Each skeleton felt this incredible power. Their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. At some point, without even realizing it, they began to scream in fear. With a smile on his face, our hero called them names while Qing Tian, standing nearby, asked if she could deal with them. A huge sword rose up and delivered several attacks. The attacks went straight through the skeletons in front, which were cut down in an instant. The girl standing next to our hero was surprised by these actions. After all, it was the commander of this horde who did this himself, attacking his own comrades. Seeing these actions, the main character smiled. He began to applaud and called it a smart move, considering it different from others. The system said, to be more precise, it was not murder, because they had already been dead for a long time. At that moment, the undead itself began to make some strange sounds. She screamed loudly that the weak could be killed. And at that very moment, all the skeletons began to scream in one voice. They rushed towards our protagonist's comrades, while they froze in one place. Having come to their senses, they immediately entered into battle, starting to use their powers. Watching this, the main character did not move. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, saying that he had hired them just to talk to him. Raising his leg, he loudly declared, "Before they complete their task, no one can harm them, because they are all under his protection." After these words, he stepped onto the ground, and immediately a bright light appeared under his foot. And after it, huge cracks appeared which began to spread in different directions, to such an extent that they even disappeared from the sight of the average person. The earth began to move apart in different directions, and skeletons began to fall right into the rift. There was quite a loud noise, the screams of skeletons. With each passing moment, the gap became wider and wider, and eventually all the skeletons began to fall. The undead commander couldn't believe this incredible power. Each of the team members thought that Lord Heavenly Tao was very, very strong. The system immediately asked Tao. He said that there was no point in threatening others, to which the protagonist replied that force could not solve the problem, but the enemy could be dealt with. Looking into the distance, he shouted loudly not to hide. As soon as the dust settled, a girl appeared who could barely stand on her feet. The girl stood up and bowed, introducing herself as a necromancer. With a trembling voice, she said that she wanted to express her apologies for disrupting their journey. Hearing this, Heavenly Tao thought that the girl was quite polite. Approaching her, Tao said that he was not such a cruel man. No one owned this land, so anyone could be here. The girl thanked the guy for his understanding, bowing her head again. And then, looking at her army, she immediately ordered them to bow as well. All the skeletons immediately fell to their knees before our main hero. Our protagonist's comrades began to slowly walk through the huge army. The Taoist said that he didn't expect that one day a third-rank undead would bow to him like that. And for a moment, the dark-haired girl thought that it was a dream. Looking at the black-haired guy, the man could not believe that the master was so strong. The quietest of the group was the nun. She looked down, not moving, as if bowing her head. Suddenly, unable to bear it any longer, she screamed. Turning to the Heavenly Tao, she screamed that he couldn't just leave like that. Pointing her finger at the kneeling skeletons, she shouted that they were undead and that if he let them go, they would kill a lot of people. Hearing these screams, the main character stopped and looked in her direction. With a cold-blooded look, the guy asked her what actions she expected from him. And she, still screaming, continued to say that the guy was strong. She didn't understand why he didn't kill them. Running up to Dao, she pressed herself against him. She screamed for him to eliminate their existence because in that case, justice would be restored and the guy would become a hero. However, she immediately received a blow to the hand, and the guy threw the girl's hand off of himself. With a gloomy face, he asked if she really meant to say that the weak should not exist. He also asked if this was the teaching of the god of light, at which moment all the pressure of the red-headed girl disappeared. And Dao continued, saying that from the point of view of the god of light, the soul is just an insignificant creature. The fact that they are different does not make them bad at all. Everyone should be equal before everyone else, regardless of faith and race. After all, if you start killing everyone who is weaker, then this will clearly not be considered worthy. Hearing these words, the dark-haired commander intervened in their conversation, asking Heavenly Dao if he was familiar with the first generation of the God of Light. Naturally, the guy answered negatively, thinking that she was joking. In response, the girl grabbed her head, apologizing for her stupidity. While our hero thought that the God of Light did not even have the proper classification, he could not know it. At that moment, the duo ran up to him, bowed down and held out a bag of money. They believed that he deserved to take it. However, the black-haired guy replied that he didn't need them because he enjoyed chatting with them, and in addition to that, he had a new task. Having opened the system, he added a clause about religion, and as he left, he suggested that they disperse. Suddenly he stopped, reminding everyone that God exists. After all, in his opinion, God is a stronger being, very similar to man, adding that if they work hard, they can become him. Having said goodbye, in an instant he disappeared from the place where he stood. The three standing there guessed that the heavenly Tao was much stronger than a god. The main character himself, along with his companion, found themselves somewhere in the sky. King Tian asked the master why the boy wanted to help these mortals, and he explained that he wanted to restore the rule of heaven, and mortals were the most important part of this. She immediately put her hand to her head, saying that she understood everything. With the sweetest expression on her face, she asked shyly where they were going this time. At that very second, mana began to appear around our heroes, which surrounded them more and more with each turn. Our heroes went to the underworld. In this very underground world, skulls were flying right across the sky. The underground world was frightening, with its atmosphere and the aura that reigned there. Bones were sticking out of the ground, and skulls were lying on the ground. The undead made eerie sounds similar to animals. The underground world was completely immersed in darkness, and there was a thick smell of rot. A dark window began to appear in the air, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. 2 light balls flew out of it and quickly flew downwards. When it fell to the ground, a fairly powerful explosion occurred. As soon as the dust from the explosion settled, the first thing that appeared were the legs, standing on broken bones. Looking around with some disgust, Heavenly Tao said that the hospitality here was too good. The system explained that this is the underworld, one of the 3 worlds, responsible for death and reincarnation. Looking around again, the boy laughed and said that all he saw was a dilapidated dump of dead garbage. Qing Tian clenched her fist and immediately said that such views were not worthy of the eyes of the heavenly Tao. She was about to get to the bottom of it, but the black-haired man stopped her. He waved his hand and explained to the girl that the undead, low-ranking creatures lacking intelligence, did not need to waste their strength on them. The system was curious as to why Tao was not prejudiced against the undead, to which he replied that the existence of the undead was in accordance with the rules of heaven, adding that at the moment reincarnation is broken, so they all remained dead without reason. Looking up, he saw a dark ball, which was responsible for this very violation. The girl standing nearby, looking closely, did not understand what they should do with all this. In an instant, the black-haired guy moved them straight to the dark ball, and then he slowly reached out to him, with a smile on his face, saying that they would change everything. The system immediately shouted loudly for Tao to stop. He said that although he was able to recreate reincarnation, it would take too much strength, so he would be vulnerable, explaining that Tao would most likely be able to withstand the first blow. But as soon as the second one is struck, it will already cause injury. The main reason is that the Tao cannot be influenced during the construction of reincarnation. Otherwise, nothing will work. It is these words that the Tao considered a problem. He immediately became thoughtful and began to look around, and then look carefully towards your faithful companion. With a clearly unkind smile, he began to reach towards the girl, grabbing her hand, which surprised her quite a bit, and then he came closer to him, hugging her around the waist, thereby embarrassing her. With a sweet voice, he asked the frightened woman if she would help him. At that very second, the girl's entire body was covered in an aura that began to emerge. While she couldn't get enough of looking at the guy, Dao said that she would lend him her power, asking them to reconstruct reincarnation together. The aura that had just poured out of the girl's body began to gradually envelop the body of our main character. At that very second, a huge ball appeared around them. As the girl became wetter with each passing second, Dao was about to begin. As soon as his hand came as close as possible to the dark ball, it immediately began to emit energy. Immediately, the whole world shook. The earth began to tremble, and the wind blew with such speed that it seemed it would blow away everything in its path. Naturally, all the residents immediately turned their attention to the sky because they felt incredible power. From the rough bones lying on the ground, a hand appeared, and then a voice was heard. The skeleton began to wave his hand, shouting that his head hurt. Suddenly, he grabbed one of the lying skulls, saying that it was his. Having put it on, he began to look at the sky at that very glow. It was a divine-level warrior, Gui Di, who did not understand whether this was the end of an era or a rebirth. Once again, he began to peer carefully into the distance. But as soon as he looked closely, he immediately began to shout that this was a great reincarnation, realizing that the heavenly Tao itself was doing this, not understanding how this was even possible. After all, at first they fought with Yuan Xuan from the ancient family for control of reincarnation. The latter received half the power, but the reincarnation process was disrupted. And from then on, the first and second cycles ended. He didn't understand why it was in this cycle that reincarnation changed. He also didn't understand how the heavenly Tao changed its appearance, because before it changed to female or male. Although he immediately dismissed these thoughts because it was not important, he was glad, because Tao himself took the initiative. Right behind him, one of the undead looked at her hands and wondered who he was. Naturally, the defender of reincarnation immediately cast his gaze back. After all, right behind his back, all those who had recently been completely brainless began to talk, fearfully asking what had happened to them. The skeleton was amazed at the power of the Tao, realizing that he could suffer if he took even one step. He also realized that reincarnation had changed, and it wasn't just the dead who were left in a winning position. Falling to the ground, he exhaled easily, saying that he needed to forget, because this time, the master would sort everything out himself. Besides, he also understood that there were strong people left right here, so he was just going to watch the show. Immediately, various creatures appeared in the air, surrounded by a dark aura. There were quite a lot of them. They were both people and undead, animals. King Xian immediately noticed that several creatures had appeared near them, but the main character, hugging the girl tighter, asked her not to worry, because he would ensure her safety. It was after these words that he raised his hand and snapped his finger. Right in the center of the creatures that appeared, a clone of the main character appeared. The heavenly Tao sent him to handle the job of a guard. The girl didn't understand why Tao wouldn't let her go and deal with them, to which the protagonist only smiled, thinking that if he allowed her to enter the fight, then she could, in a fit of passion, destroy the world before he could restore reincarnation. The clone himself told the creatures that he would give them two options. The first was to return back, and the second was their death. They naturally were surprised by what they heard and began to carefully examine the enemy who appeared out of nowhere. But not everyone was so smart. Most of them immediately began to scream angrily, rushing into battle. Seeing this reaction, the clone of the main character smiled, now understanding why the first and second cycles had such an outcome. None of the opponent's attacks reached their target. The dark clone did not understand whether this was all that the creatures were capable of, since he was only just beginning to warm up. While he was dodging, a magician appeared right behind him, who began to create a spell using the increase in pressure. As soon as he cast his spell, an incredible force began to act on the clone, pulling him down. Unable to stay in the air, the dark-haired man fell down, landing straight on the ground. However, once the dust settled, the protagonist remained standing, surprised that someone here had control over the force of gravity. Next to enter the fray was Slot, the first known Rat Clan assassin to possess enhanced speed. With incredible speed, he began to approach the ball where the real body of Tao was located. He understood that this mission was especially for him. He was going to destroy the ball and kill the magician. The girl was the first to speak about the attack, telling her master that they were under attack. But the main character only pressed her even tighter, asking her not to worry. And later he asked her not to look at it at all, because right at that moment a clone approached the rat, who grabbed him by the head, which surprised him quite a lot, because he didn't even feel it approaching. With incredible force, he launched the monster straight into the ground, once again raising a column of dust on the ground. As soon as she settled, a rat appeared, lying on the ground, trembling. The clone folded his arms and said that he shouldn't go that far. At that moment, the same magician who used gravity was trembling with fear. The evil creatures continued to scream, suggesting that they all attack at once. They were confident that they would succeed. Therefore, after these words, a whole horde of monsters began to approach our hero. The clone laughed and raised his hand, saying that he would now show them his strength. And then he corrected himself, because he was going to show not just strength, but absolute strength. Immediately, each of the attackers felt incredible pressure. Not only were they unable to move, they even had difficulty breathing. At that very second, the main character's clone pointed down, ordering everyone to kneel. All the attacking creatures rushed straight to the ground with incredible force. Each of them was trembling on their knees. No one could move. All this was observed by more intelligent creatures who did not immediately enter into battle, discussing the incredible, terrifying power of his opponent. Suddenly, right behind them, a rather loud laugh was heard. The skeleton, sitting on an equally skeletal dragon, loudly declared that no one had visited the underworld with such force for a long time. It was the skeleton knight, Wanhai, who wanted to test the power of this creature. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately recognized this skeleton. One of the creatures said that he had heard that in the first cycle he was the most powerful knight, and even after death he had not exhausted his strength. Thinking to himself, "This is one of the most powerful beings in the world." The knight himself shouted that all the treasures should belong to him, and then aimed at the clone, adding that those who stood in his way should die. Looking at the flying attack, the dark silhouette of the main character laughed and said that he missed. The skeleton knight found these words insolent. Therefore, he immediately began to release his power, which made even the strongest creatures of the underworld tremble. Creatures that were weaker also began to emit their mana. Screams began to be heard all over the world. These were screams of pain. All the energy that was sucked out of their bodies went straight to this knight. The strongest beings were surprised, because they could not even imagine how strong Wang Hai was during his life. The skeleton itself continued to absorb all the energy, and then he rushed into the attack, intending to destroy his opponent with one attack. But here too, our main character dodged without any effort. And then, clenching his fist, he sent it towards the approaching enemy. A second later, the fist reached its target, landing right on Wanhai's face, causing his teeth to start flying out. For just a moment, the world around them seemed to freeze. But as soon as this moment passed, the skeleton knight immediately flew back with great speed from where he came. Flying, he did not understand how this was even possible because he was the strongest. But he didn't hear an answer, falling straight to the ground. The skeletal dragon was also destroyed by the recoil, shattering into tiny bones. Seeing this, the most powerful creatures of the underworld did not understand how such a thing was even possible. Looking towards the silhouette, they did not understand where it got such power from. The clone immediately glanced towards the remaining trio. Using the system, he determined that the people in front of him were of average rank. With a smile, he said that he was glad, because not everyone had run away yet. He immediately appeared right behind them, asking the three if they wished to fight him. They immediately turned to him, trembling, and began to say that they had not intended to fight him. The old man explained that they only wanted to know His Excellency's name and the purpose of his visit. However, the clone, this time rudely replied that they were simply waiting in silence. Immediately, a bright glow appeared all over the world, which began to blind everyone. It came from the same ball that was in the air. They began to look at it closely, at which time the entire dark sky began to disappear. Each of them understood that they were looking at a power they could never achieve. One of the Trinity even suggested that the man in front of them was not governed by the law, but was the law himself. They were even afraid to imagine what this creature in front of them was capable of. After all, he was able to establish reincarnation, so naturally the two were surprised to hear such words. However, their conversation was immediately interrupted by the clone, who ordered them not to guess, because they would soon find out everything. The bright light itself extended further and further, illuminating the entire earth. Everyone, looking at this, felt some pleasant warmth. Suddenly, The skeletons began to become covered with skin. They returned to their former bodies. Looking around, they were glad, because they were once again made of flesh and blood. At that very second, their bodies began to be covered with some kind of energy, which gradually began to evaporate straight up, towards that very ball. The dark ball itself turned a pleasant blue, emitting a pleasant warmth. With a smile on his face, Heavenly Tao said that they were finished. His companion was pleasantly surprised that everything went so quickly. Looking around, the boy assumed that everything had gone well. The skeleton who was watching everything that was happening laughed. Having said that this was indeed the true power of the Heavenly Tao, she thought that it was a wonderful power. After all, this wonderful force returned everyone's souls with such ease. She wanted to thank the Heavenly Tao. The girl herself was a demon lord who, taking advantage of the moment, used body restoration. The mid-ranking beings watched the people standing below and rejoiced. They couldn't believe their eyes, because they saw a miracle. They saw how souls were improving. The old man said with a trembling voice that no one could restore broken souls. Only one could do it. Suddenly, from behind them, a voice was heard that interrupted them. The clone said that it was the Heavenly Tao who did this. Right there, in place of the clone, our main character appeared with his companion. They sensed the appearance of a new creature and immediately turned their attention to it. With a trembling voice, the black-haired girl asked if he was a Heavenly Tao. Naturally, the blonde girl immediately started screaming, shouting how they dared to address him so carelessly, but the protagonist asked her not to be nervous. And then, he said with pride, he said that he was the Heavenly Tao. The trio's bodies trembled. They could not believe that the most powerful being stood before them. The black-haired woman, clutching herself, said that she still had not recovered from the disaster of the second cycle, not wanting to experience something like that again. The main character immediately approached her, saying that he wanted to ask her something. Looking around, he said that he had discovered that many had escaped the disaster, and he was curious about what had happened. Immediately, the girl's gaze changed. She looked gloomily towards the guy. Having said in a trembling voice about some secret world, naturally, our hero knew nothing about this world. Therefore, she immediately explained that if there were enough resources in the secret world, it would be possible to survive the disaster. Thinking about it, Dao suggested that the survivors relied on the resources of their own little world. After thinking about this, he asked the next question, asking if they had the strength to resist the Heavenly Tao. The red-haired woman joined the conversation, saying that there were more than 100 heavenly forces in the world. The old man added that they had worked together to resist the heavens, but in the end, only a dozen supporters survived. The black-haired girl intervened in their conversation and asked why they had caused this disaster. The system immediately told the guy that they would not be able to accept the fact that the Heavenly Tao could even change people. After thinking for a bit, he exhaled heavily, realizing that there was nothing else to do. Having answered the girl, saying that the underworld is already the pinnacle of existence, it is inevitable that it too will be affected by a change in the laws. But not everyone has the law, only a limited number of people. Creatures without it see that others have it, so they begin to fight. The Heavenly Tao distributes opportunities equally among people. But gradually the balance of power was disturbed, looking towards the light ball. Citing him as an example, the reincarnation of this world was disrupted. It was because the head of the Huangtian Yuan Xuan clan and the Demon Lord began to fight each other that the reincarnation was eventually disrupted. Since then, reincarnation has lost its power, which led to such consequences. So they wanted to keep most people alive, otherwise this world would end. After thinking about these words for a while, the red-haired girl said that in the past, they were only obsessed with cultivation, so they didn't pay attention to others. Dao responded immediately, saying that no matter how strong a person is, he will, in any case, one day make a mistake, so it is very important to correct it in time. After a short pause, Dao, with a smile on his face, offered them a chance, asking if they would like to join him. Those who heard this proposal were naturally very surprised. Our protagonist's companion herself wasn't particularly pleased, saying that the trio weren't strong enough and therefore weren't worthy of his attention. But Dao did not agree with her, because he would need any help, even though they were powerless against him. In their world, they were among the most powerful. He might as well add that reincarnation is not perfect. After all, reincarnation has a mechanism for the natural absorption of souls, so weak souls are more susceptible to absorption. But for being superior to gods and kings, the power of reincarnation is so important. And then, Pointing to the Trinity, he declared that their strength was needed more than ever. After all, when danger arises, they will transfer the soul of their rival to the sphere of reincarnation. After thinking for a bit, he declared that this profession would be called the Devil's Messengers, and the organization itself will be called the Afterlife. Naturally, King Xian immediately supported the title, calling it magnificent. The trio themselves were stunned by such a proposal. They couldn't even utter a sound. With her whole appearance, the blonde showed that they had no right to refuse. The duo immediately began to bow, accepting the offer from the protagonist. The only black-haired one remained lost in her thoughts. And then she loudly declared that she would join, but only on one condition. Hearing this, Qingxian immediately began to bark at her, but Dao stopped her, saying that she was right, because only mutual benefit could make their cooperation real. Without even letting the girl begin to speak, he asked if she really wanted him to heal her wound, to which she immediately nodded in the affirmative, immediately turning his back to the main character. Throwing off her clothes from her back, she explained that this wound was stopped by the demonic wolf Taiku, and that to heal it, the juice of the tree of life from the elven forest was needed. After thinking about it, the black-haired man suggested that he should go there. After thinking for a bit, the main character agreed to the girl's terms, and she immediately thanked the gentleman. At this moment, the main character also realized that he needed a manager here. His companion immediately announced that she had a proposal, having said that Yu Mingtian would be the best fit. Hearing this name, Heavenly Dao immediately opened the system. The black-haired girl was a reverse heavenly rank, first challenging the heavens and then being defeated by the Ice Demon Lord's sword. Dao turned to the system, asking if they could resurrect her, to which she replied that it was within Dao's power. Having heard a positive answer, our heroes immediately set off to resurrect the black-haired girl. The Trinity continued to look in the direction where our heroes stood. At the same time, they were rushing somewhere at incredible speed. Our main character's companion had a question. She turned to the gentleman, having said that it was obvious that they themselves could heal her wound, so why go to the elven forest? She did not understand this. With a smile on his face, Dao said that she didn't understand, because it was like completing a mission from an NPC. She still didn't understand her master's train of thought. And so, a few seconds later, our heroes arrived at their destination. Looking ahead, the black-haired boy's expression changed slightly. He saw a black-haired girl who was completely chained. This was the same Yu Mingtian for whom they had come here. As he approached her, he continued to look around carefully. As soon as he came closer to her, the boy reached out to her. Taking hold of her face, he lifted it to examine it closely. She didn't react in any way. The Heavenly Dao was convinced that the girl was dead. He said that even though she was killed and sealed, her aura was just like that of a living person. The system explained that among the 5 incarnations of heaven, Qingtian's power was the weakest, to which the boy replied that it was a blessing that she couldn't hear him. Letting go of the black-haired girl's face, Dao was about to begin the resurrection. The system immediately reminded the guy that the resurrection of the incarnations of heaven takes away a considerable amount of power from the Dao, which cannot be returned to the master again. After thinking about it, the black-haired man realized that even if the girl died, the power would not return, because he completely transferred part of his power to her. By sticking 2 fingers into his head, he decided to transfer only 1% of his powers. It was after these words that he took out a small ball from his head. Immediately, the entire cave was illuminated by an incredible force, which even began to rage. Qingtian could barely stay on her feet because the flow of power was too strong. Just a moment later, the entire area was illuminated by bright lights, or rather, by the power of our main character. The Trinity itself was talking at that moment, discussing the Heavenly Dao. Suddenly, the black-haired man's power even reached them, and they could barely restrain themselves from fainting. They immediately realized that this was the power of the Heavenly Dao. They did not understand why their master would release so much power, assuming that he wanted to get rid of the boundaries. The power itself began to spread throughout the entire area, further and further. Even that same demonic woman felt it, although she was very far away. She didn't understand what Dao wanted to do, assuming that he realized that she was alive. But our main character himself only wanted to resurrect the girl. Realizing that the force had spread too far, he clenched his fist. All this pressure of energy immediately disappeared, and Qingtian, standing behind him, turned to the guy in fear. Dao immediately interrupted her, apologizing, because when he released the power, he forgot to direct it in the right direction. I thought to myself, I didn't expect that the powers of the heavenly Tao were so terrifying and amazing. Holding a grain of his power, Tao presented a piece of his power to the girl's body. And then, just as he had entered himself, he entered her with 2 fingers. Immediately, a dense beam of light began to beat from her chest. The black-haired girl's eyes opened and she took a deep breath. But her gaze was completely fixed on our main character. The chains that held her were completely broken. Before she had even had time to come to her senses, she immediately rushed to hug the main character, with words about how he had finally come for her. Her face immediately turned red and her eyes filled with tears. She was glad to see her master. An awkward silence fell between them. At that very moment, Qingtian ran up to them and pushed the 2 away, saying that they didn't need to be so close. The black-haired woman, wiping away her tears, apologized, saying that she was emotional. Having stood up, our hero continued to look towards the black-haired girl. She, seeing this look, immediately fell on one knee, thanking the gentleman and promising that she would never let him down again. For a few more minutes, our hero looked at the girl. But afterward, he said that he resurrected her to give her one task. He told her that from today on, she would be the manager of the Afterlife organization. Her task was to build the afterlife and ensure the safety of reincarnation. The system immediately began to mock the main character because he gave 2 tasks. Looking at Qingtian's side, Dao was surprised because their characters were too different. The boy himself said that he couldn't stand having 2 girls around him because one was enough for him. Hearing this, Yu Mingtian immediately jumped up, asking if the master would not stay with her in the underworld. However, Qingtian responded to this by clinging to Dao. She replied that the master had other things to do, so she would be here alone. Pushing the blonde away, Dao put his hand on the black-haired one, saying that she was one of the incarnations of heaven. He asked the girl to act more confidently, adding that he had already completed his reincarnation, so she only needed to become the ruler of the afterlife. After thinking for a moment, Yu Mingtian nodded positively, taking in as much air as she could. And then, using her power, she screamed for everyone to hear her. She screamed for everyone to listen to her carefully, because everyone now lives in the underworld. Now they obey her. From this moment on, she will rule this world and also help the heavenly Tao in governing the entire earth. Now they will work for the benefit of the heavenly Tao, and the higher-ranking beings will be responsible for construction work. Powerful beings will become messengers of the devil, going after souls to lead them to reincarnation. She has no intention of forgiving those who disobey her. Hearing this, the gray-haired girl clicked her tongue angrily, and Yu Mingtian continued, shouting that if they disobeyed, they would immediately be regarded as enemies of the heavenly Tao. Hearing these words, the black-haired hero appreciated Mingtian's abilities. With a smile on his face, he said that there would be no problems if he left the world to her. After a short pause, Qingtian asked the master where they would be going this time, to which, without even a moment's hesitation, Dao declared, "To the elven forest." And so, sometime later, our heroes set off on their journey. At this time, a huge number of people were riding in the forest. They were happy because they had taken possession of a huge number of high elves, and they were about to become rich. Young girls with long ears sat in the cages. The face of one of them was not cheerful, she was angry. Hearing these joyful cries, one of the men shouted at everyone to stop immediately. Chewing on one of the branches, he declared that even before leaving the forest, one must not let down one's guard. It was the leader of the Earth Dragon kidnapping group, a 3rd-rank knight, Sabi. They did not understand why the commander was so cautious, because no one would dare to go against them. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared right in front of them. It was the same silhouette that appeared exclusively on slave traders. Upon seeing him, the crowd immediately began to scream angrily, shouting that they were from the earthly dragon itself. But the dark silhouette didn't care. He raised his hand, pointing somewhere ahead. They, looking at the trajectory of his hands, realized that he was pointing at the cage. To some extent, this even caused laughter among the slave traders, because someone dared to look at their prey. As soon as the silhouette realized that they did not understand him, a huge spear immediately appeared in his hand. The whole crowd burst into laughter when they saw the spear, as he was going to use it in close combat. The dark silhouette itself crouched at that moment, placing its hand on the ground. Immediately, a huge magic circle appeared right under his body. And then came a wild, loud, and animalistic roar. Then huge paws with sharp claws appeared. As soon as the whole body appeared, everyone around realized that it was a dragon in front of them. Their faces were no longer so pleased, because in front of them stood a fifth-rank dragon. Seeing this shadow, the elves rejoiced, because they were about to be saved, assuming that the elf lord heard their prayers and therefore sent him to save them. However, one of the girls sitting at a distance understood that this was not the case. After all, if this really is the Lord of the Elves, an elven angel should have appeared. But in front of them there is a dark silhouette. The commander himself was already panicking, shouting that he didn't care where the enemy came from, offering to give up 2 slaves. But the dark silhouette began to wave his hand from side to side, indicating refusal. Raising his hand, he began to draw attention to her. By squeezing it, he conveyed the thought, saying with this movement that he needed them all. Naturally, the commander realized this and immediately began to shout angrily at the enemy because they had spent too much time and effort on capturing them. Looking at his dragon's behavior, he saw that it was calm, so he assumed that it was a fake. He immediately ordered his subordinates to kill the enemy. Seeing them attacking him, the dark dragon opened his mouth and began to gather strength. And then he released a huge flame that struck all his opponents. As soon as the flames calmed down a little, naked bodies appeared. The commander, seeing this picture, immediately broke out in sweat. But the dark silhouette was not going to stop there. He rushed into battle, destroying his opponents. People flew in different directions. They could do nothing to resist the powerful creature. Loud explosions were heard throughout the forest, and flames rose to the sky. Seeing this, the face of the recently appointed commander was plunged into horror. Sitting on his vaunted dragon, he trembled, asking the dark silhouette not to come near him. His opponent himself approached, swinging his weapon several times. Naturally, upon seeing this, the man immediately screamed, because he thought that death had overtaken him. However, the silhouette was not hitting him, but the cage standing behind him. As soon as it broke, 3 girls appeared sitting on the floor. Approaching them, the dark silhouette slowly looked at them. The bravest of them thanked the man. The recently trembling commander was about to take advantage of this inattention, shouting that he shouldn't turn his back on his enemy. He was about to kill the dark silhouette. The girl, seeing this picture, became afraid for her savior, to which the silhouette, continuing to stand with its back turned, threw its spear back. The throw was so powerful that it pierced the dragon and then caught up with its rider. Blood began to scatter in all directions. The commander, coughing up blood, did not understand how this had happened. Falling to the ground, he began to choke on his own blood. Seeing that their commander was dead, his subordinates immediately began to scatter in different directions. They understood that a real monster stood before them. As they ran, they saw a crowd of elves in front of them, thinking that they would help them. However, the one running in front immediately received an arrow right in the forehead. The elves had no intention of leaving the invaders alive. The girl said loudly that the 3rd detachment of the Guardian Legion had arrived to save the refugees. Suddenly, one of the men said that there was something there. Pointing at the Dark Knight, he said that he saved their comrades. One of the elves grabbed the running man, declaring that he would sell him to the nobles. The dark silhouette, hearing this, immediately began to changed to an elf-like silhouette, as he declared the slave trade. The elf himself continued to threaten the man, saying that he would make money off of him. Without realizing it, he received an arrow to the head. His comrades immediately turned their attention to their friend, because they also did not understand what had just happened. Suddenly, one of the squad leaders realized that it was that same silhouette that did it. Raising her bow, she shouted to her comrades to prepare for battle. But one of the elves stood in front of him, shouting at them not to do this. The elves did not understand what was happening, why their relative was protecting this man. And the girl explained that he had done nothing wrong, explaining that a man only brings justice to the world. Naturally, the commander of this detachment did not understand what she meant, asking again. And so, sometime later, the dark silhouette was already freeing the slaves. The girls thanked him while he tried to untie the ropes as carefully as possible. Watching this, the commander listened to her fellow tribesmen explain that the man only attacks those who intend to sell another person. After all, this is true for both the kidnappers and the keepers, so until he senses the intent to sell, the silhouette does not attack. Having heard these explanations, the commander immediately declared that her allies should not take anyone. The dark silhouette itself looked around carefully, and then, with the same piercing gaze, he began to disappear right before everyone's eyes. Seeing this naturally, every elf was surprised, because they had never seen anything like this before. The fair-haired girl herself, clasping her hands, mentally thanked her savior. At that very moment, our main character kept sneezing. Qingtian even began to worry about him while he explained to her that he just got something in his nose. Standing in the air and watching everything that was happening, our heroes exchanged glances. Qingtian noticed that some kind of fight had taken place here since they were cleaning up. The black-haired boy himself was happy because his law had come into force. Some dark energy appeared behind him. They were rapidly approaching our main character, but they flew past him, falling straight to the ground. From this energy appeared bodies in clothes with covered faces. These were the messengers of the devil. The same rescued elf noticed some strange force and paid attention to it. She saw some ghosts emerging from the dead, covered bodies. They immediately put chains on them right around their necks, and the souls began to scream. But the devil's messengers were not going to back down, explaining to them that they should have been more honest. Having captured everyone, they went to the afterlife while the elf watched all this. Looking up at the sky, she couldn't believe her eyes, and she also didn't understand why everyone around her wasn't paying attention to it. The squad leader approached her and asked what was going on, but without waiting for an answer, she suggested that she go back. The elf thought to herself about what she had just seen. Something incredible. Watching this, the heavenly Tao rejoiced again, because the transition to the afterlife was working successfully. Qingtian, standing behind him, praised the master because it was all thanks to him. Tao himself asked the girl not to forget why they came here, and he began to think about it to himself. That their next destination is the capital of the elves, the city of life, Kayal. The weather was fine in the city itself, where the former prisoners arrived. They were told that from that moment on, all those saved would be responsible for the cleanliness of the city, because elves do not raise lazy people. The fair-haired girl was given a broom, and she took it with trepidation, and later she cast her gaze somewhere to the side, to where her gaze was drawn. Looking at the huge tree, she thought that she was finally able to return. At that moment, a pleasant breeze arose as a carriage passed behind her. The girl immediately noticed a sound coming from behind her. However, at that moment she also looked up at the tallest building. The carriage moved on, passing through the city streets. Our main character stopped and came out of the first one, and his companion came out after him. They were prepared, so they looked like elves. At this moment, Heavenly Tao checked the girl's ears, because thanks to them they would blend in with the crowd. An elf with a cane walking behind him asked a servant girl walking next to him how many minerals these lower races had dug up today, to which he immediately received the answer that it was the same as usual. Tao was watching all this, and other elves were sitting on the ground at the feet of this milord, asking for a coin. After observing for only a few minutes, Tao said that he had nothing against the aristocracy, but there was a big gap between the poor and the rich, and this depressed him. The system immediately told the guy that he was a heavenly Tao and could wipe out the entire aristocracy from the face of the earth in an instant if he wanted, but he immediately dismissed the idea. Having said that, to achieve equality, the disadvantaged must fight themselves. The intervention of third parties will only turn them from victims into yet another criminal. The system assessed this answer, telling the boy that he was becoming more and more like a true heavenly Tao. The black-haired man folded his arms and took it as a compliment, beginning to peer into the distance. Seeing that the world tree was in good condition, he wondered if it was related to the elven god, to which he immediately received a positive answer. Qingtian asked the gentleman if he wanted to find the elven god, to which he immediately received a positive answer. Walking away, she clenched her fist, saying with a gloomy expression that in this case she would burn the world tree, so the girl would immediately show up. The protagonist immediately stopped her, saying that he just wanted to talk and not fight, after receiving a punch in the forehead. Naturally, the blonde didn't understand this and immediately started shouting that this girl was a rebel in the second cycle and there was nothing to talk about with her. At that moment, she received a second blow to the forehead, because that was precisely why Tao believed that she simply needed to be talked to. He wanted to understand what the rebels were thinking. He also proudly declared that those who have many friends have few enemies. They must acquire as many allies as possible. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the conversation, ordering them to get out of the way. Turning around, Tao saw the elves running away while a girl rushed past, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. The cart flew straight towards our heroes, while they continued to stand still. With a smile on her face, the girl shouted at the duo to listen to her, because if they died, it was not her fault. This yellow-haired girl was the elven princess Utia. The black-haired hero continued to stand in his place as if nothing had happened, without even flinching, while the elven princess continued to shout at the duo. The monster, having hit our hero's body, began to pass right through him. Just like the carriage, it drove right over our guy. Heavenly Tao remained in his place, looking in the direction of the departing one. The system said it was a golden princess who was in the middle of the third rank. The black-haired boy noticed the girl's bad manners, saying that if it had been someone else in his place, he would have slapped her and thrown her into a pile of black orcs. He was distracted from these evil thoughts by a girl who, using her energy, rushed past him at great speed. There was a grandfather standing in the princess's path, who apparently did not hear her screams. He was crossing the road carefree. The same elf who used her energy ran towards her grandfather, intending to save him. At the very last moment, she managed to grab him and drag him out of the way. Yutia herself, as she was leaving, angrily shouted at all the vagabonds to watch where they were going. Sitting on the ground, the blonde stopped releasing energy, breathing heavily. Having caught her breath, she worriedly asked her grandfather if everything was okay with him, to which he nodded his head. Looking around, the girl did not understand why all the elves were like this. Grandpa thanked his savior, saying that he wished for the elven goddess to protect her. Hearing about the mother goddess, the girl became sad and lowered her gaze. She was distracted from her own thoughts by applause. It came from our main character, who considered the girl to be quite kind. Turning towards the guy, the yellow-haired girl carefully asked the guy who he was, who, with the calmest possible face, replied that he was ordinary and passable. Approaching the old man, the black-haired man asked if the elven princess had always been so rude, to which he replied that it was not only the princess who was evil, but all the nobility as well. After thinking for a while, the old man explained that the fate of the elves was predetermined from birth, gold, and moon elves, members of the royal family. Sea and wood elves, artisans, gray and black elves like them can only be slaves. However, the fair-haired girl immediately exclaimed that this was not so. With a trembling voice, she shouted that one cannot determine a person's fate by his birth. She did not understand why the old man was saying that. However, this time, with a roughness in his voice, the gray-haired man said that it was all because of life expectancy. After all, the gray elves live only 1,000 years, while the golden elves live more than 5,000 years. They believed that the gods had determined their fate, and all they had to do was obey. The system confirmed the old man's words, saying that the price for this was low fertility, which was precisely one of the rules of heaven. The stronger the creature, the less likely it is to produce offspring. After some thought, Dao suggested that in this case he could have children, to which the system replied that it depended on whether he wanted it. Because he said this out loud, Qingtian immediately became furious. Her face turned red, and drool began to flow down her lips. Starting to squeeze her body from different sides, she excitedly asked the gentleman if he wanted to have a child. But without waiting for an answer, she immediately said that she was not against it. She was about to attack Dao, but he stopped her, telling her to stop immediately. Looking at this picture, the old man laughed, thinking that young people today are very energetic. He thanked the girl again and said that it was time for him to go. She sadly lowered her gaze, saying again that this should not be so. Dao, approaching the girl, said that now the elves are not at all the same as they were when she ruled. Asking if he was right, he named the girl Lulutia, the former mother goddess of the elves. Immediately, her face plunged into darkness. She looked angrily towards our main character. Immediately, a huge flurry of force began to expand in different directions, breaking even the ground. The main character did not even flinch. Releasing more and more energy, she asked the black-haired man who he was. With a smile on his face, the black-haired man praised her for knowing the heavenly Tao, asking if she was a rebel. She immediately yelled at the guy, saying that he was not Tao because she personally saw her. At that moment, Tao thought, because the girl needed to explain everything somehow differently. After thinking for a moment, he happily snapped his finger. At that very second, a huge blue ball rose up right next to them. She looked around and did not understand what was happening right now. And just as immediately, she was surprised to realize that her powers were blocked. Coming closer, our main character grabbed the girl's cheeks. With a smile on his face, he asked if she believed him now. The yellow-haired girl thought to herself that the guy's movements were too fast because he was able to get close to her so quickly. She immediately hit him on the hand, thereby forcing him to let go of her. Looking at the guy standing in front of her, she thought that she needed to act. Gathering her energy, she rushed at the standing, unarmed opponent. However, he didn't even have to release a fraction of his power. After all, Qingtian arrived in time and finished off the attacker's attack in an instant. The blue-haired girl was angry, calling the girl a disgusting rebel. She angrily asked how she dared to behave like that with her master, at some point adding that she was playing with death. Naturally, feeling the power, the mother goddess immediately jumped to the side, thinking that her soul had only just begun to recover, and her strength was now barely reaching the peak of the 5th rank. She needed to escape as soon as possible. Having activated her staff, she was going to use spatial movement. She successfully managed to use it, so it instantly evaporated. Seeing this, the Heavenly Tao appreciated the girl's abilities, because a 5th rank elven mage was a real rarity. However, he also added that he felt sorry for her, because she had encountered the Heavenly Tao. At that time, she hit her face quite hard from the ball that our hero had erected. The powerful recoil caused her to fall to the ground, raising a column of dust. As soon as it dissipated, a yellow-haired girl appeared, who seemed to have broken through the ground due to the fall. She couldn't believe it, because no one had ever stopped her teleportation before. She was distracted from her own thoughts by Qing Tian, who slammed the girl's head into the ground. And then she began to twist her arms. The mother goddess screamed in pain. Sitting on the elf's back, the protagonist's companion grabbed her by the hair, lifting her head. With a terrifying and gloomy voice, Qing Tian told her that she had been captured. As calmly as possible, the black-haired man approached and ordered his companion to let the rebel go. She tried to object, because this is the mother goddess who constantly rebels against the heavens, but the main character insisted that she let her go. Puffing out her cheeks, the blue-haired girl let go of the yellow-haired goddess. She stood up and listened as the Heavenly Tao asked her if he believed her now. The girl, exhaling heavily, looked towards the guy and began to examine him carefully. At that very moment, he put his hand on her shoulder, telling her not to worry, because he just wanted to ask her a few questions. At this moment, she thought that in this situation, Dongfang Hyotian would not be able to escape, so she could only cooperate. Roughly, she asked the guy what he wanted to ask. Hearing this question, Dao praised her because she agreed to cooperate with him. This time, more cold-bloodedly, Dao asked what the rebels' plan was. However, the girl, without even thinking, answered that she knew absolutely nothing about it. She explained that although she was a member of the Second Cycle rebels, she did not know what their plan was against the heavens in the 3rd calendar, adding that even if Dongfang himself or anyone else were here, they would not have said anything. Naturally, Qing Tian immediately pounced on the girl, starting to bite her and screaming for her to tell her everything immediately. Heavenly Tao immediately pulled her away, asking his companion to calm down, explaining to her that the elven gods were considered to be of average power, so it was normal that she didn't know anything. The second question was why she hated heaven. A smile immediately appeared on the mother goddess's face. She began to tell that in the 1st cycle she was a goddess born with the world tree. Along with the world tree, they protected the birth and growth of the elves, prosperity and happiness still fresh in memory. But at the end of the 1st cycle, she witnessed the catastrophe with her own eyes, barely surviving as the world tree was transformed back into a seed. Gritting her teeth in anger, she asked Dao if he was really asking why she hated the heavens. With a heavy sigh, the guy said that the previous Heavenly Tao had screwed up. His last question was what she thought was the most important thing in her heart. She, naturally, having heard this question, thought about it. With warmth in her voice, she replied that she simply wanted to live and protect her people forever. Hearing this answer, a smile appeared on Dao's face, and he asked if she could become a protector. She got angry when she heard such words addressed to her, to which the boy again, with a smile on his face, asked to look the truth in the eye. With a snap of their fingers, they immediately disappeared from the place where they were, moving to the elven forest mines. In the distance, they saw some shadows moving along long tunnels. The mother of the elves asked where they were, to which Dao replied that this place was called a good place to earn money. Suddenly, a painful cry was heard, straight from the depths. Looking closely, they saw one of the girls receive a whip on the back. A man stood over her, ordering the slave in a rough voice to move, because if they were late with the delivery, they would be flogged. There were quite a few of these overseers. They drove the slaves to work, shouting and beating them. Naturally, seeing such a picture, the mother goddess became angry. She did not understand how these worthless people could do this to their own people. To which Dao replied that he could only stop the slave trade, adding that if it was only slavery, then the black silhouettes would not appear. The goddess immediately became thoughtful, realizing that the man who had slept with her was created by the power of Dao. She did not understand when Dao became so kind. Therefore, she immediately asked, if the goal is to save slaves, Why not use force against pure slavery? To which the guy said that she did not understand, explaining that slaves do not only appear because of the slave trade, since criminals and prisoners are also slaves. He asked the elf if she wanted to save them too. She said that she hated the killing, persecution, and oppression in the slave trade, to which the heavenly Tao replied that all of these were present in her race. And then, again, just like last time, he grabbed the girl by the face. Pressing her to himself, he told her not to shift the responsibility onto him. The girl didn't understand. Because Tao had the power to change all of this, she wondered why he couldn't save more people. At that very second, the black-haired guy squeezed the girl's cheeks. After asking her to think about it, he asked her what she did when the heavenly Tao wanted to change everything. He asked the girl why the heavenly kingdom was devastated, and then asked why the heavenly world with the most resources, why the rebirth was disrupted. She, breaking free from the guy's arms, screamed that they just wanted to live a normal life. Tao pointed his hand towards the slaves, saying that their people too were seeking a better life by oppressing their own kind. Naturally, the mother goddess of the elves did not agree with these words. Having grabbed the guy, she began to scream hysterically that this was all because he wanted to take the power of all creatures for himself in order to become stronger. Because if they did not resist, they would die. Hearing these words, the heavenly Tao laughed, saying that the power of the heavenly Tao comes from all beings. The death of all beings weakens the power of the heavenly Tao. He asked to tell him why the heavenly Tao, instead of destroying the strongest beings, destroys everyone. She immediately grabbed her head and started screaming that she didn't know. At that very second, the black-haired man raised his hand and began to project something, saying that the girl knew nothing. So he can tell her how it really is. She, seeing what Tao was showing her, was surprised, and then her whole body shuddered. A mini-skeleton appeared in his hand. The black-haired man asked the girl if she understood what it was. Having told that she was the one who had just appeared after the cycle, at that moment she completely depleted the source of the aura. The purpose of the aura source is to restore the world tree and give it its own power. Tao asked if she knew that this source of life had resurrected the continent. With a trembling face, she listened to Tao's questions about how many people would have been born if she had not taken away the source of life. How many sources of life there were in her small world. Realizing what the guy was getting at, she fell to her knees. With a trembling voice, she screamed that she knew all this. But afterward, she began to scream again that she simply wanted to live. Because if the Tao had not destroyed all living things, she would not have needed a source of life to be reborn. This time, the guy's face changed. With horror on his face, he said that she took advantage of the opportunity given to all beings by heaven. So she asked, why would the heavenly Tao destroy her? Adding that some people oppress others because of greed, and she faced the same problem with the heavenly Tao. And then, pointing to the crowd, he asked her what she would say to them, looking into their eyes. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a cry of alarm. The elf who burst in with a sword loudly declared that the dark elf rebels had broken in, and at that very second, a sword pierced his body, covering it with blood. As soon as the man fell, a cloak with a dark spider appeared from behind his back. The assassin claimed to be Chadal, the leader of the Dark Elf resistance. And then he started shouting that he had come here to free the Dark Elves. His comrades brought a huge amount of weapons, throwing them on the ground. The Dark Elves froze in thought, looking at the weapons lying on the ground. The guards were trembling with fear and asked everyone to think carefully, because resistance never ended well. One of them had already decided everything for themselves. Their faces were angry. Taking up arms, they all began to shout as one that they needed to kill everyone who had enslaved them. Immediately, screams began to be heard, and the smell of blood began to fill the mine. Our heroes watched all this. The mother of the elves could not believe her eyes. Tears began to appear in her eyes. Covering her mouth, she asked them to stop. And then she started crying, repeating over and over again that this should not have happened. Hearing her words, Tao asked what she would do if this stopped. Having explained to the girl that if the root of the problem is not solved, then everything will happen behind her back. She immediately clenched her teeth, angrily declaring that this was all happening because of him. Immediately, the staff began to form again in her hand. She screamed that she still had strength. She was going to kill Tao. Qingtian intervened again, shouting that the rebel never learns anything. Tao immediately grabbed her, saying that the yellow-haired girl didn't understand anything. He explained to the elf that in the second cycle, the elves had already divided into upper and lower classes. She, having heard this, did not understand what the main character meant. Exhaling heavily, the black-haired man began to explain again that in the second cycle, the gold elves, already close to her, were already nobility, and the dark elves were written off, adding that they never considered the dark elves to be the same race. They considered them to be scum among the elves. Coming closer, he leaned toward the goddess, saying that this was precisely why the heavenly Tao, who saw the suffering of all beings, decided to destroy everything, and she did not look after her people. At that moment, tears appeared on the girl's face again, and the staff with which she was going to attack the guy gradually disappeared. With a trembling voice, lowering her gaze, she said that she was not a mother goddess. Her further words were interrupted again by the main character, who ordered her to stop crying, and then added that the problem needed to be solved. She, still lowering her gaze, said that she was too weak. Coming even closer, the main character put his hand on the girl's shoulder, asking if she had resisted when she was a slave. He wondered where her courage was, what it was like when she rebelled against the heavens. He asked to show at least half, because then the elves would change. After listening to the boy, the mother goddess lowered her eyes again. After thinking for a moment, she declared loudly that she knew. She knew what she had to do. Seeing her fighting spirit, Tao smiled and asked her interlocutor what she was going to do. After a short pause, she looked towards the crowd. He said that he would go to the Dark Elf Resistance Fortress and find out their demands. The guy praised her, because she already knows how to listen to people, saying that he would reward her for her wisdom by giving her a ride. With a snap of their fingers, the world around them changed in an instant, and then it narrowed, and a portal appeared in front of them, where our heroes headed. Qingtian continued to grumble, not understanding why her master was helping a rebel, to which Dao replied that it was better to have friends than enemies. Naturally, upon hearing these words, the girl was surprised, and then smiled and thought that it was funny. Now she began to understand the heavenly Dao a little better. Noticing that the mother goddess continued to stand in place, Dao asked why she was walking, but she immediately put her thoughts aside, declaring that she was already running. A few seconds later, a portal appeared near the Dark Elf Resistance Fortress. Our trio of heroes emerged from this portal. The yellow-haired girl continued to remain in her own thoughts. Upon entering the cave, they noticed a huge black spider. Seeing him, the mother goddess said that there were still some old acquaintances of hers here. The main character told the girl that he stopped hiding her presence so everyone can see her. This is what she was counting on, once again thanking the heavenly Tao. Entering deeper into the cave, the goddess felt someone's presence, and then I saw a group of elves who started shouting alarm. They immediately fired arrows towards the girl, intending to kill the intruder. The yellow-haired girl continued to remain in one place, watching as a huge number of arrows flew towards her. Dao laughed at the girl, asking her not to die, to which she replied that although she was weak, she was not that weak. Raising her hand, she released a small amount of energy. A shield formed in front of her, which immediately reflected all the arrows. Seeing this, the Dark Elves were surprised, because only 5th-rank mages are capable of this. One of the standing elves rushed forward, shouting that whoever it was, there was a gold elf in front of them. She had to die. Folding her hands, our heroine began to use the spell. She asked the forest to protect her, and at that very moment, a huge number of branches began to bind the attackers. Watching this, the heavenly Tao praised the elves' strength, as such strength was rare among humans. At that very moment, some strange force began to fill the cave. Looking ahead, the mother goddess realized who was approaching her. The dark-haired girl loudly ordered everyone to stop, saying that none of them were her equal. And then he even said that, in the end, a former elven goddess was standing before them. Seeing the dark-haired one, the mother goddess recognized her and smiled. The enemy's name was Grace. She was the goddess of the dark elves. Hearing this, the main character became thoughtful. Immediately using his power, he activated the eye to check these characteristics. The description was that the elven spider goddess personified the shadow under the tree and the guardian of insects. Naturally, the protagonist was surprised and asked the system why it was a 5th-rank commander, to which the system responded that there are 2 types of gods: natural gods and gods of faith. Nature gods are born by the will of heaven and are usually very powerful. Gods of faith have to draw strength from the faith of others. If there are few believers, then the strength will diminish and disappear. The dark goddess standing before our hero was the goddess of faith. The dark-haired one, seeing the fair-haired one, smiled creepily. With a disgusting voice, She said that it was good that she was alive. Naturally, the current comrade of Heavenly Tao was surprised to hear such words addressed to him. And at that very moment, the black-haired elf swung, intending to kill the goddess. But she hit the target on purpose, missing her opponent who was standing there. The mother goddess remained standing unmoved. With a worried face, the dark elf declared that he would kill her with his own hands. But she immediately shouted that no, because she came here to save the dark elves. Hearing these words, the Spider-Woman froze for a moment, not understanding what her interlocutor was saying to her. And then she laughed out loud, asking if the blonde had memory problems, poking the former mother goddess right in the forehead, which surprised her again. With a terrible face, she screamed that the dark elves had suffered injustice while she ruled, and that things were only getting worse. Only by killing her and destroying her divine image can the dark elves be saved. That's why she sent the blondes, saying that they would kill everyone. At that moment, a huge crowd of dark elves rushed to attack. The protagonist decided to intervene by snapping his fingers. Immediately, each of the attackers froze, and it seemed as if the entire world around the guy paused. Looking around, the dark goddess did not understand what was happening, why everyone had frozen. The guy responded to this by telling her not to worry, because he simply stopped time. Naturally, upon hearing about stopping time, the dark-haired girl screamed, because this couldn't happen. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and with it on his face, he declared that ordinary people were incapable of this. But he himself was a supreme being, the heavenly Daozan. Hearing these words, the dark-haired girl thought, thinking that this was the same one who destroyed the world in the first and second cycles. At this point, the lower part of the spider began to gradually disappear. Already standing on her feet, the girl asked if this was true, to which she received a positive answer from the black-haired man. The dark goddess thought that the blonde did not refute these words, so she immediately fell to her knees, apologizing for her behavior. Naturally, Dao held no grudges, saying that the elves still needed to ask their god. At that moment, the blonde lowered her gaze, apologizing to Grace, admitting all her mistakes. However, she stood her ground, saying that these apologies would not help the dark elves. They needed an opportunity to take revenge. But the mother goddess continued, saying that she understood their feelings, for their current state was similar to hers when she rebelled against the heavens. She added that she thought only about resisting oppression and was ready to do anything for the sake of revenge. When she created the elves, she gave each race its own characteristics and symbols. To the golden elves, the sun and light. To the moon elves, the moon and night. Forest, all trees and all animals, seawater and fish. Gray, earth and life, and black, darkness and spiders. At that moment, it seemed to her that everyone would be equal and would love each other. She hoped that they would be able to overcome hatred and live in peace. The dark-haired one became very angry and started screaming about how she should explain to the dark elves that they shouldn't be offended by the gold ones. After all, only by paying for the spilled blood could the elves live in peace. She asked the fair-haired one to join and get rid of the golden elves together. However, lowering her gaze, the first elf said that she could not. The dark and gold elves, all her children, she did not want anyone to disappear. Waving her arms, the dark goddess screamed that this was all nonsense. The heavenly Tao intervened in their dispute, asking them to stop. He asked what they wanted to achieve after they took revenge, to which the girl replied that it was so that the golden elves would feel despair. At that moment, a sinister smile appeared on Dao's face, and it was with this smile on his face that he assumed that they wanted to rule themselves as well. However, the dark goddess immediately shouted that she was not like the golden ones, because she only wanted peace for the dark elves. With the same gloomy face, Dao then asked her not to do the same as the gold elves, because if they did the same, nothing would change. He loudly declared that if she was interested in the question of morality, then she did not need to follow the same path. A look of surprise appeared on the girl's face because she hadn't even thought about it. And then, the more she thought, the more her hand began to shake. She couldn't believe that the gold elves would go unpunished. To which the black-haired guy clarified that any actions would have to be paid for, but their price was not to enslave the gold elves. At that moment, the black-haired girl exhaled heavily. Having agreed with the proposal from the heavenly Tao, she surprised him. She understood everything, saying that it was necessary to create favorable living conditions for the dark elves. Both of our heroes smiled, because they were glad to hear these words. Turning to the main character, the mother goddess asked him to forgive her for the fact that the guy had to interfere in their family squabbles, to which Dao stated that her family was only elves, and his were all three worlds. His goal was to find ways to reconcile the three worlds. After letting the goddess's mother think, Dao asked if she had figured out how to solve the problem, to which she immediately received a positive answer. She needs to go and talk to the current elf lord, and if he doesn't talk, she will use force. And so, the main character once again uttered his proverb, "Force will not solve the problem, but it will help deal with the enemy." At that very moment, the mother goddess said that if the conversation failed, then the golden elves and the new ruler were all her enemies. The protagonist was going to go with her and see where it all led. Seeing that Qingtian had fallen asleep, he slapped her on the forehead, telling her that it was time for them to go. The protagonist's companion did not understand where they were going, to which the black-haired man loudly declared that they were going to the elven palace. After some time, the largest building, the Kayal Palace, a bowl broke inside and a loud cry was heard that it was waste. Then one of the maids was slammed into the ground and told to add less sugar because she was on a diet. It was the princess who asked the trembling elf if she dared to disobey her. The princess turned to the side and asked with a terrifying look if she had prepared this. She, looking towards her mistress, could not contain her fear. Her whole body trembled. Falling to her knees, she immediately screamed at the princess, asking her to forgive her for her mistake. At that moment, the yellow-haired girl immediately walked up to her, kicked her in the face, and asked with a shout if she really thought an apology was enough. The elven mother watched this scene from the side, right from the sky, her whole body trembling. She didn't understand how the elven nobles could do such things to their own clan. Heavenly Dao asked the girl if she couldn't stand it, because he was already beginning to fear that she would explode with anger. She didn't understand what the main character meant and asked again, to which the guy pointed to the side. His finger pointed straight at the window, which was not far from the princess's chambers. Inside, a yellow-haired man in a suit was leading two girls who were chained together. He shouted to the two of them not to hesitate, but to go faster. It was the purple-haired elf and the human. Approaching the huge door, the old elf knocked several times, and then he opened the door, telling the lord that he had brought him new servants. The man sitting at the back of the room first smiled lewdly and then said that it was not bad. Sitting surrounded by beautiful girls, he said that everything had been done well today. Our heroes also watched this scene. The mother goddess silently watched what was happening. The black-haired guy asked the yellow-haired girl what she felt when she looked at them. A staff began to form in her hands, and with a trembling voice she said that if these were truly elven nobles. After a short pause, she finished her thought. She had no intention of engaging in any negotiations with them, as they were unnecessary here. Immediately, a huge magic circle formed right below her, and she began to call out to the sleeping tree of the world. At that very moment, a magic circle also appeared right above the tree. The mother goddess asked him to answer her call. There was total silence. The leaves stopped rustling and the birds stopped singing. And just a moment later, there was a huge roar, and the whole earth began to shake. Every forest dweller felt this pressure on themselves. Their bodies could not stand on the ground. The princess, who was in her chambers, could not understand what was happening, assuming that it was an earthquake. Ordinary elves fell to their knees and begged the god to stop. Not understanding why he was angry, they asked him to have mercy on them. At that very moment, the earthquake stopped. They did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, one of the yellow-haired elves began to run from the forest with a frightened face, shouting that they needed to run away. Everyone was scared because the tree people got out of control and started attacking the elves. The faces of the tree creatures were filled with malice, and malice emanated from them. However, even at this point, the mother goddess did not stop calling on her true powers. Still, she asked to answer her call, thereby waking up someone who shouldn't have. In the middle of the forest, a huge dark shadow with horns and huge wings rose up. It was the green dragon of the elven forest, Iraq, who heard a familiar voice. Looking towards the tree, he seemed to understand everything. While he was looking towards the tree, all the earth that was shackling him began to crumble down. Any living creature in the forest looked like an insect against his background, but they were not afraid of him. As soon as the green dragon came to his senses, he immediately screamed like a beast throughout the forest. The eyes of all the inhabitants of the forest were filled with anger. Their eyes were scarlet red. And the dragon did not stop screaming, his roar becoming louder and louder with every second. At this time, in the heavenly world, the palace of the elven god, the man sitting on the throne felt what was happening in the world of the elves. This man was the god of the elves of the third cycle, Randall. He did not understand why the tree was angry, assuming that it was because of the man's return. Having shouted loudly for everyone to stop, his servants did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he immediately asked where his guards were, ordering them to appear to them. In an instant, 3 silhouettes appeared in front of him, appearing out of thin air. The 3 girls immediately fell on one knee, asking their master what had happened. The elf god Randall ordered them to see what happened to the world tree, ordering them, if they realize it is hostile, they need to get rid of it. The 3 girls immediately shouted in unison, "Yes," thus making it clear that they understood the order. The dark-haired elf looked into the distance, straight at the sky, until it began to swirl. She understood perfectly well what was happening right now. The man standing behind them asked Grace what instructions she would give them, to which the girl sighed heavily, telling him to prepare the dark elves. She understood perfectly well that the battle of the gods was about to begin. She expected something similar. At this time, in the elven palace, someone flew out of the window from the chambers of the current ruler of the elves, breaking the window. Naturally, the mother goddess noticed this, even though the man's speed was fast. He, gathering his strength, angrily asked who they were. Not having received an answer, he further asked why the world tree was angry, to which the girl replied to the man that he didn't need to know who she was, saying only that she wants the elven nobles to pay for the oppression of their own race. At that moment, the long-haired man's entire body began to tremble. And then he laughed loudly, looking towards the yellow-haired girl. She frowned and asked the man why he was laughing. He said with a sullen face that there was one thing she couldn't understand. Even with the help of the dark elves and the tree of the world, the golden elves will never be defeated, because the god of the golden elves is the current ruler of the elves, one of the gods of the western heavens. However, the girl turned around and replied that in that case they had nothing to talk about. But the long-haired elf was not going to agree with this. He shouted that she didn't think about herself at all, asking rudely if she was sure she wanted to leave. At that very second, he raised his hand, loudly snapping his fingers. Immediately, the elves standing on the walls pulled the threads, preparing for an attack. Elven mages emerged from the forest and began to cast a spell. The mother goddess watched what was happening without moving at all. The protagonist standing nearby asked her to be careful, since everyone present here was above the 5th rank, and she sighed heavily in response. Having said that she just wanted harmony, she did not understand why the elves did not listen to her, to which the guy replied that he was not worth asking. After all, he had also asked himself the question earlier. The laughter of the long-haired ruler distracted them from their conversation, who asked if these were their last words. And then, with a disgusting face, he shouted that if this was so, then it was time for them to die. Immediately, the old man standing on the wall shouted for everyone to get ready for the attack. The mother goddess, with a gloomy face, said gloomily that she felt sorry for them. Tears appeared on her face. She asked not to blame her since they chose this path. Immediately, there was a powerful explosion on the wall, scattering the archers in different directions. Loud screams arose. They could not believe their own eyes. After all, a huge tree man climbed right onto the wall towards them. Immediately, one of the elves shouted that the tree people were besieging their city, and panic arose. They didn't understand what was happening, because they were their allies. Everyone began to prepare for defense. However, it was already too late. The wooden one prepared to attack, swinging. And then he dealt a powerful blow. At that very moment, a huge shield rose up. The elves standing at the gate exhaled heavily, starting to smile and talk among themselves about how the wall held up. However, at that very moment, right behind the wooden man, the green dragon also prepared for battle, gathering energy. A huge accumulation of energy began to form right in his mouth, which he fired straight towards the shield where the elven guard stood. There was a powerful explosion. The wall was destroyed along with the wall, and loud screams began to be heard. Each of the elves understood that it was all over, because even the green dragon appeared. Their faces were in horror. The tree people began to advance as soon as the wall collapsed. They began to grab the elves who had survived, and helpless cries began to resound, it seemed, throughout the entire forest. Although it was difficult for the mother goddess to give this order, she ordered that everyone be destroyed. That is why wooden people killed their opponents, sparing absolutely no one. The old man in command of the ground infantry shouted at his subordinates not to panic and ordered them to reorganize their formation. He also gave the order for the infantry to take the attack on themselves and for the magicians to attack from the rear. A long-haired man watched this carnage from the air without moving at all. With anger on his face, he said that even tree people with a dragon are here. After thinking for a moment, the anger on his face disappeared and he exhaled heavily with contempt. This time, with a smile on his face, he said that he didn't know what the girl had done, but in the end, victory would still be theirs. Naturally, the mother goddess did not understand these words and asked the man again what he meant, to which he, with a disgusting face, pointed upwards, straight into the sky, asking the girl to look. She raised her head and saw how a whirlwind gradually began to form in the sky. Literally, after the girl looked, a bright yellow light appeared from this whirlwind. Seeing it in the sky, the yellow-haired girl recognized it and screamed and asked what was there. A bright yellow feather fell from the sky, right in the center of this beam. And after him, 3 female silhouettes appeared with outstretched wings. The gray-haired girl shouted that the master's guard had arrived. Her name was Catherine. She had arrived on the master's orders to destroy them. The protagonist, counting them, counted 4 members of the guard. The heavenly Tao guessed that this elf lord was planning to destroy the world tree. The yellow-haired girl immediately intervened in his thoughts, saying that she would not allow this. Tao said that if she does not suppress her power, she will go to the human world. This will cause trouble as soon as Tao said this. Immediately, lightning struck straight from the sky and hit the gray-haired girl. Naturally, she noticed the approaching danger, so she immediately glanced to the side. At the same time, she raised her sword, aiming it to attack. With a light swing, she cut through the lightning that was approaching her. Her body was covered in energy for only a moment, but it was enough for her to defend herself from the powerful attack. Looking at this, a smile appeared on Dao's face. He found it interesting, because the aggression of the sky was not enough. He ordered the system to show the rules of heavenly punishment to the human world. As soon as the system revealed the rules, the Tao shouted that if you reflect or violate the heavenly law, their sorrow will not end, but only a new punishment will come. The second punishment will begin after some time, and the power will begin to increase. Until the target is hit, that was the rule. After reading this, the black-haired hero breathed a sigh of relief. Having told the girl standing next to her that he had just revised the law and that a new punishment was coming very soon, the mother goddess thought that Tao would simply kill her. But he folded his arms and looked at the sky, saying that it would be difficult to have fun, but one could enjoy the view. And at that very moment, new energy began to gather in the sky. Lightning struck in different directions. Looking at the sky, the gray-haired girl did not understand what was happening. Gritting her teeth, she was angry, not understanding why a new storm had appeared, since it had destroyed the previous one, and also understanding that this blow would be more powerful. Looking towards R2, she understood that she had to hurry. Immediately, a terrifying voice was heard calling out to that very same Catherine. The dragon flew in and sat on the wall, asking if she really wanted to become an enemy of the world tree. And at that very moment, the green dragon's face changed. He was angry. She, looking towards the green dragon, apologized, saying that this was her master's order. To which the dragon shouted at her to take a good look at this Randall, asking if she really thought he had the right to consider himself the ruler. She, raising her sword, said coldly, asking the great dragon not to insult her master, ordering her comrades to guard the overlord's domain while she dealt with the world tree. The dragon, hearing this, considered the girl too arrogant, asking if she really thought that he could not defeat her. To which Catherine said even louder that even at the height of his power, she would have nothing to fear. In an instant, darkness fell over the entire area and green energy began to fill the air. The green dragon shouted in an angry voice that they would check it right now. The mother goddess appeared between them and asked them to wait for them. She asked them to give her time so that she could sort things out on her own. The dragon, naturally, was surprised to hear such words from the blonde. He thought he was imagining things, but the girl didn't die after all. She refuted the green one's words, saying that she had died, which surprised him. With a serious expression, she said that even in death she could not calmly watch how the elves behaved. A magic circle immediately appeared beneath her, and she again turned to the world tree, to her old friend, asking him to lend her strength. The magical tree immediately responded to the girl's call, beginning to release bright yellow energy. A huge amount of energy accumulated directly above the tree, and 6 circles appeared inside this energy. Watching this, Qingtian noticed that 6 large fruits had appeared on the tree. Heavenly Tao looked at his subordinate's reaction and then looked into the distance. Trembling and straining, He could not understand where this fruit was, realizing that right now in front of him there were clearly 6 hidden worlds. He was angry because one elf lord had 6 worlds at once. He did not understand how many resources those who would oppose him would have to collect. The system immediately asked whether it should be destroyed, because if the 6 worlds began to develop, there was a possibility that they would eventually absorb the resources of 3 worlds. To which the main character asked the system not to worry, because everything was well hidden, so they did not need to worry. All this energy that came from the tree was directed towards the yellow-haired girl. She began to press into her tiny body, and she, in turn, began to make exciting sounds. And then, literally a second later, the absorption was complete. A new garment began to appear on the girl's body, which was formed due to the new power. This time, the mother goddess was confident in her power. She loudly declared that they would solve everything right now. The gray-haired elf warrior, in turn, was surprised to see such strength, loudly asking who this girl was in front of her. To which she raised her hand and began to gather energy, releasing the power of 6 types. 6 staffs appeared right above her. At that very moment, the mother goddess loudly declared that she was the ruler of the elves. Naturally, the gray-haired girl did not believe these words, shouting that it was nonsense, asking who, in that case, the god Randall was. To which the yellow-haired girl, without a moment's hesitation, shouted that he was an imposter. This answer greatly angered the warrior. She could barely contain her anger, clenching her teeth. Gathering her energy, she released it into her sword, shouting for the rude woman to die at the hands of her blade. This time, there was determination on the face of the goddess mother. She used the power of the shadow world, while her opponent attacked with the divine punishment technique. At the moment of the attack, a huge ball appeared right in front of the yellow-haired girl, protecting her. Catherine didn't understand what was happening, because there shouldn't be anything in the world that could reflect her blow. To which her opponent stated that these skills were beyond her imagination. Turning to the dragon Iraq, she asked him to help the dark elves overthrow the elf lord. To which the green one immediately said that he understood. He was glad to see his old friend. So, gathering as much air as he could into his lungs, he growled loudly. Immediately, all the tree people launched a new attack straight towards the palace. Naturally, ordinary elf warriors could not hold them back, and new cries began to be heard. The commander of the first detachment, Mihir, asked Mr. Iraq to stop and wait. He didn't understand why their legendary dragon had betrayed them. However, he, with a terrifying look, declared that he had never been loyal to the people who obeyed this elf lord. At that very moment, Mihir began to use his power, asking the dragon not to blame him for the consequences. However, at that very moment, a dark elf appeared behind him, who advised him to worry about himself. Naturally, the yellow-haired man noticed someone approaching from behind. However, it was too late. He missed the attack. His iron defense saved him. Twirling his sword in his hands, the black elf praised the yellow-haired one, while the latter asked in surprise if Shadal was also for the rebels. The black-haired man laughed and replied that he had been with them from the very beginning. Hearing this answer, the commander of the first detachment of elves became very excited, preparing for battle. The elf flying in the sky watched what was happening, not understanding how this had happened. She was the commander of the second squad, Santis. The girl watched as the third squad was attacked by its own subordinates, who were unable to fight back. The fourth and fifth detachments were attacked by wild animals. Looking at the ball with trembling hands, she wondered what she should do. At that very moment, that same dark elf appeared on the battlefield, which shouted that the war against the god of the elves was now officially declared open. Watching all this, the current ruler of the elves could not contain his anger. He asked what was happening right now, what kind of herd had invaded him. At that very moment, a green dragon attacked them from the air. The warrior managed to expose herself to the blow, thereby protecting the man. As soon as the attack ended, a smile appeared on the long-haired man's face. Soaring in the sky, Iraq declared that his army would not stand against them for long, and that today he would part with his life. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the ruler's face, and he asked if the old dragon's eyesight was all right. Loudly declaring that the odds were now 3 against 1, he couldn't believe that the dragon actually thought he could win. But right from behind his back, one of the bodyguards was attacked, and she, in turn, did not expect the blow. It was Qing Tian who sent the elf straight down with her powerful blow. Reacting too late, the man turned to see what was happening. The fair-haired subordinate of Dao herself, with a smile on her face, shouted that the chances were evened out. because now it was 2 against 2. The gray-haired elf rushed forward, intending to deliver one powerful blow. With her blow, she destroyed the shield that enveloped the yellow-haired girl's body. However, at that very second, a new one formed in front of her. The winged elf did not calm down and began to inflict a huge number of blows again. Realizing that she couldn't break through the defense, she began to get angry. In turn, the goddess said that even if a heavenly ranked martial artist were to fight her, she did not think that he would be able to cope with her. As she began to release her power, she asked the girl to surrender. At that very moment, as soon as she released a grain of power, a huge number of tree branches appeared behind her. The goddess shouted that the gray-haired one could not defeat her. Immediately, the branches of the tree began to move from the magic circles at incredible speed towards the mother's opponent. She, in turn, began to dodge the blows, not understanding why this was happening to her. With a shout, she asked the yellow-haired girl why she wanted to destroy the world, asking if she knew how much effort the ruler had put into making the world what it is now. Hearing these words, the elf ruler only sighed heavily. She said she knew peace was not easy to achieve, but right now it was far from ideal. Forming a magic circle, she shouted that with such methods, the elves would never reach it. As soon as the girl finished her speech, a huge chip appeared from the huge magic tree. The elves in the city could only look at the falling meteorite in fear, not understanding what was happening. They realized that this huge stone was falling directly on the Imperial palace. In turn, the elf warrior, having accumulated energy, rushed towards the falling boulder, thinking that the meteorite must not be allowed to harm the ruler in any way. It was with these thoughts that she approached the falling meteorite at supersonic speed. Gathering as much energy as she could, she crashed into him at full speed. With the last of her strength, she tried to stop the meteorite from touching the ground. Right in the air, at the moment the girl touched the stone, a powerful explosion occurred. The debris began to scatter in different directions, and the elf fell from the sky with it. As it fell to the ground, a powerful explosion was heard from the fall, which raised a column of dust behind it. As soon as the dust from the explosion cleared, a gray-haired girl appeared, lying unconscious on the ground. The mother goddess began to slowly approach the one lying on the ground. Looking at the girl, she called her a kind-hearted child. However, the yellow-haired mother understood that this would not change the elven race. At this time, the gray-haired defender, who had been the bailiff, came to her senses and began to laugh loudly. She didn't understand why the elves would change, so she said that they shouldn't do it. This answer greatly surprised the true goddess. The defender took advantage of this, rushing towards her opponent and grabbing her by the legs. The girl did not understand what she was doing, saying that she could not harm her with something like that. However, she laughed and said that this would be quite enough. Enough energy has already accumulated in the sky. The thunderstorm is about to launch its powerful attack. As soon as the yellow-haired girl noticed this, she heard the girl holding her laugh. She screamed that lightning could definitely harm her since she couldn't do it. With madness on her face, she screamed that they would die together. And then, a powerful surge of energy occurred. A huge column of lightning rushed straight toward the girls. The mother goddess understood that she would not have time to dodge. She had fallen into an ambush. At this time, the heavenly Tao intervened and snapped his fingers, thus completely destroying the most powerful attack of the sky. Both girls were surprised. They did not understand where this lightning disappeared to. With a smile on his face, the black-haired guy said that if someone uses heavenly punishment to harm others, it will be punished with an even greater punishment. He told the system that the laws needed to be reviewed again, and the system immediately asked the owner to make amendments. Tao amended that heavenly punishment would only harm the target of the punishment, but would have no effect on others. Others could not help the person who caused heavenly punishment. At this point, he began waving his hand, telling them to continue without paying attention to him. The bailiff, the gray-haired girl, asked the guy who he was, thinking to herself that he was able to easily get rid of the lightning, assuming that the man in front of her was too strong. But she also noticed that the yellow-haired girl was looking at the sky, just like everyone else, who couldn't take their eyes off it. A bloody, long-haired man covered in blood flew straight out of the sky. Iraq spat it out of his mouth, loudly declaring that the elf lord was dead. Each of the standing elves participating in the battle could not believe their eyes. They did not understand how he died. Naturally, the death of the commander led to the flight of his own subordinates. The girl asked the kneeling elf if she wanted to continue, since their master was already dead. She laughed and said that they still didn't understand the seriousness of the threat. Literally immediately after these words, a thick yellow beam struck from the sky. The ruler's protector, spreading her arms, shouted for them to experience the wrath of the Lord God. The mother goddess herself understood what was happening because he came. Immediately after the beam, energy hieroglyphs formed, and behind them a long-haired man appeared. Who said that they even dared to kill his human incarnation? Having warned the green dragon that if he was the son of the Dragon Lord, he would not kill him. At that very moment he looked down, his gaze immediately becoming surprised. He began to carefully examine the girl who was standing next to her subordinate, asking if she really could be reborn. A huge sword began to appear in his hands. He said that the yellow-haired girl could not be left alive. The elves, seeing the appearance of the true ruler, began to chant his name and rejoice at the heavenly appearance. The yellow-haired girl herself, looking at the enemy, thought that the enemy was quite strong. She did not think that even with the help of the World Tree she would be able to defeat him. He had already launched an attack, shouting that the elven goddess must go to hell. A powerful flurry of energy was directed straight towards the girls. The mother goddess raised her shield in fear, realizing that she would not be able to defend herself with it alone. As she thought, her shield was destroyed in an instant. At that very second, right in front of her, our main character appeared and waved his hand. Without any effort, he was able to repel the attack. With malice on his face, he said that the gods from the heavenly world do not respect the laws of the human world at all. In one voice, Qingtian and they began to shout that this was not the way to behave. In turn, the elven god called the black-haired man a spawn of the human world who takes on too much, just because he repelled his attack. The main character didn't pay any attention to this, looking towards the enemy with a gloomy face. And then in an instant, he came so close to him that he couldn't even see him approaching. Dao said that now that he was in the human world, he needed to return back to his world. It was with these words that he dealt a powerful blow to the long-haired man. Naturally, the elven god was unable to dodge the heavenly Dao's attack. The impact was so powerful that the impact caused a roar that could be heard for several kilometers around. The elf flew back into the portal from which he had appeared with incredible speed. Returning to the heavenly world to the palace of the Elf Lord, he flew into it with incredible force, and a roar was heard in the middle of the heavenly world. He broke through the floor with his own body and hit the ceiling, surprising all his subordinates. From this powerful blow, he could not even move, because he took it with his whole body. That's how he fell to the ground, raising all the dust that was in the palace. Everyone immediately started running up to the ruler, asking if everything was okay. Gritting his teeth in anger, he shouted that he would punish the man who dared to go against God. At this time, the main character himself exhaled heavily, shaking his hand from side to side, asking why pretend to be such a strong man if you yourself are nothing special. At this moment, Qingtian turned to the master, proposing to completely destroy the elven kingdom. Naturally, the main character dismissed these thoughts, looking at what was happening from below. The gray-haired girl couldn't believe how this black-haired man was able to kill the Elf Lord with just one blow. Still with the same horror, he turned towards the mother goddess asking who he was. She, exhaling heavily, said, as if she had already said, before her was the real heavenly Tao. Hearing these words, the gray-haired girl immediately fell to her knees. Lowering her head, she also exhaled, realizing what was happening. Tears began to appear on her face, and in a trembling voice she said that this was the end. She couldn't believe that this was the end of Lord Randall. At that very moment, right outside the palace, a green flag with the emblem of a black spider was raised. Tears began to accumulate on the dark elves' faces. With one voice they shouted joyfully, because they were able to fulfill their dream. In turn, the yellow-haired man, trembling, could not accept the fact of his defeat. The dark-haired elf commander shouted that the dark elves needed to kill all the gold elves. They immediately rushed into battle, intending to take revenge for everything that had been done to them. The commander of the first squad shouted and asked why they needed this, since they had already lost. Their master was dead. But the black-haired commander did not hear the enemy's words, preparing to take revenge. He was going to do exactly what they had done to them. But at the very last moment, he stopped, realizing that he would not have time to stop the attack. But he didn't have to stop himself because his goddess did it. Seeing Mistress Grace, the commander did not understand what she was doing. The dark-haired girl asked Shadal to behave more restrainedly. He should not give in to hatred. She didn't want any more deaths. Besides, if they started killing them, then the gold elves would start fighting back. Looking up at the sky, they both saw a bright yellow light flash in the sky. The mother goddess spoke, saying that her dear children, she is the goddess of the first cycle, the creator of the world tree. It was today that she returned again to stop this massacre. After these words, energy began to leak out from the magic circle behind her. The commander of the first detachment, looking at what was happening, was surprised because he found out what was happening. All the wounds that were on the elves' bodies began to heal, and everyone realized that they were facing a real goddess. She, in turn, continued, saying that the elf lord was dead, and her children must get rid of the hatred in their hearts and walk side by side. Having asked, remembering that a dragon slayer can never become a dragon, the elves had to cooperate to reconstruct their homes together. After listening to these words, Dao thought that these words seemed too familiar to him. A few seconds later, on the battlefield, everyone started throwing their swords out of their hands. The black elves fell to their knees and shouted that they were ready to obey the goddess and follow her. In turn, the yellow-haired people continued to look in surprise at the yellow-haired girl. Just a minute later, they looked at each other with a smile on their faces. Kneeling down, they also shouted in one voice that they would obey the goddess. She, seeing this picture, smiled. The goddess was glad that they listened to her. And then, sometime later, while she was observing her world, she heard a familiar voice. Heavenly Tao approached her and said that it was a good speech. She looked like a real goddess. With a satisfied face, the girl said that she still had a long time to deal with the unrest. After all, the gap between the elves is too great, and she alone can maintain harmony between them. But she understood that if she didn't sort everything out in detail, the contradictions would continue to grow. Hearing these words, Heavenly Tao began to applaud. She asked not to mock her. But almost immediately, lowering her gaze and clenching her fist, she said that the Heavenly Tao had granted her the opportunity to control the elves in the third cycle, and she was going to correct all the mistakes. Tao himself raised his finger and said that the current problem was not so insoluble. She immediately approached the guy, asking joyfully if he had really come up with it. She immediately hugged his hand, squeezing it with her chest. With a concerned face, she said that if she could make her people live better, she was willing to pay any price. Seeing this action from the other woman, Qingtian naturally became angry and screamed. Pushing the elf away, Dao asked her to stay a little further. He said they had two problems now: racial tensions and uneven distribution of property. In addition, there are four things that the elves want to change: food and clothing, housing, education, and public safety. With a smile on his face, the black-haired guy said that he could help with this, and she was surprised by the power of Dao. The black-haired man fell silent and smiled, intending to pause. Once he had endured it, he loudly declared that this could be resolved with the help of the elven commune. Naturally, the ruler of the elven race did not understand what was being discussed. After thinking for a bit, the black-haired man explained that it was a public association. Dao began to tell them that in the commune everyone is equal. They only do what they are good at, and the commune provides food and accommodation. He calculated that the elves could produce food themselves. The mother immediately screamed that the lower elves did not have enough food, and all because the nobles were selling food in exchange for repairs. Dao explained that in the future, all products would be distributed equally among all the elves, thus giving the commune a meaning of existence. The goddess understood this because it was easy to figure out food and clothing, but money was needed to build the house. Turning to the side, Dao smiled and said that they had plenty of them. Naturally, the goddess did not understand what the Heavenly Dao meant, so she looked in the direction where he was looking. The commander of the first squad led the imprisoned gray-haired elf. Our main character appeared on their way and blocked their path. He told the mother goddess that it was possible to take away their property. The time has come to eliminate the former nobles completely. The mother goddess listened attentively to every word of the Heavenly Tao, pondering them. After thinking, she raised her hand and declared that the property of the former elf nobles would be sealed, and it was time to create a commune. All the lower elves cried out joyfully in one voice. They immediately began to seal all the things. The dark elves were happy, because they had not seen the nobles so depressed for a long time. In turn, the princess, seeing this, began to shout for the commoners to move away from her things. However, a sharp dagger was immediately placed at her throat, thereby silencing her screams. The dark-haired elf said that the goddess Grace had granted great mercy by leaving her alive, and the girl became frightened. The commander of the first detachment looked towards the arrested. However, he was distracted from this by the main character, who told them that they were losing their status as nobles and would serve for the good of the people, asking them if they agreed. The man bowed his head and nodded his head in the affirmative. But the gray-haired girl immediately shouted that the gold and silver elves were born to rule, declaring that they had only temporarily won. Dao asked why she assumed she was born to rule, and the girl replied that they had different blood, because they were born with noble blood, which is why the Lord God chose them. At that moment, a threatening tone was heard, which addressed Catherine. Immediately, the gray-haired elf's neck was bound with wooden whips. Lifting her into the air, the mother goddess said that this was the last time she would listen to such rudeness, asking her to finally stop. The fair-haired goddess explained that the different races of elves were like the sun, moon, trees, water, earth, and shadows, all different but one. And if the elves under her rule want to prove that they are special, there is only one way. At that moment, a wooden whip threw the girl to the ground, and an earthen tool fell right in front of her. The goddess, looking at her with malice, said that the gray-haired one needed to use her hands to bring her benefit. She was naturally angry upon hearing this, immediately shouting again that they were elves from high society. However, the yellow-haired man silenced her scream by bending down and picking up the weapon. The girl did not agree with me here, but he said that they had lost, so they needed to follow the winners, explaining that he didn't think the elves should share in any way, as it was a divine mistake. These words upset the girl too much. She called him a scoundrel. Dao himself was glad to see such a man. The fair-haired goddess hoped that there would be more elves like me here. The former ruler's protector herself said that the false goddess's rule would lead to the complete destruction of the elves. The goddess herself continued to insist that everyone should work on an equal basis. The gray-haired girl agreed, a smile on her face. She was going to see where this would lead. Watching the work, the goddess was surprised because she did not expect that the silver elves were more prepared than the gold ones. Dao explained this by saying that the silver elves had a greater connection with the Lord God. Now our hero had to decide about housing. The goddess didn't think that with such a high demand they would have time to build everything. Exhaling heavily, the black-haired guy called the girl a silly girl. Grabbing her hand, he began to pull her up. Having said that in that case he would show her everything, she did not understand what the guy was doing. He began to release power with it, activating the magic circle. The world tree activated, all its branches were covered with yellow energy. And just a moment later, with the help of these branches, a dwelling appeared. Seeing this, the mother goddess was glad, because she did not immediately understand the words of the heavenly Tao. Hugging the guy, the yellow-haired girl shouted that she admired him more and more each time. A smile appeared on the girl's face, and now she said what she should do. Holding the guy with her right hand, she raised her left, activating the magic circle again. The tree's branches began to envelop a huge area of the city, and sometime later a huge wooden building appeared. Looking at her, Dao said, like the Library of Elves, he didn't think that she would pay such keen attention to education. Although the mother goddess created books on magic, she should have also created books on literature, language, and arithmetic, because everyone had to understand the basics. The goddess immediately spread her arms and declared that all the books in the library were free, and the elves cried out joyfully upon hearing these words. However, she also said that the silver and gold elves should not rejoice, because they will have to pay for their past sins. Naturally, upon hearing these words, they immediately tensed up, starting to run through the worst-case scenarios in their heads. Their thoughts were interrupted by the goddess, who declared that they would work longer than other races until the blood debt was repaid through labor. Immediately, the gold and silver elves stood in a row. Mihir folded his hands and said that he would lead the golden elves. The gray-haired girl, in turn, again spoke about how she would see what she could come up with. Seeing this attitude on his face, a smile appeared, telling them to keep working. Some time passed, the yellow-haired girl exhaled heavily. Dao, hearing the sighs, asked why she was sighing since the situation had improved, to which the girl replied that she was happy for their positivity. But she was afraid that their enthusiasm would soon evaporate. They were in a great hurry, so they would soon get tired and slow down. After thinking for a while, Dao said that he had an idea about this, and the girl standing next to him was happy to hear this. He proposed to create a system of joint work so that everyone would be on the same level. Everyone will receive a certain amount, and then, at the market, they will be able to spend it all. But this amount is awarded to each employee. It cannot be transferred to anyone else, so everything must go well. Having told, the yellow-haired girl squealed with joy. She shouted that the guy deserved to be a heavenly Tao. she decided to give him a small gift to thank him. Having heard about the gift, the guy naturally did not understand what the girl meant, asking her again, to which she smiled. She loudly declared that she would tell the news from the rebel. Our heroes went to a city where there were small buildings. They walked straight to the Guild of Elven Travelers. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted and were glad to see them. The deeper they went, the more glances they caught. Heavenly Tao walked through the guild and carefully looked at everyone who was there. At some point, they stopped near a wall on which leaflets were hanging. Turning to his companion, he asked if the man she was talking about was not a member of the guild, to which she replied that, of course, the rebels themselves would not be here. Qingtian immediately became angry, asking if she was really trying to deceive the master, but she, waving her hands, said that this was not so, explaining that even though there were no rebels here, they were still connected to the guild. Grabbing the guy's hand, the yellow-haired girl said that before that they should saddle something. Dao nodded in agreement. And so, a few minutes later, our heroes were knocking on the wooden door. The woman inside, with a sweet voice, allowed entry. It was the head of the Guild of Elven Travelers, Rowling. Opening the door, a blonde appeared and immediately apologized for disturbing her. Recognizing the goddess, she asked why she had come, asking what they needed at the Travelers Guild. Without saying anything, the goddess immediately placed a huge stack of leaflets on the table, which surprised the red-haired girl. Coming up, she asked what it was, to which the mother of the elves said that she needed to know their names. Taking the papers and starting to study them, the red-haired woman assumed that this was a list of sold slaves. The goddess said that this was true. The elven emperor was buying and selling his compatriots for his own benefit. The goddess could not allow such mistakes in the future. There was silence in the room for a few minutes, and the red-haired girl reached for the bowl. She understood the goddess perfectly, but she also said that it was not so easy to figure out. At that moment, a dark staff appeared in the hands of the yellow-haired girl. Holding the staff in her hands, the goddess asked, "What if the reward was an artifact from the divine realm?" The guild leader choked upon hearing this. Having asked if she would really give it to him as a reward, the blonde replied that she wouldn't offer it many times. After thinking for a bit, the red-haired woman said that they would gather all the information within a month, but she couldn't give any guarantees, because no one knew whether they were alive or not. At that moment, another artifact appeared in the girl's hands. The goddess said that a week and she would add another artifact. At that moment, they shook hands with the guild leader. And so, having come out, the fair-haired one asked the heavenly Tao to forgive her for the wait. Tao asked about the rebels, to which the mother of the elves asked him to be careful. And then she carefully looked at the wall where the main character was looking. Pointing to one of the posters, she said the rebels were here. The leaflet stated that it was proposed to explore the ruins of ancient times in 100,000 mountains. And so some time passed. Our heroes arrived at 100,000 mountains. They got there with the help of Heavenly Tao's teleportation. They appeared near a huge wall on which a drawing was painted. After looking around a bit, they realized that in front of them was not a wall, but a gate. There was a half-angel, half-demon painted on the wall. Heavenly Tao found it interesting. Qingtian thought for a moment and then said that she had remembered something, which caught the attention of the guy standing next to her. The girl said that this sign belonged to the deity of good and evil, an angel from the West who used Eastern martial arts. She didn't like it very much, so she tore it up. Tao immediately told the girl that it was very cruel. Sometime later, he interrupted the blonde, asking who was the god of good and evil in the second cycle. She deliberately replied that there was nothing to worry about. This was the second disciple of the great heavenly mother of demons. The system immediately said that the great heavenly mother was very strong, but not stronger than the heavenly Tao. At that moment, the black-haired guy exhaled heavily. The predecessor of the heavenly Tao did not restrict cultivators in any way, but only protected them and did not allow them to face dangers outside the worlds. The profound realm was the precursor to the path of heaven, which was used to allow cultivators to explore the dependencies of chaos beyond the realm. However, the cultivators used the path for their own purposes, thereby accumulating strength. Tao declared that cultivators should not limit themselves to this world, but should go further, and then shouted even louder about the need to conquer other worlds. The system said that the guy's ideas were good, but not everyone would act on them. At the moment of conversation, the main character felt a strange feeling behind him. Looking back with a smile on his face, he said that nothing terrible would happen. At that very moment, a huge red dragon was approaching them. Having landed from the dragon, the old man got off, and the men who came up praised the old man for returning. The main character appeared out of nowhere between them and greeted them, which greatly frightened them. Grabbing his weapon, the old man warily asked the boy who he was. Dao touched the weapon with his finger and lowered it, causing the old man's entire body to tremble with tension, and then said that he was just a traveler who wanted to explore the ruins. Gritting his teeth, the mustachioed man thought that the guy in front of him was strong because he was able to suppress him with just one hand. Dao asked if they could go with him to the ruins since it was too dangerous there. Naturally, the old man tried to resist. But then Qingtian appeared from behind him and gave him one last chance, asking again if he would go with her master. Sensing the murderous aura, the old man immediately shouted that they would go together. The guy asked his companion not to push. The old man, feeling that the aura had subsided, immediately exhaled. With an innocent smile on his face, Dao suggested that they go together again. This time they were much more submissive. And so, sometime later, our heroes found themselves in ruins. The black-haired guy asked if they didn't mind talking while they walked. They naturally waved positively, because they had not yet forgotten the murderous aura from these two. After a short pause, Dao asked what was most important to cultivators. The old man tensely asked what the guy wanted to ask, to which the black-haired man replied with a smile that he just wanted to talk. Behind the protagonist, Qingtian spoke in a rough voice for the old man to respond immediately. Usadi immediately began to talk about how hard work and a little luck, whether it be a warrior or a mage, cultivation is very useful. After opening the system, Dao said that in that case, if everyone is born with their own cultivation qualification, he asked the old man which one he would like then. After thinking for a while, the old man said that he did not understand the meaning of the question. Dao, after thinking for a while, said that he would now give an example. When he is born, various elements appear in his body. Abilities can also appear upon reaching a certain age, partnership, weapons, animals, or something like that. The old man said in surprise that animals, partnerships, can not just appear because they must be taken into care. However, Dao said that this was not necessary, citing the example that at the age of 6, one can awaken a weapon or a beast soul, and through cultivation, one can increase one's own strength. Surprised, the man said that he would like to meet such a race, adding that they were just as suitable for battle as dragons. After thinking for a bit, the black-haired man also said that animals of different strengths could appear, and then a new class would emerge that was no different from the previous one. The man responded to this with Dao, saying that with proper cultivation, everyone has a chance, adding that one needs to put in as much effort as possible. Dao thought about it, thinking that the old man thought that cultivation was more important than qualification. The old man himself did not understand why he was asking, because even the girl standing behind him seemed stronger than him. Showing a small distance with his fingers, Dao said that he was only a little interested. At that moment, something began to appear between his fingers, which gradually began to twist. The old man exhaled heavily and did not understand what Dao meant, but nodded his head in agreement. Turning to the girl walking next to him, he said that it was time to talk to her, and she immediately tensed up. Seeing the tension, the boy asked her not to worry about it because he had no evil intentions. The system immediately told the guy that if he had even a little bit of anger, these people would have already died. She folded her fingers and immediately said that she couldn't even imagine how she could help, and she also introduced herself as Xiaoling Meng. Having learned her name, the black-haired man immediately said that she had a beautiful name. Dao asked, as a 4th-rank Eastern monk, what she wanted most. After thinking for a bit, the girl said in a confident voice, "Of course, the root of life." After all, the teacher said that she had no roots of life, so she would not be able to rise above the 5th rank and would not be able to enter the realm of immortals. The system immediately reminded the guy that the root of life was already more than 240 years old. For a 4th-rank monk, it still had 60 years left. After a short conversation with the Dao system, he switched back to the girl, saying that her efforts were not in vain. Cultivation, the path against the sky. If she cannot achieve the best result, then she will simply turn to dust. Hearing these words, the black-haired guy exhaled angrily. Trying not to show his anger, he asked why they all thought that cultivation was against heaven. She immediately stated that the teacher told her about this, because cultivation is an act of seizing the luck of heaven and earth, as well as strengthening one's body, so they believe that this is a punishment from heaven. Starting to scratch his head, Dao asked why she considered this some kind of exam, but without waiting for an answer, he continued to talk about how only if you pass the exam will you become a person of a higher rank. After all, if heaven didn't want cultivators to become stronger, punishment would not be long in coming. Once they cross the line, inevitable punishment awaits them. After thinking for a moment, the girl said that the words of the Tao had meaning, but she also said that she always thought that hard work was much more important than talent. The guy nodded positively after hearing this. Their conversation was interrupted by a bright light that began to creep in front of the cave. They came out into an open area, and right in front of them a pit with a gate appeared. Having activated his power, Heavenly Tao asked the girl to listen to his advice. With the utmost seriousness, Tao stated that perseverance was very important for cultivators. Taking off with his companion, he also added that he asked about everything they wanted. The whole crowd, looking towards the departing pair, asked only one question. Who were they? Having flown as high as possible, Tao said that the problem was clear. Qingtian immediately asked if she should kill this group, to which she was immediately refused. The guy was saying that all cultivators know that hard work is more important than talent, but they would still like to have more talent. After some thought, he decided to give everyone the same talent. The blue-haired girl said with a smile on her face that it was a great idea. After all, the best talent is to be loyal to Lord Heavenly Tao, Qingtian believed. Tao himself said that he wanted to give cultivators the same amount of talents, but distribute them differently among everyone. And cultivators only had to distribute their talents properly. Hearing this, Qingtian immediately shouted that her master was right. The protagonist, while doing his work, noticed that the gates inside this pit began to open. The chain was broken in an instant, and a huge force emanated from the open room. Every member of the group that was inside began to rejoice, because they felt this power, deciding that they were about to make a breakthrough. Qingtian immediately shouted to the master that this was not a relic, but a mysterious kingdom. Now Tao understood everything. The goddess of good and evil was not dead. The blue-haired girl immediately tensed up upon hearing these words. Seeing the tension in his companion, the guy gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He said that it was very good that she was alive, because he could discuss a lot with her. Seeing such a reaction, the girl immediately became excited, thinking that the master was comforting her. She thought that in the master's heart there was only her. Tao himself at that moment said that he didn't think that the goddess was in a good position, otherwise it wouldn't have made such a noise. Concentrating his power on his eye, he activated his unique vision. Seeing that the ruins did not release any aura, but in fact, they were only feeding on the energies of the cultivators. Clenching her fists, the blue-haired girl immediately screamed that they were trying to resurrect her. She was about to rush into battle, but Tao stopped her again, asking her to be calm, asking if the goddess could not simply resurrect herself. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, the energy began to rise upwards, and Tao declared that if this was not the case, he himself would bring it back to life. The group of people themselves were overjoyed. They couldn't stop shouting, because everyone thought they were about to break through. Tao himself studied the aura, and having understood where the most powerful aura came from, he specifically looked for where the goddess was. And sometime later, he saw a huge crystal, realizing that the goddess was here. The black-haired guy waved his arms and told her to come out. At that very second, the crystal exploded, its fragments flying in different directions, raising a column of dust. A few seconds later, the dust began to settle, and a silhouette appeared in the place where the crystal had stood. In the place where the crystal was, Tao saw the goddess of good and evil lying unconscious. The black-haired boy looked closely at the black-haired girl's body. Qingtian herself did not understand why Tao helped the goddess, but he explained that if he did not help her, then she would be able to do it herself a little later, stating that this was no reason to get stressed. Seeing the state of the cultivators below, the guy assumed that they were about to die. The old man himself thought to himself that his affairs were bad, because his energy was beginning to disappear, and his body needed it more and more. He folded his fingers and released the power, and a red dragon immediately appeared next to him. Having asked Anlu if everything was okay with him, the dragon began to share his energy with the old man. The duo realized that something was wrong here, because the energy began to move in one direction. Something was trying to pull them inside. One of the young men rushed inside, intending to absorb as much power as possible. The others rushed after him, each believing that he would become stronger. The old man himself had already reached the 5th rank, so he decided that it was better to leave. As he mounted the dragon, he thought that these ruins would bring a lot of problems. Just a few seconds later, the dragon flew into the air, and the girl Dao was talking to remained sitting on the ground. Her eyes began to glow scarlet. She thought that the old man and the dragon were cowards. She didn't think that energy would fill her body, and she would be able to break through to the 5th rank. A crazy smile appeared on her face. She thought that these ruins were very strange, but she could get enormous benefits from them. Taking off from her place, she got ahead of everyone, rushing forward. The girl was going to achieve great results. Qingtian herself turned her gaze in a completely different direction. Having told his master that the changes in energy had attracted people, Dao expected something similar. Having said that it was time for them to go, they disappeared from the place from which they had been observing what was happening. The distraught people ran as far inside as possible. Looking into the column of dust, they shouted in one voice that all the energy was gathering in the center of this dust. Each of them wanted to gather as much strength as possible, when suddenly one of the men screamed. Qingtian approached him and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. The others immediately stopped in fear, hearing the girl say that her master had business here. The blue-haired girl said as calmly as possible that there was no place for slackers to be here. Our main character appeared behind her and turned to his companion. Approaching the goddess, he asked her not to let anyone get close to him, but she was not supposed to kill anyone. As soon as the magic circle was activated, the goddess's body began to heal. Seeing this, the men shouted that the mistress was being resurrected. They believed that the black-haired woman had powerful relics. They didn't want to give this weapon to anyone, deciding that together they could deal with this woman. She, having heard these conversations, changed her face, warning the crowd that they should not disobey her master. But they no longer heard her. All their thoughts were only about strength. They pounced on Qingtian, intending to kill. The blue-haired girl dodged the blows with maximum ease, while striking at your opponents, trying to restrain yourself as much as possible. But this crowd was not going to retreat. They attacked our heroine again and again. However, even several minutes later, not a single blow reached her. She, in turn, scattered her opponents in different directions with the utmost ease. Some of them decided that she was distracted, so they had a chance to get to the guy. But here too, Qingtian succeeded. She was not going to let anyone go further. The Heavenly Dao subordinate thought that they would stop attacking if they saw her strength. However, the attacks continued. They were determined to kill her, attacking not one by one, but as a crowd, so that at least someone hits her. One of the men thought he had a chance, so he jumped up and was about to strike from the air. But Qingtian was stronger and faster than them, taking advantage of one of the attackers. She successfully dodged, slamming the head of the one she used to dodge the blow into the ground. At some point, she even found it fun to play with them, having decided to press the second one into the ceiling as well, hanging it next to the first one. A few seconds later, Qingtian was already thinking that it was too much trouble since she had to hold back. The duo took advantage of this, thinking that the girl would not notice them if they were fast. The closer they got to the Heavenly Dao, the more the boys thought that the black-haired weakling that the girl was protecting was. The Heavenly Dao himself exhaled heavily and did not understand why he always had to intimidate people. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers again. Immediately, a huge magical circle of bright green light appeared right under their feet. Literally a moment later, the circle became so large that it eclipsed the entire room. And so, there were only 3 left in the room. It was a teleportation portal. All the people were transported 200 kilometers from the ruins. Immediately, each of them realized who they had met. Because their opponents were at least 7th rank, they decided that they had met a god. Dao himself sighed heavily, saying that his companion had disobeyed the order, because if he had not managed to teleport them, she would have killed them. Turning to the side, the black-haired man with a smile on his face asked who was hiding there. A small leg appeared from behind the wall. And after her, the girl herself, who with a crazy face said that His Excellency was amazing, she stayed to cast aside her doubts. Dao himself stated that, according to them, the owner of the relic was previously very strong. He wished the girl that she would be able to continue her cultivation path without any dangers in the near future, and she thanked the guy in return. Turning around, she said that it was time for her to go. Dao himself thought that this little one had become much stronger after she had absorbed the demonic energy. Turning towards the goddess, the guy said that she had been eavesdropping for too long, ordering her to come to her senses. There was total silence in the hall. The aura stopped being absorbed. Literally a second later, the black-haired goddess opened her eyes, immediately rushing towards the exit, trying to get to it as quickly as possible. The black-haired man waved his finger and asked the girl if she really enjoyed running so much right after being resurrected. After waving her hand, the girl flew into the ground under a strong pressure of energy. Slowly, our heroes approached the girl lying on the ground. Qingtian, wringing her fingers, said that her master did not allow anyone to leave. Recognizing Qingtian, the black-haired girl immediately clenched her teeth, beginning to guess who was standing in front of her. Seeing this reaction, Heavenly Tao said with the utmost cold-bloodedness that she was thinking correctly. Raising his head proudly, the black-haired man arrogantly declared that he was the Lord of Heavenly Tao. Looking at the guy, the girl thought that he had great strength. She could not resist. She understood that fighting the man was not an option. Her only option was to run. Snapping his finger, still in the same voice, the guy asked why she liked running so much. At that very second, her whole body was bound with chains. She did not understand how this happened. At that moment, Qingtian approached her, saying that if she made even one more move, he would kill her. Approaching his subordinate, Dao said that he had just brought her back to life, and she immediately let go of the girl. Standing in front of the black-haired girl, Dao said that he was not going to introduce himself to her anymore. He had resurrected her in order to talk. The black-haired girl said tensely that they had nothing to talk about. With a heavy sigh, Heavenly Tao said that she seemed to have misunderstood something. Bending down towards her, he said that he had resurrected her, which meant that she could not escape his questions. Touching her with his finger, Dao said that her body could resist, and then asked if her mind could. Trembling, the black-haired goddess asked the Heavenly Tao what he wanted to ask her. At this time, her body was still constrained by the master's power, not allowing her to move. The guy himself, smiling, said that if only she had such zeal before. Raising one finger, the boy said the first question was what her plans were for the rebels. She immediately frowned and replied that she had no idea. Qingtian, who was standing behind the black-haired girl, shouted that she was a liar. Dao himself, smiling, said that there was a plan, but she didn't know it. And she, lowering her gaze, said that she didn't say that she had one. Raising his second finger, the boy asked a second question. Was her mentor, the great mother of demons, dead? The veins on the goddess's face bulged with anger, and she said angrily that the Tao knew this much better than she did. After thinking for a bit, the boy said that even if she could be resurrected, he didn't think that she would die so easily. Therefore, he immediately activated his unique vision, analyzing his interlocutor. He said that her powers were weak, so he was not surprised if she did not know about her plans. Raising the third question, he asked why she was against heaven. Hearing this question, the girl's face changed. She lowered her gaze and thought, and then she loudly declared that if heaven was merciless, she would stand up against it. Hearing this answer, the black-haired man laughed, and she immediately asked tensely what was so funny. Wiping away his tears, Dao asked if he could translate, as he did not understand what ruthlessness meant. The black-haired woman said that she perceives everything that exists as dogs, her subjects, and does not value anyone and does not take anyone into account. Having heard this answer, the black-haired boy said that there was a continuation, and then, with a gloomy face, he declared that saints perceive people as dogs. He asked what the attitude of cultivators towards ordinary people was, adding that the girl should know better than anyone else. He wondered if there was any difference between cultivators and the heavens. She immediately screamed, saying that Dao had turned away from the path of cultivation and had started taking resources from others. Lost in thought, Dao was surprised that the girl thought he had turned away from this path, but he understood what she meant. With a gloomier face, the girl looked at the main character, stating that everyone is dead because of them. The black-haired man stopped these words, telling her to wait. Lost in thought, he said that Qingtian should have killed her at a lower level, but he didn't understand how she knew that the other rebels were dead. Looking away, the goddess of good and evil began to try to talk her way out of it, speaking incoherent sentences. Looking towards the girl, Heavenly Tao fell silent and began to examine her carefully. In just a few seconds, he stated that this was her plan, to let everyone die. Qingtian, hearing such words from her master, asked him what he meant, and he, after thinking, answered that the Heavenly Tao is a higher being, so he clearly will not pay attention to the death of any rebels. People were given the opportunity to go against the heavens. However, his companion did not understand these thoughts either, because no one posed any threat to her master. Approaching the blonde, the black-haired boy put his hand on her head. They said that they could not defeat him, but they could suppress his power, and in the end, they would overcome Dao. Therefore, he assumed that the rebels should be gathering strength right now. Qingtian immediately said tensely that they must not allow their plan to be carried out. She was going to sort everything out. But the black-haired hero declared that it was up to him to decide what to do. The blonde continued to look towards the dark-haired one, frightening her with her gaze. Raising his hand again, Heavenly Dao said that he had decided to let her go. The girls immediately jumped up in surprise, screaming in unison. The black-haired goddess did not understand what goal Dao was trying to achieve, and he said that there was none. He was simply going to let her go after the conversation. Naturally, the goddess of good and evil immediately tensed up because she thought that something was wrong here. She began to pull off her robe, playing the guy's words over and over in her head. But then, she abruptly threw it off herself, pointing her finger towards the heavenly Dao. She screamed, saying that she thought he was up to something and that he thought she was a fool. With a trembling voice, the black-haired girl called Dao a scoundrel. She shouted that they would still see how he could control her. Seeing the girl's appearance, Qingtian immediately shouted at her to put her clothes on first. He immediately started trying to close the guy's eyes and continued to grumble. Dao pushed Qingtian away and told her to let him finish. He told the black-haired girl that if he wanted to leave a mark, even her mentor wouldn't be able to erase it. With a rough voice and a serious look, the black-haired girl said that she had no idea what kind of games he was playing. And then she began to fly away into the sky, adding that sooner or later they would definitely overthrow him. Dao himself watched for a few more minutes as the girl flew away into the distance. Qingtian, who was standing nearby, did not understand why Dao was letting her go so calmly, continuing to grumble angrily about it. The black-haired man himself answered her that everything was fine, because the goddesses of the White Times were returning to heaven. He was interested in what to expect from the gods of the new cycle. The system immediately asked the heavenly Dao about systemic reform, but he replied that it was not that important. Opening the system window, she asked him to indicate the deadlines. Dao began to move his fingers along the opened window and said that the reforms concerned only people, as well as animals, plants, and inanimate things that could generate spiritual wisdom. He set the qualifications of each person to 100, but the talents of each person were different. But the total number had to be the same. The system said it wasn't difficult, but she didn't understand why talents would be assigned randomly, since cultivators could end up with low qualifications. And Dao explained that the total number would be the same in any case. The qualifications could be different, and a person would have the right to decide which side he would develop. As soon as a person turns 12, a library opens for him, and everyone can choose what they want to develop more. The system asked the guy if this would lead to a sharp increase in the number of cultivators in chaos. But Dao, with a smile on his face, stated that this was the main problem. Therefore, they would not participate in the initial distribution of power. He hoped that everyone would be able to work together and ensure a more prosperous future for themselves. Having heard all these words, naturally the protagonist's companion immediately began to praise him. The main character himself interrupted her, saying that it was time for them to return to the elven forest. And so, after some time, our heroes found themselves in the elven forest. The black-haired boy immediately went to watch what was happening and the work of the elves. After observing for a while, he came to the conclusion that the elven commune was working as it should. Suddenly, right from behind him, someone called his name. It was the yellow-haired one who didn't understand what the guy was doing here. And she also didn't understand why the goddess of good and evil returned to heaven during her prime. Laughing awkwardly, Dao said that he didn't expect the goddess to find out about this so quickly. The mother of the elves herself also said that the gods then united and expelled her, and even invited Grace to the meeting of the gods. With a smile on his face, Dao asked if they weren't revolutionaries, to which she immediately shouted that that wasn't entirely true. With her head bowed, the girl explained that the gods needed believers most of all. The gods that existed today would never want to share their believers with the ancient gods. After thinking for a while, Dao said that it is the good gods who help believers solve problems. Besides, there was something else that Dao wanted to say when he said that the newborn elves would be different from those living now. The blonde immediately ran up to the crowd, asking what Dao had done with the elves, and he explained that it was not only with them, but with all newborns, explaining that he had adjusted the qualifications of each creature so that they could cultivate. Qingtian pulled away the thoughtful goddess, who was thinking that there was something wrong with these words of the Dao. But the guy asked her not to worry, saying that he was most concerned about the human race. The mother of the elves deliberately said that if the Empress found out about this after her resurrection, she would definitely fight him. But the black-haired man, with a smile on his face, declared that she would work with him. Qingtian proudly shouted that the master should not worry, because if the Empress came, she would sort everything out. They were distracted from their dialogue by a subordinate who ran up and addressed the goddess. She didn't understand why he panicked and asked what had happened, to which the man, with a trembling voice, shouted that the deity was here. A man was flying on a huge yellow dragon. The dragon asked Joel not to be nervous when they negotiated with the elves, to which the man said to his comrade that he felt as if the atmosphere of the elven forest had changed. But the dragon continued speaking, saying that they just needed to demonstrate their strength. The elves working in the city, seeing the flying dragon, began to run away in panic in different directions. Without waiting for any action, as soon as the dragon flew up to the city, it immediately struck. Naturally, the elves did not expect this. They did not understand what had happened. As soon as the dust began to clear, a man in armor appeared, who, holding a scroll in his hands, shouted and asked where the new ruler of the elves was. Stating that he was waiting for the opportunity to introduce himself, he hoped that the new elf lord would be able to honor the agreements made between the elf emperor and the deity. Our three watched this, standing on the rock. Dao, seeing this attack, laughed, because it was stupid. At that moment, the goddess's body began to be covered with energy, and branches of the world tree appeared, who in an instant grabbed the scroll in the man's hands, and then they delivered it to the goddess, who was still standing in the same place. Opening it, she began to read carefully while the man in armor asked the girl who she was. The scroll stated that resources and donations must be provided to the human race annually, even if human nobles commit crimes in elven territory. In other words, it was a slave exchange agreement, and a flame immediately appeared near the girl, and she was angry, asking if he really thought she would honor this agreement. Grabbing his sword, the man declared that if she was just as picky, they shouldn't blame him for the consequences. Additionally, after shouting for his dragon, Knowles fought alongside him. But he, raising his paw, immediately brought the man to his knees with a light touch. And then he bent down himself. The dragon said that Joel Ele was too young and ignorant. He asked for forgiveness in his place. Naturally, the man in armor did not understand what was happening, but he felt a terrifying tension. The man immediately began asking the dragon what he was doing and why he stopped him. Knowles responded by calling the guy an idiot and ordering him to shut up. The blonde said in a gloomy voice that she thought it was a golden dragon, and then a magical sign appeared behind her. The girl recognized Knowles, the son of the Dragon Mother, saying that they had seen each other about 20,000 years ago. Lost in thought, the man said that the blonde had been well preserved over such a long period of time. The yellow dragon explained to the man that in front of him was the ruler of the elves, and in terms of influence, she was old enough to be his grandmother. And then he spoke tensely, as if he ruled the elves. Then everything was fine. They would fly away now. Having let the man go, he showed him with his whole appearance that they needed to leave as quickly as possible. But she, with the most eerie aura, ordered them to stop. Still releasing a murderous aura, she asked if they really thought they could leave the elven forest so easily. The dragon tensed up even more, asking what she was going to do, to which the mother of the elves stated that she wanted them to return all the elven slaves. Hearing these words, the man shouted that even if she was the goddess of the elves, this request was impossible to fulfill. And then he shouted even more rudely that they had signed a treaty with the former lord of the elves, and that the elves that were given to them were the property of the Holy Throne. The yellow-haired girl lowered her gaze and laughed hysterically, saying that she had expected such an answer. At that very second, a ball appeared in her hands, and she declared that from the very beginning she had a slightly different plan. Gradually, two men standing at the door appeared in the magic circle. The door began to open. It was somewhere in the dungeon of the Holy Throne. With a smile on his face, the man asked the man who had come out if he had finished, since it was his turn now, and the man, trying to catch his breath, said that there was no need to rush. And then he looked towards the room with the most obscene look possible. Near two tied-up half-naked elf girls stood two men who were touching them. One of them grabbed the purple-haired girl's chest and began to lick her cheek, declaring that he would play with her later. The second one also began to pull his hand inside the dark-haired one, while she was shaking. At that very second, a clot of energy began to appear right behind them. A dagger pierced his back and blood began to fly in all directions. And right after that, the second one died. The girls did not understand what was happening. As soon as the men standing at the door saw this, they immediately screamed out loud that they were being attacked. But it was too late. The dark elf approached them with incredible speed. The standing girl said that it was time to pay for their crimes. The bound elves asked the two in fear who they were. The girl with her face covered approached and asked her relative not to worry, explaining that the new ruler of the elves had ordered them to be taken home. All this was broadcast through that very ball in the hands of the elven goddess. With a trembling voice, the man in armor said that with this action they had just declared war. But the goddess, with her head held high, said that the holy throne had never been their goal. They had only aimed their weapons at those who threatened the elves. They penetrated everywhere where the elves were in danger and rescued them from there. They saved everyone in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, the energy projected the face of the mother goddess, looking threateningly towards the two. Naturally, the man, feeling this incredible power, could only watch in fear. Seeing this reaction, the goddess smiled and pointed to the broken building. She told them to repair the destroyed building before leaving. The duo immediately set to work and immediately agreed to it. Dao, observing this, said that she almost declared war on the people. This time they decided to play for high stakes. To which she replied that, judging by what she sees in front of her now, people are nothing. As he left, Dao said that he thought that under her leadership the elven commune would work stably, and also said that he would visit them sometimes to see their progress. Naturally, the girl asked in surprise if Dao was already leaving, to which the black-haired man nodded his head, saying that she only needed to be responsible for the elves, and he for all the other inhabitants of the world. The long-haired girl immediately approached the guy, silently grabbing his hand. Her whole body turned red. She tried to put some words together, but she didn't succeed right away. Once she caught her breath, she sheepishly asked the guy if he could stay with her for a while. Qingtian immediately appeared, lifted the girl up, and began to shout that she would not let her do anything to her master. After thinking about it, the mother goddess became even more embarrassed, because she did not understand how she could say such a thing. The dark-haired woman standing behind her thoughtfully said that she shouldn't talk to her mistress like that. Seeing Grace, the yellow-haired girl called out to her happily, and then she threw herself into her arms with tears in her eyes, thinking to herself that she had helped her. Grace immediately began her report, saying that a hot spring with healing properties had just been dug in the eastern part of the suburbs. Hearing about the source, the goddess immediately screamed, as if she meant exactly this one. And then, turning towards the guy, she added that they founded the elf commune thanks to him, so she thought that he should be thanked. The system told Dao that proper rest would help him increase his ability to work and his physical strength, and the boy himself became interested in this idea. Having said that he would stay, the goddess turned away and joyfully thought that she had succeeded. And so, sometime later, our heroes arrived at a hot spring under the roof. The goddess asked Dao if she should send girls to wash him, but she immediately received a refusal. Qingtian, following Dao, shouted that she was enough for the master. And so, the main character entered the men's room. The protagonist's companion, who came in with a worried look, asked for permission to help him. However, he immediately showed her the door, saying that no one was allowed to enter here, especially her. Sitting on the ground with her cheeks puffed out, Qingtian nodded, saying she understood. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a wall on which signs were hanging. The men's and women's rooms were located as close as possible. A sinister smile appeared on her face. She had come up with something that the heavenly Dao would clearly not like. Approaching the entrance to the men's room, she picked up the sign and removed it. Following this, she did the same with the female one. Having swapped them, the blue-haired girl looked towards the doors with a satisfied smile. She thought that in this way she would not disobey the master's order, because she was going to the women's spring. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly and began to look around. Thinking that she felt a rather familiar aura, she was sure that she couldn't be mistaken. An aura appeared right there where she stood, and she decided to solve the problem. At this time, total silence reigned in one of the huge halls. The man standing in front of the huge mirror addressed the white-haired girl as a goddess of light. She said in the calmest possible tone that the elf lord had been resurrected. The old man, who was kneeling, began to shout that this was so, and also added that she had ordered the Holy See to return all the elves by starting a secret armed covert operation. The goddess, still in a calm voice, replied that Autumn was restless this time, adding that the elf could return them if she wanted. But the old man did not understand this. Because they had a contract that they signed, he was stunned, The elves were the property of the throne. Opening her eyes, the girl asked more rudely if the old man was trying to interrogate her, but he immediately lowered his head and in a trembling voice began to say that this was not so. Again calmly, the goddess spoke of how, in the future, if the human world were to discover the remains of the past cycle, people from the Holy See would be sent to set things right. She also said that if the old man discovered anything, he should immediately report it to her. He bowed and said that he understood the order. As soon as the connection was broken, the blonde goddess exhaled heavily, and then her eyes filled with malice. She angrily said that she would not return her believers to anyone. At the same time, Qingtian was flying somewhere at incredible speed. Stopping, she looked around, realizing that the energy she had been feeling was gone. Suddenly she screamed, because she needed to return as quickly as possible, because her master would soon finish taking a bath. She turned around and ran back the other way, praying that he would wait for her. At this time, steam was seeping from the hot springs. The goddess, walking next to Grace, said that the further they go into the depths of the springs, the more pleasant the aura. The elf mother also noted that the hot springs should be available to all elves, and the dark-haired one agreed with her. Then Grace threw the things in her direction, saying that they would discuss the opening after the goddess had rested. The blonde didn't understand whether she was not going to go with her, to which her assistant turned around and said that she would come later, since now she needed to get information from the rescued elves. The dark-haired girl asked the goddess not to worry, and she thanked her friend in response. And so, entering the girl's room, the goddess began to undress. To keep her hair from getting wet, she tied it up. Slowly, she took off her things, thinking that this was her first rest in a long period of time. She was going to enjoy this day to the fullest. Taking the towel in her hands, she began to wrap it around herself. And then she walked slowly towards the entrance, right in the hot water. Looking around, she thought that it wasn't entirely comfortable to be here alone. But putting these thoughts aside, she moved on, right into the hot water. Before this, she stopped at the wall with water and examined it carefully. She was delighted because her smart children had learned to use magic to build houses. Sitting on one of these logs, she touched the wall, thereby activating the magic circle. Water of a pleasant temperature immediately began to flow out of it. Pouring water over her body, the mother goddess rejoiced because she had not been so calm for a long time. But almost immediately she felt sad, because after the departure of the heavenly Tao, she would have to solve the problems of the commune on her own. At that very moment, a male voice was heard behind her, which said that the Lord of the Elves must believe in his own strength. Naturally, the blonde was surprised by this turn of events and turned back, and the heavenly Tao continued, saying that the commune was an important point, and he believed that with its abilities it could be managed well. But the goddess herself was no longer quite listening to the guy. She shouted loudly at him, asking what he was doing there. Having immediately started covering all parts of his body, the guy himself did not understand such a reaction. And then he stood up abruptly. All parts of his body became visible to the girl. While wiping, he called this situation interesting because he thought that she was eager to attack him. But the girl immediately began to deny it, shouting that she would never do this. And then she asked tensely if maybe he wanted to do it himself, since it was a women's bathroom and he shouldn't have been peeking. After thinking for a while, the protagonist asked if Qingtian was standing in her way, to which the goddess replied that she had not seen her. Naturally, the black-haired guy immediately became thoughtful, assuming that something had happened to her. Dao was distracted from his own thoughts by the voice of a girl who addressed him. She sheepishly asked him to cover himself as she was still there. As he began to approach the girl, the black-haired man laughed, saying that he didn't think that the elf goddess would be so embarrassed when she saw the head of a man. Naturally, she immediately began to refuse, asking him not to approach. Coming as close as possible to the girl, the guy told her not to worry, because he wasn't going to do anything to her. But without waiting for an answer, he said that if she was still worried, then he had something. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers again, releasing some of his power. At that very second, steam rose straight from his body, darkening the surrounding area. As soon as she laughed, the mother goddess, looking towards Dao, screamed. She was surprised, never expecting to see anything like this in her life. The heavenly Tao that stood before her turned into a woman. There was absolutely no sign of a guy, even the trunk was gone, the girl thought. Having come to her senses, the elf goddess asked if the heavenly Tao was really a girl, to which the main character replied with a smile on his face, saying that he had no gender and could take revenge at his own discretion. Hearing these words, the girl immediately closed her mouth in horror, lowering her gaze downwards. And then, falling, she began to release from her mouth all the food she had taken today. Looking at the trembling goddess, Tao asked if she was okay. But she, raising her trembling hand, asked him not to come near her, explaining that his appearance brought back terrible memories of the past. The system explained that its appearance must be exactly the same as that of the second cycle heavenly Tao. Tao leaned towards the girl and asked if he should change back, to which she said that everything was fine. She asked to give her a little time to get used to it because everything happened too suddenly. Looking at the girl, heavenly Tao did not quite understand her, but decided to remain silent. Realizing that she needed time, he smiled and sat down next to her. And then he reached for that very washer and turned on the water. There was silence between our heroes. The girl looked attentively towards Tao, while he was taking a bath, smiling and carefree. The black-haired woman said that the elven commune would face many problems in the future, but he believed that she would cope well. This time the elf smiled and said that she would do everything in her power. Regardless of what had happened before, now she wanted to thank Tao as much as possible for everything he had done for the elves. She wanted to thank him even if it was an experiment for Tao. She didn't know how to thank him. After a short pause, heavenly Tao laughed and said that he had an idea. And after these words, a smile appeared on his face. So, sometime later, the yellow-haired girl shyly asked Tao if he really wanted this, since it was her first time. To which he sheepishly said that there were no strangers here, he wanted to feel comfortable. Raising her trembling hands, the mother goddess spoke just as embarrassedly as she began. She began running her hands over Tao's back and asked him if he liked it, to which he praised her in response. At some point, Tao even asked to press harder, at which time legs appeared from the changing room. Qingtian came out of it and immediately shouted, calling out to her master. As soon as the elf ruler saw her, she immediately screamed at the top of her voice. Qingtian herself immediately tensed up and looked around. But in the very place where the heavenly Tao sat with the elf goddess, there was no one left. Using his power, he made them invisible by closing the blonde's mouth. Tao whispered in the girl's ear to be quieter. Otherwise, Qingtian would discover them. The elven mistress immediately began to imagine what would happen if this madwoman saw them. Seeing the reaction, Tao smiled, realizing that the girl understood everything. After carefully looking around, Qingtian began to descend into the water. She was sulking because she thought her master had already left. But then she disappeared from her place, grabbing the blonde by the back, shouting that she caught her. The elf mother thought that she was about to be killed, and Qingtian herself was surprised that it was an elf. Our main character appeared next, and naturally his companion immediately began to get angry. Exhaling heavily, he ordered the elf to be released. He pointed his finger at the turquoise-haired girl's forehead and said that the problem was that it was her fault she came here. She didn't understand why the gentleman had to change his appearance. After thinking for a while, Tao realized that there was no longer any need for this. So he raised his hand again and snapped his fingers. Having transformed back into a guy, Qingtian immediately began to close the blonde's eyes. Behind the screen, everyone was discussing that their mistress was there. Coming out, they shouted in one voice that they had arrived. Seeing a rather unpleasant picture, clearly not what they expected, the crowd began to apologize, asking forgiveness for the disturbance. And so, some time passed, our heroes went to the main building of the elven forest. Already sitting inside, the elf goddess exhaled heavily. Having said that her reputation was ruined, Qingtian still showed dissatisfaction, because the mother of the elves had seen her master's naked body. Tao himself offered to endure their memory, but the goddess refused. Grace immediately interrupted her friend, asking if she didn't want it. Then why was she worrying about it? But without waiting for an answer, the dark-haired girl immediately took out a scroll, saying that news had arrived. Having read that the army of the Holy See had crossed their border, a huge army with dragons moved through the elven forest. Suddenly, the red dragon stopped. Its rider shouted that the invasion of the elven territory was beginning. The walking people discussed that they had long wanted to attack the elves. They imagined the naked bodies of the elven women, thinking that they would do with them whatever they wanted. Besides, there was a lot of money to be made from selling elves. The old man walking ahead called them greenhorns, breathing heavily, because they knew absolutely nothing about war. The younger one asked if the old man was too nervous, since they were an Imperial army, 30,000 strong. And then he asked why he was so scared. The man with the scar on his face ignored the question, exhaling heavily. And then, after a short pause, He answered with a gloomy face that he was here because of an order. At that very moment, a rather cool breeze began to blow. At that moment, their commander shouted loudly, giving everyone a signal. The 1,000-strong army immediately stopped, and a roar was heard from behind the armor. They assumed a fighting stance, preparing to receive the attack. Suddenly, they heard terrifying sounds and began to look up at the sky. As soon as they raised their heads, a huge shadow covered most of the army. A wooden man appeared and stood right in front of them. A goddess sat on his shoulder and said that people who entered the elves' territory without permission had to leave immediately. However, they only started joking about the fact that she was left here all alone. One of the subordinates suggested to his general to take this girl as a slave, but she continued to say that she was warning them for the last time. She asked them to leave this area immediately. The general asked if they thought they would simply forget about their attacks. After all, they have lost too many, so they are going to respond in kind. The heavenly Tao intervened in their conversation, saying that he would give him advice. The black-haired man said that if the general left with his army, he would save the lives of his comrades. Immediately, a dark aura was felt around. The general angrily asked Tao if he was really threatening him. But without waiting for any answer, he immediately raised his sword above his head, giving the order for them to begin the attack. Immediately, a huge army, shouting that they would capture the elves today, rushed into the attack. In one voice, they shouted forward, starting to move straight towards the wooden man. Seeing this reaction, the heavenly Tao realized that neither side was able to reach an agreement. The system asked which side Tao would help, to which he threw up his hands, saying that it had nothing to do with him. The mother of the elves herself summoned the staff into her hands. She prepared to attack. Raising it above her head, she commanded the forest to wake up. Immediately, various sounds began to be emitted in the forest, and the wind rose even stronger. The trees that had stood motionless began to open their eerie eyes. Just behind the huge army, the trees came to life and began to move. People saw this for the first time. They were scared. And then, literally a moment later, their line was broken. They did not understand what was happening around them right now. At one point, they even considered fleeing the battlefield. But then, the one who had campaigned the most about escape lost his head. The general said angrily that they must maintain formation so that he could defeat the enemy. And then, in an even rougher voice, he added that the fugitives would be executed immediately. And so his dragon hit one of the trees. The general ordered everyone to gather. The mages immediately activated, starting to cast a fire spell, intending to destroy the trees first. Upon receiving the order, they immediately launched fireballs towards the trees. The forest began to be engulfed in flames. The wood was weak against the fire. At that moment, the system said that the reason why people become stronger is because they have learned to act together. Tao agreed with the system's opinion. However, there was a big but. He explained to his faithful partner that the outcome had long been predetermined, and at that very second, all the flames disappeared. Once again, the trees began to attack the people as they screamed for mercy. The mother goddess herself flew, rising high into the sky. Floating in the air, she watched what was happening carefully. Seeing his opponent, the general rushed towards her, intending to deal with her first. However, she whispered the spell again. Immediately, magical circles appeared around the man's body, from which tree branches emerged, binding him. Trembling, the man said that no one from the human world could possess such power. He did not understand who was standing in front of him. In response, the girl raised her staff above her head, began to collect energy. She said that her name was not so important. Once enough energy was gathered, a huge magic circle appeared in the sky. Seeing him, the general's whole body shuddered. He understood what was about to happen, but he couldn't do anything. A huge force struck straight at the ground. All the people standing on the ground screamed in one voice. And now, in the place where the huge army stood, only a shadow remained. Having gone down, the girl put the general on his knees, looking around. Trembling, the man asked the girl standing next to him who she was. The blonde herself continued to look around silently. And then, as calmly as possible, she said that she was the goddess of the elves. Tao himself watched as the guardians of the underworld arrived. In the place where the army was, a huge number of souls appeared. Watching this, he said that the underground world was working as it should, and he felt sorry for it, because the actions in the human world were terrible. The system asked Tao what he would do. After thinking for a bit, the guy said that he needed to find a representative of the world and discuss everything. And then he thought again, because he had one like that in mind. He meant that very Empress Xuanyuan. The snake, moving on the sand, screamed that the aura of heaven and earth had become powerful. Even its cultivation base was shaken. Having reached a human settlement, she decided that she needed to eat some mortals. People started begging for someone to save them as a huge snake moved towards them. A white-haired girl immediately appeared, preparing to attack. Drawing her sword, she swung it with ease, cutting off the snake's head. She, in turn, did not even have time to understand what had happened. The speed of this blonde girl was too great. She swung her blade without even looking at the snake. People immediately rushed to her and began to praise their savior, to which the girl replied as calmly as possible that she had done what she had to. It was that same Empress Xuanyuan. She thought to herself that it was a sudden surge of energy. She didn't understand what the heavenly Tao wanted. The main character himself, sitting on a stone, exhaled heavily. Thinking that he was sorry because he couldn't find the Empress, the system said that the man who defied the heavens was special, because even if she appeared in front of him, the guy wouldn't recognize her. And then the system added that, in fact, he himself could become an emperor and form a commune, thus interesting the entire human race. The guy immediately replied that the commune system is not yet fully widespread, there's only one way to promote it. Moreover, people will have to change their current rules of life. He understood that there was no answer in the world that would fit all questions. The running elf shouted to the heavenly Tao that she had completely figured it out. The black-haired man replied to her that everything had become so clean and tidy. But the girl responded harshly to this, because those who invade must be prepared to die. Hearing these words, the black-haired man told the girl that she should be a little more restrained. Suddenly he fell silent and began to peer into the distance. He saw a huge dark portal that was sucking out souls. Looking into the distance, he did not understand why souls did not go to the underworld. A silhouette gradually began to appear from the portal. The dark-haired girl who came out addressed the heavenly Tao, surprising him. With slow steps, she began to approach the main character. She knelt down and greeted the guy, saying that reincarnation had encountered some difficulties and they could not make a decision alone. Tao looked again towards the portal where the souls were flying, realizing that the purpose of her arrival is the souls that cannot get into the afterlife. Exhaling heavily, the black-haired woman said that Tao was right. There was an anti-god in heaven who fought the souls of the dead through reincarnation. Hearing these words, both girls standing nearby were surprised that this god was also in the third cycle, because they thought that he took part in the second cycle. Tao himself was not at all surprised by this, only asking his name. The black-haired one, raising her head, said that this was the god of death. The mother of the elves, hearing this, immediately screamed. Tao asked if she really knew him, to which she replied, "No, not personally, but she had heard that no matter how much you believe, he takes 30% of the soul after death." He also added that most of the gods came to terms with this. Tao clenched his fist and praised him, but also added that he needed everything. Qingtian immediately asked the master if she should kill him. She was glad to do it for her master. But the black-haired girl immediately told Qingtian to forget about it. Energy began to concentrate in her hands, and then a bow appeared. The ruler of the lower world said that Qingtian could not handle this. She asked for permission to deal with the god of death. But the main character immediately stopped them, saying that there was no need for the two of them. He was about to go personally and see such a god. The elf immediately noted that in the second cycle, almost all the gods set foot on the ancient path to the heavens. After these words, Tao realized that this god did not take this path, which he found quite interesting. Looking towards the portal, he immediately waved his hands. Two huge rise appeared in the portal and changed the portal. He ordered his companions to follow him, and they immediately followed their master's order. And so, sometime later, a portal appeared in the dark world. Coming out of it, Qingtian immediately noticed that there was only darkness around, and the energy here was filled with dead people. When suddenly they heard a heart-rending cry asking for help, it immediately tensed the girls. But Tao, hearing this cry, smiled, realizing that the god of death had prepared a welcoming ceremony for them. Immediately, souls began to emerge from the earth, moving like worms, jumping from earth to earth. With each passing second, there were more and more of them, approaching our heroes. The girls immediately huddled close to the guy, intending to deal with them as quickly as possible. At that moment, they rushed to attack our trio. The black-haired girl shouted to the blonde that she was covering on the left and the other on the right. And so the girls got involved in the fight, throwing themselves at the undead. By striking with her energy, she was able to push back several attackers at once, shouting for them to get what they deserved. Watching her friend, the black-haired girl thought that the girl was too loud. At this time, the undead also approached her, and the girl exhaled heavily. At that very second, energy arrows appeared on the nets in her hands. Holding these arrows in her hands, she accumulated more and more energy for the attack. Once her quantity reached the limit, she released them towards the undead. Each arrow hit its target, knocking back the attacking monsters. They fell to the ground with a loud crash and groaned. Lying on the ground, they could not move. The arrows continued to bind their dead bodies. Dao told the black-haired girl that they should be reborn, so he asked everyone not to kill. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared right from behind him, and he immediately noticed it. Right behind him appeared a huge monster, which consisted of several souls at once. Raising his hand, the black-haired man with a calm face said that he should not come closer, and then waved his hand. At that very second, the huge monster fell to the ground, its body pressed into the earth. Qingtian immediately ran up with the gentleman and began to praise him, but the guy asked her not to flatter him in return. Gradually, the huge body began to fall apart, turning into liquid, consuming the bodies that were pinned to the ground by the black-haired one's arrows. All the bodies began to flow into the river that flowed throughout the world. The black-haired woman asked the master if they would all dissolve in the river, to which Dao replied that it was not a river. The heavenly Dao said that this was the energy that sealed ghosts. Lost in thought, the boy explained that the powers of the earth were being used to stabilize the secret kingdom. The souls were imprisoned and would later be used again. Qingtian suggested killing this god, to which Dao replied that there was no need to rush yet. This death god was much stronger than Dao thought. He wanted to talk to him when he saw him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the other side of the shore. Seeing this, Dao said that the other side no longer intended to hide. At the same time, a body appeared in the distance, around which souls were flying. In an instant, the heavenly Dao reached him, flying across the river. The black-haired girl immediately recognized the guy, calling him Heavenly Dao. Hearing this, the guy was surprised, assuming that they had already met. She said that they had never seen each other before, and then said goodbye. Seeing that the girl's body was starting to be covered in souls, the guy exhaled, saying that there was no need to defend himself like that. As she exhaled, a huge gust of wind arose, which removed all of the girl's protection. The girl was naked. Dao looked at her carefully, every part of the body, seeing quite pleasant skin. A gust of wind blew the girl from the river onto the shore, setting her on her feet. Qingtian asked in surprise, "Could this really be the god of death?" Looking at her, she didn't understand why she was exactly the same as Yu Mingtian. To which a friend standing nearby immediately shouted that this was not so, not exactly the same. And then, clutching her chest, she declared that she had a much better body. After thinking for a while, Dao spoke in surprise, guessing that she was Yu Mingtian's previous soul. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, asking for more details. Immediately, the girl's body was enveloped in a robe, and she looked at it in surprise. After a short pause, the black-haired girl shouted that her name was Yu Ming. She was the head of the clan, the last person from the clan. In the beginning, their clan was almost destroyed, and in order to allow their clan to continue to exist, her soul broke through the boundaries, wanting to pacify the chaotic aura. Heavenly Dao interrupted her, saying that she had failed. She confirmed the guy's words, saying that chaos swallowed her, and when she regained consciousness, the world had already changed. She also said that the world had entered the age of the gods, and her body was one of the incarnations of heaven. She asked Dao if he would put her in an awkward position, to which the guy immediately said, "Of course not." Dao claimed to have restored reincarnation, so all these souls had to reincarnate as well. Closing her eyes and thinking for a bit, the black-haired girl replied that he is the heavenly Dao here, and it is up to him to decide, since he is the one in charge. Hearing this answer, the guy smiled, came closer, and asked the girl if she would like to work. But she immediately shouted tensely that even if it was the heavenly Dao in front of her, she was not obliged to obey his orders. Qingtian intervened in their conversation and immediately began shouting at the god of death. Even Yu Mingtian expressed her displeasure. But Dao asked them to be silent, raising his hand. A ball formed in it. The black-haired man said that he had something to pay her with. Seeing this, the girl immediately screamed in surprise. After all, a picture appeared inside this ball, and the girl recognized the members of her clan. Seeing her clan members, the black-haired girl continued to scream. She couldn't believe her eyes. The heavenly Dao asked her not to worry, because there was nothing that the Tao was not capable of. The girl tensely asked why he was helping her. The guy came closer and spoke so that she would understand him correctly, because this was just a deal. He would resurrect her people, and she would help cross the borders. Turning away, the black-haired girl said that she didn't understand, because he could simply kill her and turn her into a new incarnation of heaven. Hearing these words from the girl, the guy exhaled heavily, thinking that in their eyes he looked like a real monster. After thinking for a while, he declared that the heavenly Tao was treating him fairly. He will not force others to do anything, she reluctantly agreed. After giving the girl a little time to think, the guy extended his hand, asking if she agreed. She continued to look at the main character with a preoccupied expression, thinking over everything she had heard. With slightly trembling hands, she reached out towards the guy. As soon as their hands were shaken, Tao wished them a happy cooperation, and she, also trembling, repeated his words in response. Suddenly, their awkward silence was interrupted by the black-haired woman, who said that she needed to return the souls. And naturally, the god of death agreed. Raising her hand, she began to concentrate energy, gathering all the souls that were in her world. The liquid from the souls, like a river, began to bubble, rising higher and higher. Sometime later, a huge number of souls were swirling around the girl, gathering into a small ball of energy. Handing them to Tao, the death god declared that these were all the souls she had collected earlier. Although Tao said it was wonderful, the lady standing nearby said that something was wrong. Opening the book, she said that even though there are many souls here, there are not enough soldiers who have just died. And then, more rudely, she asked if she was hiding her soul by any chance. The naked black-haired woman replied that nothing of the sort was happening, since they were not originally drawn here, explaining that these soldiers, a sacred people who believe in a deity, after death their souls are taken by the goddess of death. Hearing this, Qingtian immediately shouted that she had some information for the master. Shouting out, while he was bathing in the hot spring, she felt the energy of the goddess of light, who descended into the mortal world. And then she shouted that she really wanted to teach this idiot a lesson, but the guy standing next to her calmly said that it wasn't worth doing. Lost in thought, he said that this needed to be sorted out. His companion immediately hugged him and asked if they would go there together, to which Tao, after thinking for a bit, replied, "No, this time without her." These words almost killed the girl. He explained that if he took her, he would only get into trouble, saying that she first needed to finish her work and then come. Still stunned, Qingtian nodded her head. Tao asked to restore order before his return. As he started to leave, the ruler of the underworld stopped him, saying that she had something to tell him. The black-haired woman said that the empresses were not dead. They came to her. Hearing these words, the guy thought for a moment and then exhaled heavily. As he left, he thanked the black-haired woman for the reminder, adding that he needed to talk to that side. Standing next to each other, the black-haired men discussed their new collaboration, thinking about what the master had told them to work together. Qingtian came up to them and put her hands on their shoulders, loudly, shouting for them to stop discussing because they needed to hurry. She grabbed them and ran, wanting to sort everything out as quickly as possible in order to return to her master. The main character himself arrived in the sacred Third Reich, the city of Yaoyang. Standing on one of the streets, the black-haired man tossed a gold coin in his hand. But then, in one of his throws, he grabbed it and began to examine the coin. Having said out loud, the new emperor, Charles XI, looked very mediocre. The system explained that the emperor must convert the people who entrusted him, and the gods, in return, would provide the emperor with a guarantee of power. This was a new way of coexistence undertaken after the second cycle. While talking with the system, Heavenly Tao was distracted by a young man who bumped into the guy. As he ran away, the guy apologized, the system called him a thief. Even Tao noticed that he moved quickly. However, holding the bag in his hands, he also said that he was sorry because his hands were not so dexterous and fast. Passing by, the black-haired man stopped near one shop and asked the man to give him one watermelon. And then, bending down, he asked if the man knew that boy, to which he received a positive answer. The man said that Peter, a well-known figure, lives in the slums of the eastern part of the city, and that there is another sister in the family who is also involved in unclean affairs. More rudely, Tao asked him if he was afraid that he would rob him too, to which the man replied that people who are at the very bottom have certain rules of survival, and aristocrats do not understand them. And then, bending down, he whispered that if she wanted to take revenge on him, then he should abandon this idea, because he had heard that his sister had made a deal with the devil. Having heard about the devil, the main character naturally became thoughtful, and then he threw 3 bags of coins on the table, thanking him for the information. As he left, the black-haired man also added that he would rely on the boy because he should follow the right path. The system immediately asked Dao where he was going, to which Dao, eating a watermelon, said that he would go to the slums and see what happens to people who made a deal with the devil. And so, sometime later, the main character wandered into a strange alley. Ladies started approaching him from all sides, calling him handsome, and asking him to stop. They tried to drag him somewhere inside the buildings. Along the way, the main character looked at them while they continued to offer to have fun. After listening to them for a while, a smile appeared on his face and he called this place good for making deals with the devil. And literally a moment later, the main character was already surrounded by a whole crowd of beautiful girls. With a smile on his face, the black-haired man took out a bag of gold coins. And then he simply threw it into the air, thereby scattering them to the ground. All the women screamed in surprise with one voice. Shouting that the owner was generous, they pounced on the coins and began collecting them. These screams attracted an old woman who decided to look out and see what was happening on the street. While she was watching the girls crawling on the ground, someone turned to her and said hello. Heavenly Dao asked the old woman if this would be enough to provide him with a separate room, to which he received a positive answer. She asked the gentleman to come in, and he immediately entered the building. And so, sometime later, the main character found himself in a room from which feminine sounds continued to be emitted. There were 2 girls sitting near the black-haired guy. One of them even tried to feed Dao. At that moment, the system said that it didn't expect the Heavenly Dao to go to such places. They were distracted from their conversation by an old woman who brought with her beautiful girls in eye-catching outfits. Upon seeing the guy, they immediately greeted him. Each of them tried to stand out as much as possible so that the Heavenly Dao would choose her. Suddenly, the old woman saw the guy's gaze and asked him if he really wanted to take everyone. The guy himself looked at the crowd of women with bewilderment, asking them to give him time to think. At that very moment, he activated his unique vision in order to examine them in even greater detail. All of them had red hearts, but one stood out from the others. Seeing her, a smile appeared on the black-haired guy's face. After a short pause, Heavenly Dao said that they could take his money, which surprised absolutely everyone. He said he only needed one, pointing to a blonde girl with a blowjob. She, naturally, was surprised by this and immediately shouted, asking if it was really her. At that moment, the old woman herself asked to give her time to change her clothes, since the gentleman had very specific tastes. At that moment, the system was thinking that he thought the guy would be more attracted to someone from the sacred Third Reich. The guy himself replied that he wouldn't want to be part of this fallen empire, because these girls are even ready to sell their souls for money, and the upper class won't tolerate that. The system responded that class differences would inevitably arise in society, and that many were doomed from birth. Dao reluctantly agreed with this. After thinking for a bit, the black-haired man said that he had established new rules to give others a chance to change their lives, because he heard these girls discussing their financial problems. Sometime later, the door opened and a female voice was heard apologizing to the gentleman. It was the same girl that Dao had chosen, and she asked shyly what the master wanted. At that moment, the guy himself threw 3 gold coins into her hands, saying that they were hers. The girl immediately screamed that it was too much, but the guy asked her not to worry because this was his payment for the conversation. The guy told the girl that he heard that her brother's name was Peter. The girl was very surprised to hear these words. As she began to bow, the girl screamed, apologizing, because she assumed that her younger brother had caused trouble. But the main character asked her to stop, because he heard from the shop how they were saying that the devil himself took away her sight. With a smile on his face, Heavenly Dao asked to show him her eyes. The system tried to say that the Dao was already visible, but it immediately received a punch. Raising her hands and starting to untie them, the girl said in a trembling voice that the guy had paid, so she had no choice. There is nothing special about it. As soon as the bandage was removed, the main character's face changed. Already more gloomy, the girl asked if the gentleman was satisfied, expecting that he would become frightened and start calling her names. However, the main character himself expressed curiosity, approaching her and grabbing her face, beginning to examine her closely. He saw how energy was drawn directly from the center of the eyes, going beyond the building. She walked straight through the window, high into the sky, going to a nearby church straight inside it. To the standing nun, who was currently praying, the yellow-haired girl smiled and looked forward, praying. After a short pause, Heavenly Tao said that organ trafficking was a very serious problem. The system immediately emphasized that in order to prevent this, the organs were given a more repulsive appearance. Tao agreed, but in this world everything was changing. Having finished his conversation with the system, he turned to the girl, asking if she wanted to know where her eyes were now. After thinking for a bit, the gray-haired girl lowered her head, saying that she didn't want to. And almost immediately, in a trembling voice, she added that she simply wanted to live with Peter. Seeing this confusion, the black-haired hero placed his hand on the girl's head, asking her not to worry because he was going to restore her sight. At that moment, the girl's whole body began to tremble, and the main character himself left. As soon as he walked out the door, she fell to her knees, starting to tremble even more violently. On her knees, she asked God to protect her family. This caught the attention of the Heavenly Tao, causing him to stop. And this time, in the Cathedral of the Sacred Third Reich. In front of that same praying nun, a man was kneeling, saying in a trembling voice that it was his fault. The yellow-haired girl, in turn, calling him a friend, asked him not to worry unnecessarily. Having declared that everyone in this world was guilty, it was necessary to be able to atone for their sins. And so some time passed, and evening came. With shaking hands, the man held out a single coin, saying that it was their last savings, praying that God would protect their family. The girl asked not to worry, because the God of light saves all believers. After these words, the man began to leave, and the yellow-haired woman shouted for the next one to come. The main character watched all this with a gloomy face. The system assumed that the church was profiting greatly from the believers. Tao himself did not think that the God of light truly heard the voices of his subjects. With a smile on his face, he also decided to join in the fun. And so, the woman handed another man a sheet of paper, the so-called atonement receipt. The more coins there were, the more joyful the yellow-haired girl's face became. Suddenly, a loud cry of apology came from the crowd. It was our main character who changed his clothes, saying that he urgently needed the help of the God of Light. As she approached, the girl told the boy that the God of Light listens to the words of every believer, asking the young man to tell about himself. And so the boy grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that he and his sister lived in the slums, working every day to pay off their debts. But recently his sister lost her sight. She was fired from her job, and now they are poor. He asked if the God of Light could help with this. She, cowering, said that the God of Light would definitely help him. The yellow-haired nun thought to herself that the guy seemed to know something. Snatching her hand, she said that he needed to buy this paper and God would definitely forgive all his sins. After these words, a joyful smile appeared on the black-haired man's face, and he asked with delight whether if he bought this paper, his life would improve. Seeing this involvement, the yellow-haired girl with a sullen face said that if he wanted his sister to recover faster, he needed to buy as many papers as possible. Hearing these words, a smile appeared on the black-haired guy's face. Taking out a huge bag, he asked the lady to wait a little, and then he opened it and threw it on the table, asking if this money would be enough for an instant blessing. At that very moment, the nun's face changed. Saliva began to flow from her mouth. She mentally did not understand how this was even possible, but she could not take her eyes off this amount. She tried to take the bag, but the main character raised his eyebrows, saying that she had not yet answered his question. She immediately replied that that was enough. Everything went according to the protagonist's plan. Since she agreed, he said that he would hope for a direct dialogue with the God of Light. And then, leaning towards the woman's ear, he said that he was very interested in where to divide his sister's eyes. The girl's face immediately changed, just like her thoughts. The woman immediately shouted, giving the command to the guards who grabbed their weapons. She shouted at them to arrest this guy. They started to approach the guy. And Tao himself continued to ask what they were doing, since he had bought so many papers for atonement, just to meet and talk with the God of Death. And then he changed his voice, suggesting that the woman could not maintain any connection with him. Hearing these words, the girl became very angry, started shouting at him, and then ordered the guards to seize him. One of the men tried to grab the guy, but Tao dodged, saying that the so-called clergy cannot even communicate with God. And then he declared that their redemption papers were just useless waste paper. Everyone in the crowd heard these words. Seeing these reactions from ordinary people, Tao smiled and snapped his fingers. Immediately, all the attacking guards began to tremble. They did not understand what was happening because they could no longer move. Approaching one of them, Dao took up his weapon, saying that he would borrow it. Snatching it up, he looked towards the surprised crowd, and then, throwing a spear towards the men, he asked if they saw it, explaining that the so-called church is simply an organization that uses their money to make a profit. He stated that if they wanted to change their destiny, then he needed to do it himself. The yellow-haired nun began to angrily ask if they did not revere their lord. Everyone standing looked at each other, and then fell to their knees, saying that they wouldn't dare, and began shouting that they would buy more papers. Seeing this reaction, a smile appeared on the nun's face, and with that smile on her face, she asked the guy if he saw this, because their faith is unshakable. With a heavy sigh, Dao realized that the opinions of ordinary people could not be influenced so easily. Concentrating some energy on his finger, he launched this energy towards the girl. It flew past his face, hitting straight into the statue of the god. There was a loud crash and a hole appeared right in the center of the statue. And then, slowly sliding, the upper part fell to the ground, which stunned absolutely everyone. To herself, the yellow-haired girl couldn't believe it, realizing that this was the end. The crowd, in turn, attacked Dao, asking how he dared to destroy the monument when he was planning to avenge his god. And Dao asked them to calm down, telling them to watch carefully. Taking a closer look, everyone saw how mountains of money began to pour out from the inside of the monuments. And the heavenly Dao explained that the price of faith they paid to the God of Light was absorbed by the church itself. Having started, they grabbed their weapons. The whole crowd became embittered because they realized that they were being deceived. They shouted for the money they had earned through hard work to be returned to them immediately. The nun, in turn, was covered in sweat from fear, and with a trembling voice, she asked them to calm down. The system asked Dao what he wanted to see from people, to which the guy replied that he wanted them to resist anger, hoping that they would cope. At that very moment, a loud, rough male voice was heard ordering everyone to stand still. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the direction from which the scream came. A man standing with a staff in his hands asked if they really wanted to see a miracle. The nun was delighted to see the man. Angrily, the man shouted at them to set a price for this meeting. Raising his staff, the man began to gather energy, shouting for the goddess to answer his call. Due to the accumulated energy, a gray-haired girl's head appeared behind the man. And then, with a truly beautiful body, the whole crowd exclaimed in one voice. With surprised faces, they shouted that the goddess of light had appeared. In fact, it was all magic. The girl herself appeared in the mirror. Her appearance made all the recently dissatisfied fall to their knees, starting to apologize. The gray-haired girl herself, wearing a rather revealing outfit, asked what it all meant. To which the man said in a nasty tone that these fools wanted to turn away from their faith and even decided to attack the clergy. And then he pointed at the black-haired guy, saying that he was the culprit of all this. The girl herself, after a short pause, turned to our protagonist, asking why he decided to renounce his faith. To which the heavenly Dao, throwing up his hands, replied that believers believe in them, so they should give something in return, because that is kindness. And then, with a gloomy face, he explained that the current chaos in the church is accompanied by corruption. He started talking about buying and selling organs and deceiving people with sheets of paper, and so on. Listening to these words, the faces of the people from the monastery became covered in sweat. This time, already shouting, Heavenly Dao asked why the goddess was doing this. The old man interrupted him, asking the boy who gave him the right to be rude, adding that people were scared. This was proof of loyalty. And then he ordered the death of this faithful one. All the men in the crowd immediately glared at the main character. Rising slowly, they began to grab their weapons. Surrounding him, they apologized, explaining that this was all to atone for their sins, some hoping that the goddess of light would spare the boy. At that moment, the system kicked in, noticing that no one around appreciated the protagonist's kindness. The guy himself let out a heavy sigh at these words. Having said that, believers who see nothing else will ultimately end up very badly. And then he said louder, saying that it is not surprising that in their religion of worshipping gods of light, not everything is so smooth. Hearing these words, the crowd became angry, shouting that he should not talk to the goddess of light like that. They were going to kill the guy. At that very moment, the head of a stone statue flew straight into the crowd, which fell near the angry crowd, thereby stopping them. A thick column of dust rose up, and everyone coughed and asked each other what had happened. And as soon as the dust cleared, a girl appeared, who angrily said that she was not here for conversation because no one dared to intimidate her master. Releasing a terrifying aura, Qingtian shouted that this was unforgivable. The heavenly Tao himself, a little hesitantly, told his companion that no one had mocked him. The goddess intervened in the conversation, starting to speak loudly, intending to explain the sins of the young man. But she was interrupted by the protagonist's fair-haired companion, who turned to her. With an angry face, she added that she had felt her presence earlier, and then added that she was sorry because she had missed her. Hearing these words, the goddess of light immediately expressed surprise. At this moment, Qingtian approached this huge mirror, asking if she really thought she would be able to escape again. As she swung, she concentrated as much energy as possible into her hand. Having hit the place where the gray-haired girl was, she, in turn, managed to dodge at the very last moment. But the heavenly Tao's companions have great strength, so Qingtian managed to regroup, landing a powerful blow right on the goddess's beautiful face, thereby sending her straight into the ground. A loud roar was heard. The yellow-haired nun was the first to scream in surprise, her face filled with horror. Just like the crowd who couldn't believe their eyes, the heavenly Tao himself felt ashamed because his companion had taken up her old ways again. As he approached the site of the goddess's fall, he listened to the system say that such methods were sometimes not so bad. The heavenly Tao itself said that it didn't want to fight, it just needed a conversation. Entering this dust, Qingtian proudly told the master that she had grabbed it, holding the girl by the strap of her clothes. She, wincing in pain, turned to the guy, asking if he was really the heavenly Tao. Bowing down, she stated that she had not acted against the heavenly Tao in any way. She did not understand why it had become so aggravated towards her, to which the guy replied that he had not aimed at her. Bending down, with a smile on his face, he said that he hoped that she would be able to take care of her believers, explaining to her that believers are ready to give up everything for the sake of faith, but receive nothing in return. After all she does is profit from their faith, and that's wrong. With a small smile on her face, the gray-haired girl asked if he wanted to humiliate her. At this point, Qingtian intervened, forcibly putting the girl on her knees and then bowing her head, shouting that she needed to show respect to the master. Sitting down, the protagonist asked why they didn't make a deal. He would allow him to continue preaching and also expand his influence. Hearing this proposal, the girl raised her head and asked what the price would be for this. The main character himself smiled, because he was glad of the girl's insight. The price was to truly listen to the voices of the believers, asking her to strengthen control, to tame her people who work for profit. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise if that was all, to which she received a positive answer. The system immediately intervened, saying that it thought that Tao hated religion, but he replied that people should not be allowed to abandon their beliefs. And then, returning to the goddess, trying to make as neutral a face as possible, Tao asked if she agreed to expand her church under his leadership. Looking towards Qingtian, the goddess of light chuckled, asking if she could refuse. The heavenly Tao himself stated that he was glad of their cooperation, but also added that it would be better for others not to say anything. As soon as the dust began to clear, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Everyone's eyes began to close, and they suddenly felt a desire to sleep. And then they started falling one after another, and the two standing there from the monastery could not believe that they had simply fallen asleep. They were distracted from this spectacle by the heavenly Tao, who said that it was time for payment. Those with trembling faces turned towards the voice. And then, literally a second later, a loud scream was heard throughout the entire area. The nun, kneeling, screamed and clutched her face. Her eyes had been taken away. The heavenly Tao himself, holding them in his hands, said that these eyes never belonged to her. Turning to the goddess of light, the guy said that he didn't think that selling organs was a good idea, but she remained silent in response. Standing up, she said that this is the choice of believers. Everyone has a different attitude towards faith. Tao himself immediately approached her, asking if she would continue to remain on the sidelines. But without waiting for an answer, he declared that it was too arrogant. After all, it is because she only cares about the number of believers and ignores their needs that their religion has fallen into decline. And then, placing his hand on her shoulder, he added that reforms were inevitable. He asked her not to worry about her because after the reform, her faith had blossomed again. The girl herself hoped for this, but the guy immediately said, well, maybe it's small, but he asked if they could return the souls they had taken to the underworld. And upon hearing this, the goddess immediately tensed up. Late at night, Peter ran through the streets of the slums, who, opening the doors, shouted joyfully to his little sister that he had returned. He loudly declared that he had just received a gold coin, as this would now be enough for them to live a long life. The girl herself immediately ran up to the guy, grabbed him and started hugging him, because today the client came to her because of him. The guy was just about to start asking the girl questions when he suddenly saw a bright yellow light. Pushing his sister away, the boy screamed loudly about her eyes. She didn't understand what her little brother meant. At that moment, the bandage on her face began to come untied. As soon as the bandage came off her face, Peter shouted throughout the house that her eyes had returned, and the girl herself was crying. Looking at her sobbing brother, she couldn't believe she was looking at him with her own eyes. With trembling hands, she grabbed the guy's hands and leaned down. Kneeling, she thanked God for his help. The main character himself watched everything that was happening, standing on the street. Turning to the goddess, he asked if she saw this, that he only needed to do a small favor to make the believers happy. But she, in turn, remained silent. After listening to the boy explain to her that the gods also had to help their believers, the goddess lowered her head and whispered that she understood all of this. Having finished lecturing, the black-haired man told the goddess that it was time for them to go, as there was still a lot to do. At this time, from the afterlife, the inhabitants commanded the dead, lining them up in lines. In front of the huge building, the man continued to line up the crowd, shouting that all souls had to go through hellish labor. Inside this building sat the black-haired ruler of this world. Sitting in a chair, she asked who it was and what crime he had committed. The old man and the girl from the human world were held by the mistress's servants while the two shouted that they should be released. He shouted loudly that even if they were wrong, they should be judged by the Lord of Light. He did not understand who they all were. The black-haired woman herself explained that all souls in this world must enter the afterlife established by the heavenly Tao. No one dared to disobey its orders. Taking the piece of paper in her hands, she read it carefully, saying that the buying and selling of organs is adultery and abuse. She asked if they had any explanations regarding these crimes. The man shouted in fear that no, because they were not guilty. Realizing that the people in front of her were too stubborn, she decided to pass judgment. The assistant sitting nearby ordered that the fireplace be set up and heated to 100 degrees. The subordinate immediately shouted that he understood. At that moment, the duo began to be led away while the man screamed in fear. The current ruler of the underworld asked why she was doing this, to which her assistant replied that the heavenly Tao itself had ordered her to do so. At that moment, they turned their faces away from each other, sighing indignantly. However, afterward, a loud verbal quarrel began between them, which attracted the attention of everyone around. The ruler shouted that only the ruler of the afterlife could make a verdict, but the second one said that in that case she could become the ruler. Their verbal argument was interrupted by a male voice, which said that he saw that they were getting along well. Turning towards the voice, they saw their master shouting in unison. The first to rush to the guy was his assistant, the goddess of death, clinging to Tao's hand. Seeing such actions, the ruler of this world repeated, also pressing her lush breasts against the guy. In the sweetest voice, they asked the guy if he wanted to see the results of their reign. The goddess of death asked tensely if this was really the heavenly Tao, to which the guy, breathing heavily, replied that it was a misunderstanding. Having placed the black-haired ones a little further away from him, he asked them to stop causing problems, because he knew that they were doing a good job at the prefecture. And then he turned to the goddess of light, asking if the time had come to return the souls of the dead to the afterlife. The goddess nodded tensely, raising her hand and activating her power. Immediately, souls began to fly out of the huge yellow mirror. Their number was truly enormous. As soon as she finished, she immediately asked Tao if he was satisfied, to which the guy replied that this is exactly what cooperation looks like. Then he turned to the two, asking if there was a place to rest, as he wanted to talk to the goddess of light about reforms. The black-haired men immediately looked at each other, pausing. Tao did not understand their reaction. Qingtian excitedly said that there was only a staff dormitory here. Tao replied that it would do. Looking at the departing trio, the black-haired ones assumed that the heavenly Tao was going to be left alone with the goddess of light. Having immediately approached her, they asked the goddess to wait, at which moment she shuddered all over. The black-haired girl said that first the goddess of light should go with them. At that moment, the gray-haired girl's whole body was covered in sweat. She didn't understand what was happening. And so, sometime later, the main character found himself in the dormitory of the afterlife. Tao did not understand why the goddess of light did not come. Qingtian explained that the black-haired ones would deal with her first and then bring her back. Dao, looking around, remarked that the dormitory was too luxurious. Qingtian, in turn, did not understand why Dao thought so. But after thinking about it, the guy said that improved conditions for the staff were also good in a way. After thinking for a bit, the guy asked his companion to lead him further, and she nodded with a smile on her face. Entering the room, Qingtian proudly declared that this room was specially prepared for him. Looking around, the black-haired man found it hard to believe. He only asked not to tell him that all representatives of the criminal world live in such conditions, to which the girl replied that Dao was special. Hearing this answer, the black-haired guy exhaled heavily. He said that he wasn't there that often and that such a room was a waste of resources, but the girl said that was what everyone had decided. And then she slowly crept up to the guy, saying that he could scold them later, but now he needed to rest. Pressing close, Qingtian excitedly asked to let her give him a unique massage. And then, looking straight into the eyes of the heavenly Tao, she added that they would start with his mouth. Slowly, with her eyes closed, she began to approach the protagonist's mouth. At that moment, the boy himself raised his hands, grabbing the girl's waist. And then he pushed her away, pressing his hand right into her face, pushing her out the door of his chambers while she was screaming. As soon as Dao closed the door, Qingtian began to knock on it, begging to be let in, promising to give her a good massage. The system explained to the guy that she was trying to show her devotion, and with a heavy sigh, Heavenly Dao replied that he did not need such a way of expressing himself. As he began to unbutton his clothes, he also added that the work of the afterlife was well organized. In general, they did their job well, but without the formalism it would have been much better. And then, exhaling heavily again, he said that he should rest a little. And so, literally a few minutes later, the main character was taking a bath. He was distracted from his rest and inner reflections by a sound emitted from outside. Thinking it was Qingtian, Dao said loudly that he did not need any maintenance. After these words, the door suddenly opened and trembling hands appeared. And then the goddess of light appeared, trembling, and said that Dao told her to come. She was dressed as a maid. An awkward silence fell between the two heroes. But the gray-haired girl couldn't stand it, and she cried out in embarrassment that she would come later and began to run out of the room. Suddenly, I hit a large chest because I was running with my eyes closed. The black-haired goddesses asked her who allowed her to go out, since she was ordered to serve the master. She began to explain, trying to convey to the two that the Tao does not need. But they didn't listen to her. Throwing her back into the room and shouting that they didn't care, she had to do her job. Seeing that the goddess of light was back in the bathroom, Dao let out a heavy sigh, realizing whose doing this was. Saying that sometimes he did not understand them at all, he asked the goddess what she wanted, while 3 girls were standing outside the door, eavesdropping. The goddess of light, trembling, asked Dao if he needed to rub his back, to which the guy refused, asking to sit next to him for a conversation. The gray-haired girl took a chair and placed it closer, right in front of the main character, still sitting awkwardly on it. The black-haired man offered to talk about the past, saying that if she wanted to expand her faith in the human world, then he could help with this. However, she must in return serve her believers and put all her strength into this. This time, more or less confidently, the girl said that Dao wants to use her believers to carry out its own plans. Dao himself answered that she could understand it as she wanted, but he himself only wanted to regulate their knowledge. After all, in today's conditions, not everyone can get an education, and the best way to do this is through religion. Instead of allowing other relics to grow barbarously, he decided to find a god for cooperation, while the goddess herself, at that moment, listened to the guy in silence, embarrassed. After a short pause, the black-haired hero turned to the girl. Asked if she had chosen this outfit herself, she immediately looked away, blushing even more, saying that she couldn't do such a thing because it was all because of those two. Dao himself said that he suited the girl very well, which made her even more embarrassed. Swimming closer to the girl, Dao whispered that she needed to have more believers, that she needed to perform more miracles. In response, the girl said that her current strength could not perform miracles in large quantities. With his hands spread out, the heavenly Tao said in a raised voice that he would help her with this by spreading his hands out. She didn't understand how the guy would do this, to which the guy reached to his forehead, taking out a small edge of his power. Seeing this incredible power, the goddess of light screamed in surprise. She looked closely at the outlines of energy that were in the guy's hands. With each passing second, this energy changed its form. Gradually, the outlines of the head, arms, and legs appeared. And later, hair appeared, and the girl realized that this was the embodiment of heaven. And then, literally a few seconds later, this energy became covered with skin. A girl appeared out of nowhere and stood right in front of the goddess of light. Looking at her, Dao had a smile on his face and snapped his fingers. Immediately, clothes appeared on the embodiment of heaven, which covered her entire body. Clothes appeared out of nowhere. The little girl looked at her carefully and then cast her gaze at the heavenly Dao. The goddess of light asked the guy in surprise why he had summoned her, to which the black-haired man replied that he had summoned her to help her perform miracles. Turning to heaven, Dao ordered her that from today on she would perform miracles together with the goddess of light, and she, hearing the order, bowed positively. Jumping up, the goddess said that in that case it was better to show respect than to follow orders. Suddenly, heavenly Dao felt some tension. The departing girls noticed this state of their master and turned to him with concern. The guy immediately jumped out of the bath, stepped out of it, and stood on his feet. The girls, without waiting for an answer, asked the guy again if everything was okay with him. Dao himself asked the system what was wrong with him, to which the system explained that since heaven is his most powerful embodiment of heaven, it takes a lot of strength to resurrect it. Due to the sudden expenditure of a large amount of strength, he was now in a state similar to anemia. Dao did not understand why this was happening. Suddenly, he couldn't stay on his feet and fell, mentally cursing the system for not warning him earlier. The girls themselves cried out in alarm. They did not understand what was happening to the heavenly Dao. And so, sometime later, the black-haired guy found himself in bed. The three standing in front of him were discussing how Dao had fallen asleep immediately after heaven's resurrection. Qingtian was the most worried, unable to find a place for herself. But the other two understood perfectly well that everything would be fine with their master. Suddenly, Qingtian stopped, shouting loudly that she remembered. She said that she had once heard a rumor in the West that when someone sleeps and cannot wake up, he can be awakened by the kiss of his beloved. While everyone was thinking about it, Qingtian herself was about to take advantage of it after hearing this. She was going to wake up the master by kissing him. The rest of the duo immediately grabbed her, shouting that the master would not be happy about this. Qingtian herself did not understand how else she could wake up her master. The goddess of death came and said that she had one of the ways. Explaining that his current situation was apparently due to a sudden lack of spiritual strength, they simply needed to replenish it. Qingtian herself asked if she could replenish his energy with her own. The black-haired girl didn't understand what could be bad about this. After all, don't the three of them differ from each other in the power of the heavens? And then, with a smile on her face, she added that everything depended on them. After thinking for a bit, the three looked at each other. The mistress of the underworld said that it was possible to try, because there was sense in the younger one's words. Having already started to undress, Qingtian agreed with the first one. After her, the ruler of the underworld began to undress. The goddess of light, seeing these actions, became embarrassed and asked with a shout what they were planning. Heaven also supported her friends, saying that this was all for the sake of awakening the heavenly Tao. Each of the three understood that their strength came from the Lord of heavenly Tao. They were going to give him back his power by merging with him. Upon hearing about the merger, both gods blushed, thinking about debauchery. And so, the trio slowly began to climb onto the bed. With smiles on their faces, they looked at the lying protagonist. Gradually, their faces also began to turn red. They became excited. Qingtian was the first to get down to business, grabbing the guy's hand and pulling him towards her. And so, she extended it straight towards herself and sat on it. Immediately, her whole body shuddered and an excited sound came from her mouth. Watching this, the goddess of light trembled and asked if they were really helping him, because it looked too strange. The black-haired woman standing next to her confidently declared that they were helping, inviting the goddess to join them to see for herself. However, she immediately embarrassedly renounced this idea. And so, a moment later, the black-haired ruler of the underworld climbed onto the heavenly Tao and sat on it. Embarrassed, she leaned towards his face, apologizing to her master. And then, her whole body trembled, and she also began to make excited sounds. Gradually, her scream became louder. She moved up and down. Heaven grabbed Heavenly Tao's other hand and began to pull it towards her face. And then she detached her index finger, pulling it straight towards her mouth. Having opened it, she began to lick the protagonist's finger. And so, each of the trio began to use the main character's body in their own way. Qingtian decided to undress completely, taking off all her clothes. Gradually, as slowly as possible, she began to move her chest closer to the guy's face. With a smile on her face, she looked at the black-haired boy lying unconscious. Unable to restrain herself, she touched his face with her breasts. Seeing this, even the god of death could not restrain herself. Her face looked excited. And so, the ruler of the underworld gradually accelerated. Next was Qing Tian, who also sat on the main character and began jumping on him. Each of the girls experienced wild excitement. Their cries seemed to resound throughout the entire afterlife. Heaven was not going to lag behind them, realizing that she had the most power from the Tao. And so, it gradually began to get light outside, and only by morning did the screams from the protagonist's box die down. Gradually, the eyes of the heavenly Tao began to open. As he rose, he grabbed his head, asking how many years had passed, experiencing wild discomfort in the lower part of his body. Lifting the blanket, he saw that his body was naked and heaven was lying at his feet. Immediately, his face filled with fear, he asked in surprise what had happened. The goddesses appeared from behind the screen. The god of death explained that he had lost too much energy, and the Trinity helped him restore his energy using a special method. Giggling, the black-haired girl said that the guy should be held accountable. Gradually, his companions began to wake up, while the main character was coming to his senses from what he had heard. Qing Tian, wiping away her tears, said that she was very happy because she was very worried about the guy. Yuming Tian also happily said that she believed that the Tao would awaken. Tao himself asked the system what had happened during his sleep, while his heavenly creatures were rubbing their naked bodies against him. The system responded sheepishly that when something strange happens to the owner, the system automatically blocks, but asked the owner not to worry. The guy's face immediately became covered in sweat. He didn't understand that something strange could have happened. The black-haired goddess giggled and said that she didn't think that the heavenly Tao could get into trouble. The goddess of light in turn shouted that the guy wasn't to blame. Leaning towards the blonde, the death god whispered that she remembered how her friend wanted to join them. The girl's face immediately turned red. She did not understand what the goddess was talking about, immediately shouting in embarrassment that this was not so. Nabesa, barely waking up, looked at her master, examining him. Suddenly, the goddess of light grabbed her, shouting that it was time for them to work miracles. Looking at these two, the main character was surprised because they began to communicate well with heaven. At that moment, he could barely hold back his tears because for him it was a wild relief. He immediately showed his class to the goddess of light. So far, she didn't understand why he was showing her the finger. The goddess of light herself has already begun to imagine vulgarity. She shouted that she didn't want this and immediately started running away. The blonde and black-haired women asked the gentleman what they would do next, suggesting that they repeat what had happened the night before. Suddenly, in an instant, the main character disappeared from the bed. The girls didn't even notice it. In an instant, the main character was on his feet, dressed and starting to walk away. Stating that many things needed to be sorted out in the human world, he asked to continue to govern. And then he disappeared completely. Qing Tian didn't even have time to say a word. Watching this, the death god giggled and declared that the heavenly Tao did not want to bear any responsibility, to which the two shouted in one voice that it did not concern them. The mistress of the underworld turned to her assistant, asking her to wait for the next opportunity. After all, next time the master will take them all together. And so, the main character himself found himself somewhere in the human world. Having sat down on one mountain, the guy began to talk to the system. The system told the guy that it didn't think that heavenly Tao would be such a scumbag, to which the guy asked it to keep quiet. Suddenly, the guy was distracted from his conversation by the smell of burning, and he immediately paid attention to it. Right at the foot of the mountain, not far from the river, he saw a fire that was growing bigger and bigger. Looking closely, he saw how the men, standing in front of the burning girl, asked the river goddess to calm down. The girl herself, standing in the fire, sobbed bitterly, her whole face covered in tears. A woman standing nearby, sobbing, tried to get to her daughter, shouting for them to let her go. One of the men ordered that this woman be taken away from here, because if they disturbed the river goddess, they would be in trouble. The heavenly Tao stood in the air and watched this scene. When discussing this with the system assumed that the goddess would want to kill everyone who participated in the sacrifice. After all, in the second cycle, one of her feats is the refusal of sacrifice. Hearing these words, Heavenly Tao declared that he liked this goddess. Immediately a funnel began to appear in the river, which gradually became larger and larger. Suddenly, a huge stream of water rushed straight into the sky. The entire crowd of men cried out in one voice that it was a river goddess. A huge blue creature appeared. The man shouted that the river goddess was here. They believed that they were blessed. Upon seeing it, Dao immediately analyzed it, realizing that this giant snake was a fourth rank, just a step away from becoming a real dragon. And then, with a gloomy intonation, he added that even if she was at the fourth rank, people could not be intimidated. In an instant, the main character found himself on the pole to which the girl was tied. The people making the sacrifice immediately noticed the guy and started shouting at him to ask how he dared to disturb the river goddess. Angrily ordered the black-haired man to get out of here. The guy himself, spreading his arms, proudly declared that he was the heavenly Tao. Looking at each other, the men all realized that they had no idea who the heavenly Tao was. Therefore, they began to angrily shout at him again, because otherwise they would put a curse on him. Hearing about the curse, the black-haired hero asked again in surprise. At that very second, lightning appeared in the sky, accompanied by loud thunder. Raising his hand, the black-haired man snapped his fingers, and right next to the people and the dragon, a powerful pillar of lightning struck. Dao, with a gloomy face, asked if they were talking about this curse. And then, with an even more gloomy voice, he asked if this is what they were talking about. The fire gradually began to die down due to the splashes flying all over the area. The men all started shouting in unison that a real miracle was happening. Falling to their knees, they swore tensely that they had been foolish, asking God not to be angry. At that moment, the main character himself jumped from the wooden pole. Finding himself right in front of the people who were kneeling, he raised his hand and told the people to get up, and they began to fly. In a high tone, he told everyone that they did not need to kneel. Naturally, people began to look at each other, not understanding the words of the black-haired guy. Seeing this confusion, the heavenly Tao asked them who was the leader among them. Suddenly, right from behind the guy, a voice came out declaring that he was in charge. He folded his hands and bowed, saying that he was the mayor of this city and was interested in what business the gentleman had with them. With his hands in his pockets, Heavenly Tao asked them to tell him why they used living people as sacrifices, to which they replied that they did not know. And he answered with alarm in his voice, saying that over the past few years they had been hit by a lot of floods, and also food supplies had quickly dwindled, so they decided to start making sacrifices. With a smile on his face, Heavenly Tao interrupted him, asking if it was really the river goddess. And then he turned towards the snake, asking, still smiling, whether it was for her or not. But without waiting for an answer, he continued, saying that they should sort it out in the hierarchy, because this is only a fourth-rank demon. He also added that although beasts were stronger than people, he did not think that his strength could be classified as fifth rank. The mayor himself said that in this city everyone has a maximum of third rank. For them, it's fifth rank. This is a godlike being. Hearing these words, Dao concluded that people consider beings that are even slightly stronger than them to be gods. The mayor himself, still with a trembling voice, said that he had once appealed to the Imperial court, but they had refused to issue food aid on the grounds of the area's remoteness. Exhaling heavily, the black-haired guy said that even so, sacrifice was not the answer, asking to let the girl go, and naturally the old man immediately agreed with him. And so, a moment later, the daughter, sobbing, was hugging her equally sobbing mother. Watching this, the heavenly Tao looked joyful. Turning to the mayor, he told him that they were people, they had families of their own, but they could easily carry out sacrifices. And later he added that relying on the gods is useless in the fight against floods, loudly declaring that it all depends only on them. While they did not understand the meaning of the black-haired man's words, Dao gathered energy. A scroll appeared in his hand, and he spoke for them to watch. With a surprised face and trembling hands, the man began to reach for the flying scroll, while the protagonist explained that it was an engineering scroll. Hearing these words, the man was very surprised, not understanding what he was talking about. Blackhair explained that this was a water conservation project. The project focuses on the construction of a water-dividing dam called the Fish Mouth, which divides the river into two parts called the inner arm and the outer arm. The outer river is wider, and when it becomes alluvial during the rainy season, most of the main river water rushes into the outer river. Since the bottom of the inner part is deeper, there will be a lot of water in it even at the beginning of the season. The outer river is being drained, but the same will not happen with the inner one. A narrow mouth, called the estuary, was built at the entrance to the inner part to control the flow of water in the canal. Naturally, the mayor shouted in surprise that it was brilliant, But he had a question about whether the river sediment would accumulate in the mouth of the treasure bottle and cause a corkage. Dao replied that the sediment problem could be solved by building a low dam here at the mouth, and then he told me a lot more. After listening to every word, the mayor shouted again, because such a well-thought-out plan opened his eyes. Now he believed that the heavenly Dao was standing in front of him, and the black-haired man himself, with a smile on his face, thanked him for the praise. The system asked the guy if it was really going to leave everything here like this, to which the guy replied that they couldn't tell him that this project was from his world. After some time, Dao began to say goodbye, hoping that they would finally get over it. And then he turned towards the snake, telling it not to sneak up on him unnoticed. After thinking for a bit, the guy added that the snake had done a bad deed, so she would have to pay for everything. She needed to help people, she whispered kindly. At that moment, the people themselves were shouting that they would try hard to overcome all difficulties. Their spirit was ignited. And so, sometime later, the main character watched the men working from the air. The system said that the guy could solve everything with one click of his finger. It did not understand why he did not do the same, to which the hero replied that if he helps them, they will rely on the help of others. He hoped that they would be able to become self-sufficient and independent. At that moment, a huge snake was breaking through everything in its path, following human plans. At some point, even using one's own energy to destroy huge boulders. And so, one of them began to gradually, slowly roll down to the ground. The gray-haired old man standing in front of the falling rock began to draw his sword. And then, he gathered energy right on the tip of the sword, delivering several precise blows. And so, the huge block was broken into several small cubes. Those around him looked at the old man with delight, shouting his name. Running up to him, they shouted in one voice that it was amazing. The old man himself, breathing heavily, replied that he was already old, and they were young and could achieve great success. The heavenly Tao that appeared said that Mr. Liu's techniques were very good despite his age. The gray-haired old man answered Tao that he had been training for more than 70 years. When he was young, he wanted to go to the ends of the earth. But in the end, there is no end. Therefore, I could only find a job in this small town and spend the rest of my life here. Having heard these words, Tao asked me not to think so poorly. After all, his task is to save mere mortals. Now he uses his sword to crush mountains and rocks, improving the riverbed. He also added that the old man's actions were no different from his original goals, and that old age had not made him any worse. Hearing these words from the black-haired man, a smile appeared on the old man's face. He thought that the master's words had inspired him very much. Why they affected him so, he didn't know. He was torn away from these thoughts by the energy that covered his entire body. And then, the old man realized, he was able to break through to the 4th rank. Standing in front of the old man, the protagonist congratulated the old man on breaking through to the 4th level. He himself happily responded with gratitude, because it was he who helped with the leadership. The guy raised his head and said that thanks to him and demonic help, the project should be completed in the near future. And now, enough time has passed. A whole month. Standing with the mayor, the protagonist told him that the project had been completed much faster than he had expected. The man standing nearby answered Tao that it was all thanks to him, but there remained the final step to success. And at that very moment, one of the men shouted as loudly as possible to open the gate. As soon as they opened, a huge amount of water poured out of them straight down. Seeing that everything went well, everyone shouted with joy as one. Even the mayor himself couldn't believe his eyes because they really did it. Turning to the gentleman, he thanked the guy and apologized for the disturbance, starting to invite him to the banquet. But Tao refused, saying that their problems had not yet been fully resolved. Immediately, all the joy disappeared from the man's face. He didn't understand what the heavenly Tao was talking about. Immediately after this, a guy ran out from behind the forest, shouting that they had been sent people from the Imperial court. The mayor did not understand how the Imperial court could send someone at such a time. The system immediately told Tao that someone was thirsty for destruction. The guy himself said, "It's better to break than to build." And so, sometime later, our heroes went into the building, where one of the men hit the table, addressing the mayor. The man in the black cap asked him angrily and contemptuously if he knew about his crime. The mayor himself, bowing his head, replied that the lower-ranking officials worked diligently and encouraged the desire for the well-being of the people, so he did not know where he could have gone wrong. And the representative started pointing his finger, shouting that he was privately building and modifying the waterway a lot, calling it a sin. After all, under the previous dynasty, it was precisely because of the large-scale development of civil construction and the digging of canals that people experienced discontent. The representative led to the mayor following the path of the previous dynasty, the thirst for rebellion. Throwing up his hands, the junior official shouted in a trembling voice that he too was a resident of the city. But the superior shouted that this official knew perfectly well about the laws, but still broke them. Hearing these words, the mayor fell to his knees, shouting in a trembling voice that a lower-ranking official did not dare. Approaching the kneeling man, the senior official smiled. Having called the mayor not an unreasonable person, which surprised him, he did not understand these words. The superior, bending down, whispered that if he gave something in return, he would definitely put in a good word for him. Lowering his head, the old man said, as if the gentleman knew that he was an honest official who had not saved up all that much money over the years. Upon hearing this response, the representative began shouting that it seemed as if the mayor was deliberately rebelling. And then he pointed his finger towards the man, ordering him to be arrested, and his subordinates immediately began to carry out the order. They ran up to the mayor and began to twist his arms while he screamed that the gentleman was treating him unfairly. At that very moment, the same old man who had broken through to the fourth stage came running to them. With just one light blow, he sent everyone flying, without allowing his master to be harmed. Standing in front of him, he said that he would not allow anyone to attack Mr. Liu. The higher-ranking official said in a frightened voice that he knew the elder would have the courage to rebel. Therefore, he immediately called Elder Jian and ordered him to act. Right there, behind our heroes, there was a man approaching at a fairly fast speed. The gray-haired old man managed to parry the attacker's blow, asking his mayor to be careful. And then he repelled the attack, increasing the distance from the attacker. The redhead laughed and said that he didn't think that he would be able to find a person of the fourth rank in such a remote town. And then he got closer again, saying that it was a pity that he was only fourth, because he still wouldn't be able to be defeated. And at that very moment, he delivered several precise blows to the elder of a remote town. The attacker was stronger, so Mayor Liu's subordinate was unable to withstand the attack, and with a loud cry, he dropped his sword. And so, the red-haired man put his sword to the old man's throat, saying that he was no match for him. At that moment, the superior representative angrily forbade the red-haired man to speak. He needed to finally arrest the rebels. And then he pointed his finger at our main character, saying that he never knelt down, they were obliged to grab him first. The system explained that some people have no instinct for self-preservation at all, and Heavenly Tao exhaled heavily at that moment. After all, I realized that right now it would no longer be possible to simply watch from the sidelines. As soon as the mayor saw the red-haired man rushing to attack, he tried to warn the Heavenly Tao. But it was already too late. The redhead was flying at full speed towards the black-haired guy, intending to finish him off. At that moment, the main character looked at the approaching blade with a smile on his face. Raising his hand, he was able to stop the blow with 2 fingers as if nothing had happened. Naturally, the red-haired man was surprised when he saw such a picture. But his surprise did not last long, because at that very moment, the main character's energy began to infuse the sword. Only a little bit of it was able to completely destroy the red-haired elder's weapon and throw him aside. As he flew, he sprayed blood that came from his mouth. Having fallen to the ground, he did not utter a single word because he was unconscious. His whole body trembled in pain. The senior official ran towards Elder Jian with fear on his face. When he didn't answer him, at that moment, with trembling hands, he pointed towards Dao, asking him who he was. To which the main character, folding his hands, proudly declared that he was the Heavenly Tao. The man himself continued to scream at that moment, not understanding how this was even possible. And then, turning to the elder, he asked him not to joke, but to simply kill him, to which the man lying there, choking on his own blood, replied that he could not. Having said that there was a 5th-rank guy standing in front of them, the man immediately fell to the ground, his face covered in sweat. He did not understand how the 5th rank ended up here. He immediately began to bow, asking the master to spare him since he was following orders. Naturally, the main character didn't understand what was being discussed, so he asked the man what he meant. In tears, the official shouted that Lord Wang had ordered all this to be done, and if he could not collect the silver, he should not expect anything good. The mayor leaned towards Dao and explained that this man, Wang, was a great commander of the dynasty. He could be described as a very influential person who could even block the sky. Looking towards the mayor in surprise, the protagonist raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, both attackers were tied tightly with ropes, barely allowing them to breathe. Then, Heavenly Tao turned to the mayor, saying that he was handing over these two to him, hoping that they would continue to protect and guard their territory. And there the black-haired boy was about to go to the Imperial city. Naturally, the two old men standing behind were quite surprised by these words. And so, sometime later, the protagonist arrived in the state of Tang, the Imperial city. The system asked Dao if he really wanted to talk to the Wang family, to which the guy asked him not to rush. After all, there were plenty of interesting people in the city besides them. At that very moment, there was a huge crowd of people in front of him, looking at the people in red. Among them stood a girl who looked around in surprise. She asked the crowd in surprise why these people were throwing paper money around. The man was surprised by this question and asked the girl if she really didn't know about it. But without waiting for an answer, he said that it was all for the sake of a successful marriage with the dead man of the third master Wang. The white-haired girl was surprised by these words and asked again. She didn't understand how the living could marry the dead, because there was no point in such a marriage, to which the man replied that the Wang family was not in the best situation, so this was the only way out. Naturally, the girl was surprised by such answers. Grabbing her sword, she shouted that such events were unforgivable. At that very second, some light crystals began to fall from the sky. The girl stopped immediately. Everyone in the crowd looked at the sky in surprise. Everyone shouted in unison that a golden rain had begun, considering it a miracle. The people in red who were directly involved in this wedding also began to rejoice, because they believed that heaven would bless them. The girl, hearing these cries of blessing from heaven, looked up at the sky with a grin. And then, with incredible speed, she jumped up straight into the heart of the sky. At great speed, she flew through the clouds. It seemed as if she had cut them apart. Jumping out of them, she threw off her cloak, seeing a human silhouette. With a dissatisfied face, the white-haired girl asked if she was still trying to make her look like a fool. It was the goddess of light who stood in front of a huge clot of energy. Turning around, the goddess of light recognized Empress Xuanzhanzhen. But the empress was not happy with the meeting. She rudely asked why the goddess of the Western faith was coming here, asking if she really wanted to start a war between the East and the West. To which our goddess told the girl not to worry. She was here to carry out the order. Naturally, upon hearing about the order, the empress laughed, asking who could give an order to the goddess of light. To which, heaven appeared right from behind her and said that the master could do this. The empress ducked at the very last moment, not believing that they had managed to get close to her. She immediately went on the offensive, preparing to attack the little one. But she only raised her hand in surprise, stopping the empress's hand. All the clouds that darkened the sky disappeared in an instant. The heavens commanded the long-haired girl not to interfere in the affairs of others. And then she swung, intending to attack the empress. She couldn't dodge the blow, so she flew straight down. Her speed was incredible, so as soon as she hit the ground, there was a very loud crash. People standing on the street assumed that something had collapsed and they were scared to death. At that moment, heaven itself also jumped down, intending to reach the empress again. She used a pillar of dust to fall from the sky, unnoticed by human eyes. And then she turned to the side, right behind her, saying, "Sir, she is here." Looking forward, the empress began to think about the master. She carefully considered their words. And right at that moment, a black-haired man appeared right in front of her. She did not understand who was standing in front of her. As the dust began to settle, people gradually began to notice people, but they were not sure because visibility was too poor. Suddenly, right at that moment, a bright light appeared in front of them. It was the protagonist's power, which, as always, could be activated with just a snap of the fingers. A ball formed around them, completely cutting them off from the real world. The main character introduced himself as the Heavenly Tao. The long-haired empress herself asked the guy again in surprise, and then she immediately closed her mouth, looking down, straight at the ground. Slowly, she brought her hand to the sword, about to draw it. And as soon as the sword began to be drawn, her body was covered with energy. She said that if a man decided to come to her himself, then he should not blame her in the near future. And at that very moment, she rushed towards the standing guy, intending to kill him. As always, the protagonist looked at the tip of the weapon, covered in a powerful clot of energy, with a smile on his face. Heaven stopped the attack with 2 fingers at the very last moment. Saying that everything was getting out of control, Heaven was angry at the girl. Suddenly, the baby's face changed. She began to feel something that shouldn't have happened. A clot of energy formed where she held the weapon, throwing her back with incredible force. The Heavenly Tao itself, observing all this, understood what was happening. He learned that the girl was currently holding the Zhuanyuan sword in her hands. Heaven itself came to its senses immediately, and the air around it began to darken. In an angry voice, she turned to the master, asking him to allow her to use her power. Tao, turning to Heaven, said that he would like to see the limits of this blade, but asked not to break it. Immediately, the baby's entire body was covered with a huge amount of energy. The girl's whole body began to change. She became taller, her breasts became larger. Her height gradually began to increase. She grew up. Her face changed. All this happened while steam was being released from her body. And so Heaven, looking at her hand, said that it made her feel nostalgic. The Empress watched what was happening attentively. It seemed familiar to her. But she didn't have time to finish her thoughts, because Heaven disappeared in an instant. With incredible speed, she approached the blonde girl. She tried to react to it instantly, swinging her unique blade. But the protagonist's companion again stopped the blow with her bare hands, shouting at the girl in the dark robe to give up. At that very moment, the stopped blade was covered in heavenly energy, which completely absorbed her sword. Tension appeared on the Empress's face and she clenched her teeth. Energy began to rise around them, gradually consuming their bodies completely. A powerful explosion occurred, which seemed capable of destroying the entire city. It was contained by the heavenly Tao ball, but an earthquake and a rumble were still heard. People felt them and immediately became frightened because they did not know what was happening. At that moment, the main character himself loudly said, "Enough." At that moment, the sword was torn from the hands of the Empress, rising into the air. As he remained in the air, he began to tremble, becoming more and more energetic. And then he went towards the guy, while Heaven asked the master to be careful. Raising his hand and pointing towards the Empress, the protagonist spoke back. The sword flipped over in an instant, returning to the long-haired girl's sheath, surprising her. The guy himself suggested that the power of the Zhuanyuan emperor came from the sword, and this interested him. The girl herself answered Heavenly Tao, saying that she couldn't even imagine that he would change so much. The sky returned to its previous state, while her master said that the previous method could not solve the problem. Now he wanted to chat with the rebels. The girl herself stood up and became dumbfounded, because she had in mind his gender. The protagonist thought to himself that she thought he was the former Heavenly Tao, so he asked her if she would believe him if he said it wasn't him. She replied, embarrassed, that she had never even thought that the Heavenly Tao would have a penchant for women's clothing. The guy immediately interrupted her, saying that now he wanted to solve the problem peacefully, not by force. But she didn't let him finish, shouting at him not to lie to her, because the Heavenly Tao wanted to take away the power of all beings. After these words, a smile appeared on the black-haired guy's face. He explained to her that the power of the Heavenly Tao came from all beings, and this meant that destroying everyone meant his own destruction. He also explained that even if he died, there would be a new Heavenly Tao in the heavens to take his place, and he asked if she could guarantee that the Heavenly Tao would leave everyone alive. She shouted that of course she couldn't give any guarantees, but she called the main character evil, and anyone who became the new Heavenly Tao would be better than him. At this moment, the protagonist thought, because theoretically, the Heavenly Tao had no character. And if he was evil, it meant that all the creatures in this world, according to the Empress, were also evil. And then, in a rough voice, he told her not to look down on the Heavenly Tao, adding that they were selfishly collecting their spiritual power into their own little world. Thinking that the same thing would happen to the Heavenly Tao, the girl listened to these words with her mouth open. And the protagonist continued, asking if she thought that if she teamed up with someone, she could easily deal with him. He added that the power of the Heavenly Tao is the sum of all beings, because only by selflessly spreading the aura throughout the world can he become stronger. This time, the Empress could not restrain herself and began to shout at the guy not to speak of himself so nobly, asking whether the Heavenly Tao could be wrong. To which the main character, without even thinking, replied, "Of course he could be wrong," which surprised the long-haired girl quite a lot. With a smile on his face, the guy said that this is why he acknowledges the mistakes of the past and begins to work on correcting them. Giving an example, he used power to change the boundary wall so that the mixed breath could be converted into an aura. Having added that all beings can be cultivated, the corresponding exercises were then imprinted in their consciousness, preventing the monopolization of resources by the powers that be. Hearing this, the girl screamed and asked if he was sick. She screamed and asked if the guy knew how many villains there were in this world. Naturally, the main character was surprised by such a reaction and was a little taken aback. And then he asked whether she would then admit that all beings are evil. Having come to her senses a little after this question, the Empress again shouted that this was not so, because evil people are only a small part of all creatures. With a smile on his face, the black-haired guy said that since only a small part of them are evil, then most good people will hinder the evil ones by asking if this is so. At that very moment, the long-haired girl began to think, and the guy, taking advantage of the opportunity, put his hand on her shoulder. He asked, "Should an emperor really change people for the better?" Going behind the girl and pressing himself against her, he asked her to look at those people. He pointed his finger at the red cart, adding that the girl was being forced to marry. He said that she had neither the resources nor the qualifications. Whether others should decide for her was of interest to the heavenly Tao. He asked her to think, if she really was the leader of the human race, then she needed to take practical actions to get everyone moving in the right direction. This time, the long-haired girl no longer screamed, but simply looked forward thoughtfully. Raising her hand, she clenched her fist. Her hand began to shake. With seriousness in her voice, she stated that she understood. Seeing this face, Tao smiled, saying that he would look forward to her actions. At that moment, the Empress turned towards the Goddess of Light, asking if he had convinced her in the same way. To which she replied with a smile on her face that she had simply made the best choice for herself. Hearing this answer, the Empress thought again. At that very moment, without saying anything more, the Empress disappeared from the place where she stood. She headed towards the carriage, flying at superhuman speed. In an instant, she reached her and landed right on her roof, which raised screams from the people standing around. Naturally, the crowd of people became angry, shouting at her to ask how she dared to disrupt the ceremony welcoming the royal family. The white-haired girl herself silently watched what was happening at that moment. After remaining silent, she loudly declared that she was Empress Xuanyuan. While the men were looking at each other about how they had never heard this name, a man jumped up laughing. He stood directly in front of the blonde girl on one of the flags. Asking who dared to interfere with his son's marriage, it was the head of the Wang family. After observing this, the protagonist said that the man was approximately in the middle of the fourth rank. He asked the system if this marriage was considered human trafficking, to which the system responded that no transaction is considered human trafficking. At this moment, the protagonist's face became gloomy. He realized that this was another loophole. At that moment, the Empress herself asked the man whether he was the head of the Wang family. But without waiting for an answer, she asked to let the girl go because there was no point in marriage. Something like this contradicted the very meaning of the word marriage. The man asked angrily if some girl had dared to confront him. At that moment, the blonde's face changed and she screamed angrily. The laws of the kingdom state that sacrificing the living is prohibited. And then she asked if he was ready to accept the fact that he was breaking the laws of the state. Naturally, the man did not understand these words, because his family is the law. Adding that if the Wang family was unwilling to abide by a law, it was meaningless, the girl clenched her teeth in anger upon hearing these words. At that very moment, the red-haired man loudly gave the order to kill the white-haired girl. Immediately, several people attacked her from all sides. The girl herself exhaled heavily at that moment, and then took as much air into her lungs as possible. All the attackers began to fly away because they were attacked by fire magic. While the blonde's body was covered in flames, she angrily asked if it was necessary to force her to use force. Naturally, the man was surprised by such power, and the girl continued to say that if you don't believe in the law, it won't work. It was after these words that she began to take out her sword, asking if the minister did not understand this truth. The man himself did not understand what happened to this sword right now, while the bright light obscured his eyes. He immediately jumped back, jumping straight to the ground. At that moment, the system said that no one was capable of challenging this blade, to which Tao replied that Tao establishes the rules between heaven and earth. While humanity controls everything that is related to man, this will not change anything. Red-haired Wang said that she was trying to put pressure on him. With a smirk on his face, he said that she could do it. The girl slowly began to approach the man sitting on the ground, and then she put her sword right to his throat. The blonde said angrily that he had broken the law and she didn't understand why he shouldn't be held accountable for his actions. The redhead himself responded that he was not behaving as decently as she was, but all her actions were aimed at intimidation. Asking her what the difference was, the white-haired girl listened to him silently, making a face. Dao interrupted their conversation by saying that the girl had encountered the same problem as he had. With a smile on his face, he said that he could answer his question. And then he turned to Wang, rudely saying that power is used to enforce rules and protect the weak. It is not used to break rules and humiliate people, adding that the difference between them lies in the use of force. At that moment, a loud cry rang out that these words had been well spoken. Hearing the voice, Wang immediately looked toward the voice, delighted. At that moment, the main character looked away. There stood an old man, Van himself, shouting joyfully. It was his grandfather. Having come down, the old man said that the young people were mistaken in one thing. Their Wang family had never deceived anyone, Old Man Wang said. Turning towards the trembling girl, the old man addressed her, asking if she had come here voluntarily. She, trembling, with an equally trembling voice, answered that it was so. And then he turned towards our heroes, saying that this was confirmation. With a smile on his face, Dao asked the girl standing next to him if she now understood the feelings of the heavenly Dao. Two silhouettes of girls watched all this from the air. Heaven could not believe that everything would end so easily, to which the goddess of light replied that she thought they should stop and watch. Exhaling heavily, the little one said that she didn't really like watching people quarrel. Having stated that if she were the master, she would have sorted it out long ago. The Empress, with a gloomy expression on her face, said that she thought that the abolition of the hereditary system of officials would prevent something like this. She did not expect that they would begin to protect each other and create a monopoly effect. The old man responded by saying that today was an important day for their family, and he did not want blood to be shed, so he suggested that the two leave this place. Naturally, the girl became very angry upon hearing these words. With a gloomy expression on her face, she said something like, "That's it," which surprised the guy standing next to her. Grabbing her sword, she also added that the human world needed change. Raising his head, the heavenly Tao looked at the gathering clouds in surprise. The fair-haired empress herself activated her energy, accumulating energy. There was a loud roar, followed by a huge column of lightning flying towards the girl. With a slight movement of her hand, the white-haired empress was able to repel this attack. Both men standing and watching this could not believe their eyes as lightning struck around them. The black-haired man didn't understand what all this fuss was about, looking at his new companion. Having said that she had an hour to sort this out, otherwise, he would personally enforce the rules of this world. She assured him with a sullen expression that this would be enough. People looking at the sky did not understand why so many clouds appeared again, discussing that the weather was very strange today. At that moment, lightning was flashing in different directions, and it seemed that with every second there were more and more of them. Also, at this time, the same thing was happening in the Kuntun mountain range. The standing duo looked into the distance, observing the ever-changing weather. The dragon loudly declared that she had returned, but it was too early. He did not understand whether the Empress was not afraid of being discovered by the heavenly Tao. At that moment, a girl turned to the dragon and screamed tensely, "What is this power and thunder in the Imperial city?" She asked the Lord whether he will leave the mountain range, to which he immediately lay down on the ground without any concern, answering that he would stay. The demonic ancestor said that since the Empress was here, it meant that she would be able to fulfill the promise she had given to him at the beginning. The girl wondered if they really wanted to live in harmony with people, because after all, the battle had been going on for 10,000 years. To which the ancestor asked the girl not to worry, because if the promise is not fulfilled, then this woman does not deserve to be called Empress. Feeling this power, Old Man Wang did not understand what kind of enormous power could exist in their world, and asked the girl with a trembling voice who she was. To which she replied with malice in her voice that her name was Xuan Yuan, adding that they believe that the law is used to control people, but in fact the law is used to protect them, the servants of the court. If people think that the law is fair, they will believe in both the law and the court. On the other hand, now they break the law and enter into marriage in an unworthy manner. And then, pointing her finger at the old man, she loudly declared that they had been breaking the law for thousands of years. Junior Wang laughed and said that he thought she would say something encouraging, and then added that the girl was not the Empress. She could not judge them, because she had no power. These words silenced the girl. After thinking for a bit, the blonde looked towards the main character, who at that moment was talking with the system. It told him that this was a concept with which the Empress could not agree. The system assumed that it understood what Tao meant. Lowering her head, the Empress said that she had made a mistake. At this moment, the chief loudly declared that he agreed with the empress. And then, standing in front of her, he explained that the threat of force alone could not solve the problem. They needed leadership. He asked to be allowed to count the mistakes they had all made. The first is the sacrifice of the living. The second is the ban on martial arts. And the third is bureaucracy. According to the law of the Sia state, all relatives up to the 9th generation must be exterminated, the protagonist said. Hearing these words, the two men standing from the Wang family opened their mouths in surprise. The empress immediately intervened, loudly declaring that Dao should wait, as this was too much. Turning towards the blonde, Dao replied that, as far as he remembered, more than 1,000 families were exterminated during her reign, adding that all this was done to ensure that nothing would happen again. And then, coming closer to the girl, he asked if she had forgotten about her actions. Leaning towards her ear, he whispered to her why she was so kind now. At this moment, the empress herself had already lowered her gaze downwards. She fell into her own thoughts and only after some time said that she understood everything. Drawing her sword, she aimed at the two, rushing towards them, shouting loudly that they needed to pay for their sins. And so, the flaming sword approached the standing duo, who could do nothing to resist the attack. Suddenly, right behind the girl, a loud voice was heard, shouting for her to leave the people. The empress missed, and a huge column of flame passed right past the men's heads. The dragon landed and stopped, and the empress asked him who he was. To which he replied that he was the guardian of the state of Xiajun Duan. He asked why the lady had come to the country of Xia. To which she replied with a gloomy face that it would be better to ask about the deed of the Wang family, adding that, as she recalled, the laws of Xia forbade human sacrifice. The dragon proudly stated that this was true, but also added that the Wang family did not sacrifice living people. After all, it was just a June marriage. Immediately, the aura in the air changed. The empress asked if this was really just that. And then she said loudly that the meaning of marriage is to pass on fragrances, to continue civilization and inheritance. She wondered what the difference was between marrying a dead person and sacrificing people. The dragon replied that the lord of the Wang family had worked hard and that they couldn't be killed because of just one miss. The man standing nearby added that the Wang family had made a mistake, but also added that there were many similar cases in the country, and if this was the only issue, the crowd would not be convinced. At this moment, the empress's face became even worse. With the roughest voice possible, she said angrily that in that case, it was her wish. At that moment, the system told Dao that the empress's heart was broken, but the boy himself thought that the girl was doing everything right. Suddenly, the dragon screamed again, asking to wait. Because the girl was not the empress of Xia, she could not punish the lords. But it was too late. The blade flew straight past the necks of the standing duo. In an instant, their heads flew apart in different directions, and blood began to splatter in all directions. Seeing such a picture, the dragon and his companions did not know what to do. The dragon said, "Does the elder really want to start a rebellion?" To which the girl asked whether the rebellion would really be unfounded. After thinking for a moment, her interlocutor replied that, of course, the Xia state was fundamentally different from its rulers. At these words, the empress interrupted him, declaring that she was responsible for the safety of the people of the Xia country. Still angrily, the blonde spoke about how if people exist, then the country exists, but if people die, then the country is dead. And then she pointed her finger at the dragon, shouting that they, the guardians, did not know who exactly needed to be protected. Dao praised the girl's level of ideological awareness, and at some point even began to admire her. The system asked Dao to surrender, since she would not submit to the heavenly Dao. But the guy didn't understand why he should force her. He wanted to be friends with her. At that very moment, energy began to gather in the girl's hands. She said loudly that if they cannot give a fair verdict to the people, if they cannot provide a good life for the people, if they cannot create a stable environment for the people, then they have only one thing left to do, and at that very moment she launched a powerful attack towards the Guardians. At that very moment, the huge rock standing behind them was torn into two parts by a powerful attack. The guards standing there looked around and could not believe their eyes. Exhaling, the blonde loudly declared that if they couldn't do it, then she would do it all herself. The system said that people don't care about their emperors. They only worry about their own kind. The heavenly Tao itself didn't quite want to say that this was bad, continuing to watch the girl's actions. The blonde, watching the sword's behavior, thought that it was an elf clan. For a few more seconds, she continued to look at her sword, which was trying to tell her something. After thinking for a bit, she shouted at the dragon to let the girl go and she would deal with them later. And then she rushed into the sky at an incredibly high speed. The rest could only watch as the girl rushed somewhere at incredible speed. She, with a tense face, headed towards the elven dwelling. She didn't understand what the elves were planning. All her thoughts were only about that. At that moment, Tao, Heaven, and the Goddess of Light caught up with her. The guide told the Empress that she was slow, offering to help her. And after these words, a huge magic circle appeared in front of the girl. The whole four of them immediately flew into it. They disappeared, moving to the elves. Literally a moment later, a heavenly Tao magic circle appeared right above the elf tree. And so our heroes found themselves here. The Empress was shocked by such power. She didn't understand how Tao knew where she was heading, to which the guy replied that it was because of the changes she was planning. He was going to continue to watch, adding that she was downstairs and that he needed to find her quickly, asking her to be careful. After these words, the girl looked a little tensely towards the great tree. And so, a few minutes later, our heroes found themselves in the main city of the elves. The elf goddess stood in front of a huge table on which lay a bouquet and a box. As soon as the Empress appeared, the yellow-haired girl immediately greeted her. She, in turn, was very surprised when she saw the elven goddess. He immediately began to examine her carefully from head to toe. In turn, the elf turned around and said that there was ashes on the table. The yellow-haired one said that at that time the sacred third squad was capturing elves and turning them into dust. Gritting her teeth, the Empress did not understand why this was happening. The heavenly Tao intervened in their conversation, saying that it was all because some time ago the elf ruler wanted to save all the slaves. Since many were sent to another country, hearing this from Tao, the girl thought about it. People rejoiced at the capture of the elves, thinking only about their earnings and the subsequent excellent life that this money would give them. Moreover, they also discussed the fact that the perverted nobility was planning to purchase slave girls at a high price. At that very moment, a suitable match for these criteria fell into their hands, Empress Xuanyuan in her childhood. While the men were almost dying from satisfied laughter, something flew past them. The laughter died down, the bodies were left without heads, and total silence reigned. The slaves sitting inside the cart, seeing the splashing blood, screamed in fear. At that very moment, someone landed on the cart, shaking it quite violently. The small, fair-haired girl immediately turned her gaze towards the noise. The girl standing in front of her asked where they were all going. It was the demon lord who asked if they really wanted these guys that much. Suddenly, she noticed that the sword was reacting strangely to one of the prisoners here. He slowly began to land right in the arms of a little blonde girl. Seeing this picture, the demon lord, with a smile on her face, declared that she would give this blade to her. Who intends to abolish slavery? The little one did not understand why she. Because she is a slave. Exhaling heavily, the demonic mistress said that in that case, the girl should continue to be a slave. After all, it didn't concern her at all. At that moment, the little one thought. And so, in the end, nothing much has changed, said the Empress. However, the elf screamed loudly, turning to the fair-haired girl. A magic circle immediately appeared, from which huge tree branches began to emerge, which enveloped the entire body of the white-haired girl, starting to squeeze her hands first. And then the whole body, every part of the body, starting with the chest and ending with the legs. Holding the girl, the elf goddess said that they were just elves, but she did not understand why people dared to treat them like that. Approaching the Empress, the yellow-haired girl gave her a strong slap. Tears began to appear on her face. She asked if elves should always obey humans. Looking away, the white-haired girl apologized, saying that she could not answer for the entire human race. The branches of the world tree gradually began to release the Empress's body. The elf, still with tears in her eyes, said that in the second cycle the elves strove to live in harmony with them. Even when contradictions arose, they continued to smooth things over with words, and they, in turn, only did more and more, adding rudely that her compatriots had suffered for too long. And then, raising her staff, she added with a shout, saying that because they are not able to represent the human race, then they will contact the emperor themselves. The elf declared war with these words. At once, all the elves took up the pressure of their queen, shouting in one voice. The empress tried to wait for them, asking her interlocutors to calm down, because if a war began, both sides would suffer. The elf goddess asked the girl if she really thought they would just swallow everything again. At that moment, the elves began to scream for revenge. They did not want to leave everything as it was. Each of them screamed about war, intending to destroy the sacred Third Reich. Turning to the heavenly Tao, the Empress shouted, asking if the heavenly Tao would just stand and watch. Exhaling heavily, Tao replied that it was hard for him too, explaining that although he was responsible for everything, the most difficult thing was the human heart, adding that the problem between people and elves must be resolved humanely. On one side was a former comrade, and on the other was the human race, which she had sworn to protect until death. He asked if it was difficult for the girl to make a choice. And then, with a rather gloomy face, he added that, in fact, he had another choice. She immediately pressed herself against the guy, asking if it was true, asking him to tell her about him immediately. Heaven, seeing this picture, thought that the girl was as big as her head. With a snap of his finger, the heavenly Tao gave permission to go out with a smile on his face. At that very moment, a magic circle appeared in the sky, which gradually began to disappear. The goddess of light said sheepishly that she had hidden well and there was no reason to reveal her. The goddess of light immediately looked up and began to carefully examine the girl. And then her face changed, because she recognized her, still with the same look, asking how she dared to come here. The goddess broke out in a sweat, telling the elf to wait as she had something to say. However, it was already too late. The elf goddess activated the magic circle, attacking the girl. In turn, she began to defend herself, calling the elf goddess sick and asking Tao how much longer he would watch. The guy said with a smile on his face that the elven goddess was too excited right now, she needed time to cool down. The goddess of light herself did not understand what she had to do with it. With each passing second, more and more sweat appeared on her body from excitement. The elven goddess sternly declared that it was time for the goddess of light to die. In turn, the white-haired goddess shouted that the elf needed to calm down and listen to the people. The heavenly Tao watched this massacre from the sidelines. The Empress screamed and asked if the guy would really continue to watch their battle, to which the guy replied with a smile on his face that he hoped that none of them would die. The elves, watching this battle, supported their goddess. And so, enough time passed, the screams still continued to be heard. This time it was already hand-to-hand combat. The elven goddess was sitting on the lying goddess of light, still screaming for her to die. The heavenly Tao approached them and clapped his hands, telling them to tie them up. And after his words, the yellow-haired girl's body was immediately covered with blue energy. Her body began to fly up. Sitting down at the table, the main character pointed his finger at the next chair. Sitting down, the elf did not understand where the table and chairs came from. And then he did the same with the goddess of light, saying that it was time for them to talk. The elf said gloomily that she had nothing to talk about with this goddess. They needed to continue fighting. Tao asked the girl not to be so impulsive, because the decision to kill was made by high-ranking people of the Third Reich, and not the goddess. After thinking for a bit, the elf asked if she should really deal with them, to which she received a positive answer from the guy. The heavenly Tao said that it was time for people to pay for their bad deeds, and the goddess of light also supported this. The elf immediately turned her attention to her, asking the goddess sitting opposite her if she was really going to just watch her kill her people. To which she sheepishly replied that she had an agreement with the heavenly Tao, so she would not interfere with this. The Empress intervened in their dialogue, shouting that they had just decided their fate. This time Tao interrupted her, asking if she really wanted them to repent. He added almost immediately that if he made a mistake, he had to pay for it, asking the girl along the way if she had really forgotten about the Wang family. There was silence, and after some time, the elf asked the guy what he wanted to do. The guy immediately called out to Heaven, who instantly appeared behind the guy. With a dark voice, the black-haired boy told her to apply divine punishment to them. At this time, the sacred Third Reich. One of the men reported that all elves in the Third Reich had been exterminated. Emperor Charles XI, with a smile on his face, replied that this was wonderful, because this was the price for their antics on their territory. Suddenly, his joy was interrupted by a subordinate who ran in, shouting that something had happened. With horror on his face, he screamed that a miracle had happened outside. The people standing on the street all looked at the sky where the girl was flying. They all shouted as one that she was the goddess of light. They could not believe their eyes, assuming that she had come to perform a real miracle. An army immediately appeared and began to push aside ordinary people. The emperor was pleased with the goddess of light. He decided that she agreed with their actions. In turn, the white-haired girl looked at him silently. After a brief silence, she addressed her people, introducing herself as the goddess of light. The emperor immediately interrupted her, shouting that the sacred Third Reich would always worship her, asking her to give them God's gift. After another short silence, the girl asked, "Dar." And at that very moment, her face changed. With a tremor in her voice, she said that they had committed a crazy act. At that moment, the emperor's face changed from joy to horror. The magic circle behind the goddess became even larger. The emperor did not understand whether it was really the goddess of light before them, because the sacred Third Reich never showed disrespect to the goddess. To which the girl replied that they were killing elves for their own benefit. She believed that this was the most terrible act of the subjects of the goddess of light. Opening the book, the emperor began to shout that she herself had written about this in the Holy Scripture. The Tao observer laughed because the girl had been caught, but the goddess herself was taken aback at that moment, saying that such were the written rules of the past. And then she waved her hand, directing the energy towards the book. Right before the emperor's eyes, the Holy Scripture disappeared. He could not believe his eyes. And at that very moment, he loudly declared that she belonged to the elves. He shouted that this was not their goddess of light. Again, the goddess's voice changed. She said that he was brave because he dared to doubt her. And then, raising her hand, she shouted that they needed to be punished, and immediately clouds with lightning began to gather in the sky. At that very moment, Tao asked heaven to help the girl. Naturally, she obeyed her master's order, immediately beginning to gather energy. Immediately, the goddess felt an incredible power within herself that overwhelmed her. All the people standing in the square began to shout as one that there would now be heavenly punishment. They were very scared. The man shouted that he was the emperor, that this couldn't be, that he couldn't be subject to divine punishment by calling the goddess a deceiver. After another short pause, the goddess called the emperor possessed. And after these words, a huge number of lightning bolts immediately began to descend from the sky. Everyone started to run in all directions, shouting about heavenly punishment. The guards immediately began to protect their emperor, who could not believe his eyes. And then, among the small lightning bolts, a huge one appeared and struck straight at the castle. A huge column of dust rose up and spread across the entire area. People with trembling voices continued to talk about divine punishment. But as soon as the dust began to clear, people realized that the city had not been harmed, deciding that the punishment had been just an illusion. Suddenly, an alarming cry was heard calling for the emperor. The guard who ran up addressed the emperor, who was lying on the ground and had been struck by lightning. He, through the pain and on his last breath, still could not believe it, because he was the emperor, and they treated him like this. People began to talk among themselves about the fact that the priest was also dead, like the general. After this lightning strike, the clouds in the sky began to disperse and bright rays of the sun appeared. The goddess of light, covered in bright rays of the sun, said that the first spreaders of evil had fallen. She declared that from now on she would deal strictly with high-ranking officials. She promised to take care of the new ruler, and until he came to power, she asked not to cause unrest. She also asked to remember one thing. From today on, there will be no high taxes or oppression. With a joyful face, he said that they should not live only for the sake of faith, but live for themselves. Joyful cries immediately rang out, which benefited the goddess of light. With each passing second, the joyful cries grew louder and louder. Our main character watched all this from the cloud. Behind him stood an elf who said that only a few days had passed since the heavenly Tao took up this matter, and there had already been such changes. The goddess of light turned around after these words and happily declared that she served the guy well, adding that she is different from them, who love to go against the heavenly Tao. With a smile on his face, the guy said that it was well said, but there were many nuances. He asked if it was good when people felt free and lived on their own, adding that she did not interfere with them with her faith, which is why they did not renounce her. With these words, the goddess of light happily agreed. Taking the guy by the hand and hugging him, she said that the guy's goal was to spread her faith. As she began to praise the heavenly Tao, the elven goddess watched all of this with an angry expression. Sometime later, the empress said that the sacred Third Reich had lost its ruler. If the people lived without him, chaos would eventually reign. To which the guy replied with a smile on his face, saying he had already thought of everything. He thought that she had already noticed that the elves' way of life had changed radically, and he wanted to continue to promote this way of life. But the sacred Third Reich, which was a wonderful experimental site for this, the empress did not understand, because the people still needed a leader. He also stated that the goddess of light should choose a new one. But the heavenly Tao said that if the goddess of light appoints the ruler herself, then the Third Reich will again become the same as it was just seen. The Empress did not understand the guy's train of thought. Therefore, the main character stated that people should have chosen for themselves. He snapped his finger and a magic circle appeared right below them. Tao decided to show them something. And so, our heroes have moved straight to the palace of the sacred Third Reich. A huge magic circle appeared inside one of the halls, from which our heroes emerged. Everyone immediately began to look around to see where they were. The Empress did not understand why they needed a palace, to which the heavenly Tao replied that she would surprise everyone herself now. The elf turned around and said that someone had arrived. At that moment, a huge crowd of people appeared in the hall. The people who entered looked around, because it was their first time in the Imperial Palace, and they thought that everything here was luxurious. One of them turned to their leader, asking if nothing would happen if they entered here, to which he assured that no one knew his palace better, because now most of the people here were dead, so they could take the treasures for themselves. The guy himself felt that someone was watching them. These thoughts did not leave him. The yellow-haired man scared his comrade standing next to him with a joke about shadows, and then he told them to find the location of the treasure as quickly as possible, because they might not have come here alone. Our heroes watched all this from behind one of the walls. The Empress, turning to Tao, said that ugly people who only live for profit. Was this really what he wanted to show them? The elf immediately said that people have always been like this because these people have a common goal, which is only to get rich. And the guy replied that greed is one of human nature. It was not surprising that people who had lived in oppression for a long time decided to do something like this. However, this was not at all what he wanted to show them. And then, he announced gloomily that the show was about to begin. The girls immediately turned their attention to the noise that had appeared. Turning their heads, they saw several armed men running in, shouting about their own gain. The elf, watching everything that was happening, did not understand what was happening. The heavenly Tao explained that these people came to rob. The human empress herself silently watched their actions at that moment. The superiors rejoiced in their gains, leaving with a mountain of treasures. The yellow-haired man declared that with such a huge fortune he would be able to bring glory to the Third Reich and at the same time become emperor. Suddenly, his joyful abruptness disappeared because they saw other people. There was silence between them, the tension in the air growing more and more with each passing second. Suddenly, those who had recently arrived shouted for them to put down the treasures, to which they heard in response that they were the first, so the treasures were theirs. The tension grew stronger. The man shouted that whoever is stronger will get everything, and with these words he grabbed the bag. A showdown began between them, each wanting to get as much gold as possible. The white-haired man, taking advantage of the confusion, rushed to flee, managing to get around all the attackers without giving up his gold. Suddenly, one of those fighting noticed the one running away, pointed his finger at him and shouted. Immediately, a bald man rushed towards him with a dagger in his hands, intending to kill the white-haired man. With a cry for death, he plunged his dagger into the fleeing man's butt. Covering the wound with his hand, the man, lying on the ground, screamed and bled. The yellow-haired man heard the screams of his comrade and called out to Joseph in alarm. At this point, the entire crowd became angry. Since their opponents had resorted to weapons, then they should respond in kind. And then the real bloodshed began, and the smell of blood began to rise into the air. There were cries of anger and pain, and with every second there was more and more blood on the ground. The Empress watched all this, clenching her teeth in anger. Unable to bear it, she looked towards the heavenly Tao, who was smiling at that moment. Grabbing him, she screamed and asked the guy why they were killing each other, not understanding whether this was really how a ruler was chosen. And at that very moment, she received a powerful kick from heaven, who pushed the girl away from her master. She didn't expect the blow, so she couldn't dodge it. Keeping her leg in an attack position, the little one rudely told the white-haired girl not to be rude to her master. Laughing, Heavenly Tao told her that it was all nonsense, asking his subordinate to calm down. The guy spread his hands and said that he wanted her to understand that it was not the Heavenly Tao that was hindering the development of the human race, but their very essence. After all, man is selfish by nature, said the dark-haired guy with a gloomy face, adding also that it is just like she wants to get more power. After a brief pause, Tao said that everyone simply wanted more. After all, egoism inevitably leads to injustice and imbalance, so the Heavenly Tao needs to recharge its resources. This is how things are with property, wealth, and the status of the ruler. The powers of those who decide to resist heaven will never be greater. Then, taking the girl by the chin, he asked whether, as the empress of the human race, she should not control the evil thoughts in people. Asked if she didn't want everyone to be treated fairly, she asked in a trembling voice if she could. The guy threw up his hands and said that if they didn't try, they wouldn't be able to find out. Looking towards the elf, Dao added that the elven commune could be considered an excellent example. This time, the fair-haired empress waved her hand in agreement. She understood everything. And then, turning towards the people, she asked how she could stop them, to which Dao said that she should decide for herself. She didn't understand why Dao answered her so simply, to which the boy poked his finger into her forehead. And literally a second later, there was a loud roar. A huge stream of energy hit the girl's head, and she screamed in pain. Steam began to come out of her forehead, and for a moment she lost consciousness. And as soon as I arrived, I asked the guy what he had just done. Dao explained that he had turned her into a mortal, adding that she was now one of the living beings. She had to experience the feelings of the common people and use her limited power to save the empire. The elf didn't understand this and asked if it was dangerous for the girl, to which the guy asked her not to worry about it. And then he snapped his finger, and a magic circle appeared right under the girl's feet. Already completely covered in the guy's energy, the white-haired girl understood what he had come up with. But it was too late, because the girl appeared right above the carnage, starting to fall into the center of the battle. Having fallen, she began to rise slowly, and gradually other men began to pay attention to her. Those who noticed her shouted to get everyone's attention. They noticed a woman sneaking in, intending to kill her so that she wouldn't take the treasure. At that moment, the Empress herself was thinking that Dao had given her something after all. She agreed with his train of thought, reaching towards the sword. As she rose, she saw a huge number of people rushing straight towards her, wanting to kill her. Immediately, the aura around the girl changed, and with horror, she said that she had not experienced human feelings for a long time. As they ran, the men shouted as one for the white-haired woman not to even look in the direction of their treasures. She exhaled heavily, assumed a fighting stance, and rushed towards the attackers. In an instant, she rushed past the crowd, striking everyone. Those standing behind, seeing what was happening in front, could not believe their eyes, not understanding why the girl was so strong. But it was already too late. The Empress managed to get close to them, saying that they should be honest. She struck one of them. He fell straight to the ground, dropping the weapon from his hands. With the same anger, she said that everyone should stop fighting and lay down their arms. And then she fell silent. She swung her sword and cut through the wall, thinking that a show of strength would be the best option. It began to fall, making terrifying sounds of destruction, raising a column of dust. Everyone scattered. Still releasing a stormy aura, she declared that their end would be the same as this wall. She ordered everyone to immediately lay down their arms and gather in the square. All the men listened to her silently, without interrupting, afraid to even breathe air. Gradually, each of them began to exchange glances, and literally a second later, loud sounds began to be heard. These were the sounds of weapons falling and hitting the ground. Picking up the wounded, they began to gradually move towards the exit. He himself said that he didn't expect her to deal with it like that, because he thought she would kill everyone. The goddess of light, in turn, sighed heavily because she had been completely ignored. And so, sometime later, a huge number of people gathered in the square of the Imperial Palace. Looking at each other, they did not understand why they had come here, assuming that a new emperor would appear now. Their conversations were interrupted by the loud sound of a sword hitting concrete. A white-haired girl, standing on a hill, shouted for everyone to be quiet. Everyone immediately started looking in her direction in surprise. The Empress said that the last emperor died at the hands of the goddess of light because he did not follow her teachings. She gathered them here so that everyone could think about what they were going to do next, to which they immediately shouted that they would follow the teachings of the goddess of light. Everyone supported these cries. Each of them was going to believe and follow the goddess of light. But the girl immediately interrupted them, asking if they were idiots. Adding that the gods had killed too many people, she asked if they should not resist them. The goddess of light immediately began to condemn her from behind her back because she was driving away her believers. The Empress turned to her and ordered in a dark tone that she shut up right now. Naturally, the blonde retreated in fear. Running up to the master, she began to cry, complaining that the Empress had yelled at her. Dao replied with a smile on his face, saying that it seemed like Empress Xuan had understood what she would do next. At that moment, The white-haired girl screamed that the human race should not depend on the gods. They should live on their own. She invites the people of the Third Reich to join an organization called the Imperial Commune, which will provide work for everyone. Those who work less than others will be punished. If you work a lot, you will receive a reward. People who have lost their ability to work will receive subsidies from the empire, declared the white-haired girl standing on the hill. Clenching her fist, she declared that from today on, everyone would become a member of the Imperial Commune, and everyone would become equal in the Third Reich. One of the men shouted from the crowd, "Did they really want to work so hard because no one knew how it would end?" After thinking for a bit, the blonde replied that the products produced in the commune would belong to everyone, but certain people would look after them, and there would be no theft. They all started to talk amongst themselves with a grin, saying that she couldn't give them any guarantees about this. In response, the girl listened silently, her face becoming gloomier with each passing second. She tipped her sword over her head, drawing attention to herself. Then, gathering her energy, she swung it, aiming the blow straight ahead. The energy rushed at incredible speed, cutting through the sky. Those who stood and laughed at the white-haired girl almost dropped their eyes in surprise. And at that very moment, in a low tone, the girl declared that those who thought of stealing something would fall under the tip of her blade. With trembling voices, each of them said that they would join. The goddess of light immediately appeared and declared that this girl would become their leader. Everyone rejoiced at the appearance of the goddess of light and began to shout in one voice that the goddess of light had blessed them. Turning around, the empress asked the goddess what she had done, to which the short-haired one replied that she had helped her, explaining that one cannot demand that people suddenly abandon their previous way of life, since changes must be gradual. The heavenly Tao agreed with this, adding that following the best beliefs will lead to stability. Hearing these opinions and explanations, the empress sighed heavily and agreed. And then she shouted for them to come back, because the commune's subsequent activities would be carried out gradually. And so, sometime later, the empress spoke to the elven goddess that the guilty had been punished, and she hoped that the battles between the races would end. Tao praised the girl because she did even better than he thought, adding that she was worthy of being the leader of the human race. And then he added that they had never even heard of the girl before, and she asked him to omit this moment. And at that very moment, dark energy appeared right above them. A hole appeared in the sky. The energy grew more and more with each passing second. Naturally, all our heroes noticed this powerful clot of energy. Suddenly, hands appeared from this hole and began to move up and down. And after them, the rest of the body appeared, which fell awkwardly to the ground. The pink-haired girl said embarrassedly that it was painful. Sitting down, she also stated that she doesn't like teleportation at all because she almost died. It was the goddess of magic, Margarita. As soon as the elf saw her, she immediately recognized Margarita. Tao asked if she knew her, to which the girl standing next to her replied that she was an old friend of hers. They had met in the second period. The mother of the elves turned to the goddess of magic, asking why she was here, to which she turned to Lelouchia with a gloomy face, asking her the same words. Running up, she started screaming that she had risen from the dead and didn't even bother to notify them. Margarita was angry at the girl, and then she even said that the power of faith in the Third Reich disappeared very quickly. She did not understand what happened here. To this, the goddess of light responded, saying that it was nothing because now the Reich was under her care. The elf interrupted the goddess of light, telling her not to brag because they had joined the commune. Their argument was interrupted by a sound. It was the sound of footsteps. The blue-haired girl was sobbing as she approached our heroes, with tears in her eyes, saying that it was impossible to kill people while fighting to restore faith. It was the goddess of life, April. Immediately, energy began to gather in her hands, becoming more and more. Gradually, the energy became so abundant that it eclipsed the entire Imperial fortress. People immediately noticed that all the wounds began to heal, and they began to thank the goddess of life. The main character watched all this silently with his system, and then, lowering his head, he looked at the blue-haired goddess, saying that she had too much milk, at which the system only laughed. With an embarrassed face, the goddess of life exhaled heavily as she finished the healing. Turning to Lelouchia, she expressed her joy at her return, asking how things were going on the Tongtian road. To which the girl, looking away towards the Tao, said that it was very dangerous there. But at least the heavenly Tao was not as bad as everyone thought. Suddenly she looked around, asking if the god of war was with them. But before anyone could answer, A loud laugh came straight from the sky. A man with a bare chest shouted that global changes had occurred in the human world. He could not miss this. It was the god of war, Caesar. Margarita, looking at Caesar, growled that the man was behaving like this on purpose. Descending, he turned to the elf, asking if she really wanted to take the believers away from the goddess of light, to which she replied that she was not interested in anything except the elves. Tao asked the system if the god of war was a rebel, to which the system corrected the guy, saying that his second personality was one. Having explained that in the first cycle, the god of war divided his body into two personalities, good and evil. Now the embodiment of goodwill stands before the guy. Exhaling heavily, the guy realized that no one took the heavenly Tao seriously. At that very moment, the god of war Caesar turned his attention to the goddess of light, asking if she was now in charge of the entire Third Reich. Laughing, the girl replied that she had handed over the reins of power to a more suitable person, adding that the elf goddess would not enter into conflict with her, pointing his finger at the girl standing behind him, who stood out with her aura. The white-haired empress looked silently towards the gods. The gods began to exchange glances, because they were seeing this girl for the first time. The long-haired woman interrupted their whispering, telling them not to guess. Taking out her sword and beginning to release energy, she asked if they remembered this blade. Immediately, all the gods shouted in one voice that this was Empress Xuanyuan. Turning to the white-haired and yellow-haired goddess, Caesar asked if they had betrayed the Western gods. The empress responded to this by saying that she did not understand the point of disagreement, since she was only concerned with protecting the people. April stated that if the empress ruled here, it meant that the goddess of light had renounced her religion. The short-haired friend explained that her rule would not prevent people from believing in her. And then her face turned red, and she glanced towards our main character. Approaching him, she pressed herself against him, saying that now they obey his orders, and if he wants to renounce his faith, he can do so easily. Naturally, Margarita and April were surprised, because they did not understand when their friend was able to find a partner. They were also interested in how far they had progressed in their relationship. The goddess of light, throwing up her hands, replied that there could be no talk of any relationship. With a heavy sigh, the elf goddess decided to tell them everything. Standing next to the guy, she told everyone that the heavenly Tao stood before them. Raising his hand with a smile on his face, the black-haired boy waved to the gods. Horror appeared on the faces of the gods. The aura around them completely changed. Gradually, beads of sweat began to appear on their faces. The joy completely left their faces, replaced by horror. After all, only now have they realized the situation they have found themselves in. The blue-haired girl immediately began generating energy, screaming that she couldn't believe her eyes. Margarita joined in after her, shouting that she didn't want to work with the heavenly Tao. With a smile on his face, the guy himself said that he could break the chain connected with them. They didn't understand what the guy meant and stopped. And then they hid behind the god of war, shouting that if a guy wants to kill someone, he should kill a man. With horror on his face, he began to explain that his second personality contradicted the heavenly Tao, but not the one he was currently using. Their screams were interrupted by the empress standing nearby, who asked the guy if he really enjoyed scaring everyone that much. With a smile on his face, Tao replied that he simply liked their reaction, adding that they were not people, but powerful gods. Hugging the girls standing nearby, the guy said that he didn't want to kill them. He was just interested in making contact with them. At that moment, when the guy hugged them, even the human empress herself became embarrassed. The god of war said with a smile on his face, "No problem." Pushing the guy away, the empress declared that the problem of the Third Reich had been solved and it was time to take the next step. She wanted to ask something because they still hadn't solved one problem. After a short pause, the girl added that they had not solved the problem of the Xia kingdom. And so, literally a few minutes later, a magic circle formed in the sky directly above the Xia kingdom. Our heroes began to emerge from this magical portal. The empress said that the problem of the Xia kingdom was much more serious than the Third Reich, and that it needed to be resolved immediately. After thinking for a bit, the guy asked the girl not to rush and to first discuss the plan. They needed to change the laws and stop most of the atrocities, the girl said. After thinking about it, Tao replied with a smile on his face that she thought that changing the legislation would help solve the problem. No matter how much the empress thought, she could not understand what the guy meant, so she asked again, and he began to fly to the side, shouting for the white-haired girl to follow him. He was going to show her someplace. And so, after flying for several minutes, they descended to the ground, standing in front of a building. Standing at the entrance, the Empress asked the heavenly Tao why they had come here. To which the guy, with a smile on his face, asked the girl to take a closer look at the name. Next to the door, there was a huge sign that said Xin Li Wan. The girl said, as if to say that the name of the store was rather strange, since they are usually called differently. She didn't understand why Dao was showing her this, to which he began to go inside, asking her not to rush into her conclusions. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a man who asked if they had come to eat or spend the night with him. The Empress interrupted him, asking why they called their establishment Xin Li Wan. She was interested in the meaning of this. At that very moment, the man's mood changed. He tensely apologized to his guests, intending to avoid answering. However, Dao immediately took out an item that made the man scream in surprise. Dao asked if he wanted to talk now. With a laugh, the man happily declared, "Of course." After thinking for a moment, he explained that the original meaning of the name was the road to Xinli Wan. Who could have thought that a couple of years ago an official named Yang Wanli would appear, who, upon seeing this name, demanded that it be changed? The owner continued to tell. That's why they stopped naming the stores in a poetic style. The owner ended his story with these words. Dao immediately cast his gaze at the girl, who, clenching her fist in anger, asked if it was really true, all because of this. But without waiting for an answer, unable to restrain herself, she released a crumb of her strength, hitting the table, thereby destroying it. Naturally, the owner of this store was so scared that he was speechless. The Empress, in turn, continued to be angry and added that it was so as not to defile her own name. The man forces the owners to change the name. She considered it a terrible act. At that very moment, Dao put his hand on her shoulder, asking the girl to calm down, saying that there were ordinary people here too. Having thrown 2 golden packages to the man, Dao apologized for his girlfriend and the broken table, and also asked for food for them. Naturally, the man forgot about his fear immediately, indicating where his guests should sit. And so, sometime later, our heroes were sitting at the table, and Heaven took the initiative by taking the teapot. While pouring tea, she asked the gentleman to drink, for which he thanked his subordinate. With a smile on his face, Dao asked if she really thought that changing the laws would help improve the situation in the Xia kingdom. But without waiting for an answer from the girl, he continued, saying that laws set limits on what is acceptable, and if she wanted to make the country safe, establishing strict laws was not enough. And then, after a short pause, he declared that everything was simple. Etiquette was needed here. By explaining that he will regulate people's morals, an unspoken red line will be created. Those who violate the red line will be condemned by society. If the incident is repeated, Yan Wanlia will begin to be viewed negatively. His superiors will turn away from him because he will bring a wave of negativity down on the government. Naturally, the Empress did not understand, asking what if they only appeared to be law-abiding, but in fact were engaged in atrocities. After a pause, the guy replied that things would be different then. He thought that such people would be under pressure from society. Etiquette, at least, forced people to outwardly conform to those around them. At this point, the system interrupted the guy, asking if he was already familiar with this method, to which the guy laughed good-naturedly, adding to the Empress that external Confucianism and internal law are an excellent way to introduce etiquette. After thinking for a moment, the girl interrupted the guy, asking how ordinary people could avoid oppression by the government, to which the guy replied that he thought she should figure it out on her own. After all, when the arguments of reason lose their meaning, it's time to take up the blade, the guy added. After hearing these words from Dao, the Empress immediately cast her gaze towards her famous blade. After thinking for a bit, she nodded her head positively, saying that she understood everything. He stood up with a gloomy face and declared that the time had come to resolve this important issue. And here is the Imperial Palace of the Xia Kingdom. The Emperor sat on his throne, barely able to keep from sleeping, and said that it was time to begin. The subordinate immediately bowed his head and turned to him, saying that no serious events had occurred recently. The Emperor of the kingdom, beginning to yawn, was about to end the audience. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking, because a powerful explosion came from the roof. Stones began to fall in different directions, and a column of dust rose up. The guards, grabbing their weapons, began shouting to ask who dared to invade the Imperial Palace. It was our heroine who was seen by everyone around as soon as the dust cleared. Looking straight towards the Emperor, the girl said that her name was Xuan Yuan. The man on the throne laughed and asked if she was the same Empress who had destroyed the father and son of the Wang family. And then, with a gloomy face, he declared that he didn't think that a woman would be the scourge of the human race. Standing up, he added that she had decided to unite everyone, but he did not understand why she would risk the prestige of the Xia kingdom. This time, Xuanyuan did not remain silent, replying that the kingdom belonged to the citizens, not just the authorities. The man, after a short silence, asked again if the girl really thought that simple working people were worthy of anything. He didn't understand whether she really thought that brainless idiots could rule, since all they could do was obey. Hearing these words, the girl began to laugh, saying that his opinion was too stupid, calling the emperor stupid, and then turning to the high-ranking officials, she added, asking if there were no people. Where would the officials and emperors come from? Exhaling heavily, the emperor asked what the girl wanted, whether she really wanted to kill him. He added that if he were gone, the kingdom would be invaded. And after that, no one will be able to stand against them, the emperor added with the same low, oppressive tone in his voice. Watching everything that was happening, Heavenly Tao laughed. The system, listening to the emperor, said to Tao, saying that the man thinks that the kingdom cannot survive without him. After thinking for a bit, the black-haired man said that the truly pathetic person is the one who believes his own lies. Suddenly, the empress loudly said that the emperor was satisfied with the current state of affairs. She was interested in whether he would like to correct his mistakes. Laughing, the man shouted that he was 100% sure of his words because he couldn't be wrong. And then he gave the order to his subordinates to destroy the enemy standing in front of him. All the armed men immediately pounced on the girl, shouting for her to say goodbye to her life. Waiting until the last moment, the empress assumed a fighting stance. And right at the very last moment, she disappeared from the place where she was standing. She rushed past everyone at incredible speed. They couldn't even see it. But just a moment later, a scream arose in the hall, because the girl struck each attacker. Seeing this, the emperor's face changed. He could not believe how this had happened. Turning to his senior officials, he shouted to the frightened ones why they stood up and did not defend him. Immediately, some kind of animal burst out from behind the wall, which, due to its enormous size, easily destroyed the wall. The dragon appeared and asked the girl to calm her anger and stop fighting. He added that even with their strength, they would not be able to defeat the Xia kingdom. As soon as the high-ranking officials saw him, they immediately rejoiced, believing that they were saved. The empress lowered her gaze and asked if he really thought that she, with her strength, would not be able to resist them. And then, raising her angry face, she added in a low tone that she wanted to see who would dare stop her. While running away, the emperor called for help from the guards. He tried to leave the emperor's chambers as quickly as possible. Without thinking twice, Xuanyuan threw her sword straight towards the emperor. The sword flew across the entire throne room, piercing the man's body from behind. Blood began to spray in all directions. The dragon, seeing this situation, immediately tensed up. He could not believe his eyes. Likewise, the closest nobility themselves could not believe the situation that had happened. Standing with her hand outstretched, the white-haired woman said that they could all disappear in the blink of an eye. The dragon immediately began to tensely ask the girl what she was doing, because the kingdom of Xia was surrounded by powerful enemies. After the death of the emperor, they would all come here. He shouted if he understood what the girl had done, to which she replied that the dragon should not panic. Lowering her gaze, she explained that she had done everything. She thought that the eastern continent could finally be united. Naturally, the nobility became more and more frightened with each passing second, their bodies trembling with fear. Turning around with a dark look, the white-haired girl said that if anyone else wanted to unleash it against her, now was the time. Everyone immediately fell on their knees, greeting the new empress. While everyone wished the new empress long life, she called her sword back. Tao noticed that this woman was very powerful. The system noticed that Heavenly Tao could become the same if he wanted. However, the guy immediately asked the system to forget about it, because he prefers to observe the choices others make. The system became curious about what would happen if events did not develop as he expected, to which the guy replied that he would intervene. And so, the white-haired one began to ascend to the throne, and when she reached it, she sat down. He said that since there were no more people willing to challenge her, it was high time to deal with the actions of the others. Immediately, he turned his gaze into the distance and asked the general if this was true. The man's face immediately became covered in sweat, and he said in a frightened, trembling voice that he didn't quite understand what she wanted to say. Realizing what the girl wanted to see, the protagonist snapped his fingers with a smile on his face. A notebook immediately appeared right in front of the girl, which she took into her hands. Opening the door, she said that General Zheng had bought 3 houses and his family had spent quite a bit of money. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken him about 300 years to earn them. The general himself listened to this with his mouth open. And then, with a trembling voice, he cried out in fear, how could she denigrate him? At that very moment, the girl's face changed. She said angrily that she was only stating the facts, adding that all his military awards should be confiscated. One of the men bowed and explained that the entire family of General Zheng, the ministers of the kingdom, and the new empress had not yet figured everything out. He assumed that the kingdom would plunge into chaos if the death of the general and minister was revealed to ordinary people. Hearing this, the girl laughed. She addressed the man by name, telling Minister Liu that he had raised his second son poorly, as he had made many mistakes. The bearded man immediately explained, trembling, that his son had behaved inappropriately at a young age, but that his knowledge of the political level was perfect. Opening the notebook, the girl was about to look at her son's atrocities as she began to read. The arson of the grain storage facility, the concealment of information, the use of power for her own interests. The general turned to Brother Liu and asked him to be silent, as he had already realized that the notebook in the Empress's hands was not simple. Dao, observing this, noticed that people never learn from their mistakes. The system agreed with the protagonist, when suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by the girl hitting her with a notebook. Everyone immediately panicked, each realizing that their lives could be cut short. Standing up with a menacing look, the Empress said that most of them were abusing their position, which forced people to suffer for a long time. Suddenly, a man shouted out from the crowd, shouting that not everyone was like that. He had studied diligently for 10 years in order to achieve fame and pull his family out of the abyss of poverty. The general supported the guy's words, shouting that officials must work hard. However, their cries were interrupted by the white-haired girl, who said that they had all made mistakes and refused to acknowledge her. Throwing down her sword, she shouted that she had been too kind to them, as she had already made a mistake once and did not want to repeat it. The sword immediately fell right in front of the standing crowd, and everyone immediately screamed in fear. With a menacing look, Xuanyuan added that they must hand over all property to the new government within 3 days. Everyone immediately started shouting that they had spent all their money long ago, because even if they killed them, it would still lead to nothing. Having added that she was unaware of human feelings, the girl smiled upon hearing these words. A murderous aura rose around. Xuanyuan declared that she understood the interests of the people very well. She asked the general whether the devil had bought their souls. Dao immediately asked the system whether this was considered human trafficking, to which he received a negative answer from the system. Lost in thought, Dao said that he still wanted to remind Xuanyuan of something, shouting to her that all souls belong to reincarnation, so it was not easy to sell or buy them. The higher-ranking officials immediately began to support the guy. After hearing the words of the heavenly Tao, the girl thought for a moment, silently looking straight ahead. However, Tao also noted that organ trading was not currently prohibited, and he thought that a lot of money could be put aside for a demon's corpse. The general, hearing this, almost dropped his eyes, and Tao added that a person of the 4th rank could become an excellent container. The Empress listened attentively to the heavenly Tao. The girl told the guy that these people were evil by nature, but the guy pointed out that they were human. After thinking for a moment, the girl asked the crowd if there were any who were not going to return the money. Those having heard about the organs immediately fell to their knees, shouting that they would give everything. Hearing these words, the white-haired girl exhaled heavily. Turning to the guy, she asked if he could help her confiscate their property naturally. The guy was surprised by such a request. And then he asked the system to count the amount of money they had appropriated, and naturally, it immediately expressed its dissatisfaction. She immediately began to besiege the guy by saying that she was a great system, adding that there were several clans that were worth paying attention to. Still muttering angrily, she began to list them all. Starting with 10 families, he told about 6 Taoists, and finishing with 6 demons, he reminded them that among them, there are 10 families, an abbreviation for the 10 best clans. They were independent from the Jia kingdom, and the ministers were closely connected to them, manipulating them from the shadows. She also added that handing over power to Empress Xuanyuan could harm their interests, so Dao should have told the girl about the troubles in advance. The system also said that among the 10 clans, there were several old acquaintances of the Empress, and at the time of Emperor Sia's death, they had already sent someone here. At that very moment, as soon as the system finished, a purple-haired man appeared. The nobles immediately recognized him. They recognized the man from the Feng clan, rejoicing that they had finally come. The man himself took out a fan and covered his joyful face with it. Standing, he introduced himself as a member of the Feng clan, Feng Yi, who greeted the new empress. He was one of the representatives of the 10 clans. With a smile on his face, he greeted the girl several times, still covering part of his face. The Heavenly Tao immediately ordered the system to reflect all of this man's data. After analyzing, the system revealed that the man was in the early stage of the 5th rank, 23 years old, the second son of the Feng clan. Tao was surprised that the boy had such strength at 23 years old, to which the system reminded him that the boy himself was currently 20. Feng said that the previous emperor maintained good relations with their clan and other clans. However, the empress immediately interrupted him, saying that she did not care about their relationship with the previous emperor, asking the guy to explain his intentions. Laughing, he began to tell that Xia Huliang, who had long since lost his powers, but the girl had treated him too much. He asked to transfer the throne to a member of the Xia family so that there would be no misunderstandings with other clans. Immediately, an incredible energy arose, and the empress rudely asked if she had heard everything correctly. Feeling such a terrifying energy, Feng laughed, saying that he wanted to remind her that even though she had such a powerful influence, but even against a 5th ranker, she would have a hard time, because no matter how strong she was, loneliness would never go away. He was interested. Would she be as confident if she faced several members of their clan at once? Tao himself laughed as he listened to this. He liked him. At that very moment, the purple-haired man's monologue was interrupted by a loud sound. The sword came out of the floor, flying towards the empress. With a light touch of her hand, she grabbed the sword flying at an incredibly high speed. In a terrifying tone, she asked why they didn't just show off their powers. With a smile on his face, the representative of the 10 clans said that being kind is very difficult. At that very second, his body was covered in energy, and several swords appeared behind his back. In an instant, they flew towards the standing white-haired girl. She silently watched the approaching blades without moving. Then suddenly, at the very last moment, she jerked, starting to deflect every approaching blade with incredible speed. In an instant, he closed in on the attacker, attacking him deliberately past, right next to his head. Standing with her head held high, she saw confusion on the guy's face. After a slight delay, a huge gust of wind arose, which arose due to the girl's attack. Those who stood behind her, ordinary people because of him, were unable to stand on their feet and began to fall. Having come to his senses, the guy asked in a trembling voice how this was even possible. To which the white-haired girl replied that even if he was a 5th-ranked woman, the difference between them was still too great. Naturally, a member of the Feng clan could not imagine such a thing. Heaven, after eating, explained that the main components of martial arts are stability, precision, ruthlessness, but the Empress's movements were too sophisticated. Tao even said that he also wanted to try this technique, but the system said no way, because the guy would finish everything with one blow. His strength was too great. With a smile on her face, the white-haired girl told the guy that he could show off all his techniques. However, he did not respond to her proposal in any way. Exhaling, he disappeared. Gathering energy in the air, he said that he had been a little careless, promising that he would not allow it to happen again. However, he didn't even have time to understand how the girl became close to him. Having delivered a powerful kick directly to the guy's body, he couldn't understand how this had even happened. Unable to regroup, the Feng clan member fell to the ground with a thud. Empress Xuanyuan herself landed gracefully on her feet. The boy stood up, trembling, not understanding how she moved so quickly, because not a single martial arts master had ever managed to avoid his blows. The Empress herself said in a menacing voice that he was like a baby who had lost his pacifier. A black bird appeared in the sky and said that Feng was too clumsy. Upon landing, he shouted that he was not ready yet and was choosing an opponent that was not his level. The bird turned into a man. It was Feng's mentor. The teacher asked the student not to worry and rely on him. It was the head of the Feng clan. Exhaling heavily, Tao said that this was to be expected since all stories are the same. The Empress herself stood silently watching the man's actions. With a smile on his face, the man introduced himself. His name was Jun Wusan. He suddenly fell silent, beginning to carefully examine the girl standing in front of him. At that very moment, his face changed dramatically and he screamed in surprise. And then he slapped his student, shouting that he was an idiot, asking who allowed him to create problems. Holding his face, the boy did not understand why the mentor did this. However, the mentor kicked his student again, asking who gave him the right to ask questions. After a short silence, the Empress turned to the man, who, like a little dog, immediately responded. Holding his head, the man began to joyfully say that he did not expect to see her again. Dao immediately noticed that the man was afraid of the Empress, who explained to the boy that he was the son of a demon lord, of the second cycle, who had once suffered greatly at the hands of a girl. The system noticed that this was already clear from the man's face. The man happily asked if she was there, then his father was also alive. But the girl apologized, saying that she had nothing to do with him. Looking away, she said, "Demon Emperor." She looked away towards heaven, saying that his father died in her arms. After a short pause, the white-haired girl said more clearly, "The Emperor died at the hands of heaven." At that moment, the little one herself said that she had forgotten about it, and Dao looked towards the younger one. The system explained that at the end of the second cycle, heaven had been trapped by more than a dozen generals, and the system thought that she couldn't remember exactly how many people had fallen at her hands. The black-haired man said that there was nothing to worry about, asking Xuan Yuan if she was the new Empress of Xia. She, in turn, replied that the previous Xia Emperor was too ridiculous. She could not come to terms with his behavior. The man tried to explain that he shouldn't have acted so abruptly, but the Empress replied that she had tried to talk to him, but he hadn't heard her. He glanced to the side and asked with an angry expression if she was speaking correctly. The higher nobility immediately began to shout in fear in one voice that they had not obeyed. The Empress turned to the man, asking him how it happened that the Xia state became like this. And he began to tell that her actions with their fathers were crazy and the results were not particularly good. Soon after they went to heaven, the world fell into chaos. It seemed that the world was destroyed. More than 90 creatures disappeared, and the remaining 10 Ida were saved, relying on the Western and Eastern gods. Exhaling, Dao now understood why they said that the path to heaven destroyed everything. The system asked not to discuss this topic anymore. And the man continued. The immortal cultivators who survived the disaster began to support the power of the major states. Everyone tried to regain their former strength. After his story, he asked his sister to tell him about the ancient path to heaven. The girl closed her eyes and said that they had tried to get there but had failed, and she had nothing more to say. Surprised, the man asked the girl if she wanted to try her luck again. The girl fell silent at that very moment, turning around and looking at the heavenly Tao. With a horrified expression on her face, looking at the black-haired man, she replied that of course she would try again. Hearing this answer, the protagonist laughed, and Heaven, who was standing next to him, immediately became angry. However, the white-haired girl also said that not now, because now the main goal was to change the human race. She explained her motives to the man, adding that she could not stand any kind of oppression. Feng happily declared that the entire continent should be under her rule. Turning towards the nobility, the Empress said that the first step was to force the officials to return the property. Feng immediately stated in fear that public anger had not been cancelled. He understood everything, but officials were mired in corruption. The girl asked threateningly if he really thought she should leave everything as it was, to which he immediately shouted no. Having explained that she was simply worried that her sister's radical reforms might affect the population, the situation could become unstable. Glancing again at the guy standing behind her, the Empress declared that she knew what she was doing. Dao noticed this, realizing that the girl was planning to turn to him. The system considered this a wonderful way to change the world. Suddenly, the Empress asked if he was really the head of a clan that was among the top 10, to which she received a positive answer. Raising her hand, she asked for help in arranging a meeting with them. She wanted to discuss future reforms with them. The man, lost in thought, waved his hand in agreement, but also noted that the other leaders were not accustomed to this kind of communication, adding that they might not listen to her, adding that besides, the 10 clans were connected to the heavens. The girl's gaze immediately changed and she said, "Jun Wuxuan." And then she put her hand on the man's shoulder, and at that moment his whole body shuddered. With a terrifying look, she asked him if he really thought she was afraid of anyone. Sweating from fear, but trying not to show it, the man shouted that of course not. At that very moment, the girl waved her hand, saying that from today on, a commune would be established in the Xia state. Having declared that from this moment on everyone was equal, all the high-ranking nobility stood silently, looking at the girl. Literally a second later, each of them fell to their knees, agreeing with her. Dao approached and said that she had already decided everything. He was waiting for her results, but the Empress said that she would still need his help. Having lifted the baby, Dao said that the girl would be helped by heaven, and naturally she was surprised by this. The black-haired man explained with a smile on his face that he still had things to do, and he hoped that they would get along. And then, having handed over the baby, he said goodbye and disappeared, leaving the girls alone. Naturally, the Empress did not understand how he could leave her if it was his idea. The head of the Feng clan did not understand what kind of guy he was. To which the Empress, as if nothing had happened, said, "Heavenly Tao." Naturally, the man did not understand at first, but gradually he began to realize it. And as soon as he realized what kind of heavenly Tao the Empress was talking about, he screamed in surprise throughout the entire Imperial Hall. The system asked the owner where they were going, to which the guy replied that there were other problems that needed to be solved, explaining that the commune is good, but the rules are based on each person's own way. He explained that anyway, over time, human greed would rise up and destroy order in the commune. In other words, saying that they can't get rid of all their problems. After a moment of silence, the system responded that everything was now clear to it. As soon as our heroes stopped, the system clarified why they needed the western skies. To which the heavenly Tao conceived, he replied that they needed to borrow something from God. And so, sometime later, the main character landed in the castle. Standing in front of the huge door, he saw the devastation, realizing that a battle had taken place here. Once inside, she looked around when she suddenly heard a sound. Looking to the side, he heard someone shout joyfully, "Sir." Only for a moment did he notice a rather familiar silhouette. But it was too late. The protagonist's fair-haired companion pounced on him, pressing her chest against him. She screamed joyfully as the boy begged her to let him go. The girl immediately jumped back and apologized to the main character while he exhaled heavily. With an embarrassed face, she apologized, saying that she missed him very much. The system noted that its owner seemed to like it, but the guy sheepishly replied that this was not the case. Dao asked the girl if she hadn't helped in the afterlife, since he didn't understand what she was doing here. After thinking for a while, the girl replied that it was all because there was a god here who was going to die. She explained that Yu Mingtian had received news that a god was about to fall in the west, so that the god's soul would not escape the control of the underworld after the god's death. She went here to wait for his death. After thinking a little, Dao asked what kind of god this was. Suddenly, all his words were interrupted by a loud noise, as well as a fairly strong energy that he felt. He realized there was a fight going on inside, so he suggested going inside to take a look. The further our heroes walked, the louder the noise became. The man who flew into the wall was covered in blood, making painful sounds. With a trembling voice, the god of the elves of the third cycle asked if she had really gone mad, not understanding why she was fighting to the death. To which the black-haired girl replied that he must not have understood. Holding the sword in her hands, the girl declared that she would live only thanks to his death. She was the goddess of good and evil. Naturally, Dao did not expect to meet familiar faces here. His companion standing nearby noted that this was an ordinary quarrel. Randall gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that he was in a difficult situation. Turning around, he shouted, asking if they were really going to stand there and watch him get killed. The standing subordinates did not answer. They only lowered their gazes downwards. To which the goddess of good and evil interrupted the man, asking if he still didn't understand. With a terrifying look, she declared that she would kill him and then take away everything that once belonged to him, thereby protecting the other gods. Adding, in addition to this, he is not the only god of the elves. Hearing these words, the beaten man began to laugh, and then, suddenly stopping, he shouted to all his chambers that he would not die so easily. Immediately a bright light appeared, emanating from his body. In an instant, he took off, starting to fly away at incredible speed to the side. As he flew away, he shouted to the girl to wait, because sooner or later he would definitely take revenge on her. Suddenly, as he passed by, he noticed two rather familiar silhouettes. He didn't understand why they looked familiar, but he immediately dismissed these thoughts, because now was not the time for that. As he flew past, he shouted at the duo to get out immediately. Naturally, Qingxian immediately became angry, asking the man how he could speak to the gentleman in such a tone. She immediately disappeared from the place where she was standing, while the yellow-haired man continued to approach them. In an instant, she was right behind him, grabbing him by the cloak, and then she swung, intending to deliver a powerful blow to the man. Naturally, he was unable to react to the incredible speed. flying right in front of the heavenly Tao into the ground, breaking it due to the fall. As soon as the dust cleared, a battered body appeared, showing no signs of life. Having come down, Qingxian worriedly asked the gentleman if he was hurt, to which the black-haired man replied that everything was fine. Dao asked if by any chance she had come here to take his soul. Was it okay to kill him? Dao was interested. She, embarrassed, shouted that there was nothing to worry about since she had received his soul anyway. Suddenly, the goddess of good and evil appeared. She immediately recognized the black-haired man. Looking at him in surprise, she asked the guy what he was doing here. Naturally, the guy was interested in the answer to exactly the same question, stating that if she hadn't put Randaval in a hopeless situation, they wouldn't have come for his soul. Also noting that the girl was doing well, he did not think that she would be able to get along with the new generation of gods. The black-haired one replied that she had only come for a part of what was rightfully hers, and since they had taken his soul, it was time for them to leave. Naturally, the fair-haired one immediately began to scream angrily, because the goddess had no right to speak to the heavenly Tao like that. But Tao asked his companion to remain silent, saying that in fact, he was here on business. He wanted to borrow something from the goddess of time. Lost in thought, the black-haired girl noticed that this was a rather strange person. She was in the river of time. Even our heroes will try very hard. She thought that they would not be able to find her. Qingxian yelled at the goddess again, telling her not to talk to her like that. Dao said that he would find a way to find her. He needed to know where her temple was. The black-haired girl replied that the main temple of the elven gods is located at the top of heaven. The temple of the goddess of time is located a little higher, so she told the guy to go higher. With a smile on his face, the guy thanked the girl for her help. And then he fell silent, starting to look around. Having declared that they were going to the goddess of time, Qingxian was going to go with him. With an embarrassed face, she stated that they were leaving right now, to which the main character was surprised. He asked if she needed to take the soul by any chance, and then adding that he could go to the goddess of time himself, but she had to return to the underworld. There was no point in putting off the work. Qingxian tried to excuse herself by saying that she had done everything, but Dao noticed that Randall's soul was still in her hands. Immediately, the girl's gaze changed, and she began to stare angrily at the lying body. By placing the scroll, she activated the gates of the underworld, commanding them to open. And then she simply threw the body at him, which quite surprised those around her. With a happy face, she turned to the guy, saying that now everything was definitely ready. With a heavy sigh, Dao agreed, allowing the girl to go with him. Suddenly, Dao turned to the goddess, saying that the true goddess of the elves might be about to return, so he asked her to be careful. And then he began to walk away, saying goodbye to the goddess of good and evil. She, lost in thought, did not understand what this meant, deciding that Dao was threatening her. And so, sometime later, our two flew to the temple of the goddess of time. The system asked the guy about searching for the goddess of time, the so-called celestial networks, to which it received a positive answer. He explained that the goddess of time could look into both the past and the future, and with her powers, he could create a surveillance system for the commune. Suddenly, Qingxian declared that they were that very temple. And so, sometime later, our heroes landed on the temple. Standing in front of the huge door, Heavenly Tao guessed that they had arrived at the right place. Touching the huge gate, he began to push it aside. With a loud sound, the heavy doors began to slowly open. Once inside, they took away a huge clock that stood out right on the floor. Qingxian immediately noticed that something was wrong here. Dao noticed that from the moment they entered here, they were caught in a time loop. Having begun to release his power, he decided that it was time to find the goddess of time. At that very second, images of moments from the past began to slip through my mind. The protagonist closed his eyes to concentrate on his search. And so, literally a few seconds later, he was able to find the goddess. Taking off, he shouted to his companion to follow him. With a smile on his face, he moved straight ahead because he felt where she was. And so, sometime later, our heroes reached their destination. Having flown out of the yellow space, they found themselves in another one and began to land in it. They stood in front of the bed. Dao assumed that the girl was sleeping. Approaching the bed, he shouted loudly that it was time for her to wake up. Starting to rise, the girl said that she was very scared, rubbing her eyes at the same time. Sitting on the bed, she did not understand who had come to her and began to gradually look around. Her gaze was fixed on our main character, who was staring intently in her direction. Having said that they didn't know each other, she lay back down, saying that the guy shouldn't disturb her. Qingxian called the girl a fool, Not understanding how she dared to talk to her master like that, Dao calmed his companion down. With a smile on his face, he raised his hand, snapping his fingers. Right there, right next to the ear of the goddess of time, an alarm clock appeared and began to gradually speed up. And just a moment later, he was moving at incredible speed, making a disgusting sound. In an instant, the girl's bed flew up and she landed on her feet. Angrily, the girl began to look around again. Dao asked if she was awake now, to which the yellow-haired girl asked who he was that he could come here. Dao told her that their personalities were not important, because they wanted to borrow something from her. She didn't understand what, so the guy explained that he needed to be able to look into any kingdom, no matter where he was. The girl's gaze became gloomy. She began to look down, lowering her eyes. A rather unfriendly aura began to rise around. The yellow-haired girl said threateningly that she didn't know how they got here, but the two shouldn't even think that they can command the goddess of time. Immediately, her body began to disappear into space. Leaving, she declared that if they wanted to get into the realm of time, then they needed to try it themselves. Kingxian naturally got angry, but the guy found it interesting, so he suggested following the goddess. Taking off, our heroes jumped after him into a huge magical portal. At this time, in the palace of the Elf Lord, the goddess of good and evil asked the elf if she really planned to plunder the temple with her, to which the yellow-haired one said that this was not so. She also added that it was originally her palace, but suddenly she shut up and a bright light appeared out of nowhere. Looking into it, the black-haired girl assumed that this was the goddess of time. The elves, looking at this bright light, assumed that it was a sign of something bad. The light grew larger and larger with each passing second. At some point, it became so bright that absolutely nothing could be seen for several kilometers. As soon as the main character entered the gate, a bright light also appeared, and as soon as it disappeared, he began to open his eyes. Kingxian, embarrassed, turned to the master with a trembling voice. Looking at her body and the body of the guy standing next to her, she did not understand why they had changed. Heavenly Dao realized that it was a school uniform, realizing that the age of the body had also changed. Immediately looking at his companion's breasts, he said that they had become smaller. Naturally, she screamed at the guy to stop looking, and the guy immediately started making excuses. Embarrassed, holding her chest, the fair-haired girl did not understand why her body had changed so much. He asked the gentleman sheepishly if he really didn't like it. After thinking for a bit, the black-haired man happily said that the little ones are also very cute. Kingxian continued to be upset as Dao looked around. He noticed that this world was very similar to the one he came from, suggesting that it was an illusion created by the goddess of time. Noticing also that all the people here are ordinary, except them, he immediately contacted the system, asking for clarification of the situation. However, she did not answer him, which immediately made the main character nervous. And when she didn't answer after a minute, the boy's face changed completely. Kingxian immediately turned to her master, seeing the confusion on his face. At that moment, the guy himself was thinking, not understanding where the annoying ball had disappeared to, realizing that if it had been a trap, the system would have come to his aid. But now she was gone, and the surroundings here looked quite familiar. At that very moment, the guy's face darkened greatly. He assumed that the goddess of time had returned him back to his home world. Still lost in thought for a little while, he glanced towards his companion, telling her to try to do something to make sure of something. She immediately approached the tree, intending to fulfill her master's request. Standing before him, she assumed a fighting stance, beginning to gather her strength into a fist. And then, literally a second later, she struck with almost all her force. However, only a small leaf fell from the tree, which flew right past the black-haired man's face. With her hands swollen, Kingxian turned to the boy, who confirmed that the girl's strength had also disappeared. When he thought about it, he couldn't even imagine that the goddess of time would do such a thing, realizing that he had acted too carelessly. Suddenly, the teacher behind them shouted for Heavenly Dao and Qingtian to hurry to the classroom. Naturally, the guy, hearing such words, immediately became wary. Having covered his companion's hand, he told her to follow him. Looking at the girl, he did not understand why she was here. But with him, everything was clear to him, realizing that returning would not be easy. Approaching the door of the third-year classroom, senior school, first group. Upon entering, the teacher immediately confronted them, asking why they were taking so long, but without waiting for an answer, he told them to sit down. Walking deeper into the classroom, Heavenly Dao continued to look around, noticing that all the students here were ordinary. The teacher continued his lesson, and after observing him, The protagonist realized that he was also ordinary. Dao understood that this world was not entirely similar to his real one. He assumed that the goddess of time had done something. Now he needed to think about how to fix all this. When suddenly the guy's thoughts were interrupted. The yellow-haired girl with long ears sitting behind asked the black-haired man if he was the heavenly Dao. Turning around, our two heroes realized that in front of them was most likely the elf goddess, Lulusia. The girl was glad that the guy was here too, but he, in turn, did not understand how she ended up here at all. She continued to answer in a whisper, embarrassed, saying that she herself did not understand. After explaining that they saw a bright white light and then found themselves here, she also noted that this establishment looked like an elf school. I also realized that the uniform was completely different and had its own differences. The girl spoke with a trembling voice, embarrassed. She was justifying herself to the guy, saying that she hadn't made such a short skirt on purpose. Suddenly, after this, Qingtian's expression changed. Having asked the gentleman if he liked this, the yellow-haired girl was quite embarrassed. After this, the girls began to quarrel, while Dao, looking at them, wondered why they were constantly quarreling. At that very moment, a piece of chalk flew across the entire classroom. It hit the yellow-haired girl right in the forehead, and she got scared and screamed throughout the room. The teacher then shouted at Lulusia to stop shouting. Exhaling heavily, the teacher asked not to talk during the lesson. Suddenly, one of the men jumped up and shouted, "How dare he tell them what to do?" The guy, clenching his fist, declared that they were gods and that a mere mortal could not tell them what to do. Naturally, the teacher immediately became angry upon hearing this. So, grabbing the guy, he kicked him out of the class, telling him not to come. Dao recognized this guy because he was the god of war Caesar. In turn, Lulusia noted that the teacher was a very powerful man. Dao agreed with her, saying that the teacher in this world was the highest level of law. No one dared to contradict him. Qingxian immediately jumped up, shouting and asking if the teacher was stronger than her master. For that, I also immediately received a chalk blow right to the forehead. A muscle began to twitch on the man's face, and he angrily asked Qingxian if she really thought he was telling this to himself. The heavenly Dao explained to the girl that she needed to follow the rules. All the girls sitting nearby agreed, and that's how the lesson went. After the words of Dao, there was silence. When the lesson ended, everyone went to do their personal needs. The three of us gathered outside, discussing the antics of the goddess of time. The guy said they needed to find the goddess in this dimension before returning to their own. Naturally, Lulusia was surprised, because how could the heavenly Dao not break through the spell of an ordinary goddess? Qingxian immediately intervened, shouting that the master had a plan that he could not reveal, and Dao himself laughed absurdly at that moment. Turning to the elven goddess, he asked if there were other gods here. She immediately became thoughtful and asked to give her a minute to think. She assumed that April and Margarita, the goddess of light and good and evil, would also be here. Naturally, Dao wanted to find her as soon as possible. Otherwise, they risked staying here forever. And so, sometime later, they reached one of the doors. The guy, looking at the door, tensed up quite a bit, deciding to go inside. Turning to his companions, he said that he would go into the men's room. The girls did not need to follow him. The two began to discuss this situation among themselves in a rather absurd manner, since in their world there was no such division. Suddenly a loud cry was heard. Someone was shouting that someone should not be allowed to escape. Noticing the noise, the protagonist heard the enraged guys shouting at her as she dared to enter their toilet. Taking a closer look, the main character saw a fairly familiar silhouette. It was the goddess of good and evil who told the boys to get away from her. Naturally, the female duo standing nearby also became interested in this situation. They realized that the black-haired girl did not know about the rules of this world. And so, one of the men angrily swung his weapon, preparing to strike. The black-haired goddess silently watched as a fist flew straight towards her face. At the very last moment, she dodged, stepping aside and grabbing her attacker by the arm. Leaning against herself, she delivered a powerful blow between the guy's legs. He started spitting in pain, screaming in pain throughout the entire toilet. The heavenly Dao himself, observing this, noted that it was quite painful. At that very moment, a crowd of men pounced on her, starting to twist the black-haired woman's arms and call her names. Standing on his feet, still holding on to his dignity, the attacker turned to her. Having started licking his lips, he noticed that she was very seductive. He liked her and was going to teach the girl a lesson. He was about to grab the girl's breast, but immediately received a powerful kick in the ass. His head fell to the ground. His whole body shuddered, and the guys immediately began to frantically and worriedly call for their boss. Taking advantage of the confusion, the protagonist grabbed the girl by the hand, shouting that it was time for them to leave. They started running towards the door. One of the guys noticed that the duo was running away. Everyone immediately rushed in pursuit of them, shouting that they would not escape. Loud screams began to be heard throughout the school. Our heroes themselves managed to run away, trying to catch their breath. Dao said that since the moment he became Heavenly Dao, he had not had to run. And then he asked the girl if the gods really had no common sense at all. He didn't understand how a girl could go into a men's restroom. However, without waiting for an answer, he exhaled heavily, asking if she knew about the plans of the goddess of light. At that moment, the black-haired girl was sitting and stroking her leg, trembling. With a trembling voice, she said that she had twisted her ankle. Hearing this, Dao said that he didn't expect that the goddess of good and evil would be there, noting that they were certainly not very strong. The girl looked away, embarrassed, saying that these were temporary difficulties. And at that very moment, the guy grabbed her by the leg, lifting her up sharply. She did not expect this, screaming. Confused, she screamed and asked Dao what he was doing. The guy himself, continuing to examine the girl's leg, said that he was examining it. The leg was very swollen. Having added that the black-haired girl would most likely not be able to walk, the girl herself looked away in embarrassment. Turning around and seeing this expression, the guy asked her to relax. He said they had to go. He was going to take her to the doctor. Naturally, the girl couldn't go on her own, so the guy took matters into his own hands. He put her on his back and carried her to the doctor. She, sitting on the guy's back, continued to be embarrassed. She would occasionally press her chest against the guy's back, which would sometimes make her feel even more embarrassed. Heavenly Dao, sensing this, could not help but notice that she had large ones. Naturally, the girl immediately asked the guy what he was talking about, to which Dao immediately avoided answering. Sometime later, our two were able to reach the medical center. After knocking, Dao began to open the door, asking if anyone was there. Opening the door, the blue-haired girl immediately replied, "Of course." Standing up, she asked in embarrassment if someone was hurt. Suddenly, an awkward silence fell between the three of them. April screamed and asked why the Heavenly Dao was here, not understanding where it came from. The guy himself said that he wanted to ask the girl about the same thing. Although he was not surprised, because she was the goddess of life, she laughed awkwardly in response. Explaining that she had already woken up here, April also recognized the goddess of good and evil, calling her baby. Naturally, the black-haired one immediately told her not to call her that. These words made the blue-haired one laugh. Heavenly Dao interrupted their conversation, starting to drag the black-haired girl from behind his back, taking her with both hands straight in front of him, embarrassing her even more. Walking deeper into the office, he told the goddess that he would leave her here, to which she agreed, then laid her on the bed. April asked the guy not to worry about the girl because she had already been a doctor. With a happy face, the blue-haired girl said that the baby was angry and might be in a little pain. Naturally, this did not frighten the black-haired girl at all. She asked the goddess if she really thought that she would not be able to endure it. April suggested to begin, and the Heavenly Dao himself headed towards the exit, saying that it was time for him to go. April, trying to be as gentle as possible, began to remove the stocking from the girl's leg. After carefully examining the leg, April noticed that the girl had a bad bruise. She was about to start sorting things out, but the black-haired girl immediately started to fuss, asking if they really couldn't just get by with ice. However, it was already too late. A loud scream rang out throughout the entire medical center. At this moment, Lelouchia and Qingtian managed to reach the main character. Dao explained to the girls that he took the goddess of good and evil to the medical center because she was injured. And then he asked why they weren't in class, since the bell had already rung. Lelouchia immediately responded that the teacher had said that the next lesson was outdoor swimming and everyone had to get ready. Dao, turning away, remarked that this was too classical a plot. Qingtian grabbed the black-haired girl's hands, saying that it sounded quite interesting. She wanted to go. She began to pull the guy to the side. The black-haired man asked his companion to be more careful with him, to walk slower. The black-haired goddess watched all this, looking tensely towards the door. Qingtian kept pestering the guy, offering to help him change, but he refused because she was pulling him into the women's locker room. He asked Lelouchia to take his assistant to the women's locker room. As soon as the elf goddess took the girl, the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. As he entered and began to change, he remembered that he had not been particularly good at swimming before. Suddenly they addressed him, calling him Heavenly Tao, clearly recognizing him. It was the god of war who boasted of his pumped-up body. He asked Tao if he wanted to measure his muscles, to which Tao immediately refused, thinking that the god of war had nothing in his head except muscles. And so our heroes headed to the main pool, where everyone was getting ready for physical education class. Looking around, the black-haired boy noticed that it was quite spacious here. Suddenly, from behind him, someone called him, calling him Sir. Turning around, the protagonist immediately noticed Qing Tian, and after her came Lulutia, who were already in bathing suits. He looked carefully at the girls, who looked at him shyly. The girls asked him how they were, to which the guy replied, "Okay," and at that very moment his nose started bleeding. Qing Tian immediately noticed the blood and shouted about it. The girls began to anxiously ask if he was hurt. Grabbing him from different sides, they suggested going to the doctor, but the guy refused, saying that everything was normal. On the other side of the pool, the guys noticed that the girls near Heavenly Tao were quite good-looking. One of the guys reported to his boss that it was the guy from the toilet, deciding that this was a good chance to strike back. Suddenly, the boss, with a terrifying smile on his face, asked his subordinates to wait because he had a great idea. Tao himself, wiping away the blood, thought that this was perhaps the result of Qing Tian and the others' clothes. He asked his companions not to worry, asking them who was responsible for the lesson. Before they had time to answer, a loud cry suddenly rang out, asking if everyone was ready for the lesson. Turning around, the main character, as always, first noticed the large breasts. It was April, also dressed in a swimsuit. She asked if everyone was ready because they were starting. Lulutia was surprised because she recognized April, who at that very moment was attracting all the guys. As soon as she approached our heroes, Tao asked her how she became a physical education teacher. She sheepishly explained that she could be a school doctor and earn extra money. And then she turned around, waving to everyone. The boys were speechless looking at the teacher. And so, literally a moment later, everyone lined up. The goddess of life, April, began the lesson, demonstrating the movements. Every part of her body was bending. The guys couldn't take their eyes off the blue-haired girl. Melting with excitement, they joyfully repeated every movement. The god of war noticed that April had a good body, and she also made him look at her. Tao himself, smiling, asked if he had just noticed it. And then, literally a few seconds later, April exhaled heavily. Sitting down, she told everyone to relax and keep an eye on safety. Suddenly, from behind him, Lulusia turned to him, starting to point her finger. She sheepishly asked to be taught to swim, as such an opportunity might not arise again. The guy himself was surprised that the goddess couldn't do this, to which the girl shyly shouted that she was an elf of light, not water. Naturally, the main character agreed to help the girls with this, asking her to go down into the water. And so, grabbing the girl's hands, he began to teach her. But as soon as he let go of her hands, the girl began to flounder loudly, screaming that she was drowning. Tao came up to her again, grabbing her arm and leg, and then he grabbed his stomach, asking the girl not to be afraid, but to maintain her position on the water. He asked the girl to maintain this position and try to lower herself down. She gradually began to feel more and more embarrassed because the guy's hands were touching her. Turning around, they noticed Qing Tian standing nearby, clearly not happy. With an incomprehensible face, she glanced at Lulusia and then at Heavenly Tao. And then, having fallen, she began to say as elegantly as possible that she was drowning, asking the master to help her because she was about to drown. Naturally, seeing this, the main character was stunned and turned away. Qing Tian immediately grabbed his back, shouting that her master was too insensitive. At that very moment, a group of guys approached the women's locker room. Upon entering, they immediately looked around, noticing that there was no one nearby. They found Qing Tian's locker and started to open it. The subordinate asked the boss if it would be okay if they did this, to which he replied that there was nothing wrong with that. At that very moment, a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Qing Tian pounced on Lulutia, offering to teach her how to swim, but the elf refused the offer as best she could. Suddenly, the main character's attention fell far beyond the pool. He saw 3 guys who looked at him and giggled. The gang boss picked up the women's clothing and began to twist it from side to side. This was also noticed by 2 darlings who shouted in one voice that their clothes were there. The boys laughed loudly, shouting for them to try and take it away. As he started to leave, Tao asked the girls to wait there while he took their clothes. And then he rushed towards the exit, noticing that April was sleeping peacefully at that very moment. Running after one of the guys, he noticed that he was approaching one of the buildings. At some point, he even started running straight inside it. The girls followed him, all three wearing swimwear. Upon entering, the main character assumed that it was a banal trap. Suddenly, as soon as our trio entered, the doors closed. Naturally, the guy immediately glanced behind his back. Then one of the guys closed the doors, almost completely blocking the light. The boss of this gang at that moment laughed with a disgusting face, asking the trio where they would run now. These words made our protagonist laugh. He asked him if he really thought he could handle them alone. Naturally, the guy was confident in his abilities because he locked them up on purpose so that they wouldn't run away. He explained that his men were standing outside and would burst in as soon as he gave the order. The girls immediately began to rush into battle, while the main character did not understand how they were going to fight without their powers. The man grabbed the door and shouted for the guys to come in. But at that very moment, the door did not open. He pulled the handle several more times. At that very second, fear appeared on his face and sweat began to run down his face. From behind the door, his subordinates were shouting that the lock was jammed and they couldn't open the door. The boss started to pull the handle with a scream, not understanding why it stopped opening at that very moment. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao, with a terrifying face, asked if the door was not opening. With a trembling voice, the man admitted that he had taken on too much, asking to be let go. But our heroes weren't going to do that. Screams started coming from inside while his subordinates tried to come up with something. And so, sometime later, the gang boss was beaten and lay unconscious in a pile of boxes. Qingtian turned to the master, asking him what they would do. The black-haired man thought that it would not be possible to get out for now, deciding that they could try to get out through the window. At that moment, the girls agreed to the guy's proposal. Lulutia started sneezing. The protagonist asked if she was cold, telling her to change her clothes. She immediately became embarrassed and began to look at the guy with an embarrassed look. Having made up her mind, she asked him not to peek while she changed. Qingtian, in turn, loudly declared that if the master wanted to look at her, he could do so. To which Dao replied that he did not want to. Turning away, he asked to tell them how they would change their clothes. Embarrassed, Qingtian said okay and started taking off her clothes. The elven goddess followed suit. Gradually, the girls began to put on school uniforms. They tried to change their clothes as quickly as possible so that no one would see them naked. Sometime later, Heavenly Tao asked the girls if they were all there, to which those who were dressed replied that they were already dressed. The yellow-haired girl noticed that the window was too high. The guy looked around and suggested using some old furniture. The girls agreed with him and began to drag the furniture towards the window. As Qingtian lifted one of the desks, she noticed something, shouting throughout the building that there was a man lying here. Our trio immediately approached and began to peer at the lying body. Suddenly, the elven goddess screamed, because she recognized this girl. She shouted at Margarita, asking what she was doing here. She, waking up, looked in the direction of the scream, recognizing Lulutia. The purple-haired girl immediately rushed towards the girl, starting to hug her and screaming that she had finally found her. The yellow-haired girl screamed in embarrassment that Margarita was hugging her too tightly, because her head was pressed hard into the girl's chest. Dao, having let the girl talk, asked the goddess of magic how she got there, to which the girl replied that after she ended up here, a strange guy wanted to drag her to some activity, so she slipped away. And then she realized that she was left without divine power. She was tired from running and decided to rest here, and in the end, she fell asleep. After thinking, Dao said that the goddess of magic, who had mastered magical abilities to perfection, was also here. Asking what she thought about this, the girl, after thinking, replied that they had fallen under the spell of time and space, explaining that the time and space here are gradually leading to chaos. After thinking for a moment, Dao replied that it was not surprising that his memories of his home world were similar to this one. The goddess of magic did not understand why it was necessary to arrange something like this on such a large scale, since the goddess of time had to put in a lot of effort. Assuming that she couldn't do it on her own, he also said that she was also here, sleeping somewhere. After thinking about it, Dao understood what the girl meant, because as soon as they found the goddess of time, they would completely sort things out. Turning to the two standing next to him, he asked them if they understood, to which they both nodded in the affirmative. They didn't want to waste time and decided to set out to search immediately. However, Dao interrupted their fighting spirit, saying that they first needed to figure out how to get out of here. And so, sometime later, one of the girls was sitting on the guy's shoulders. Qingtian, embarrassed and sweating from excitement, tried to reach the window. Dao himself regretted it, because the furniture turned out to be too old to stand on. Qingtian said that she experienced strange feelings from the fact that she was sitting on the master's neck. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard and dust rose. Qingtian, tossing and turning, fell, realizing the main character was behind her. She immediately began to apologize to the gentleman, but at that very moment, the door opened. Our heroes immediately glanced to the side, as light gradually began to enter the building. Dao gave the order for everyone to get ready, assuming that these were the bastard's assistants. Suddenly, a female figure appeared in the building. It was the goddess of good and evil. With a smile on her face, she said that the heavenly Dao could not get out of the storage room. She thought it was very interesting. Dao didn't understand how she ended up here, not understanding where those guys had gone, and she asked to look in the direction where our heroes immediately cast their glances. Before them stood the god of war, who told everyone that they were weak compared to him. April ran up and apologized to the boys. She anxiously asked if they were okay. Gasping for breath, she was glad that everything had worked out, because the little girl had managed to angrily report the situation to them. The black-haired girl herself immediately said that this was not true, explaining that she simply wanted to repay the heavenly Tao for its help. Coming outside, the black-haired man noticed that fate brought them together again and again. He suggested getting together and processing the information received up to this point in order to test Margarita's hypothesis. They needed to catch the criminal as quickly as possible and return to their world. And so, gradually the sun began to set, and night was coming. Walking down the street, Dao asked Qingtian why she continued to follow him, to which she immediately shouted that she wanted to stay with the master. She screamed that the goddess of time was most likely hiding somewhere in the school to maintain the effects of her magnesium. So the protagonist interrupted her and noted that they needed to split up to speed up the search process. Each of the gods helped in the search, because no one wanted to stay here. Even the goddess of good and evil, who had no intention of helping the heavenly Tao, helped with the search. They searched absolutely everywhere, in every part of the school. The main character himself, while walking, thought about Margarita's words that the goddess of time was in a half-asleep state. Assuming that she was standing in a quiet place, he went to the library because it was considered the quietest. Opening the door, he immediately looked around. As he walked inside, he continued to look around, thinking that he didn't feel any energy here, and assuming that he was mistaken. Suddenly, his gaze was caught by one of the books standing on the shelf. He began to look at her, realizing that she was radiating energy. Slowly, he reached for it, starting to pull it out from the bookshelf. And as soon as I pulled it out, a passage appeared right in this row. The wall moved. Approaching her, the guy was surprised that there was a secret room here. Surprised, because he did not understand whether this was really a campus of memories. With slow steps, still thinking to himself, he went down. The further he walked, the brighter and brighter the light became. And so, going inside, he saw the goddess of time, saying that he had finally found her. Taking a closer look, he noticed that she was indeed sleeping in a magic circle. Coming closer, he said that the jokes were over and began to reach out to her. But as soon as he tried to grab her, his hand went straight through her head. Naturally, the boy was surprised by this, assuming that it was an ordinary projection. Suddenly, he began to look around sharply because he caught a glimpse of a similar silhouette. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a huge number of time goddesses who were sleeping. He didn't understand what had happened, assuming that it was another trick, but almost immediately he dismissed these thoughts, deciding that these were after-images, not illusions. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided that the goddess of time was in different temporal states. After all, this world is different from the school he went to in his past life, assuming that time here is scattered quite chaotically from different worlds. After thinking, he realized that in any of these worlds, he remains in his own state and time. Therefore, I immediately called the system, asking if it was time for it to finally show itself. The system immediately appeared, telling the guy that he figured it out quickly. She explained that she wanted to see if he could keep a cool head after she disappeared. Exhaling, the guy praised her because she hid well. The system itself praised the guy because he has the basic qualities of the Tao. After a short pause, the guy asked for help in catching the goddess of time and ending this cycle. In response, the system also paused, saying that it understood. At that very moment, a bright ball of light appeared high in the sky and gradually began to grow larger. The first to notice him were Qingtian and Lulutia, who were outside. And then the other gods, who were checking inside, noticed him. Margarita immediately recognized this bright light because she understood what was happening. With a happy face, she said that they were finally able to find her, And so, literally a moment later, the main character held the goddess in his arms, who gradually began to wake up, not immediately coming to her senses. Still sleepy, she asked who had disturbed her sleep. But the main character did not let her finish, letting her go. He said that this was the space she created. After falling, the girl said that it was painful, asking if this was really the same guy. She did not understand what he wanted from her. To which the heavenly Tao replied that at their first meeting, he had already told her that he needed her time mirror. She didn't understand, because it was her divine relic. She couldn't just give it away. But Tao interrupted her, saying that she was not giving but exchanging. Standing up, the yellow-haired girl introduced herself. Her name was Shulos. She asked if the guy really thought he had enough status to bargain with her. After a pause, with his head held high, the black-haired man declared that he was the heavenly Tao. She, after thinking for a bit, asked if he was really talking about the one who destroyed the world, to which she immediately received a positive answer. Naturally, this answer left the girl stunned. Gradually, her face changed. Beads of sweat began to appear on her face. She became scared. Falling to her knees, she began to apologize, saying that she did not want to compete with the master. Naturally, Tao was surprised by the true identity of the goddess of time. Turning to the system, Tao noted that the goddess of time had failed to take away his power, to which the system began to evade a response. Exhaling, the guy asked her to forget, saying that sometimes it was useful to live like a mere mortal, because it made him understand that he was not far from an ordinary person. At that very second, a mirror appeared in the girl's hands, and she told the guy that he could use it. She also shouted that she would no longer rebel, asking him not to kill her. The guy did not understand whether he was really that scary. But without waiting for an answer, he put his hand on the frightened girl's head. He asked her not to worry, because he had said that he had come to make a deal with her, and he had no intention of breaking his promise. He realized that the girl did not like doing the work of the goddess of time. Immediately, tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she asked if the guy really wanted to deprive her of her status as the goddess of time. Tao himself told her that she was only sleeping, suggesting that she find an assistant who would do her work while she dozed. Gradually, the girl stopped crying, asking who the assistant was, to which Tao said that she would see everything herself now. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers. A human silhouette immediately appeared. Starting to poke at it, the yellow-haired girl asked what it was, to which the guy explained that they call him a master of time management, and while he is around, no one will waste a minute of their time. Hearing this, the girl was quite surprised. Naturally, she didn't understand the whole point, so the protagonist said that everything would become clear when he started doing his job. Having said this, he immediately extended his hand to the yellow-haired girl, asking with a smile on his face, "How about such a deal?" She looked at the main character, feeling a pleasant warmth coming from him. After thinking for a bit, she extended her hand to the guy, saying that she agreed. The main character was happy with this answer. At that very moment, Qingtian ran in, shouting that she had come to protect him. And as soon as she noticed the goddess of time, the fair-haired girl's gaze immediately changed. Tao immediately told his companion that he had already agreed on everything with the goddess of time. But she didn't listen to the guy. With incredible speed, she got closer to the yellow-haired girl. Grabbing her by the neck and squeezing, Qingtian screamed for her to die. Having told the gentleman that she was holding her, the guy himself considered this method terrible. At that very moment, the world around them began to gradually change. The school our heroes attended gradually disappeared. At some point, turning into a circle, everything around completely disappeared. And so, as soon as the main character opened his eyes, he saw a rather familiar area. Everyone returned to their places. Heavenly Tao realized that they had returned. Qingtian clutched her chest and joyfully shouted that everything had returned to normal, asking the gentleman to look, who in turn asked the girl not to focus on it. Suddenly, looking around, he asked where the goddess of time herself was. But as soon as he lowered his gaze, he noticed that the yellow-haired girl was lying unconscious on the ground. Exhaling heavily, Heavenly Tao said that they needed to wait for her to wake up for further discussion. Grabbing the goddess's face, he pulled her cheek, telling her to wake up. Bending down, he asked if she knew who he was, to which she sleepily asked, "Heavenly Tao." She remembered how they agreed on the exchange with him, and then she felt like someone was strangling her and passed out, asking if Tao knew what had happened. The black-haired man looked away and said that this was quite strange, and then he suggested returning to their dialogue, explaining that management would help her with her work by asking about her plans. After thinking, the girl said that she always sat in the temple and performed her duties, so she didn't even know. She didn't know where she should go. At that very moment, her face turned red, embarrassedly saying that she hoped she could follow the guy. Qingtian immediately appeared and began to shout that she had betrayed her master. Dao himself was surprised by such a request from the goddess. Saying that he had another proposal, he could take her to the afterlife to Yu Mingtian, where she would obviously be interested. After thinking about it, the yellow-haired girl agreed. As soon as she gave her answer, a smile appeared on the guy's face. He offered to discuss everything. Standing up and looking around, he suggested returning to the human world. At that very moment, a loud noise was heard in the palace of the Elf Lord. The goddess of the elves and the goddess of good and evil were once again in their former places. April, standing behind them, looked around and noticed that they had returned. The black-haired girl exhaled at that moment, because she had been waiting for a long time to return. Suddenly, the yellow-haired girl reminded the girl that they hadn't finished last time. The yellow-haired girl's expression changed, and she told her not to think that because she had overthrown Randall, everything now belonged to her. And also adding that the elven palace would always belong to them, the black-haired girl immediately gathered her aura, asking if it really frightened her. Immediately, the entire body of the elf goddess was covered in an aura. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao appeared between them, telling them to wait, as he had advised them to hold off. The yellow-haired girl, seeing the black-haired one, immediately screamed in delight that he had returned. He immediately told the main character that the goddess of good and evil was going to capture the palace of the Elf Lord. He tensely asked Dao if he would be watching their property being looted, since he was also a member of the commune. Turning to the black-haired girl, the guy asked the girl what she thought about this. The girl sheepishly stated that she had reasons to lay claim to the Elven Lord's palace, and that she had no intention of surrendering to the heavenly Tao. The black-haired man thought for a moment, saying that so that they would understand him correctly, he did not want any disagreements to arise between them. After thinking for a bit, he asked if there was a possibility of peacefully dividing the Elven palace, stating that the black-haired goddess only needed a palace to cultivate. And Lulusia doesn't want to become the goddess of the elves at the moment, so he thought that for a while he could give the palace to the black-haired one. Naturally, the yellow-haired girl began to emerge, not understanding how her palace could be handed over to someone else. Yes, interrupting her, he continued. Turning to the black-haired girl, he said, "Since she decided to occupy the elven palace, this means that she must also become one of them." Naturally, the elf goddess did not understand whether Dao really wanted to turn her into an elf. After a short pause, the guy said, "Well, not quite." Pointing his finger at the goddess of good and evil, he asked her about joining the commune, but the goddess did not understand this proposal. And the elf goddess screamed, asking the heavenly Tao if he was really joking since the girl was an elf. The black-haired man asked her to calm down and finally listen to the end. With a smile on his face, he explained that the real name was not Elven Commune, but simply a commune consisting of one word. And in a commune, different people gather, pursuing only one goal. Therefore, the black-haired one could try to join and live by her rules, adding that there are other benefits besides the palace. The girl hesitated, thinking, and said that first she wanted to learn more about the commune, and if it wouldn't interfere with its cultivation, then she agreed. With a happy face, the black-haired man declared that in this case the matter could be considered closed. Turning to Lulusia, he asked her to look after the goddess of good and evil. Embarrassed, the yellow-haired girl said that she would do her best, asking Dao what he planned to do next. The guy didn't answer this question right away, smiling rather sharply. Folding his arms, he declared that he would continue to expand and spread the communes. And so, sometime later, our two arrived on the territory of the country of Dacia. Standing on one of the rocks, our heroes watched what was happening. The guy said that the construction of houses in the commune is progressing successfully. He exhaled and added that when they entered the time vortex, it seemed like quite a lot of time had passed. The protagonist hoped that his absence had not broken anything. While watching the construction, the guy also mentioned that some people don't even have enough money for food right now, and he wondered if people would want to join a community. Turning to Qingtian, the black-haired man said that it was time for them to go. With a smile on his face, he added that they were going to see the world from a different perspective. And so, sometime later, our heroes found themselves in the commune of the Sia state. Having changed his clothes, the main character was surprised by the building of the state commune. Qingtian, in turn, asked the master why they had changed their clothes. The black-haired man replied that the first impression was very important, so they had to dress appropriately. Suddenly, the guy tensed up because the commune had not yet been fully built. But no one was in a hurry to submit applications for membership, said the protagonist, looking at the table with applications. Suddenly, a loud cry distracted him from his own thoughts. The man shouted to his friend that they would soon arrive at the hospital. Lying on the cart, the man's entire face was blue and his breathing was ragged. Standing in front of the man dragging the cart, the protagonist addressed them. He asked what had happened to them and whether he could help them. The man said that their companion was under the influence of poison, and they were going to take him to the doctor. With a cold face, the black-haired man said that he understood them, asking if he could look at their comrade. The man's expression changed, and he asked the black-haired man if he was a doctor, to which he received a less than positive answer. The main character asked to take this man to the commune building. Suddenly, a drop of sweat ran down the guy's face. He said that this was not the building they could enter. The comrade standing behind them added that the building looked too rich for poor people like them to enter. Suddenly, the main character turned toward the sign, reading that anyone could join the commune and receive free medical care. Naturally, the men were surprised because they couldn't read. The main character grabbed his face and laughed awkwardly, having completely forgotten about it. The black-haired man spread his arms and asked if they would like to join the commune. It was the first time they had heard about it. Therefore, the main character explained that they should perceive her as a big family. They would bring care to the family, and she would provide them with shelter and food. Naturally, the men heard this for the first time and looked at each other. And then, falling to their knees, they shouted that if they could help heal their friend, they would do whatever it took. At that moment, with the help of his strength, the guy raised them up, saying that all members of the commune were equal, so there was no point in kneeling. They also said that it was time to end the conversation. They needed to get the guy into the building as quickly as possible. And so, sometime later, the man's leg was bandaged. Dao said that the poison did not penetrate deep. The man was lucky. The two guys standing there rejoiced and thanked the main character. At that moment, the system said that it was necessary to let him die and then resurrect him to achieve a more dramatic effect. But the guy did not support this idea. Turning to the two, he gave them a list, telling them to go to the pharmacy and buy the medicine. And then he turned towards his companion, inviting her to go out. They went straight to the table where the applications for joining the commune lay. Qingtian asked the gentleman what they would do next, to which the black-haired man replied that they needed to make adjustments. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a loudspeaker appeared on the table and fell on him. Immediately, a cry began to be heard from there, which spoke of the commune. Seeing this, the girl turned to the gentleman with delight on her face, because the main character had solved the problem of those who cannot read. The main character himself smiled, believing that the attitude towards one's work is important. The crowd that had approached listened attentively to this PR, and one of the men asked if he could really join the commune even without knowing anything. To which the black-haired man replied that the commune would teach him everything he needed. Pointing towards the building, he said that they could go and take a bath, and the commune members would provide them with clean clothes. Suddenly, a little girl grabbed the main character by his clothes. With concern in her voice, she asked if they were sure they wouldn't sell them. To which the main character, with a smile on his face, stated that if he wanted to do this, he would not have offered them a bath and clean clothes. And so, the assembled crowd began to slowly and at the same time carefully enter the commune building. The main character was watching all this, and a smile was visible on his face. Exhaling heavily, he compared people with elves, realizing that they were not as thorough as the long-eared ones. Gathering his energy, he decided that now was the time to restore the reputation of the Sia state. In an instant, several clones appeared and rushed to different parts of the Sia kingdom. Standing below, the black-haired man hoped that his clones could do something about this. Suddenly, from behind him, he heard a familiar voice, which said that the efficiency of the Heavenly Tao's work was amazing. Turning towards the voice, the guy immediately noticed snow-white hair. It was Empress Xuanyuan, who said that they had not seen Dao for a long time. The guy was surprised by such a meeting, asking the girl if all the matters had already been settled, to which she replied that there were no problems. Suddenly, from behind me, a man said that this was a commune. A crowd appeared behind him, each of them discussing what they had heard, saying that here one could have a full meal, even meat. They thought it was a real paradise, and as they started walking towards the building, one of them suddenly noticed a white-haired girl. She noticed that their gazes looked frightened, deciding that they were afraid of her. Dao confirmed her suspicions. telling her that she was dressed too luxuriously, not at all like the others. So he immediately raised his hand, snapping his fingers with a smile on his face. The girl changed her clothes in an instant without even noticing it. She sheepishly told the guy that he shouldn't have changed her clothes without her consent, thinking about the fact that there is too much incinerating energy behind. Dao told the girl that instead of paying attention to these details, she should think about why her outfit frightened them. After all, it's all because of their belief that the rich will put pressure on them. Exhaling heavily, the girl replied that she understood, intending to allow them to develop more. Laughing, Heavenly Dao said that she now had a great chance to prove her words. Suddenly, one of the men in black clothes stopped the crowd, shouting for them to stop immediately. Holding a sword in one hand, he shouted out, asking who allowed them to crowd here. He was curious about what they were going to do. One of the men began to justify themselves by saying that they were going to join a commune. Immediately a gloom appeared on the face of the man in black clothes. He asked, "Commune." He immediately shouted that they were not allowed to join any communes, ordering them to disperse immediately. The rest of his subordinates immediately began to drive away the crowd. The poor people became frightened. The Empress asked why they had come, to which Dao replied that at first glance, it was to infringe on the residents. The Empress immediately said that she did not remember this being part of the guard's duties. However, Dao stopped her, asking her to rely on him in this situation. Still with the same smile on his face, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a dot clone of himself appeared behind the guy. Naturally, the Empress, seeing this for the first time, was quite surprised. Gradually, the clone stopped emitting energy. It looked exactly like the real Dao. And then, standing in the crowd, he began to shout, asking the gentleman what had happened. He approached and asked rudely whether the black-haired man was really the leader of the commune, to which the main character awkwardly replied that he was. And immediately after the answer, he delivered a powerful blow to the face of the main character's clone. As soon as the black-haired man fell to the ground, the whole crowd began to discuss the fact that the guard had hit him. The Empress was about to rush towards the clone, but Dao stopped her, telling her to just watch. Holding his face, the black-haired man asked the gentleman why he had started to hit him, to which the guard ran up to the guy, grabbed him, and lifted him up. Having started shouting that he had occupied someone else's land, he considered that a slap in the face was a small price to pay. The Empress did not understand why Dao was inactive, since he had hit his clone, to which the boy replied that he would simply destroy his soul, which would make it impossible for him to be reborn again. Dao's expression changed, and he said that he should be taught a lesson. "But if we take the others, who will stand up for them?" the black-haired man asked. The Empress absurdly shouted that they could find support in the government. However, Dao laughed, asking if the person who beat up my clone wasn't an official representative of the top management. Exhaling heavily, the girl did not understand what to do, because even she could not remain indifferent here. The boy himself asked the girl to look at those around her. After all, if you look closely, the eyes of ordinary people were filled with horror. The white-haired girl's expression immediately changed, saying that she had to stop this, otherwise it wouldn't end well. Dao himself asked her why she thought the guards were concerned about the creation of the commune. After thinking, she replied that they wanted to take all the money for themselves. Dao said that it finally dawned on her that large merchants had previously been subjected to blackmail in the Sia country. No one dared to contradict the guards, which angered the Empress, who said that she would order them to pay back all the money they had taken, realizing that it was time to put an end to this. Dao himself said that this had nothing to do with him. He was only responsible for the functioning of the commune. But she didn't understand. The Empress said that he was the heavenly Dao. The black-haired man asked if she really thought that the heavenly Dao would interfere with even the slightest difficulty of the human race. She replied that they could discuss everything later, but first they needed to sort out the current problem. Laughing, Dao replied that the clone was not that important, so they could conduct one experiment, asking if she was interested in whether they would imprison him or not, and whether they would release him after her order. Naturally, the girl was interested. She believed that they would not dare to oppose their superiors. The main character himself, hearing such an answer, smiled and looked away. After a short pause, the protagonist replied that he didn't think so at all, which left the girl stunned. With a gloomy expression, the white-haired girl asked if the protagonist really thought her words were meaningless. Smiling, the guy told her that she could try while he sent the clown to jail. A subordinate approached the man holding the clone and suggested that he leave the guy alone and go to the commune. Suddenly, the clone's eye changed, turning completely black. Naturally, the guard noticed this and immediately began to look closely. Suddenly, the black-haired man struck him sharply, hitting him right in the jaw with his fist. Taken by surprise, the man was unable to dodge and fell straight back onto his comrade. The unconscious male subordinates screamed angrily in unison because they did not understand how he dared to attack their boss. They immediately grabbed him and began to twist his arms. The black-haired clone himself pitifully begged to let him go. But they weren't going to listen to him. They started pushing him into the ground and asked him how he dared. The guard turned to the crowd and shouted that those who had taken their place had to pay, and that the commune would close if they did not pay within 7 days. And then they grabbed the black-haired clone and began to lead him away. The heavenly Tao told the Empress that she had only 7 days to correct her mistakes, hoping that she would succeed. Bowing her head, the girl promised that she would achieve his release. However, Tao immediately interrupted her, saying that this would not be enough. It was necessary to release not only him, but everyone in general. This was precisely his request, explained the heavenly Tao. Bowing her head again, the Empress said that she would definitely do everything. Hearing these words, the boy's face changed, and with a laugh, he wished the girl good luck, saying that it was time to take the money from the officials. Minister of the Tang Dynasty, Shen family house. The man sipped his hot tea carefree. Speaking about how the new empress wanted them to give up their property, he considered this to be pure absurdity. He was trying to figure out how to get around this when suddenly he heard a girl scream. She screamed in horror that the jewelry they had given her was gone. Crying, she screamed that they had simply disappeared, even though she had not taken them off. The man did not understand what the girl was talking about. After all, they couldn't just disappear, as he suddenly noticed his finger, realizing that his ring was gone. At that very moment, a man ran in and shouted that the ancient vases, art, and paintings had disappeared. This time, the mustachioed man's face showed tension. He didn't understand what was going on. Jumping up, he ordered his subordinate to go to the treasury and check everything there. And so, there were several men standing near her, shouting for the gates to be opened quickly. The mustachioed gentleman who ran up to the opening looked inside and was stunned. Because it was empty inside, he screamed, asking where all his treasures were. Barely keeping himself conscious from worry, he said with a trembling voice that this could not have happened to him. But he couldn't stand it, so he fell down, losing consciousness right in front of everyone. Naturally, the subordinates began to worry about their master, shouting for a doctor to be called as soon as possible. At the same time, cries were heard throughout the Tang dynasty that the rich had lost their treasures, and everyone blamed the new empress. The empress herself watched everything that was happening from the side, turning to the guy. The girl said that she didn't expect that he would start confiscating so soon. But the guy then asked the girl if it had saved her from trouble, to which she, embarrassed, replied that he had helped her. Suddenly, Heavenly Tao said that from this moment on, she would begin to have other troubles. She didn't understand what the Heavenly Tao wanted to say by this, to which the boy replied that she would understand everything herself very soon. Squeezing her hands under her chest, even somewhat pouting from the fact that she did not receive a precise answer, she said, as if it would be sooner. Having regained consciousness, the same mustachioed man hit the table in anger. Screaming that his anger knew no bounds, his cries echoed throughout the entire estate. The woman herself said that the empress had made their property disappear, adding that ordinary mortals were not capable of such a thing. She meant that there was no point in fighting with her. But the man did not agree with the girl, not understanding how he could give in. Hearing such a reaction from the mustachioed man, she asked in surprise if he really had any ideas on this matter, to which she heard a malicious laugh. After a pause, the man stated that the empress had some abilities, but she was only human. Clenching his fist, he promised that she would understand everything tomorrow. If she wanted to become the new ruler, then she would play by their rules. And so the next day came, the palace of the Xia state. Inside the palace, a huge number of rich people and high-ranking nobility lined up. The last one to enter the Imperial Hall was our heroine herself, who slowly walked towards the throne. Still slowly, without any hurry, she sat down on him. With a gloomy look, she began to look at absolutely everyone who was right in front of her. With a gloomy face and a smile, the mustachioed Bochag thought it was time to begin. Zhuan Yuan herself continued to speak gloomily, saying that yesterday each of them had their property stolen during their reign taken away. Adding that so that they would understand that their intentions were serious, she had to take drastic measures, hoping that they would think about it next time. Suddenly, a group of men shouted that in the future, officials would not appropriate the property of the Xia kingdom. Twisting her hair, Xuanyuan said that she knew whether it was selfishness or not, but she knew for sure that the city was no longer safe. At that very moment, our main character approached her. Turning to him, she told the black-haired man to speak. Dao began to talk about how, according to sources, many merchants left the Xia kingdom, taking their property with them. He wondered if officials had any information on this matter. One of the men started coughing and said that he thought they were not satisfied with the new ruler, so they decided to leave. He also added that although the new ruler was noble and devoted herself entirely to the people, she lacked popularity on the throne. A man standing nearby confirmed that Mr. Shen was right. Noticing that the traders had noticed that the government had changed radically, they decided to leave the country in search of better conditions. Taking out the scroll, Heavenly Dao stated that he had received reports that the guards were only doing what they could to steal the hard-earned money from the merchants. The black-haired man said that it was strange. Moreover, the Empress did not give orders to increase taxes. Having asked the standing crowd if someone had really started to act arbitrarily, naturally everyone immediately began to whisper among themselves. Suddenly, this same mustachioed man replied that he did not know this, and these words made the Empress stand up. With a terrifying expression on her face, she said that she was giving them a chance to return all the money they had taken. And then, starting to descend, she added that she would now give them a second chance to show her devotion and save their lives. Approaching one of them, the girl said that she hoped that they understood that her intentions were good towards them. Suddenly, he abruptly cut off his sentence and began to sharply raise his hand, which flashed right past the head of one of the officials. At that very moment, a powerful explosion occurred, which in an instant destroyed the wall. As soon as the dust settled, the mustachioed man was sitting on the ground, and behind him was real devastation. The man's entire body trembled with fear because he understood that his life could end right now. And the blonde added that otherwise there would be no third option. She understood perfectly well what they felt deep down, but she wanted to warn them. He declared loudly that before the arrival of the 10 great families, the 6 Daos and the 6 demons, she will have enough time to fix them. And then they shouted loudly for them to leave her hall immediately. Sometime later, the 3 of us went outside, where the Empress asked Dao if she had been too harsh, to which Dao replied that everything was fine. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled, replying that she had won the bet and that his clone would soon be released. However, this time too, with the same expression on his face, Heavenly Dao replied that he didn't think so at all. The Empress did not understand this at all, asking again, to which the boy replied that he had told her that she was only being quite cruel to them, but nothing more, explaining that even if she were so ruthless, people still might not understand her, explaining that people are different, some will obey, while others will start a rebellion. And so the next day arrived. Sitting at the table, the Empress asked Dao if his clone had returned, to which she received a negative answer. At once her face darkened. She said that she had expressed herself clearly, but she did not understand why they did not let him go, assuming that they would let him go tomorrow. Sipping his tea as calmly as possible, Heavenly Dao replied, "Let's wait until tomorrow." And so the third day came, and to another question about the clone, the boy answered that he had not returned. On the 4th day, everything remained the same. The clone is still in prison. On the 5th day, Heavenly Dao, as soon as he saw the girl, without even waiting for her question, immediately replied that he had not returned. Thus, a whole week passed, and naturally the girl's anger grew greater with each passing day. Unable to bear it, she said that she had given them a week, but they still hadn't released him, and besides, the money hadn't been returned either. The Heavenly Dao himself spoke with a lightness in his voice, as if he had already told her that they would not listen to her so easily. Assuming that they were still waiting for some kind of compromise, I asked the girl what she thought about it. The girl didn't immediately respond to this, withdrawing into herself with her thoughts. After thinking for a bit, she said that she thought they would be able to enter into a dialogue with her. She admitted that she was wrong, and with these words, she looked the guy straight in the eyes. Having said this, she turned her gaze to the side, looking at the dark sky. Squeezing her hands, she only now noticed that it was already dark. With a smile on his face, Dao said that the sun would soon rise again. Empress Xuanyuan agreed to this as if nothing had happened. After a short pause, she finished her sentence by saying that all the clouds would have to be dealt with before dawn. Tang Dynasty Minister Shen Mansion. The mustachioed man drank tea, sitting in his chair near the table. Suddenly, the subordinates ran up and began shouting incoherently. Something was happening outside. However, before they could fully formulate their thoughts, something flashed right next to them. Naturally, the minister was quite frightened and screamed in fear. But before he could answer, a blade pierced his body. It was the silhouette of the Empress. As he pulled out his sword, blood from the man's body began to splatter all over the room. Naturally, the guards stood in horror, watching everything that was happening. Seeing the woman begin to evaporate, they screamed about the killer who had appeared. And so the next day came, the Imperial city of Datan. A crowd of ordinary people discussed the death of corrupt officials, also discussing the fact that it was an order from the Empress. Every ordinary person rejoiced at this news, considering this action to be correct. Dao said that he didn't expect her to kill everyone because he thought that she would leave at least some, but she didn't see the point in that. She said that she once thought that officials were very necessary, but now she wasn't at all sure of it. The girl said, looking into the distance. She explained that she got rid of almost 50% of the country's officials and people became happier. After thinking for a while, Dao said, "After all, these officials had not gained a very good reputation for doing nothing but intimidating ordinary people." The girl herself was worried that people would suddenly start creating problems since no one was controlling them anymore. To which the heavenly Tao asked her not to worry, since most of those remaining here were ordinary people. He added that there are communes in the country that are governed by the state. The Empress herself did not expect that she would ever work side by side with the heavenly Tao. Closing his eyes, the boy said that maybe it was a little difficult to communicate with people. But it seemed to him that the Empress and the heavenly Tao would have topics for conversation. These words embarrassed the white-haired girl. Suddenly, as usual, Qingtian stood between them with a gloomy face, telling them to stop. Naturally, our heroes immediately turned their attention to the youngest of the heavenly Tao's creatures. She stood in front of the guy and shouted for the Empress not to come near her master anymore. Still embarrassed, Xuanyuan stated that she and heavenly Tao were discussing the future. But the green-haired girl clearly started thinking in the wrong direction, imagining how the two had a child. Naturally, I immediately started to get even more angry at the white-haired girl. After clearing her throat, the Empress decided to get back to business, turning to the boy and saying that the empire could not be left unattended. After all, the other officials want to develop in their service, so she plans to determine and distribute positions for officials in the commune. After thinking, Dao said that she had created a lot of work for him, since this was not part of the commune's duties. The girl herself answered that she had seen a commune. There were places there that looked like a school, and it was necessary to prepare her for general education. She killed half of the former officials of the Sia country. The remaining officials simply won't be able to pass the promotion exam on their own, the girl said. He added that in the future, communes would open across the country to meet their needs and find talent. After thinking for a bit with a smile on his face, Dao decided to give it a try, deciding that he would ask the questions himself. Raising his hand, he snapped his finger with the same expression on his face. At that very second, sheets of paper appeared right in front of the girl. Taking them and starting to look closely, she asked the guy what it was. The piece of paper said, "Higher Mathematics Test," and then a question. The black-haired man explained that it was a simple matter of calculation. The girl herself answered that she knew the answer to this question, but did not understand the meaning. Having heard the guy talk about some bill, she asked again, because she didn't understand anything. With a heavy sigh, the guy explained that the Sia country's finances were in great deficit, but the people didn't see any particular problem. They didn't have the slightest idea about numbers. At that moment, the system noticed that there were only fools around who did not understand the necessary things at all. Dao himself explained to the girl that officials and people can betray, but mathematics will never do this. With a smile on her face, she said that everything was fine because she simply couldn't do that. At that very moment, the girl looked at the main character in confusion, until he understood why she was looking at him like that. After thinking about it, she stated that the current heavenly Tao was very different from the one she had encountered before. She also added that she sometimes has the impression that there are two heavenly Taos. Laughing, the guy spread his arms and asked what the connection was between them. The system immediately asked if the guy didn't understand, to which he replied that the Empress didn't believe him. Throwing up his hands, he asked the girl if it really mattered who the true heavenly Tao was, since actions were much more important. Explaining that if the heavenly Tao starts causing trouble, they will start to rebel, and that is not particularly beneficial to him. But even if the heavenly Tao does good, they still rebel, The guy didn't understand what the problem was. And then he added that even if they kill the heavenly Tao, a new one will appear soon. At this point, their conversation on the street ended, and the heroes went to the table. Now that the three of them were sitting together, Tao began a dialogue again, asking the Empress why they didn't follow the path of good. She responded by saying that the second cycle had produced rather disastrous results. Was that really not enough? The girl asked. The black-haired man answered her that the result of the second cycle was the fact of their invasion of the ancient road, explaining that such an outcome was entirely expected. To some extent, the white-haired girl agreed with her interlocutor, saying that, in the end, humanity changed for the better only thanks to him, adding also that it is possible that she is not entirely suited to be the ruler of the current human race. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao spoke loudly to make her more self-confident. After all, she is the embodiment of humanity, and if she gives up, then who will take care of the people, the black-haired hero wondered, explaining that all that needed to be done was to restore the unity of the second cycle, to renew their ambitions. Naturally, the Empress, who had previously considered the heavenly Tao to be nothing but evil, was surprised. Embarrassed, the blonde said that she thought she needed to put in more effort. Starting to smile, the guy declared that they had sorted that out, and now it was time to pay attention to other things. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers again with a smile. In an instant, a mountain of papers appeared right on the table, which surprised the Empress. She didn't understand what it was, to which Tao replied that it was the property bills. He asked to first sort this out, and if all this money were used to try to buy food in other countries, then the entire country of Sia would live without worries and troubles for 5 years. Hearing such incredible figures, the girl was naturally very surprised. The black-haired man, in turn, replied that it was merely the property of those who had left, adding that even the devil couldn't collect that much good. Naturally, hearing about the devil, Xuanyuan was surprised because it didn't look like a guy at all. And the hero explained that although the commune is fair, there is still insufficient favor in it. They are a chance to increase the level of survival. With a heavy sigh, the girl decided that it was time for her to move on to dirtier methods. She no longer wanted the human race to live in oppression, explaining that sometimes victory is also a kind of defeat. After a short pause, Heavenly Tao also said that the commune would independently determine the exam topic. He added that, according to his calculations, about 90 people will fail the test. The girl agreed with this, hoping that talented people would be selected. Every word the girl said passed through Qingtian. She carefully considered everything the Empress said. Suddenly, 3 magical energies flashed across the street. Qingtian pointed out that they were being eavesdropped on, to which Tao replied that it was okay, since they hadn't learned anything anyway. The Empress stated that she had managed to learn a little about the 10 major clans, the 6 Taos, and the demons. Assuming that they know her and there have ever been some sort of clashes between them, then they will have a very difficult time. And that was only the eastern part. She didn't understand what to do with the western part as well. To which the black-haired man stated that now is the era of goddesses. Therefore, the goddess of light has already taken everything into her own hands. She explained that she could keep people in religion, but that this would not last forever, adding that the Empress would have to solve the problems herself in the future. Standing up, the white-haired girl loudly declared that she hoped that everything would work out for her, and then she shyly thanked the guy for his help, to which Tao did not react in any way, saying that he had something else. Deciding to see what their opponents were planning, the Empress agreed. And now, sometime later, inside the commune, the girl, looking around, did not understand why they came here, because they wanted to meet representatives of the 10. To which the heavenly Tao, as usual, replied that she would soon find out everything. Naturally, as usual, the girl immediately became wary because this never led to good situations. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud shout for everyone to look. Everyone started crowding together, shouting that this was something that was rare to see. They were representatives of one of the 10 clans, the Kun clan. People were shouting that these two were glowing. The girl walking nearby, Kong Changxi, asked Kong Yun why they came here, to which the brother replied that he did it on purpose so that they would be seen. The short-haired man walking behind said that Brother Yun was right. Kongzo explained that the elder had fought in many battles, so people deserved to see the hero in person. The girl with huge breasts said that she hoped that the commune would be at least a little interesting. The whole crowd, looking at the Trinity, admired them. They were glad to see them. Tao was surprised by the personal arrival of the Kun clan. The Empress noted that this family is among the top 10. The white-haired woman said that the current governance of the country is based on Confucian and Taoist customs. Virtue comes first, action comes second, and art comes third. These were the three most important things. The main thing was that the whole family followed all these rules. Hearing such words from the Empress, the main character smiled. But almost immediately his face changed. He interrupted the white-haired girl, asking whether officials adhered to virtue, whether people adhered to actions. They all wanted people to adhere to certain things, but they themselves did not want to act. A person could and studied the arts, but saw that others did not care about him, and decided not to stand out. Bottom line, it all boils down to the fact that it's better to help with actions rather than words. After thinking for a bit, the white-haired girl asked if there were any doubts about Confucianism, to which Dao replied no, explaining that it was a wonderful school. Respect in Confucianism is quite fundamentally different from today's so-called privileges. He also added that there was something in Confucianism that he greatly admired. Naturally, the girl asked with surprise and interest what it was. It was the ability to absorb knowledge. The protagonist had never seen other philosophical schools show such initiative, and that was where the strength lay. Explaining to the white-haired girl that the current problems of Confucianism are only due to the greed of the upper class. Besides, the girl had to understand one thing. Pointing his finger at her, the boy said that she was the current ruler of this state. Hearing this, the girl was immediately surprised, and then closed her eyes and smiled. She also said that she still had a lot to learn. Suddenly, casting a glance at the members of the Kun clan, she asked Dao why they thought they were here, assuming that it was for the sake of a showdown. But Dao explained that no, and believed that they wanted to pass the exam. Elder Kun himself asked the black-haired girl if he could register for the Imperial examination, to which the heavenly Dao clone in female form replied, "Of course." Pointing to the signs, she asked to put a finger on them, and registration would take place automatically. Taking the sign in his hands, the boy asked in surprise, "Is it really any finger?" To which the receptionist, with a smile on her face, said that it didn't matter, even a leg would do. With admiration and not much understanding, the Kun clan member placed his finger on the tablet. Immediately, inscriptions began to form on it. They appeared out of thin air. With a smile on his face, the boy said that it was great, and asked what kind of technology it was. In turn, the clone said that this was a technique, and the guy could keep the tablet for himself to study after the exam. The registrar said that this year a candidate reception center had been set up where participants could take a break. Having also added where the men and women live, they will receive the rest of the information from the manual. The girl from the Kun family said that it is quite simple. Our trio of heroes watched all this from the side. The Empress immediately noticed the registrar, but the protagonist did not let her finish, saying that all the workers were his clones. Explaining that the artifact, borrowed from the goddess of time, was capable of creating it in different periods of time, although the power was not as great as the original, but there were many more advantages. The Empress herself was interested in why the girl was a clone, asking if the guy really had a hobby for this. Suikin immediately shouted out why the Empress was unhappy, to which Dao interrupted her, answering the white-haired woman that he had no specific gender. The Empress stated that it was his business and that she would continue to monitor the actions of the Kun family. And sometime later, all registered people went to their dormitories. The two from the Kun family walked along, discussing something heatedly. The long-haired man said that the wooden tablet was a fairly simple artifact, but he had never seen it used in this way. The younger one walking next to him said that he had never heard of the commune, but found the topic interesting. Looking up at the sky, Elder Kun guessed that the demons and gods of the previous cycle had begun to return. Suddenly, they were distracted from their thoughts by a young man who greeted the pair. He said he was pleased to meet members of the famous Kong family, saying they were their neighbors. Black-haired Kun was surprised that in the commune several people lived in one room. Long-hair, in turn, stated that he didn't care about it, but their sister clearly wouldn't like it. Looking into the distance at one of the buildings, he said that he began to worry about her. At that moment, the sister herself was squealing, frantically trying to form words. Looking at those around her, she shouted and asked them who they were. The blue-haired girl greeted the girl from the Kun family, introducing herself as a member of the commune. The black-haired girl, embarrassed, introduced herself, saying that the girls had strange names. Suddenly, she asked in surprise if there wasn't enough space here, because she didn't understand how 4 people could live here at once. Aline herself looked around and said that, as it seemed to her, it was quite enough. And then she asked the black-haired girl if she was by any chance from a rich, large family. Aline told how 7 days ago she was homeless, living in a ruined temple not far from here. But thanks to the commune, her life improved, adding that everyone is here. Before, life was bad. She told about Erlai, who left home because her father took money from the butcher and wanted to marry Erlai to him, but she was able to escape. At that very moment, when the girl heard these words, Kun immediately tensed up, rudely stating that one must obey one's parents. Also rudely adding that under no circumstances should one go against the orders of one's elders. Explaining that her parents had raised and cared for her all her life, she apologized for her rudeness, but thought that she had acted terribly. At that very moment, tears began to flow down Erlai's face. Her whole body began to tremble as the black-haired woman asked if she really had nothing more to say. The red-haired one stood up to her defense, shouting at the black-haired one to shut up immediately. She didn't understand why she was getting involved in a situation she didn't know. But the girl from the Kun family continued to stand her ground. Hearing about her parents again, the red-haired girl laughed, and then she grabbed her trembling younger friend by the hand, pulling her towards her. She started to take off her clothes and shouted for her to show her. Although Erlai asked her friend to wait, she still turned her back to Kun, who in turn was horrified. The red-haired woman said that on her birthday her parents wanted to burn her alive. Hearing this story, the girl from the Kun family was even more horrified. She could not believe what she heard. With a rough voice, the red-haired woman also added that if it weren't for her father's quick reaction, this little one would already be dead. The black-haired girl, in turn, was taken aback. She did not understand why her parents did this to her. The girl lowered her gaze and explained that it was all because she was a girl, and it was all for a stupid reason. She wondered if such people were worthy of being called parents. Clutching her body, the black-haired girl calmly said that she was wrong. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the table, and she began to carefully examine the contents. Noticing that there was a huge number of books lying on it, she assumed that they were preparing to take an exam. To which I heard a refusal, since they just wanted to find out some information about medicine. Awkwardly, the Kun family member said that he was wrong again. There was a wild tension between them that hung in the air. Realizing that she was not welcome here, the black-haired girl apologized, rushed toward the door, and shouted that it was time for her to go. Trying to get out of this room as quickly as possible, the trio silently watched the fleeing woman. Aline turned to Xiaomeng, saying that she had scared her a lot, to which she replied that the black-haired woman had made her angry. The black-haired girl herself went towards the clone of our main character. Approaching the receptionist, she greeted her. Placing her sign on the table, she asked to change her room. Naturally, the registrar asked a logical question about the reason for the change. Looking away, the black-haired girl said that they did not agree on the same things. The trio was not happy to see her. After a short pause, the registrar stated that this was not a valid reason for changing the room, which surprised the girl. The registrar started asking the girl questions, to which she responded in the negative, since she had not been offended in any way there. Therefore, the girl sitting at the table replied that she had to decline her request, explaining that unless there was a serious conflict between them, there was no reason to provide them with a new room. Their commune initially had many people with different characters, but until now, everyone had worked calmly, everyone had acted together. Asking the dark-haired girl to just relax, thinking that she would be able to establish contact with her neighbors. After thinking for a moment, the girl from the Kun family apologized, saying that she understood everything. Our heroes were eavesdropping on all of this, and the Empress told the Heavenly Tao that she didn't expect that people from the Kun family could be reasonable. To which the boy replied that, after all, Confucian education helps her greatly. The Empress asked if they could really just continue to observe what was happening in the commune. Immediately, a smile appeared on the black-haired man's face, and he declared that he felt that the commune would soon blossom. After leaving the receptionist, the black-haired girl walked down the corridor, completely immersed in her own thoughts. Suddenly, she saw those same two walking towards her. Stopping, she turned to them in surprise. The red-haired girl addressed Kun as if she were her sister, asking her if she had really been crying and asking to change rooms. To which she, embarrassed, looked away and replied, "Not at all." Aline, in turn, happily asked if she would like to join them. The girl began to look away, trying to connect the sentence. Xiaomeng came closer and asked if she didn't want to eat. Having added that the food in the commune is completely free, the rich girl was naturally surprised by this, and so she went with them, surprised by such a hearty table. She stated that the food here was much better than she thought, and Aline, in turn, said that she loved the cafeteria. Kun asked what the girls were doing, to which the blue-haired girl replied that she was cleaning the women's bathhouse. Erle loves to eat, so he works in the kitchen. Suddenly, Aline interrupted Xiaomeng, asking if they had noticed that some people in the commune look exactly the same. Moon thoughtfully stated that she had not seen any other staff. Little One told me about a rumor that was going around, that the staff in the commune were clones of some kind of demon. The black-haired girl who came up apologized for disturbing them, saying that this plate was for them, wishing our trembling ones a bon appetit. Taking a look, the girl from the Kun family asked what it was while looking at the food. Xiaomeng was surprised that she hadn't heard of ram giblet soup, so naturally she asked the logical question of whether giblets could be eaten at all. With a gloomy face, she said that she rarely even ate lamb, not to mention these offal. The red-haired girl said with a smile on her face that it was not surprising that her sister had such a reaction, because they were from completely different worlds. Meng asked if the black-haired girl wanted to try it, but she only looked at him gloomily in response. Raising the plate to my face, beads of sweat ran down my face. After sitting for a while, she exhaled heavily, deciding it was now or never. But as soon as the soup got into her mouth, she tasted it, and her face immediately turned red. She thought that the soup was different from what she imagined. It had a very bright taste of spices, light and pleasant. With each passing second, her face became redder, and Xiaomeng, in turn, looked at Moon with a smile. After waiting a bit, the duo asked if the noblewoman was really satisfied with this taste. Clearing her throat in surprise, the girl said that it would be fine, since he wasn't as bad as she thought. The red-haired woman said that all the cooks in the commune are simple villagers who have a lot of experience in cooking, so the dishes are good. Alan explained that lamb offal can have a distinctive taste, but if cooked properly, there won't be any problems. The black-haired woman looked away, saying that she thought they might be dirty, to which the person sitting next to her replied that everything could be washed off, and that it was better that way than dying of hunger. Moon mentioned that there had been a lot of rainfall in the Jia kingdom in recent years, so there shouldn't be any problems with food. Aline did not agree with this. Taking, for example, the Erlai family, her parents were simple servants, so they did not have anything with them. They were given a small salary to buy food. The black-haired girl asked in surprise what the difference was in the commune. Sayo explained that it was completely different here. In the commune, they not only paid a salary, but also provided a workspace, accommodation, and food. All of this was free. Moon was surprised again, asking where the commune got so much free food, asking why it wasn't possible to try with the help of divine power. Continuing to chew, the red-haired woman said, "Like I told you, each member performs a different function. As for their commune, it was more industrial, while others were more focused on agriculture. In some communities, cultivation is actively promoted," the girl also said. After thinking for a bit, the black-haired girl asked if they also did everything with their own hands. She was interested in the differences. Not understanding why the commune was helping ordinary people, the red-haired one didn't quite understand. A guy intervened in their conversation, saying that it must be so because there is a clear distinction between the general and the particular. Turning towards the familiar voice, the black-haired girl was very surprised. After all, it was her older brother who was looking at her with a smile on his face. As soon as the guy sat down at the table, the girl asked him why he came, to which the guy replied that he came to have dinner. He didn't expect to see his sister, assuming that her roommates were with her. He asked in surprise if Chansey had already gotten used to it, adding that she didn't have any friends, so he was worried. As soon as her brother said this, the girl began to fuss, asking him not to tell everyone about it. At that very moment, the little one took the leg and began to hand it to the black-haired girl, saying that it was for her. She asked why with trepidation, starting to blush, and her brother, watching this, smiled. Having cleared her throat and recovered from her emotions, the girl said that they needed to return to the topic by asking her brother the meaning of the commune. He explained that work is work, and life is life. According to his reasoning, the commune will not interfere in the personal lives of residents, but has high demands on the quality of work. As an example, the chef used a very clever technique to divide the rice that way, and unless you have at least 10 years of experience in this field, you won't be able to do the same. Looking at the plate, Changshi couldn't understand whether it was not an ordinary plate of rice, and found it surprising. The smell attracted her. Salivating, she decided to try it. However, the brother began to eat the rice, saying that eating from other people's plates was against the rules of etiquette. The girl pouted and turned away, asking that even if the cooking technique was good, so what? Senior Kun said that this meant that the commune would not assign just anyone to work in the kitchen. Such methods were complex. Giving an example, what if the person managing the grain storage facility did not understand the calculations at all and gave out grain indiscriminately? To prevent officials from being fired, they will recruit personnel who understand the matter, sometimes hiring dozens of people to manage it. And all this led to the expansion of the state. Chang Shi did not understand why the official in charge of the granary was so unprofessional. Xiao responded, stating that the business is now being passed down through inheritance, explaining that although the empire attracts new talent, there will always be rich heirs. They easily advance up the career ladder, not limiting themselves to just one position. The curvy girl said that there was a certain meaning to this, but she didn't understand how she knew it. The red-haired girl fell silent at that moment, starting to look straight at the black-haired girl. With a heavy sigh, she explained that even the beggars on the side of the road knew that the Imperial exams were just a cover, and that 10 years of service was nothing compared to being born into a rich family. Here the guy interrupted her, saying that not everything is so bad, because these are just isolated examples. Parents cannot always take control of all areas of activity. Xiao laughed at this point, saying that you could ask anyone on the street, asking when officials ever did anything for their people. After this question, she began to pierce the duo sitting opposite her with her gaze. He added that the nobles conspired to manipulate each other through marriages and favors, considering this a terrible combination. She added that she was more surprised by the fact that they somehow didn't know about it, even though they came from a significant family. The boy explained that the nobles who conspire against each other know something, but much less than the red-haired one. He wondered how she knew so much information, to which the girl replied that she had been traveling with her father, a traveling doctor, since she was a child, telling how one day you hear about a girl from some family who was married against her will to the son of another family, and she threw him into the river. By adding and passing about the burning of empty grain storage facilities, passing them off as full, the rich people thought that they could hide everything. But this is far from the case. After all, people love to chat, drunken gossip, boast, and in the end, they will still reveal their true feelings, the girl said. The girl from the Kun family interrupted her and asked if a burnt-out granary was worse than an empty one, but she didn't understand that. Aline responded to this by saying that fire has no feelings. They can blame the wrath of the heavenly forces, thereby avoiding punishment, adding that they didn't think that people might start to starve because they burned down the granary. The red-haired girl couldn't contain her anger and slammed her fist on the table, and angrily said that if they, ordinary people, start to speak out loudly, they will be called rebels. But she also stated that this government killed hundreds of people, acting as if nothing had happened, and our two listened to all this. The Empress said that she knew that the government had been rotten for a long time, but she was disgusted to hear about it every time. At that very moment, right under her elbow, a crack appeared across the entire table. She could not contain her emotions. The heavenly Tao itself said that such things are commonplace these days, explaining that the situation is changing for the better. He asked the Empress to hold back her anger as Xiao continued to explain to the two nobles. Standing up, she declared that no matter what the government does, they, the ordinary people, will still suffer. And then, starting to leave, she exhaled, saying that it was time for her to go. Aline stood up behind her, apologized to Chansi, and said that they would leave first. The little one followed her, and the two from the Kun clan remained at the table. The girl, turning to her brother, said that there was sense in her words. The guy added that the nobles were working instead to achieve their goals, and even the Kun family might not have the opportunity to change the government's work. After all, everything is passed down through inheritance, and they also got a lot because of this. I asked my sister if she ever thought about what it would be like to lose everything. A guy who came up from behind spoke and asked if the Kong family was really no different from others. The long-haired boy immediately turned towards the voice, recognizing the guy. It was John Shan. The long-haired man anxiously asked him what he was doing here, to which the orange-headed one asked why they, the Kins, could come here, but Shani could not. The long-haired man replied that he could go wherever he wanted, he just didn't want to see him. The boy who approached said that the Feng family had already notified the other 9 great families, the 6 demons and the 6 Daos, all saying that the human Empress Xuan had been resurrected. He added that everyone in the south knows the name of the human Empress. The long-haired man, in turn, replied that it was just a common fairy tale. However, gritting his teeth, the yellow-haired man declared that this fairy tale had come to life. Elder Kun stood up and asked him what he planned to do. Smiling, he asked if he hadn't realized yet that the girl would change the world. Naturally, the long-haired man didn't understand what they were talking about, so he asked the guy again. He added that she might turn out to be an ordinary empress, about whom stories are written, and turn out to be not what they describe her as. These words made the short-haired man laugh. Having stopped laughing, he replied that no force could resist the empress, asking if he hadn't noticed that the commune was her way of testing her plan to change people's consciousness without losing their workforce. The commune is a challenge that the empress has thrown down to the whole world. The long-haired man, having listened to this, replied that people in this world live by the laws of wolves, where the most important thing is power, adding that she was weak because she was an ordinary empress of people. With a wave of his hand, Shan began to leave, calling Kun a bore. Turning around one last time, he added that his family was always stubborn when it came to protecting their own interests. After all, the world is changing. Even 10 great clans cannot survive alone. After all, 7 families arrived. The Kun family had to make a decision. At that moment, Dao congratulated the empress because they had another loyal follower, but she was not particularly happy. Turning to her brother, Chansey said that the guy was right, because everything in the commune was different from how the emperor usually did it. The world could soon change dramatically. The long-haired man replied that they needed to see for themselves what this empress was like, offering to follow the plan and pass this exam, and then see if she is as impartial as the legends say. And so, the next day arrived, the commune market. A girl in black clothes walked past the counter. Walking and looking around, she asked in surprise if this was really a commune. Suddenly, the registrar turned towards the walking girl. After apologizing, she told the girl that only members of the commune could go further. At that very moment, gold appeared in the hands of the girl in black clothes, and she said that she could pay. However, the main character's clone apologized, saying that rules are rules and they can't be bribed here. The dark-haired girl immediately tensed up and began to peer at the cleaning lady. Her whole body was covered in an aura. With a rough voice, she asked the black-haired girl if she really didn't know who she was. The receptionist looked at the girl attentively without answering, and the latter, deciding that the cleaning lady had not heard, asked again if she knew who was in front of her. At that moment, the clone itself was requesting permission to access the analysis. Access was granted, and in front of her stood Ji Xin, 25 years old in the 5th early stage, the current head of the Ji family. After analyzing, the black-haired girl asked if the person standing in front of her was the head of the Ji clan, Ji Xin, to which Ji asked that since she recognized her, how dare she stand in her way. With a kind face, the clone apologized, but added that no matter who she was, she could not have passed through here if she was not a member of the commune. He also added that even if she was the human Empress Xuan Yuan, she wouldn't have been able to pass through here if she wasn't a member of the commune. The purple-haired girl spread her arms and said that it was okay since she hadn't intended to start a fight, asking how it is possible to create such a large market without control over it, adding that he could buy her secret. To which the clone replied that it was no secret, just the use of the laws of time and place. Nothing more, the girl added. Naturally, the dark-haired leader was very surprised to hear this, saying that it was impossible, saying that she must be at least at the level of a goddess to control time and places on such a large scale. The clone of the main character, hearing these words, laughed. With a terrifying smile, he asked how she knew she wasn't a goddess. Immediately, tension appeared on the face of the Ji clan leader. Throwing up her hands, she said that if she didn't want to talk, then so be it. With indifference, the clone said that she was not a goddess, but she could interpret her words as she wished, adding that she could answer all questions. The dark-haired girl was surprised by this, silently looking at the girl with the broom. After some thought, she asked if she would be allowed to pass if she joined the commune, and also inquired about the requirements for joining. To which the clone replied that there were no demands, which surprised her greatly. He immediately asked in surprise if there were any requirements for leaving the commune, assuming that he would have to pay a large sum of money. However, even to this, the girl heard denials, which surprised her even more. She threw up her hands and considered it stupid since there were no demands. The clone, in turn, said that she would not allow her to pass, not because she was afraid that they would steal their secrets, but because this market was only for members of the commune. With a smile on her face, the dark-haired girl asked if I wanted to break the rules. The clone paused briefly in response to this question, saying that it would be better for her not to do that. And then, changing her expression, she said rudely that otherwise there would be consequences. At that very moment, the head's entire face was covered in beads of sweat. She was surprised by such suppression, because one look and she could not move. And then the black-haired clone began to smile, while the girl opposite him trembled. After recovering from the shock, G asked who she could approach to join. The black-haired woman smiled and said, explaining that there was a specific person for this. Head of G immediately rushed towards him and started shouting at him. Turning around, the man immediately became embarrassed by the girl's beauty while she asked him if he could spare some of his time for her. She said, embarrassed, that she needed to ask him something. Naturally, the man was embarrassed to see such a beauty, and the black-haired woman herself, observing this, jokingly said that a conspiracy was happening right now in broad daylight. And then, some time passed, that same man dictated his name. He dictated them to the black-haired girl, who wrote them down in her notebook. And so, as he left, the man smiled, humming a song, and went straight to the market. The dark-haired girl concentrated the energy on her finger. Throwing it straight towards the man, this clot of energy penetrated his ear. She spoke to him with her thoughts. Naturally, he was surprised by this. The girl explained that she uses a secret technique to communicate with him over a long distance, asking him to simply listen to what she tells him. She asked him to go and try to buy something and then tell her what he saw. The man agreed with surprise, and then he said that everything here was strange. Looking at the fruits, he said that there were no signs of rot on them at all, adding that it was as if time had stood still. Hearing this phrase, the girl was surprised and began to peer ahead tensely. After thinking, the dark-haired girl said that she wanted to know how the supplies were replenished. She asked the guy to buy something right now and check the fruit. Naturally, the man was surprised by such interest on the part of the girl, but immediately began to carry out her order. But as soon as he took one of the fruits, a new one appeared in its place. When he saw this for the first time, he couldn't believe his eyes. He decided to test it by starting to collect a whole hand, but they appeared again and again. Suddenly, the boy shouted that all the fruits were appearing again and again. He was scared when he said he didn't want to buy them anymore. Suddenly, I noticed that an empty space had appeared, again out of nowhere. Looking at these strange things, the boy did not understand what was happening. He was scared. The girl asked the guy not to panic, explaining that this was ordinary magic, because there was another that could replace what was taken. However, she thought to herself that this was strange, because spatial magic was difficult to control. Even Western magicians or Eastern cultivators could not guarantee that they would succeed. Turning to the black-haired girl, G asked if she was sure she wasn't lying to her, and in response, she smiled and asked why she was doing this, adding that she had already said that the market was served using the magic of time and space. The clan leader replied that if that was the case, it would be possible to copy such a system if enough was used, but it would be cheaper to just work manually. She didn't understand the point of this market at all, because it was completely unprofitable. The clone said that the heavenly path is a constant movement that does not allow anything to accumulate, and therefore 10,000 things become the subject of competition, adding that a commune is a place where ordinary people live, and it allows them to continue to exist. Hearing this, the girl became thoughtful, not understanding how it was possible to receive neither money nor the slightest advantage. She said she realized that the commune did not seek advantages or thirst for power, and then, her face changing, she declared that the commune wanted the whole world. Hearing such words from the girl, she was surprised, saying that for the commune, its members were everything. They were her world. Head of G said that if the commune really had such power, it could become the biggest business on earth and monopolize the market. All the wealth in the world could become theirs. But the black-haired one replied that they could, but they wouldn't do it, because she didn't stop them from joining, considering them spies. At that very moment, a boy appeared, shouting to Miss that he had completed her task. The clone continued to talk about how the commune benefits in other ways. They continued talking for a few more minutes. Sitting on the roof, the Empress told Heavenly Tao that his clone was as good as him, thinking that the guy was afraid of heavenly tribulations as a joke, but the guy replied that he was also bound by the rules. But he also said that he could create new ones to deal with new problems. Qing Tian, who was sitting nearby, shouted that she would save Dao in case of a landslide, to which the boy replied that such help would not be needed. At this point, the duo continued to discuss the commune. "Clone," she said, "since the girl is sterilized for business, she would like to ask a question. They said that they had a businessman who had borrowed a lot of money and used part of them to purchase cheap land from the Imperial palace. He then hired workers and bought materials to build houses and sell them. But halfway through the construction, he realized that due to his miscalculation, he would receive less than he expected. So instead of continuing to pay for the houses, he took the money he had and ran away. The buyers received a half-built and almost falling house, and it was impossible to get their money back. The businessman, in turn, also lost a lot of shares, and the imperial court was criticized. The question was where the money went. Without even thinking, the dark-haired girl said that the money went to 3 places. The imperial court received money for the land and houses, which were nevertheless built, and the remainder remained in the hands of a businessman. The clone responded by asking what would happen if a businessman spent money as if it were his, drinking day and night for hours on end. Lost in thought, the girl said that no one would be so stupid because it would create a serious problem. No one would take on houses that were only half built, and the buyers had already given the money to the business, and the new owner, knowing that the houses had already been sold, would not finish building them. Realizing that she was confused, Head of G declared that the imperial court should take charge of everything, as this was the best option. But there could be unrest if several other businessmen appeared doing the same thing and the yard would fall apart. Hearing such arguments, the black-haired woman replied that it was simply one unpredictable variable, the businessman thought, thinking that the houses were in poor condition. The girl immediately shouted that in addition to all this, materials and labor were needed. She suddenly fell silent, her face changing. The clone saw this reaction, realizing that her interlocutor understood everything, because the materials came from the surrounding world. This removed the need in the materials, leaving only the need for labor. The workers are members of the commune, so the commune just needs to solve the problem of replenishing members. And then running up to the girl, the clone shouted that her head was definitely made for business. But she felt sorry, because the head was only thinking about profit, and she shouted back that the commune was not doing business, it was doing charity work. At that very second, their argument stopped, because a man appeared behind the girl. Turning to the girl, he said that the head of the house recommended that she mind her manners. In response, she turned around and yelled at the man, saying that they were trying to steal her business, thinking to themselves that they produce things, buy them themselves, creating a closed economy. Normal business could not compete with this commune, but it already had a plan. She thought that if she bought communal products at high prices, with her family's wealth, it would be easy to buy all the goods worth doing business. But they didn't know much about this commune, especially about their warehouse. She understood that rash actions could lead to problems. With these thoughts, the dark-haired girl exhaled heavily, telling the clone that she should give up and stop considering the Xia country as a place for her business. The man standing behind jumped up in surprise, trying to start a conversation, to which the girl, turning to him, began to shout again, telling him to tell the chief to come personally. Hearing such a reaction from the girl, he became scared. She said she had seen business passed off as charity, but never charity passed off as business. She also stated that she was very glad that the commune was now only in Xia, but was afraid that if Empress Xuanyuan gained control further. With these words, she told the black-haired woman that if the whole world were taken over by a commune, then no business would survive. To which the black-haired woman replied that she was mistaken again, since the commune had no such intentions. And at that very moment, her facial expression completely changed, stating that they simply thought that all evil capitalists should be hanged. Naturally, upon hearing this, the girl became very tense. And then, clenching her teeth, she said, "No, after all, the G family had spent 1,000 years building up its wealth. It could not be destroyed by the hands of the commune." Turning around and starting to leave, the dark-haired woman said that she had to talk to the human empress, and she ordered her subordinate to retreat. A huge crowd of people watched this entire dispute. Everyone looked back at the girl walking down the streets. Like our 2 heroes, they listened attentively to this argument. Dao stated that besides this Ji Xin, they had many new people. But the Empress noted that they were all cautious due to the commune's mystery and did not dare to join. Dao himself, with a satisfied face, declared that he liked their caution, explaining that this showed that the human Empress Xuanyuan's commune was thriving even without his help. Exhaling heavily, the white-haired woman said that she did not have enough self-confidence to build such a commune. Suddenly, the system asked Dao whether large expenses would lead to corruption, to which the guy replied that these were 2 different things. She shouldn't have confused these 2 things, Because the commune is one thing and corruption is another. Coming closer, Qingtian shyly asked the gentleman if he had any good ideas, to which the boy, after thinking for a bit, stated that he had 3 of them. First, destroy the scum, that is, the corrupt officials. Second, get rid of the entourage that allowed them to rise in an insignificant way. Third, create departments responsible for combating corruption with a method of constant replacement. The system was interested in what the guy would choose. Without even thinking, the black-haired man clenched his fist, declaring that they would choose 3 at once. Starting with the example that they will call the commune's need for food the mouth, and the dining room the left hand. If the food suddenly tastes bad, the mouth will definitely notice that the hand is dirty or the chef's skills have declined. Then the mouth will send a request to the brain. This request may be hidden in a normal management structure, but not in a commune. The system was interesting if the brain ignored it. The main character agreed with this. It was possible, but the mouth is connected to the esophagus, which is connected to other parts of the body. In short, bad food poses a threat to the entire system, which means that over time the brain will understand that the body is suffering, and if it does nothing, death will soon occur. After some thought, the system declared that in this case the whole body would die, not just the brain. And the main character responded to this by saying that the flesh is not afraid of death, but consciousness is, in other words. The emperor fears decay more than anyone else. After all, the brain has the most miserable existence, but at the same time it is the best protected and plays the most relaxing role. Having added that he could prevent laziness, the system immediately shouted that it could be done with the help of self-discipline. But the protagonist didn't quite agree with her, saying that solving a problem after discovering it is called self-discipline. If the brain is idle, the body and stomach will suffer even more from hunger and thirst. If he were the previous heavenly Tao, he would be idle. He is completely confident that the heavenly opponents will beg her to properly perform her duties for the second time. After a short pause, the system asked why, in that case, the heavenly Tao wasn't idle, to which the boy, with a smile on his face, declared that he was not the previous heavenly Tao. At this point, the Empress interrupted him, asking why he was talking to himself. The black-haired man asked her not to worry about such trifles, adding that they don't need to worry about the commune right now. After all, the Xia capital is facing a bigger problem. At this very time, the skies above the capital of the Xia Empire, there was a fierce fight between the girl and the man. The bald man attacked his opponent with fury. She responded by easily dodging all of the bald man's attacks. At one point, she seized the opportunity to go on the attack. At the last moment, the man still managed to concentrate his aura and began to defend himself. However, the girl's strength was superior to his, and she was able to push him straight down. Seeing this, she laughed loudly, shouting that the head of the Sakyamuni path sect was weak in the human realm. The man himself was able to regroup and gradually began to stop. Stopping, the man said that Amitofo's strength far exceeded that of others, and he knew that he could not compare to her. Suddenly a voice was heard praising the duo for such entertainment. Dian, releasing a terrifying aura, asked, "How about a round with his precious remains?" At that very second, it began to release an even more overwhelming aura. The wooden lids flew off and someone climbed out. With a beastly cry, the man attacked the girl. Amitofa was angry when she saw him, declaring that she had more important things to do than fight the troops. The bald monk also entered into battle with the corpse. He shouted that they were not gathered here for a fight to the death, asking the controller of the corpses to call them off to avoid harm. To which the corpse bequeathed even louder, and the voice said that they needed to force him to do it. The girl in the red robe defended herself, shouting that she would play with him. Having concentrated enough energy, she delivered a precise blow to the attacker's head. With a smile on her face, she said that it was too easy. However, it turned out that everything was not so easy, because the smile on the girl's face completely disappeared from what she saw. Almost immediately, there was a powerful explosion that engulfed a large area. As soon as the dust began to clear, the silhouette of a girl gradually began to appear. A vile voice laughed loudly as it asked the little girl how his corpses tasted. After clearing her throat, the blonde answered the old man that he was playing too dirty. She promised to kill him as soon as she caught him, to which laughter was heard in response. The old man warned the girl to be careful. The bald monk himself continued his fight, and the corpse was able to inflict a wound on him. Turning to his shoulder, the monk noticed that some kind of black liquid was flowing out along with the blood. Closing his eyes, the boy said that his reminder was too late. Immediately, his entire body was covered with powerful energy. He stood in one place while the corpse attacked. Suddenly, a huge avatar appeared right behind him and dealt a powerful blow to the corpse, forcing him to crash into the ground with incredible force, causing a bang similar to an explosion to be heard. As soon as the dust cleared, it became clear that the corpse was lying in one place, without moving. A sharp sword appeared in the sky, flying at incredible speed. In an instant, the voice reached the lying man, piercing him right in the head, thereby finishing him off. Gradually, the zombie's body began to evaporate, turning into dust. Watching this, the bald man noticed that the sword appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, saying that the duo were having some unusual fun. The boy with swords on his back asked if they thought the Path sect leader Tan Yan should be allowed to join the battle. Having stated that there were still people here, he looked away. And then raising his hand, pointing to the dark abyss, he ordered it to break. The dark hole began to rage. Gradually, more and more aura came out of it. The old man who emerged from it laughed loudly, looking at the guy, having said that he was very surprised by his appearance. The blue-eyed man himself closed his eyes and turned to the old man. He began to scream loudly and attacked him, throwing several swords at him. In an instant, the gray-haired man raised his shield, continuing to laugh, saying that young people easily lose their temper. Our main character watched all this happening from the front row. Having said that, there is no problem. Even the heavenly chosen ones from the elven forest cannot compare to one of these four. The blonde in turn said that it was rare for 4 of the 6 demons, 6 paths, to be here. Watching, Dao laughed, saying that the other 8 families should have joined in as well. And so, the succubus sect, the divine demon sect, appeared on the ship. The demon villain sect, the blood demon sect, the way of Zhou Tian, and also the long-haired one from the way of Manru. The girl was from Miao Yin Wei and the guy was from Shenzhou Wei. Watching the ships appear in the sky, the main character said that a game with a large number of participants was beginning. Turning to his companion, he asked if there was anyone among them who would become the protagonist of the plan to challenge the heavens. After thinking for a moment, she replied that from what she saw, no matter how hard they trained in martial arts, they were all mediocre, adding that the best they can do is to step onto the divine ladder. The Empress said that everything was fine, because the human would soon show them what it meant to be a true warrior. Not understanding these words, the boy turned towards the girl who was no longer in her place. Turning towards the fight, Dao exhaled heavily, having already forgotten that she couldn't stay away. There was a fierce struggle between the strongest representatives. Suddenly, a voice was heard ordering everyone to stop immediately. Turning around, they saw the white-haired girl, who said that this was not the place for their private battles. They all had to follow the rules. The old man, lost in thought, said that she looked like an empress, calling her a little girl. The white-haired girl didn't answer this right away, lost in thought. After a pause, I asked if he was really saying this because, in his understanding, the strongest is the king. To which he, without even thinking, replied that this was indeed the case, asking to look at the girl's abilities. Immediately behind her, a portal with 3 coffins appeared. The wooden lids began to open gradually, revealing corpses inside. Everyone standing there was surprised that the old man still had trump cards, and they also felt that the strength of these 4 was much greater than that of the other 2. A blonde woman flew up to the Empress, offering her help, to which Xuanyuan replied that he was forcing her to act, asking him not to blame her for her lack of mercy. While she was saying this, 4 corpses attacked her at once. One of them concentrated his mana, his sword ignited. Raising her hand, the girl began to move it towards the corpse. With one easy movement, she was able to neutralize the corpse. Naturally, those who observed this were very surprised by what was happening. After all, looking at her, they couldn't even imagine how strong this girl was. The gray-haired old man told the Empress that she was stronger than she seemed. Immediately, one of his corpses began to gather a huge amount of energy for a powerful attack. In an instant, the white-haired girl found herself in a triangular space. The corpses immediately rushed at the girl, intending to attack her with superior numbers. Using a wind technique, one of them launched several wind attacks at the Empress. However, she was able to reflect them all with ease, simply by moving her hand. At that very second, the second one crept up right behind her, intending to take advantage of her inattention. Using one of the dragon's techniques, he rushed forward with a spear in his hands. Seeing this, the fair-haired clan representative was surprised. Because the technique was too strong to test the strength, the grandfather was going to kill the Empress. The white-haired girl herself didn't even raise an eyebrow. slowly beginning to turn in the direction of the attack. Still calm, she extended her hand, grabbing the attacker by the spear. Saying that a martial artist draws strength from within, she squeezed the spear, thereby breaking it. Throwing the rest aside, she grabbed the long-haired corpse by the head. With the same ease, he sent him flying, straight towards the swordsman. The red-skinned man was unable to dodge his flying comrade, so he fell directly under attack. And at that very moment, there was such a loud explosion that it seemed as if something had exploded. Gradually, the green liquid stopped splashing, and the white-haired girl watched all this. Turning to the old man, she asked if these were really his strongest corpses, since they were just a shell. Beads of sweat began to appear on the gray-haired man's face. He silently looked at the Empress. While she was telling him that if he wanted to test his strength, she suggested that they all act together. And then, after a short pause, she declared that even if it were so, they would not have a chance. At that very moment, the main character hit his hand with his fist. He said with a surprised face that everything was clear to him. Qingtian asked in surprise if Dao had really learned something from the battle, to which the boy replied that he had made a discovery for himself. Having said that other professional cultivators are looking for ways to acquire and accumulate as much energy as possible within the body, martial arts masters, on the other hand, focus more on extracting the greatest amount of power from the spiritual energy they have. Having said that, it is not surprising that most beings at the level of Heavenly Rebel or higher turn out to be martial artists. Having also said that they have the same energy, but they use it more efficiently, in his opinion, it was logical that they could free themselves from the dependence of heaven and earth. Qingtian herself said that if a battle could be ended with one blow, then what was the point of martial arts? And then she shouted that if the master thought that this was wrong, then in the future she would use martial arts. The boy answered the girl that she could fight as she wished, when suddenly he focused his gaze on something. With a smile on his face, he said that the people here, not paying attention to the battle, were secretly doing something. Turning around, he began to walk away, telling Qingtian to follow him. Naturally, the girl followed the guy without any questions. At that moment, Xiao opened the door and shouted to her father that she was home. Turning around, the old man was surprised and asked if she had really come from the commune itself. Turning to the boy, the old man said that his daughter had arrived, and he told the boy everything he wanted, adding that it was time for him to leave. The dark-haired man, smiling maliciously, said goodbye to Mr. Monkey. The girl looked warily at the departing guy. As soon as he came out, she immediately asked her father who it was, to which the old man replied that it was his old friend. Since the father said that this was his friend, then why did he call him Mr.? To which the bearded man replied that it was no longer important. Opening the herbs and seeing them, the man said that they had been well treated, confirming that the commune was more than it seemed. The girl didn't understand why her father didn't join the commune himself since he praised her so much. Continuing to examine the herbs, the father said that the commune rewards its members, but there were also those who had not yet joined. In the countryside, doctors were important. He could not leave them. Suddenly, the red-haired daughter interrupted him, saying that she thought that by studying medicine she would not be able to help everyone. She wanted to pass the exam and enter politics. Naturally, her father was very surprised by this, and still asked in surprise what made her think so. Xiao explained that the world order was changing. The appearance of the human empress Xuanyuan had changed Xia. It was a good opportunity to reform Xia, but she saw that there would be great challenges along the way. She hoped that she could become her right hand and help everyone live better. With a heavy sigh, the father said that she had been like that even as a child, paused briefly, and added that he would not stop her. He also added that he hoped that she would be able to stay, because the pharmacy was much calmer than the place where she was going, because the pharmacy was much safer. The girl responded by telling her father that he had spent his entire life working in a pharmacy and could not bear to see how the world was changing. Having said that the chance was 1 in a million, the girl shouted that she was alive and could no longer pretend to be blind. The old man exhaled heavily again and said that the world had changed a lot, but she had to swear that she would return home if it became too dangerous. Embarrassed, she delightedly asked her father if this meant he agreed. Hearing that her father was indeed supportive, she screamed joyfully and began to hug him. After talking for a while, from home, she continued to happily tell her father that she would first go to the commune. Suddenly, they turned to her and said hello, which surprised the girl. Bowing, the black-haired man said that he didn't know that she was Mr. Men's daughter, apologizing for his behavior. She asked the black-haired man with surprise if he really was an old friend of my father. Apologizing again for his abruptness, he wanted to ask the red-haired girl a question. She tensely asked to wait a minute since he was her father's friend. Then why was he bowing to her? The black-haired man happily said that it was all because she was his teacher's daughter, saying that the old man refused to accept his politeness. The red-haired girl was surprised because her father hadn't told her about the student, and the guy said with a smile that it had been a long time ago. Introducing himself, his name was Shen Bai Mao. He was the current sacred son of the Sacred Hand Path, asking the girl to travel with him. Our main duo was watching all this. Dao said something he couldn't even think of, that a small pharmacy would attract such an elite person, to which Qingtian said that the guy was only at the 5th level of the cultivator. She immediately got hit on the head. The guy told her that it was very strange to say such a thing, because if you are on the 5th level, it means that it is very strong. At that moment, the red-haired girl herself asked the black-haired girl if he really wanted to go to the commune. And then, without waiting for an answer, she said that they were not on the same path. She had no intention of entering into a relationship with a guy she didn't know. Starting to leave, passing by him, thinking that the guy was too strange. The boy himself, smiling, said that the poor only care about themselves, while the rich care about the whole world. As he expected from his teacher's daughter, she has the same character as him. Having said these words, the boy disappeared from the place where he was standing. He began to move at incredible speed, jumping through the air. After thinking for a while, Heavenly Tao said that he couldn't keep track of everyone with just one pair of eyes. Raising his hand, he gathered his energy, which began to gather into a small ball. Suddenly, it began to scatter all over the area, flying for several kilometers around. Clumps of bright yellow energy flew in different directions. It seemed like the entire Jia Empire was absorbed into these clots of energy. The Heavenly Tao sent them to his clones, which froze for a second due to the energy that entered them. And then, as soon as it began to soak into their bodies, they began to move again. Qingtian looked at the gentleman without understanding, until he said with a smile on his face that this would do. Red-haired Xiao returned to the commune in one run. Suddenly, someone called out to her, joyfully telling her that she had returned. The black-haired student told the girl that she needed to wipe off her sweat, and the girl herself was naturally surprised, as she didn't understand where it came from. She screamed that this was a commune and he shouldn't cause problems here. The boy mentioned that there were people from the Ji and Kun families here, which meant that 2 of the 10 great families were interested in the commune. Having said these words, his face changed dramatically, pointing his finger at the red-haired girl. He declared that he paid more attention to her than to the 10 great families, which naturally surprised her. Naturally, she looked at the guy in shock, her face instantly covered in sweat. Suddenly, a young boy approached and shouted for everyone to look. Putting his hand on his body, he shouted that the guy was harassing the girl right at the entrance to the commune, trying to hurt him because he was lonely. A girl who came up from behind told the screaming guy that he was attractive, not understanding why he was still single. Turning around, the Heavenly Tao clone shouted and asked the purple-haired girl who she was. She, standing up sexily, asked the guy not to panic, asking if it was a commune. All the guys standing around immediately noticed her. Each of them could not take their eyes off the beauty. Qingtian watched all this from the side, clenching her teeth in anger. She turned angrily to the gentleman, asking if this girl was really that good. With a smile on his face, the guy said that he didn't pay attention to it, activating the system. The clone himself, at this time, looked with confusion at the girl, who fell into a stupor because of such a look. Dao looked at her with his heads, realizing that her soul was 95% the same as the soul of the sense demon. Looking at her, he thought that in the second cycle there was no cycle of reincarnation. He did not understand how the demon of feelings made it so that his soul was reborn. The girl, having not waited for any reaction from the guy, decided to take action. Taking him by the chin, she pressed herself against him, saying that she was embarrassed by such a look. All the men standing behind him started tearing their hair out of envy. They wanted to be in the black-haired man's place. At that moment, Qingtian told the master that she would kill this demoness. Dao asked her to calm down because this was an ordinary clone. Approaching, Mao's disciple asked the purple-haired girl what a member of the depraved demon sect was doing here, to which she, continuing to squirm sexually, replied that the sacred son of the path of the sacred hand was also here. She was surprised by this, saying that her family was right when they decided to send her to the commune. And then she asked about the others. which the black-haired man did not understand, asking again. Lost in thought, she said that she meant the Western man from the demon villain sect. The man in black approached and immediately apologized to the girl, calling her Miss, adding that they are both one of the 6 demons. They must be nearby. And then he looked at the black-haired man, saying that he did not want to fight with a man considered the second strongest among the youth in the Eastern continent. A terrifying aura began to build in the air, which everyone gradually began to feel. The sacred disciple said that even the head of the demon villain sect came, not understanding whether they would really try to leave him here. Laughing, the man in the cap said that he was not a villain, because he would not have mocked his little friend like that. Xiao asked in surprise if she had heard correctly about the little friend, which confused the 29-year-old boy. The man in the cap himself continued, saying as calmly as possible that they were in a commune, explaining that there were more than 10 strong individuals at the 5th level or above in this house. He didn't want to cause any trouble. The man from the demon clan asked the black-haired man to let them forget about their prejudices for a second. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind them, followed by a sharp weapon. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind her, about to attack from behind her back. One of the best students managed to react, protecting the girl standing nearby. He pulled her aside with an arm around her, shouting at her to be careful. At that very second, he grabbed the attacker by the hand and began to squeeze it. Looking at the attacker, the black-haired boy said that he knew him. It was his old enemy from the Blood Demon sect. Jumping to the side, the attacker lost his arm, which surprised the black-haired man. Literally a moment later, he grew a new arm. While regenerating, the masked man said that it was rare to see a sacred son of the path of the sacred hand left alone. Surprised that his cultivation had increased, the black-haired man replied that their sex tricks were as terrible as always. The protagonist's clone scanned the attacker. His name was Wang Ling, age 53, and he was at the last stage of the 5th level. After analyzing this, the black-haired man stated that before they continued the battle, he should have warned them. And then, his face changing, he shouted loudly that battles were strictly prohibited in the commune. The old man in the mask called the main character's clone trash and later ordered him to shut his mouth by throwing a ball at it. Naturally, the main character saw that he was approaching him, but he didn't dodge, catching it with his forehead, causing blood to appear. Spewing a pool of blood, he fell to the ground unconscious. The succubus standing nearby said that she was sorry because he looked very good. Suddenly, a strong aura appeared in the sky and began to approach the crowd. This was our main character with his main companion. They fell to the ground with incredible force, making a loud noise. Naturally, everyone immediately noticed this and began to look closely. With a gloomy voice, the main character said, "You dared to fight in the commune, and even killed one of its members." Having menacingly asked in addition what they took this place for, Qing Tian asked the master if she could kill everyone. The guy himself, not paying attention to her, continued asking if they had really grown arrogant because of the time spent in the East. And then, with an even more gloomy look pointing downwards, he added that when they were here, they had better follow the rules. The old man in the mask and cloak laughed and asked what if he didn't follow the rules, calling the main character trash. After that, he took out his weapon, raising it in front of his face. Seeing this reaction, the main character pressed on the ground beneath him, thereby breaking it. After releasing a small amount of energy, the protagonist said that in this case, he should be taught a lesson. As Dao began to approach, he said that he was not biased towards good or evil, because after all, he knew many demons who were wonderful individuals. He had previously thought that demons were proud, not arrogant. Frowning, the masked old man asked if there was any difference, to which the protagonist replied that it was the same as between him and the prodigy from the divine demon sect behind him. Turning around, the masked demon noticed a man he hadn't sensed before and immediately looked intently in his direction. Zhu Tang himself stated that the difference between pride and arrogance lies in how he treats people. "Don't mock the weak and don't be afraid of the strong, that was the difference," said the boy with the yellow mask covering his eyes. As soon as the man with the glass over his eyes saw the child prodigy look in his direction, he tensely asked not to do this because he had done nothing. Then the boy looked towards the succubus, who also began to glance away, trying not to meet his gaze. Zhu Tang, seeing such reactions, exhaled heavily, saying that the demon sect had fallen. The main character himself asked if Tan had stopped him, to which the boy said no. The black-haired man loudly declared that life must be paid for with life. Naturally, the old demon in the mask did not understand this, and began to shout that he was a mere mortal, and he was the third elder in the sex management. He also stated that the fifth-level personality is stronger than he can imagine. The protagonist standing behind her interrupted her screams, saying that for him there was no difference between strong and weak. All he sees is that someone has killed a member of the commune in cold blood. Naturally, the demon was taken aback by such words and shut up. And then, grabbing his weapon more tightly, he shouted and asked Dao who gave him the right to speak to him in a condescending manner. Running away, intending to kill the black-haired man, the fifth ranker ordered the black-haired man to show him how strong he was. Exhaling heavily again, the child prodigy called the old man a fool. Seeing this reaction, Qingtian immediately told the master that she would deal with the weakling, but Dao asked him not to do this, stating that he would only be satisfied if he beat him himself. Raising his finger, he began to gather energy right at the tip of it with a smile on his face. And then he released the slightest bit of energy straight towards the attacker. Having dodged the attack, the demon made a satisfied sound, his ego rising. Seeing this, the main character was surprised because he could change his appearance at will. At this time, the old man in black robes had already gotten close enough to the main character, intending to kill him. The tip of the blade was already at the guy's face while he was talking about how he was too weak. Right at the last moment, a powerful gust of wind rose up near the black-haired man, which blew away the attacker without even letting him realize what had just happened. Some parts of the body separated from the main one, covered in blood. He began to fall. Lying in his own blood, the demon laughed, praising the protagonist for his strength. And then, starting to get up and regenerate, the demon said so that the black-haired man would not think that he would die so easily. But as soon as he stood up, he noticed a fact that was quite terrifying for him. His body stopped changing, and when he looked at it, he didn't understand why this happened. This time, Heavenly Tao laughed, saying that if union was impossible, death became the best choice. Looking at the terrifying appearance of the guy, the demon shouted that this was impossible because he had improved his body long ago. He did not understand how he lost so easily. However, the main character did not answer him, and approaching, Dao waved his hand, destroying the guy's body. The representatives of their families looked at the black-haired man in surprise, not understanding who he was. Dao himself said at that moment that before they started, he hoped that everyone would follow the rules here. And then, his face changing, he raised his hand up and began waving it. Because of the powerful gusts, everything around began to rush from side to side. The guy loudly declared that otherwise he would deal with them. Naturally, representatives of their families were frightened by such incredible power. The succubus girl, looking at this, realized that there was a terrifying force in front of them. At that moment, the system asked whether it was really necessary to destroy the building, to which the main character, laughing, replied that he got carried away. At that very second, our main character raised his hand, snapping his fingers with a smile on his face. Immediately, the entire destroyed building began to rise upward, surprising those around it. Naturally, everyone was shocked by what they saw because they had never seen anything like it. Even the dead body began to overflow with energy, which surprised the young prodigy. Gradually, the energy completely filled the clone's body and he began to open his eyes. Standing on his feet, the black-haired clone began to examine his body with alarm. Naturally, Zhu Tang saw this for the first time. He couldn't believe his eyes. The succubus said that it was high-level time manipulation magic, but the man standing next to her said that it was not. Having explained that it was simply divine magic, the main character himself glanced away, where the body and the demon he had recently killed were restored. Laughing, the old man in the mask shouted that, as he had said, he would not die so easily. Approaching him, the protagonist apologized, saying that he had accidentally revived him. Horrified, the man began to beg not to do this while the boy was gathering energy. But the heavenly Tao no longer listened to him. A loud cry rang out. Explosions began to echo throughout the commune's backyard. A thick column of dust rose around him, wiping his forehead as the black-haired hero exhaled heavily. Looking at the bloody corpse lying in front of him, he said that it definitely should not come back to life now. With terrifying faces, the members of the demon sect clan asked who this guy was. Suddenly, he immediately looked at them, which scared the succubus quite a lot. With a grim face, our boy declared that his actions were causing them to no longer fight in the commune. And then, even more threateningly, he declared that at least physically verbal fights were allowed, and the duo immediately began to bow. The holy disciple, with his companion standing next to him, silently watched what was happening. All this was observed by the very head of the family, a businessman who considered the commune truly amazing. Ji-sin said that taking them on indirectly was the right decision. The man standing nearby turned to the head of the clan, saying that he had something to report to her. Having said that many families lost almost all their property in an instant, the property appeared in the commune warehouse. Surprised, the purple-headed girl asked why almost, to which the man explained that only property acquired through dishonest means had disappeared. The finances of some prominent officials had not been affected. Hearing such an answer from her subordinate, a smile appeared on the girl's face. With a satisfied face, she said that the Xia officials had extorted money from the Ji family many times, and the human Empress Xuan had found out and dealt with them. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her, asking if the Ji family really thought about such a small amount of money. Turning to the now familiar voice, the girl asked why the guy was here. That guy was Yang Shang from the Yang family, who conspired with Elder Kun in the dining hall. The boy laughed and said that the commune created by the human empress was the pride of this country, so his family wanted to take a look. Adding also that he had already examined her, adding that the Kun family was also here, Ji herself wanted to know the guy's purpose. She spoke menacingly to him to reveal the Yang family's position regarding the human empress. The boy spread his arms and said that their family were cultivators and didn't care about worldly intrigues, adding that the legend of Empress Xuanyuan was passed down by word of mouth. He loudly declared that he listened to stories about her with delight. He was interested in how the girl thought, what their position was, but without waiting for an answer, he declared that the strength she had shown in previous battles was invincible. Turning towards the black-haired man, Ji said that even an ordinary commune worker is so strong that he makes everyone around him tremble with fear. Our main character overheard all of this. The system laughed at him, telling the guy that he was a simple worker. After thinking a little, Dao said that it was not really a mistake, but he also added that he really wanted to listen to their thoughts. That's why he disappeared in an instant from the place where he stood. Immediately, Qingtian and Heavenly Dao appeared next to the talking duo. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl asked her subordinate if he thought they were being watched, to which she received a negative answer. The yellow-haired guy himself interrupted them, asking the girl about the Ji family's position. Chief Ji replied that they simply wanted to do business, adding that if the human empress performed her duties well, they would be willing to exchange goods for stability. Immediately, the boy's face changed, with a terrifying expression. He asked if she knew what had happened in the West. The girl immediately wondered who exactly he was talking about, the elves or the Third Blessed Kingdom. By answering that both of these places create a commune, did the guy really mean to say that it had something to do with the human empress? To which the boy, with a calm face, immediately began to deny. Pointing his finger to the sky, he loudly declared that this was the will of heaven. Eavesdropping on the conversation, Heavenly Dao was puzzled by this question. Having asked the system about the family lineage, Yang, who seemed to know a little about the matter, responded that the head of the Yang family was the reincarnation of a powerful figure from the second cycle. The system added that at the beginning of the second cycle, this man was the first cultivator, other than the rebels of the first cycle and the lucky survivors, to realize that the Heavenly Dao existed. Then, after thinking about it, the system stated that special techniques could allow someone to guess the connection between the commune and the Heavenly Dao. However, now she assumed that the main goddess of the elves or the goddess of the dark elves accidentally allowed this to surface. The purple-haired girl herself laughed at that moment, asking again if it really was the will of heaven. And then, suddenly stopping laughing, she said that she never believed in it, because all she believes in is what she can create with her own hands. After all, if she had believed in the will of heaven, her life would have ended the moment she was born a girl. With a heavy sigh, the Heavenly Dao asked if the two of them really didn't understand how the will of heaven was interpreted. The Empress appeared, also hiding her appearance, and anxiously asked Dao what had happened. But Dao interrupted her, asking how things were going. The girl replied that it was more or less so, adding that from now on no one would dare to create problems. Turning to Ji, Dao said that this girl had just said that she was born a girl by the will of heaven, asking if they really didn't understand what the will of heaven was. Xuanyuan said that the divine Dao would not spend so much time managing such events. And then she asked why the bodies of men and women are different. Whether he could explain this, naturally the boy was taken aback by such a question. After thinking, he replied that he did not create humanity, because yin and yang are part of the laws of the world. so he asked not to ask about such things. After a pause, the heavenly Tao asked whether it was impossible to change these differences, which puzzled the girl, and she asked again. With a smile on his face, Tao declared that it was all easy, because all that was needed was to give everyone the characteristics of both women and men. The white-haired empress then presented this picture, which shocked her. Having come to her senses, she loudly declared that everything should remain as before, and Tao himself laughed when he heard such an answer. After thinking about it, the boy asked the empress why she thought most emperors were men, and then he asked again whether she had tried to help her female students, and she sighed heavily in response to this question. Saying that it was before she reached level 6, she went on a hike with several companions. And then she went back to the very beginning. At that time she did not want power, so she recommended that her friend take the imperial throne. She, like the empress, was born into poverty, and Xuan really thought that her friend could change the world, and the girl's face immediately changed. At this very moment, the protagonist interrupted her, stating that her friend had tried to kill her. Naturally, the white-haired girl was surprised and asked how he knew, but Dao just threw up his hands. Xuan continued her story, saying that she once lured her into the palace so that she would fall into an ambush, and the empress did not remember how she managed to escape. But she only clearly remembered that her teacher dragged her half-dead body out of the palace. At this point, Dao began to joke about the sword, to which Xuan said that at that moment she did not have it yet, remembering how her teacher said one wonderful thing at that moment. Her mentor said that mercy does not lead armies, justice does not control finances, feelings do not give rise to actions, and gentleness does not restrain the people. Hearing these words, Heavenly Dao said that her mentor knew people well. Suddenly, the Empress switched to Dao, asking what he had gone through since he had not been like this before. After thinking for a bit, the boy stupidly hit himself on the chest, saying that the previous Dao had run away, and he had become the new one. She didn't quite understand the answer and asked if his heart had really changed, but Dao said that he had spoken literally. Naturally, this answer greatly puzzled the girl. While she was thinking, the system asked the guy whether he should reveal his identity, to which he replied that the girl would not believe him anyway. And then he exhaled heavily and asked if it was really so hard to find a heavenly rebel who would believe him. After thinking for a moment, he turned to his friend, saying that their actions had been heard and therefore the heavenly Tao had begun to change the world. She responded by saying that it was clearer now, adding that, whatever the case, she hoped that someday someone would disagree with his actions. To which the guy immediately interrupted her, not letting her finish, saying that he would not destroy this world, because if he really wanted to leave, then he would have returned to the ancient path of Tao long ago. The girl standing next to her looked down, saying that she didn't quite mean it that way. And then, raising it, she asked if he could allow every person on Earth to live carefree. And then she knelt down, offering her sword and saying that she was the personification of the human Tao and would like to pass it on to him. The system immediately said that this was a good opportunity to get the sword, because it would make the guy stronger. Passing by the girl, the boy said that the personification of the human Tao is represented not only by the sword, adding to her that she should remember that the sword that was only in the human's possession, Empress Xuan Yuan, was called the Xuan Yuan sword. And then he and his companion began to fly away, telling the girl that she could keep him for herself. Standing up, the girl grabbed the hilt of her sword with a satisfied face, saying that the heavenly Tao understands people better than the human Tao. And then, raising it, she loudly declared that she wore her title. She had to do everything possible so that she could call herself a human empress. Right there in that very place, a bright, bright light arose, which illuminated Xia Street. The light illuminated the entire Xia region, blinding everything around. The dragon also reacted to this emerging energy by opening its eyes. Standing up, he said loudly that she was calling him. As soon as he stood up on his feet, the whole earth began to shake. But as his muscles tensed, pain ran through his entire body. Looking at his wound, he could not understand how much longer it would take to heal, since several years had already passed. Then, looking up at the sky, he spread his wings and shouted, Dumnu. At that very second, a girl began to fly over the forest at incredible speed. It seemed like only a moment had passed before she appeared, arms folded, the girl asking the demon lord for orders. To which the dragon asked what country was in the southwest. The girl, puzzled, replied that there were many of them there. Having fallen to the ground, the dragon told the girl to go in a southwest direction and find information about the ruler Xuan Yuan. And also, She needed to tell him about the current situation of the demon race and his location. The running girl had to remember that she had to be polite. At one point, the dragon even called her the hope of their kind, which left her quite taken aback. Literally a moment later, her face changed. She put on a headdress and rushed towards these very countries. Her speed was truly incredible, far beyond the limits of humanity. Other residents of the country also noticed this very light. Each of those standing looked attentively at the outgoing energy. The gray-haired old man asked those standing why they were all standing, suggesting that there was already a line forming to get into the commune. The red-haired woman immediately joined in, telling the old man that these people were simply admiring the view, intending to take him to the commune. Taking the old man to make it easier for him to walk, the girl said that dangerous times had come. The old man agreed with her good-naturedly, while releasing energy and looking towards the crowd. Looking at them, he thought that there were only tigers and wolves around. The gray-haired man said that he was blind, weak, and helpless, and he wondered if he would be accepted into the commune. The standing succubus, hearing these words, laughed loudly. Having declared that the old man was a real monster, she could not believe that he was actually saying such things about himself. And then she glanced at the two, asking if fighting wasn't prohibited. Who else but Tiju could have gotten away from him? The old man himself did not pay attention to this, saying that there were a lot of people at the gate. The girl assumed that these were all who came for the exam. Suddenly, one of the crowd immediately looked in the direction of the old man. It was the eldest son of the Kun family who recognized the old man by calling him by name. While he was sweetly flirting with the girl, Kun approached Li Lao, asking what he was doing there. Our main character watched all this, laughing. He said that the old man was at the initial stage of the 7th step, suggesting that it would indeed be difficult to accommodate him. After looking for a while longer, the heavenly Tao activated its analyzing eyes. The old man's name was Li Changsheng, 273 years old. He was a senior elder of the heavenly path, ascended at the age of 36, but due to hostility towards the heavens, he returned to the human world. Having learned this information, the black-haired man said that the old man, having maintained his true level, was able to reach the 7th stage before the age of 300. Now he understood why he was so respected. Suddenly, our heroine, Empress Xuan Yuan, appeared in the sky, and everyone immediately paid attention to her. As she flew past the crowd, she announced that the exam would soon begin and that candidates were asked to prepare for the entrance. While everyone was watching the beautiful Empress flying past with their mouths open, one of the men shouted that he had a question. Pointing to the red-haired girl, he shouted and asked why girls were also participating in the exam, and some of the guys in the crowd supported the question. The red-haired girl herself shouted back that the rules didn't state that girls weren't allowed to participate, but the guy didn't agree with that at all. At this point, the main character came down, saying that the exam rules do not have any restrictions on gender nor on age. He added that it didn't matter whether she was a woman, a newborn girl, or an elderly woman, each of them could take the exam. Suddenly, the guy threateningly declared that if the red-haired girl participated, then he would leave. The rest of the crowd supported the guy, starting to chant that they were not going to hand over the woman together, because it would be a disgrace for them. The holy disciple stood up to protect the girl, telling her not to be afraid. He was there to protect her. Anger began to appear on the man's face, and he loudly declared that all these cowards needed a thorough lesson. Suddenly, the crowd was interrupted by a loud scream from the white-haired empress, who ordered everyone to shut up. She waved her hand and said that those who did not want to take the exam could leave right now, since the commune did not force anyone to participate in the test. The main character himself asked with a terrifying look, saying that it was not too late to refuse, and with these words he frightened the screaming ones. The crowd immediately switched gears, starting to chant that intellectuals should measure their strength in the exam. None of them were going to refuse to take it. The main character himself exhaled heavily at this time, calling everyone here the pathetic pride of the intelligentsia. Suddenly, he turned to everyone, saying that they were continuing the exam, asking them to remember that any kind of cheating was strictly prohibited during the exam. And then, changing his expression and releasing a small handful of his aura, he added that for any cheating, they would be immediately expelled. As soon as the Empress approached the heavenly Tao, she said that it was time for them to begin. Pointing to the black-haired man and the red-haired woman, Heavenly Tao told them that the escorts could stay here, asking them not to disturb the exam. The black-haired man's expression changed, and he raised his hand, telling everyone to get ready. Still with the same smile on his face, he snapped his fingers. A loud sound began to be heard, and everything around began to shake. People screamed in surprise, not understanding where things were appearing from or how the commune was able to do all this. The Empress asked the boy what the topics of the first exam were, to which the boy handed her the form, asking her to look at it for herself. Xuanyuan opened the paper in surprise and began to read it. She told the guy in surprise that most of these tasks did not have a standard answer, to which the guy, laughing, said that in life there never are any. After a pause, Dao explained that the point was for them to develop their thinking. Suddenly the girl's face changed, declaring that these questions were really important. And so some time passed. Those sitting at their desks were given sheets of paper with assignments, which surprised them again. Having opened the sheet of paper, they began to read the questions. The main tasks were about money, people, and population. Naturally, ordinary people could not answer such questions, shuddering in horror. At that moment, the heavenly Tao himself interrupted them, shouting that his eligibility to take the exam needed to be decided immediately. He started to glare at one of the guys who was rushing around, not knowing where to go. Raising his hand and using energy, Tao lifted him into the air, declaring that the cheating had been discovered. The boy screamed in fear that he had not cheated, and then added that the questions were wrong, considering them nonsense. Qingtian immediately pounced with a scream, but the black-haired man stopped her, asking his companion to calm down. The guy folded his arms and said that whether he cheated or not, the boy himself knew perfectly well. Then he walked up to the table, grabbed a stack of papers and started waving them around. Dao spoke angrily about how their service was for the good of the people, and that he was participating in the exam to serve the people, not to compete in writing songs and poems. The boy told everyone that they were also intellectuals, asking them to look carefully at these questions, and then answering. Throwing the sheets of paper and scattering them all over the room, Dao asked menacingly how they had the courage to say that the questions were wrong. One of the guys flew out of the examination room along with the paper, falling to the ground right in front of the black-haired guy and that same old man. Seeing the flying leaflets, the gray-haired man became interested and grabbed one of them. Having carefully studied the questions and thoughtfully, the old man said that these questions were good. The boy lying on the ground rudely told the old man that he couldn't see anything, not understanding how he could know that the questions were good. Immediately, a sacred disciple appeared in front of him and shouted at the man lying down, saying that he should not be rude to the great Li Lao. The old man himself, laughing, said that although his eyes were blind, his heart saw everything. He explained that the questions the commune asked did not test literary talent, but rather heart and ability. The black-haired boy supported the old man's words, saying that these questions were very good, adding that if they were planning to become officials, they wouldn't even think about such questions. Naturally, the boy was angry when he heard this addressed to him. His whole face became covered in sweat, and his body began to tremble. While running away, he shouted that all these actions, like words, were absurd. Looking at the fleeing man, the black-haired man told the old man that the commune was truly unusual. And so, some time passed, and they announced the end of the exam. With a smile on his face, Heavenly Tao clapped his hands, repeating that the exam was over. Literally a second later, all the questions began to gather in one pile on the main character's desk. The main character was interested in what the results would be. The Empress decided to look at the answers and began to peer at the sheets of paper. After looking at a few, she turned to the crowd, saying that most of them did not know how to become officials in the Great Sia. The boys immediately began to get indignant, because their knowledge of the 4 books and the Pentateuch was not tested at all. The Empress immediately interrupted them, shouting that the Great Xia did not need bookworms who only knew this, but officials who would truly work for the good of the country. With a fiery aura, the girl shouted that after they became officials, every decision they made would determine the life or death of several people. Naturally, the guys immediately shut up from such pressure, their bodies trembling with fear. Exhaling heavily, the huge crowd of those who had not surrendered began to come out. As they left, they said they would definitely come back next year. Dao himself, observing this, said that the ruler Xuanyuan was indeed better than him and knew how to deliver an inspiring speech. The red-haired girl followed the others and frantically looked around, when suddenly I noticed a black-haired man who appeared out of nowhere. He immediately asked her about the results, but the girl did not know the answer, looking towards the examination room. She said that after looking through these questions, she realized that if a country has such an emperor who loves his people so much, then even if she doesn't pass, she won't regret it. A gray-haired old man approached them and asked Bai Yu to introduce the girl to him. The guy immediately introduced her, saying with a joyful face that she was the daughter of his teacher, and the old man immediately named the name of the girl's father. Naturally, she was surprised, but the old man interrupted her, saying that he wanted to tell her something. With a cold face, the old man said that there are many good officials, but to be an honest official, you need to be even more cunning. And then, putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, he added that in order to become a worthy official, she would have to face much greater difficulties than she thought. Then, turning to the boy, the old man asked if Meng Ke hadn't told her about this, to which the boy replied that most likely not. After thinking for a moment, he added that it didn't matter. The black-haired man hit his chest and shouted that his teacher had once protected him, but he wanted to protect Mao all his life. Naturally, the girl became embarrassed, screaming and asking what had happened to her father. The old man approached the girl again, telling the girl that it was better for her not to know about this. Explaining that human cruelty is terrible, words hurt like knives. Sometimes good people are not rewarded, but, on the contrary, they can be condemned by countless people. After another short pause, the black-haired man said that the teacher was right, and the fact that he was standing here proved it. Loudly, shouting that one day he would return the teacher back to the mountains of the sacred palm. The girl was very puzzled by these words. She did not understand what they were talking about. Turning to the old man, she asked if he could tell her more about her father, but he began to wave her off, saying that it was impossible. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a cry for help. Someone was asking for help as quickly as possible. The man who ran up was shouting and asking if anyone could help his wife as she was giving birth. The red-haired girl immediately rushed towards the guy, shouting that she was a doctor. The old man, observing this, said that this child had too kind a heart. The black-haired man standing nearby was surprised by such words from the old man. Suddenly, he asked the old man not to reveal the secret. This was the wish of his teacher. Bending over, the old man said thoughtfully that it would be good to keep their secret. The old man added that even at that age, he was still being forced to be a bad cop, and if he were at least 200 years younger, he would never have allowed such a thing. At this time, Miao screamed for help to carry this girl to the medical room. While she was giving orders, the black-haired man watched with a smile. Dao himself happily declared that this would be the firstborn child in the commune. The Empress asked in surprise whether this child would have the same cultivation abilities, to which she received a positive answer. Immediately, energy appeared in her eyes. She was going to look at it. The gaze was directed to the stomach, where the baby was visible. She began to study carefully, seeing how the energy circulated. Dao, with a smile on his face, declared that the child had a double root, fire, and wood. After thinking about it, the girl realized that if he worked hard, he would be able to reach the 5th level, and he himself would become a master of alchemy. The main character himself reasoned that this reminded him of a famous main character. And so, some time passed, and joyful cries were heard that the girl had given birth. Miao came out with a smile on her face and told her father that he was having a boy. The man immediately grabbed his son in his arms, naming the baby Xiao Ho Ho. At this time, the main character himself rudely said that the name translates as enemy of heaven. And then, smiling, he added that he hoped that in the future he would not become an enemy of the heavens. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying energy from Qingtian, immediately rushing at him with the words that she would destroy the future problem. However, Heavenly Dao stopped her, grabbing her by the collar and shouting for her to wait. And then he began to scold her, explaining that this could not be done. At that moment, the Empress said that she didn't think that he would really give all newborns the ability to cultivate. After all, even if they are not outstanding talents, if they grow up under the protection of the commune, they will be able to achieve something. After thinking about it, Dao threw up his hands, saying that this would be enough. He gave them spiritual roots only so that they would have the opportunity to cultivate, and not so that they could dominate. The Empress was interested in the question of what kind of talent this should be, to which the guy immediately glanced to the side. Looking at the guy reading, Heavenly Dao said that he was coming. You point your finger at him. The Empress asked who it was, to which the black-haired man standing nearby replied that it was Long Su, a new student from Manju Dao. Dao, looking at him, explained that he was a very capable child who grasped everything on the fly. And then he also said that the boy did not look like Kantian. The Empress's face immediately changed, tensely, and she replied that Kantian was a real pervert who understood everything at first sight. Also, Heavenly Dao noticed that the guy was very interested in what was in the commune, and after offering to go and see it, the girl agreed to the proposal. 3 shadows suddenly appeared in front of the reading boy, blocking his light. Raising his head, he saw the trio looking at him, which scared him quite a bit. Jumping up, he immediately bowed, greeting the Empress, who asked him to dispense with formalities. After a pause, the boy added that he had come to them with two proposals, asking whether the ruler would refuse him. Lost in thought, the girl was surprised that the boy, at such a young age, dared to come to the appointment alone. The young man himself began to praise the great Empress, but the girl interrupted him, saying that she should not be flattered. So the guy immediately got down to business, saying, firstly, reduce the number of laws passed, and secondly, restrain the people not with morality, but with the law. After thinking for a moment, Xuan Yuan understood what he meant, because he was talking about a minimum of laws, but strict adherence to them. Dao, standing nearby, loudly declared that this was a good idea, but not at all like the Confucian way of working. Frowning, the boy explained that he had joined the Manchu Dao not because he agreed with their methods, but to understand Confucianism, but the more he learned. Moreover, I understood that it has its limitations because it encourages hierarchy, which interferes with laws, etiquette, and loyalty. Interrupting, the protagonist asked about the guy's belief that Confucian morality is too limited and hinders the application of the law. Then Xuan Yuan joined in, saying that he was saying that morality was too limiting, asking for an example. Without even thinking, the boy stated, starting with a simple example about normal food for people, that some vegetarians, hiding behind unjust murder, humiliate meat-eaters and even interfere with ordinary people. Exhaling, the black-haired man said that in the West, many holy men like to do such things, which surprised the fair-haired woman. Frowning, she declared loudly that here she was trying her best to solve the problem of hunger, while these others were arguing about vegetarianism and meat-eating. Suddenly, the guy gave another example, saying that the situation would be worse if a fragile scientist on the street became the victim of a robber. And if he can't help, they will start insulting him. And in the end, out of despair, he will commit suicide. Having said this, the boy angrily shouted that all this was excessive morality, which created pressure and bound people like chains. Xuan Yuan spread her arms and asked why he didn't participate in the exam then, since he could definitely get the position. To which the boy replied that he was still young and did not want to be hampered by bureaucracy, because sometimes while on duty, people forget about the problems of ordinary people. Naturally, the protagonist was surprised by such an answer from the boy, to which the system suggested setting everyone's intelligence to the level of a 5-year-old child. Without answering the system, the main character then asked them to interrupt and let him speak. With a gloomy voice, he said that they talked a lot about the theory of law, but he did not understand why they did not ask ordinary people if they knew the content of these laws. Xuan Yuan didn't understand what he meant when he asked again, to which the guy asked them to just ask, and then they would understand everything themselves. Turning to the fleeing people, the Empress shouted loudly for them to stop. One of them froze when he saw the girl, and he fell to his knees and began to bow. Those around him did not understand what was happening while the man continued to bang his forehead on the ground, apologizing for everything. Naturally, the two standing next to the main character were shocked by this. Xuan immediately walked up to the man, picked him up, and said kindly that she had no intention of scolding him. And then she asked if he knew the laws of the Great Xia. This question left the girl in a stupor. I started giving various examples, starting with the question of how many years they give for burglary. Or what are the authorities and ordinary people called for stealing? How are they punished for murder? When suddenly she stopped asking questions. She saw a reaction from the crowd that she had no idea was obvious. The little guy screamed in shock while the girl almost fell through the ground with shame. Dao interrupted the duo, declaring that, not to mention these illiterate commoners, even scholars do not know these laws. Xuan Yuan didn't agree with this because they should have known the protagonist himself wasn't going to argue with her, suggesting to ask. She immediately approached the scientists and asked if they knew the laws of the Great Xia. After thinking for a bit, everyone started joking, because why should they know the laws if they are useless? Naturally, such an answer shocked the girl. She could not believe that there was not a single person who knew at least one law. Suddenly, a voice was heard declaring that security is based on the law. Turning around, the black-haired boy replied that the people from the 6 demons and 6 sects were finally all gathered. The man who appeared greeted the ruler on behalf of a large number of clans. It was Kong Lin, 21 years old, at the initial stage of the 5th level. Heavenly Dao told the Empress that he did not expect them to be so interested in the commune. The ruler was then greeted by the daughter of the head of Miao Yin Dao, Qi Ji. Bowing down, the brown-haired man stated that they needed to settle some matters in the sect, asking the ruler not to be offended. At that very second, he came up and grabbed the boy. He began to shout menacingly at Long Su that the sect had brought him to Xia not to give speeches, but to learn etiquette. The Empress turned to the two, asking them to take a break. She asked about what the guy had said, that security is based on the law, asking him to explain it to her. Kun Sr., laughing, replied that because people are always afraid of the unknown, he let the boy go. And then with a gloomy answer, he declared that the law for them is an unknown. The less they know about the law, the more they fear it and the more they restrain themselves. The younger one immediately interrupted him, saying that people are afraid of the unknown, but only in a state of mind. And then he even shouted that if they were driven by hunger or anger, then they would challenge even the unknown. An argument began between the two based on these words. The Empress listened to all this, becoming more and more angry with each passing second. Unable to bear it any longer, she screamed for the duo to stop immediately. In a terrifying tone, she asked the two who they thought they were here. At that very moment, Heavenly Tao also intervened, reminding them that fighting was prohibited in the commune, and he hoped that they would abide by the rules. Turning away, Kun declared that these were his rules, so he did not have to follow them. Hearing this answer, the protagonist became angry, saying that if he did not accept his rules, then he was not obliged to accept his etiquette. Dao asked if he was trying to find out who had the stronger fists, and Qing Tian, standing behind him, asked him to give her a chance to figure it out. Kun himself, looking at these two, felt a terrifying aura emanating from them. Watching this, the girl with a bandaged face was surprised by the strong aura of pressure. With a smile on her face, she asked the man standing next to her if he was the manager of the commune. The guy himself answered her that she was Long. It was a bloody ghost. She, without thinking twice, declared that she had fought with Qi Ji, noting that her strength had increased significantly. And then she asked what kind of commune it was, but the interlocutor did not know the answer, saying that they use magic similar to divine. An awkward silence fell between them, as it was hard for her to believe in such power. Suddenly she smiled, saying that they didn't need to do anything, because there would be madmen who would go on reconnaissance themselves. At that very second, a girl with a spear in her hands flew past them at great speed, which landed on the ground with incredible force, raising a roar and dust. Holding her weapon, she said with her head held high that she had objections. Dao asked who it was, to which the Empress replied that she was from the sect of warlike demons, adding that they were not quite right in the head. The girl herself shouted that their sect only respected the strong, and in order for their sect to follow the rules, they needed to defeat her. Xuan Yuan immediately objected, replying with pressure that she had already defeated her. The girl in red armor immediately remembered how she received a powerful slap in the face from the Empress. She began waving her arms and said that she was only a nominal representative of the commune, so it didn't count. Pointing her finger at the guy, she said that he was the boss here, suggesting that they fight. With a smile on his face, Heavenly Tao pointed his finger at himself, asking if he was really with him. Seeing such actions from the demon, Xuan Yuan barely held back her laughter. Having told the guy that she wanted to challenge him to a duel, Kun also joined in, stating that he was not the only one who did not agree with these rules. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist said that in the end, you always have to solve all problems with your fists. And then he added that he was surprised that the girl was holding back from giving direct permission when suggesting fights. After a short pause, the guy also added that a coward draws his sword against the weaker, a brave man against the stronger, considering this a good principle. With a smile on his face, the guy declared that she was challenging the entire commune, thus he could put any of its members to a duel. The girl didn't care, but she added that if they won, their sect would not stand on ceremony with the commune. The boy accepted the challenge, saying that one blow now would save them from problems in the future. Walking up to Qing Tian, he put his arm around her, pulling her close. Having told her to go into the arena, she was glad, even though she did not immediately believe her master. And then her aura lit up. She said that she hadn't fought for a long time, that she even managed to get hungry. Dao himself asked the girl to restrain herself and not kill anyone, adding that she should lower her power to the 5th level. Clenching her fist, she shouted that she would certainly live up to her master's expectations and bring him a magnificent victory. And so, stepping forward, the gazes of both girls met. The same girl whom the great dragon asked to collect was watching all this. She recognized Qing Tian. The protagonist's companion herself mocked her opponent. Without waiting for the start announcement, the warrior sect demon rushed into battle, shouting that he would not let his enemy leave here unharmed. Qingtian looked at the approaching attack, showing disdain without moving. At the very last moment, without any effort, dodging the attack. Landing, our heroine said with a satisfied face that it was too slow. To which she introduced herself as Hook Lin. She was going to capture her with the first blow. Immediately from the place where the girl in red armor struck, two dragons appeared and attacked Qingtian. Still without any tension, she dodged them, realizing that she couldn't hide from them. She gathered a grain of her strength into her fist, realizing that she would have to go into open combat. And so, two enormous forces came together. There was a powerful explosion that threw the dragons back. Dao, hearing some funny name for a strike from Qingtian, laughed. The Empress, in turn, felt ashamed, because they were in the capital, which was being destroyed right now. Dao asked the girl not to worry, because he would fix everything later. The observing duo realized that this power exceeded the 5th level. Having landed, Kidian said that the orange-haired girl should temper her spirit and then cultivate her breathing by training her body. And it was after these words, without even standing on her feet, that Qingtian suddenly disappeared. Finding herself right behind the girl, she added that she was elevating her soul, honing herself through thousands of trials, turning the ordinary into the wonderful. The girl did not listen to the protagonist's companion until the end, trying to launch a quick attack. However, our heroine immediately dodged, striking the demon's weapon again. Due to the touch of rather strong energies, a strong wind began to rise, and the two managers watched the battle. Suddenly, Qingtian grabbed the attacker's spear and began to squeeze it. Naturally, the warrior immediately tensed up because she realized that she was not in the best situation. However, the protagonist's companion had no intention of standing on ceremony with her, slamming the girl into the ground. And so, standing in front of the heavily breathing girl, Qingtian spoke about the girl's mistakes. She stood up and replied that if it weren't for her armor, the fair-haired one would have turned her into a cripple. Immediately, a terrifying energy appeared around her, and with a smile on her face, the warrior said that her opponent was truly strong. However, she then shouted that her arsenal of attacks was not limited to this. The two demons who were watching were surprised, because the warrior was using the martial art of their blood demon sect. At this very moment, just like before, a powerful attack flew towards the motionless Qingtian. And just like last time, she easily dodged him, saying that she was already bored. Immediately, a powerful clot of dark energy appeared in her hand. Standing in front of the attacker, she pointed it in the direction of the attacker, who screamed in fear. But it was already too late, because she received exactly the same slap from Qingtian as she did from Zhuan Yuan. He slammed the girl into the ground with a powerful blow, causing a loud explosion. Dao himself absurdly said that women's fights always end in slaps. The demon boy who was watching couldn't believe that Hong Ling had been defeated so easily, to which his comrade replied, "Not yet." However, after analyzing the situation, the girl stated that she would definitely not be able to get back on her feet. By this time, the Empress had arrived, landing from the air. With a threatening aura, he stated that if no one wanted to continue sorting things out, then they could go back to work. The old man said that from today on, as he thought, no one would want to oppose the commune by force anymore. A holy disciple standing nearby added that they were all too strong. Seeing this, the dragon disciple thought that Emperor Zhuanyuan was strong. She had to find any way to get closer to her. The main character laughed at this time, suggesting to return. As soon as our heroes started to leave, someone shouted at them from behind to wait. Turning around, they noticed a girl looking in their direction. She had a question about the commune and asked if they could give her some advice on what to do. Ji, seeing this girl, immediately recognized her because she was from the Yin family. The protagonist, looking at the smug girl, said that since they couldn't take her by force, they decided to take her by talking. The bright-haired girl herself immediately looked around, focusing her gaze on one of the guys. At this time, a young boy standing in the crowd screamed in fear because he recognized the trio. Immediately, two huge men grabbed him, shouting at him not to move and to follow them. Qingtian immediately asked menacingly if they were still planning to cause trouble. The girl standing behind them asked them not to be nervous, as they had no intention of creating conflict. Holding up the paper, she explained that she knew the commune also valued fairness, adding that the man owed their bank. Naturally, the Heavenly Tao thought that this was a difficult task, since the commune members were in debt to outsiders, and considered that this complicated the situation. Zhuanyuan interrupted the men again, asking how much he owed them, and they replied that he owed them 50 liang, having mortgaged their house. Dao immediately asked what percentage, to which the smug man replied that every 3 months by 30%. Naturally, the protagonist was surprised, having calculated that it came out to 230 liang. He immediately yelled at the girl, but she explained to the guy that he had counted incorrectly. Taking the meter out of her chest, she explained that he had mortgaged his house 3 years ago, having started shifting the abacus from side to side. She shouted, explaining how to count correctly, moving them from side to side. And then, changing her expression, she said that she doesn't count the small amounts, but the principal debt plus interest makes up the amount. 1,164 liang and 9 qian, which surprised our two. Looking at this, Dao declared that interest on interest, they earned faster than the robbers. In response, the banker laughed. Having stated in a low tone of voice that debts had to be repaid, it was natural. She thought that the people from the commune would not back down from their obligations either. Then the main character turned towards the guy, asking how much he had already returned. With a terribly pitiful look, the boy said that he had about 100 or so liang, even though he had sold his family land, but he still could not pay it off. Dao immediately thought about it, asking about gambling and brothels, but he immediately shouted that he didn't do such things. With an embarrassed look, he stated that he spent the money to get married. Turning towards the girl, the main character said that he would take it upon himself. She happily asked if the guy would return the money for him, to which she received a negative answer. This answer angered her. She began to beat the paper, shouting that she had in her hands a contract that the guy himself had signed. But the protagonist continued, explaining that contracts are divided into 2 types, those that have legal force and those that do not. In response, the bright-headed one shouted that this agreement belongs to the second type. But the black-haired man continued, saying that in his opinion he had already returned the money and even double the amount. Clutching the paper in her hands, the girl angrily screamed that it was not for the black-haired man to decide what was fair and what was not. After all, if he didn't want to, he didn't have to sign this agreement because no one forced him. The boy couldn't answer this while the girl continued to shout that it was his own fault, since he had borrowed money so many times. Suddenly, she fell silent, thought for a moment, and asked if the commune really did not want to comply with the laws of the empire and was going to forcibly refuse to pay off its debts to their bank. Those standing behind began to discuss that the commune was powerful, so even the empire's words were of no consequence to it. Dao himself asked what she wanted, since the guy wouldn't be able to return all the money even though he returned it double, to which she replied that it didn't matter, stating that she remembered that he had an older sister and a younger sister who could repay the debt for him. Naturally, the guy tensed up when he heard about his sisters, immediately saying that he didn't. He rushed towards the girl, shouting that this was a debt he had taken on for Xiaozhu, asking her not to touch his family. The girl immediately screamed at the security guards not to let him touch her. However, he rushed past the girl, running further and further. Just before the railing, he jumped up and stood on it. Naturally, the crowd watching this became very tense, deciding that he was going to jump over the river. At that very moment, the boy turned around, screaming that they were the ones who had brought him to this, and at that very moment, tears began to flow from his eyes. With tears in his eyes, he apologized to Xiaozhu, saying that he was too useless and could not provide her with a better life. And then, having said goodbye, he pushed off, straight back, and began to fall. In the crowd, the red-haired one at that moment was shouting for everyone to go away. Running to the railing, she also jumped down, straight into the water. As she floated through the water, she begged the boy to hold on, intending to save him. Swimming up to him, she grabbed him, but almost immediately froze. Her expression changed, because she didn't understand why her leg had cramped right now. The holy disciple, seeing such a picture, realized that things were getting worse. He immediately also jumped towards the river, jumping over the railing. Having flown to the water, the first thing he did was grab the red-haired girl. And after her, he did the same with the guy. He was going to pull both of them out at once, so he jumped. He landed on the shore to the joyful noise of the crowd. The red-haired girl said that she couldn't save the man and almost died herself. She thanked the guy, thereby embarrassing him. Gradually, the sacred disciple began to shift his gaze to the hand that was holding Miao by the waist. He immediately pulled his hand away while she was saying that she thought he was hugging her too tightly. Suddenly, the girl noticed that the boy had not come to his senses and started screaming. She rushed to save him, trying to restore his breathing. The guy standing behind her told his friend that it was useless because he had already swallowed too much water. After a short pause, he added that she was already dead, which frightened Miao. Immediately behind the banker, two powerful energies appeared, which frightened her. Turning around, she screamed that she did not want him to die, only wanting to repay her debt. But the Empress ordered her to shut up. After another pause, she added that she knew better what she was saying. The red-haired girl herself immediately grabbed the sleeping guy by the hand, asking him to save the one lying down. The black-haired man sat down, looked at him, and said that he would try. Raising his hand, he formed a seal, beginning to gather energy. Once his eyes had gained enough energy, he examined the boy's lungs, which were full of water. Putting his hands down, he began to collect energy, thereby pumping water out of the guy. And so he came to his senses. Meow shouted joyfully that the boy was saved. She immediately rushed to hug the black-haired man, thanking him again. At that moment, the Empress herself exhaled heavily, declaring that the main thing was that the person was okay. But she did not understand why the heavenly Tao did not stop him, since he could have done it, to which he replied that he was not the only one who could stop him, asking to ask those who are here, because she had to ask the heavenly path at the very last moment. And then, he menacingly declared, in order to truly save them, these rules and laws that are devouring people must be changed. Looking towards the Empress, the protagonist said that she, the Empress of humanity, must do this. Naturally, she was taken aback by such words from the heavenly Tao, clenching her teeth even tighter. After thinking for a bit, she turned towards the same banker that had frightened her. With a shout, the Empress asked if the Yin family should give her an explanation, and immediately the blonde's entire body trembled with fear. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Xuan Yuan, asking the Empress why she was torturing the younger one, and Yin immediately became happy. Behind our heroine stood a man. It was the head of the Yin family, Yin Xiangtian. The old man greeted the Empress with a joyful face. Xuan Yuan calmly said that she had recently been advised to nationalize the banks, and now she understood why. He added that natural disasters can be avoided, but not disasters created by people. The gray-haired man asked the girl not to say that, explaining that their Yin family had always run a legitimate banking business. Pointing to the lying man, the Empress asked if he really considered this legal. Looking away, the man said that no one forced him to commit suicide, because if he had repaid the debt, they would have left him alone. And then he approached the guy, saying that he was already an adult, and when he took the money, he understood the risks he was taking. He stated that their bank was engaged in business, not charity, and if all debtors behaved like him, they would have gone bankrupt by now. Naturally, hearing such words, the Empress became very angry. She immediately cast her gaze towards the yawning heavenly Tao. Approaching him, she immediately hugged him, pressing her chest against him. Having stated that he couldn't argue with him, he asked the black-haired man to do it. At that very moment, a huge, angry silhouette of Qingtian appeared with tears in her eyes. She begged him not to take advantage of her master, while Zhuan restrained her, explaining that she should mind her own business. A fight broke out between them until the main character did not understand what to do. The two standing behind were discussing the guy that the two great masters were fighting over, realizing that it was better not to mess with him. At that very moment, the head of the bank approached Dao and asked if he was in charge of the commune, to which he received a positive answer. Taking a deep breath, the old man stated that because of the commune, the number of people willing to take out loans from banks had significantly decreased. Adding that the Yin family shows respect to the commune, they hope that the commune will reciprocate by respecting the banking business. At that moment, the man watching from the roof reached for his hat. He placed it on his chest, surprising his comrade standing next to him. Seeing her expression, he explained that it was an expression of his admiration for the courage of the head of the Yin family, explaining that there were hidden traps in his words, poison in his speech, explaining that merchants had long ago mastered this art. The girl asked if her friend was the same, to which he replied that although he was evil, he was not mean. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them that frightened them. It was the same warrior who said that she had always disliked communicating with them, the cultured people. Turning around, the black-haired man explained that if there is no morality, then morality will not bind her. At this time, our two listened attentively to the old man. He stated that from a moral point of view, debts must be repaid, and from a legal point of view, the bank operates within the legal framework and conducts honest business. And then, starting to shout, he asked whether Emperor Xuan Yuan was really ready to protect the members of the commune to the detriment of the interests of other citizens. Hearing this, the main character laughed, asking if he was really as fair as he said. With a smile on his face, Dao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. declaring that a thorough investigation was needed. Immediately from the crowd came the cry of a girl who was lifted into the air by energy. In the blink of an eye, she landed on the ground, falling. Looking at her, the man asked what he meant, but Dao only replied that the old man understood much better than him. The man, who had recently been lying on the ground, barely holding on to consciousness, cried out in surprise. Looking at the green-haired girl, he shouted that this was his future wife. Pointing to her, Dao asked if he could explain why this man's fiancée was wearing Yin family clothes. Naturally, the man was taken aback by such questions, barely able to say that he didn't know. Turning to the girl, Heavenly Dao asked her to tell him everything in that case. There was silence, and the old man immediately glanced towards one of his guards. Suddenly, one of the men attacked the girl with a knife in his hands, saying that this vile girl had deceived her. But Qing Tian appeared in front of him and grabbed the sword with her 2 fingers. Angrily, the protagonist's companion asked who allowed him to draw his sword in front of her master. With words for him to get lost, she hit him, sending him far and for a long time. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a barely surviving boy, joyfully calling out to the girl. Running up to her, he immediately took her hand. I asked if she was okay and not injured, to which I received a positive answer that everything was fine. Dao, looking at the girl, asked her not to be afraid and to tell everything as it was. Standing up, the girl pulled out her hand, thereby letting go of the groom. Standing before him, she bowed to him, asking for forgiveness for deceiving him. With horror on her face, she explained that, in fact, she had long owed the Yin family a huge sum and simply could not repay it because of the interest. In desperation, she agreed to lure men into debt to pay off her debt. Naturally, the guy was surprised by this. The main character immediately asked the head whether this was considered legal and fair. And then he added that using debtors to lure new debtors is their scheme. The old man, all in sweat, said that they all voluntarily took money from them, and it was impossible to blame their family just because of that. After a short pause, Dao asked if this was really called voluntary. Having declared that in that case, let them also feel what voluntariness is, the Empress standing behind began to laugh. Raising her hand, the white-haired girl immediately began to gather energy. In an instant, the entire Yin family was in the air. She told them that she was giving them 2 choices. The first is to return all illegally obtained income. The second is to destroy their family and confiscate all property. After giving him time to think, she asked the head what he was choosing, to which the man stated that he would not choose alone because it was coercion. In response, the Empress said with a stupid look that this was an ordinary voluntary choice. Headmaster Yin shouted that the Empress's actions were arbitrary and no different from a tyrant's. Hearing these words, all 4 immediately fell to the ground. Standing before the old man, the girl declared that if she were a tyrant, she would wipe their family off the face of the earth. Naturally, the old man listened silently, looking with fear at the girl, who asked him not to doubt her powers, declaring that she could do it. Turning to the heavenly Tao, the girl said with heaviness that she was becoming like him. However, he said that this was not so, because she was not even close to him. He believed that this was just the beginning. The bailiff asked the old man if the girl was afraid that their Yin family would take all the wealth and leave the Xia estate, because they would feel their departure. To which the girl replied without any interest that they could do whatever they wanted. But she should have warned them. He explained in a rough voice that he would definitely spread the commune throughout the human world and would not give them a chance to be reborn. Naturally, adding the threat that if they continue, their families will be destroyed. At that very moment, laughter was heard behind the girl. The boy was laughing because there had been an argument going on all day that had boiled down to the fact that the big fish eats the little fish, and the little fish eats the shrimp. The holy disciple, seeing a familiar face, declared that someone unpleasant had appeared. The black-haired boy with red eyes greeted the Empress. It was Dongfang Hongyang. Suddenly, the guy declared that in the end, she would become emperor only because she was stronger than others, while simultaneously saying that if she were weak, she would have already been sold to a brothel. Naturally, the girl was angry at what she heard, and Dao himself said that he had seen many fools, but had never met anyone like him. Right there, the Empress said that their ancestor and they were really birds of a feather, arrogant and unceremonious. Clenching his fist, the boy declared that they recognized only one thing: whoever is stronger is right. And then he threw up his hands, adding that everything else, morals, etiquette, ethics, none of it mattered. Xuan Yuan closed her eyes and said that she knew that the Dongfang family always spoke directly, But the guy himself did not understand why the girl was not angry. Turning to the old man, the boy laughingly said that their Yin family should learn a lesson. They are as rich as an entire country, not understanding why they could pay a regular fine. The old man shouted again that they were acting within the law, to which the boy asked the old man if the emperor tightened the rules, would he abide by them? But without waiting for an answer, he said that they would not, because they like to hide hypocrisy behind a mass of nobility. In response, the old man shouted in fear that their family was the same, and if we talk about exploitation in general, then they are ahead of everyone else. The black-haired man in turn answered that it was true that taxes were higher in their domains, but duties and responsibilities went hand in hand. Everyone knows that touching the residents of the Dongfang family's domain is more expensive than one's own, and if anyone dares to touch one of them, they will destroy his entire family. At that moment, the old man said that they were all crazy. It was impossible to argue with them. Immediately, their entire family began to leave the territory of the commune. The empress asked the heavenly Tao not to worry. With a sly smile on her face, she declared that there was no one in this world who could hide from her. Turning to the crowd standing behind her, the girl rudely asked if they had any objections. There was silence in response, and as she left, the girl said that the show was over and all members of the commune had to return to work. All this time, the same dragon's apprentice was watching what was happening from the crowd. Tensioningly, she adjusted her headdress, continuing to look towards the empress. Waiting for the right moment, she began to move through the crowd with incredible speed. The empress noted that they were being watched, to which Dao replied that he knew. She gathered her energy, wondering who dared to invade their commune. At that moment, the dragon's apprentice flew into the air, not understanding how this had even happened. Gradually, her appearance began to change completely. Several things appeared above the ears, resembling tree leaves. Similar objects appeared on the legs, and the girl herself was dressed in unusual clothing. Descending to the ground, she elegantly closed her eyes and knelt down, and saying that Duanmu of the demon clan greets the empress. After thinking about it, Heavenly Tao said that it was a bold decision to appear in the human city. However, the empress herself immediately approached the girl, lifted her up, and asked if Empress Ying was still alive, to which she replied that her condition was not the best. Xuan's face looked joyful. She said with a smile that the main thing was that she was alive. She was going to find and help her. Suddenly, the demon changed, saying that things weren't going so well for people. He began to shout and ask if people and demons could live in harmony. With a smile, the white-haired girl said that people and demons can definitely live in peace. Duanmu did not understand why she thought so, to which the empress replied that it was because demons who had taken on human form could communicate. She explained that in her view, any race capable of communication can live in harmony with humans. To which the girl replied that, in her opinion, the ability to communicate is not a problem, explaining that cultural differences between races are the real problem. The main character joined their conversation, saying that this demon girl had rather progressive views, to which Duanmu continued, saying that demons are a race that is closely connected to nature. Although they have intelligence, they rely more on instincts, so they follow the laws of nature. After all, if they are angry, they kill. If they are hungry, they eat. If they are afraid, they run away. This was especially true for those who had recently acquired human form. Xuan Yuan immediately said with trepidation that she knew, but did not consider it a problem. But her interlocutor did not agree, explaining that people consider themselves moral, that they do things that even demons are not capable of. After all, people think that they have laws, but they allow a minority to oppress the majority, considering themselves united and causing themselves the most harm. After all, if people oppress each other, that's normal, but demons are called strangers. She didn't understand how they could exist under such conditions. Along the way, he added that agriculture, growing fruits, and raising livestock are cultures that even demons once envied. And then she asked to look at the lower strata of human society, explaining that most of them can barely feed themselves if people believe that everything should be in the hands of the strong, and the weak must hide in the shadow of the strong, be oppressed, enslaved, and shed their blood for the sake of the strong. Then the demons will choose to become strong themselves, to rule everything, protect everything, and value everything, the demon girl shouted. Hearing such stories, Empress Xuan Yuan laughed, which surprised the girl quite a bit. Qingtian asked the heavenly Tao if the empress had gone crazy, but the boy asked his companion not to complicate matters. The white-haired girl laughed and said that her rights were similar to what she had said to Empress Ying, and this answer greatly surprised Duanmu. After a short pause, the Empress continued, saying that she understood what she meant, adding that she had failed as an emperor. To feed the human people, she improved agriculture, but many still went hungry. To keep people warm, she developed a new variety of cotton, but many still suffer from the cold. She standardized the tracks and built roads, but many still cannot leave their homelands. To ensure that everyone could receive an education, she standardized the written language, but many still cannot read. And then, after another short pause, she folded her arms, shouting proudly that this was why she had created the commune. Explaining that she would start with this commune and spread justice throughout the great state of Xia and the entire human world, asking to give her a little time, because now was not the best time for demons to appear. Having also added that she would show the demons the sincerity of her changes, Duanmu exhaled upon hearing these words. Having replied that the demons had already waited 10,000 years and that 100 years was not a long time for them, the Empress was naturally delighted with these words. Duanmu said that she would tell their ruler about everything she saw and heard today. And then she began to leave, but the Empress asked the girl to stop. With a smile, the white-haired woman told the demon that she had worked hard to get to the great state of Xia, asking her not to leave. She said that the commune was her answer to all modern contradictions. Naturally, Qingtian cried out in displeasure because it was her master who arranged everything. Adding that the answer would be many, she and the members of the commune must look for further solutions and directions in the development process. She hoped that Duanmu could also take part in this. After saying these words, Empress Suan Yuan extended her hand to her interlocutor. After thinking for a bit, she agreed, saying that she did not know what she could do. The Empress asked her to simply follow her. And so, sometime later, our four heroes entered the building. Once inside, they walked up to the wall, pressing on the wall. Immediately, there was a loud sound and the wall began to move to the side. As soon as the doors were opened, our foursome went inside. Looking around, Duanmu said what they had planned by bringing her to the mysterious room. The Empress in turn said that people were hostile to demons, stating that in a normal situation, its manifestation in a human city would cause chaos, so she needed to conduct the test in an unusual situation. Naturally, Duanmu immediately became tense, asking what kind of test this was. Suddenly, the Empress pointed her fingers at her, absorbing the girl's body with her energy. Taking off, she screamed and asked the Empress what she was going to do with her. Xuanyuan responded by asking the girl not to resist, promising that she would not harm her. As soon as she stopped resisting, the energy became even greater and she screamed. Suddenly, she began to land on the ground, but already in human form, dressed in human food. Upon landing, she immediately examined her body, trying to understand the changes. With a slightly trembling voice, she asked what was wrong with her, asking if she had turned her back into a human by sealing her spiritual power. The Empress told her friend not to be afraid, because this was all temporary, adding that now she was no different from a human being. She did not want her to become completely integrated into the life of the commune. Dao himself laughed and said that she had come up with a good idea, and the Empress thanked the guy for the compliment. After asking the demon, did she still not understand anything? Explaining that she is now stripped of her demon essence and powerful strength, she is an ordinary person living among the commune members, adding that during this time she will work, study, and live like everyone else. Then the Empress joined in, shouting that she would later return her power and essence after seeing how everyone would treat her. This is what they called an unusual test. After thinking for a bit, the girl asked tensely what she should do next. Turning to the side, the Empress asked to follow her. Right there, literally a few minutes later, the doors of the commune swung open. Naturally, those standing in the courtyard immediately paid attention to this. After leaving, the Empress introduced Duanmu as a new member of the communal society, and the demon was embarrassed by such an introduction. Suddenly, I heard clapping sounds, which I immediately paid attention to. Each member of the commune welcomed the new comrade, shouting that they were now one family. Duanmu immediately noticed that everything here was different from the demon race, where the strong devoured the weak. The Empress immediately began to think, because she did not understand who to appoint the girl as, because she needed a job. The dark-haired girl immediately joined in because she had a proposal. She said that since many new people had joined them recently, it was already difficult for her to cope in the baths alone. Therefore, she suggested dividing the duties in the baths. She would do the cleaning, and she would be able to control the water temperature. After thinking for a moment, the Empress declared that this was a good idea. The Empress asked Duanmu if she had any objections to this distribution of duties. The demon had no objections. The black-haired girl immediately ran up, taking her hand. Having said that it was time for them to go, she was happy to have a new work partner. And then, literally right away, she began to drag her to the side. Heavenly Dao told Xuan Yuan that she was confident that Duanmu would be able to fit into society. She looked up at the sky and explained that the entire demon race would gradually integrate into human society, and all races in the human world would coexist in harmony. Dao himself noted that without the accumulation of small steps, it is impossible to reach 1,000 miles. And without the unification of streams, great rivers and mountains will not arise. After a pause, Dao snapped his fingers and said that they would then need to carefully observe how they would live. Right there, in the place where our three were standing, a powerful column of dust rose up and literally immediately disappeared, turning all three into insects. The Empress screamed and asked why she had turned into a fly, to which Dao asked her not to worry, explaining that this was for the convenience of secret movement. She didn't understand why they couldn't just become invisible. Na Dao explained that if he goes to the bathhouse invisible, he is afraid that some strange things will happen. And then he began to fly away, asking the Empress to follow him. Sighing heavily, I didn't understand whether it was normal to peek into the women's bathhouse in the form of a fly. And so, sometime later, our heroes reached their destination, where the dark-haired one explained to the fair-haired one that this was a public bathhouse where all the members of the commune washed themselves. He also explained that the work in the bathhouse was very simple, and that all that was needed was cleaning and heating the water, noting that other jobs were more difficult. Pointing to the side, the girl said that the men's section was there and the women's section was here. She added that these two baths are connected to the same boiler, so she just needs to monitor the temperature. Duanmu looked around and didn't understand why there was no one there, to which her colleague replied that it was work time now, and in the commune there was a certain time for bathing. Moving on, she was going to show her the boiler room. And so, having gone further, the girl pulled back the screen to go inside. Seeing two cauldrons, the demon asked a logical question. Why were there two of them? To which the colleague explained that the small boiler controls the steam room. Since it is used jointly by men and women, you need to be clothed there, so there is a separate boiler for it. And also noting that it was closed due to a lot of work. As she was leaving, the girl asked them not to forget to heat the water until the end of their work. With a smile on her face, Duanmu said that she would definitely try her best. She waved her hand and said that she just needed to light the fire, considering it a simple task. But as soon as I pointed my hand towards the cauldron, absolutely nothing happened. And then she realized that she had forgotten, because earlier the Empress had sealed her spiritual energy, and now she was no different from an ordinary person. Looking around, she noticed an axe and some firewood, realizing she needed to chop it and start a fire by hand. Grabbing the axe, she declared that she would definitely do it more than any ordinary person. At this time, our three discussed the girl's persistence. The Empress explained that she did this so that she would fully understand ordinary people. Outside, sometime later, they noticed that the steam had become stronger, realizing that the temperature in the bathroom had risen. Our heroes decided to fly out into the street in order to look at the situation. But as soon as they flew out, the main character immediately choked on what he saw. After all, right before his eyes, three beauties appeared at once, who were going to take advantage of the minimum number of people. The girls themselves at this moment continued to chat pleasantly, not paying attention to the flying flies. Dao suggested leaving. The Empress was surprised, because even the heavenly Dao could be shy. Qingtian shouted at the guy to close his eyes. And so, having flown out, our heroes returned to their forms. The Empress said that she had never bathed in the commune's public bathhouse before. Lost in thought, the protagonist said that he would take advantage of the opportunity and try. Qingtian immediately joined in, offering to let him help him with bathing. Without thinking twice, he poked her in the forehead, telling her to go into the women's bathhouse. Together with the Empress, they went to the changing rooms to check how skillfully Duanmu had heated the water. And so, upon entering, the main character immediately took off his clothes, carefully folding them. Looking around, the boy said that this time he went into the men's bathhouse, but he felt as if something was wrong. After some time, numerous voices began to be heard. People gradually began to disperse into the locker rooms, still continuing to discuss the difficult day. At this time, the Empress was shyly warming herself in the warm water. Qingtian also gradually joined her, Entering the water, she gasped sweetly, saying that she really wanted to wash with the master. Suddenly, Meow cried out in surprise. She recognized the Empress and asked her what she was doing there. The white-haired woman calmly said that this was a public bathhouse and that was why she could be here. However, the red-haired girl shouted that she didn't mean it that way, because she should wash herself in a more suitable place. She immediately shut her mouth, which the girl did not understand. The Empress said that in the commune, even the Empress does not receive special privileges, and that was her point. Qingtian immediately jumped up, declaring that the girl did not understand anything. She spread her arms and declared that her master's greatness needed no words. The main character himself was taking a shower at this time. Speaking out loud, he felt that Qingtian and the others would do something bad. And then he noticed that there were too many people around, most of whom were praising the guy for his muscles. Having drawn the attention of those around him, Dao offered them to rub his back. He declared with a terrifying face that the members of the commune should help each other. The man himself at that moment felt something was wrong, which was quite stressful for him. And just a few minutes later, screams began to be heard. Qingtian noticed the sound and immediately paid attention to it. Standing up, she said that she heard a sound coming from the men's bathhouse. The Empress stood behind her, saying that in order to prevent peeping, very strict security measures had been taken between the men's and women's baths, so that even sound could not pass through. Also noting that the temperature here is a bit low. At this time, Duan Lu herself was working hard, blowing into the pipe. Wiping sweat from her face, she said that using the human body for such things was indeed difficult. The Empress came to see her and was glad that she was working. Turning around, the worker was surprised by such a visit. Jumping up, she screamed that it was dirty here, and they had only washed themselves. But this did not particularly interest the white-haired girl. She also noted that the girl's work in the commune was not going so smoothly. Suddenly a cry was heard asking about the temperature of the water because it was too cold. Loudly, apologizing, the girl told the Empress that she needed to work, rushing towards the cauldron. Sitting up, she immediately began to blow into it. At some point, it seemed that she was barely holding on to consciousness. But the Empress did not leave. On the contrary, she asked if she now understood everything, adding that these were natural differences between the bodies of people and demons. And they lead to differences in thinking. She turned her into an ordinary person so that she could experience firsthand what it was like to be the most ordinary person. Finally adding that if she was having a hard time, she should just say so and she would lift the restrictions. The worker thought for a moment, looking down. Looking at her hands, she replied that now she understood what it was like to be an ordinary person. Immediately, a spark appeared in her eyes, and it was with this spark that the girl said that even if her body was ordinary, as a great demon she could not allow herself to lose to others. He immediately began to work hard, while the white-haired girl watched. After leaving, Qingtian asked the Empress if she was deliberately provoking her, to which she received a positive answer. Yuan explained that Duan Mu grew up under Yinglong's protection, and as a demon, she had no understanding of human life. Just a few minutes later, people in the men's bathhouse noticed that the water had become hotter. The demon herself was thinking at that moment that simply heating the cauldron well was not enough to prove that she was better than people. Turning towards the cauldron, she realized that if she could heat it, she would definitely prove that she had won. A hope of victory appeared in her eyes, and she had no intention of letting go. Watching what was happening inside, Qingtian said that the girl was being too zealous, but the Empress decided to refrain from answering. Inside, the girl was actually working hard. Suddenly, the girl standing near the entrance to the room with the boiler heard screams that the sauna was working. The Empress happily said that she had never tried a sauna. She was curious about what it was. Qingtian also decided to try something new. And so, sometime later, the girls reached her. When they entered, they noticed that the steam was too thick, and it was also very hot. The Empress thought that the sensation of being enveloped in steam was quite pleasant. The skin felt as wonderful as possible. Suddenly, a male voice said, "As expected, something like this always happens in the bathhouse." The steam gradually dissipated and the main character appeared. The Empress was surprised. He immediately asked him in a shout how he ended up here, to which the black-haired man asked her not to worry. Qingtian, who was standing behind him, changed in an instant, gloomily saying that she understood everything. And then, with a joyful face, she jumped on Dao, shouting that the master still needed her service. The guy immediately raised his hand, snapping his fingers, asking if she could finally behave decently. Literally immediately, the entire body of the flying one was covered with energy, and she froze in the air. Sobbing, she listened as the Empress asked the boy if he was really going to leave her like that, to which he replied that it would be better that way. Suddenly, the white-haired girl came to her senses and screamed and asked what he was doing here. Adao explained that the people in the commune were too persistent and he had to hide here. However, that was not what the girl was asking at all. She was interested in why he was in the women's bathhouse, assuming that the guy liked to peek. With a very calm face, Dao asked if she really didn't know, but the Empress didn't understand this question. Suddenly, he stood up and grabbed her hands, starting to squeeze them. She immediately began to think about what the heavenly Dao had planned, assuming that the guy had some kind of feelings for her. As he approached her, she continued to ponder in confusion how he could do this to the Empress and whether she should resist at all. After thinking about it, embarrassed, she said in a trembling voice that he should be more gentle with her. However, at that very moment, the main character simply raised her hand. Starting to pull her along, he asked the white-haired girl what she was carrying. Approaching the wall, he asked the person standing next to him what she saw. She looked carefully at the sign hanging on the wall and read it. And Dao said sternly that it was clearly stated here that they had to be clothed, asking if they hadn't looked when they came in. The girl's whole body lit up in the blink of an eye. She became angry. She swung and shouted at the guy that he was a scoundrel. However, the boy also snapped his finger and stopped the girl's advance. He asked why he was so worried, since he was just taking a steam bath here, adding that this steam really was too hot, because of which his whole body became wet. With each passing second, the sweat became more and more intense. At the same time, Duanmu continued to work hard, with a satisfied face, saying that he was working with all his might, considering himself much better than any person. Inside the bathhouse, the girls were discussing how the water was only getting hotter, and it was becoming difficult for them to stay there. As they started to leave, they assumed that there was something wrong with the bathroom today. They were going to come back tomorrow. The heavenly Dao himself was already losing consciousness from the heat. His head began to spin. Qingtian immediately noticed this state of her master. But before she could react, he fell right on her chest, and the blonde called out to the boy with concern. And he woke up, opening his eyes. He realized where he was. Jumping up, he tried to explain to her, but she no longer listened to him, saying that the boy could have simply asked her. Turning towards the Empress, he heard her call him shameless and perverted. The main character tried to justify himself by saying that it was a misunderstanding, when suddenly he noticed that the girl's robe was starting to fall apart. At the very last moment, the Empress also noticed this, shouting at him to stand still. But before she could grab him, because she screamed, both of our heroes glanced at her. Qingtian immediately began to rage at the guy to look at her while he tried to justify himself again that it wasn't his fault. The Empress herself was clenching her teeth in anger at that moment. Taking off, she began to gather energy, saying that she was not yet finished with the Dao, and her legendary sword immediately appeared. With a rather tense look, the boy said that he could still justify himself. However, she did not listen to him at all, saying that words would not change anything. Literally immediately after this, a powerful explosion was heard, the energy of which blew out the roof of the building. The seated pair of demons, who were watching everything that was happening from the side, shuddered due to the pressure of energy. They didn't understand why Xuanyuan suddenly attacked, thinking that she was planning to destroy the Yin family. At this time, there was a powerful column of dust inside the building, which gradually began to disperse. As soon as it became smaller, the Empress appeared, lying on the ground, being strangled by Qingtian. She angrily told the girl that she dared to harm her master. With a smile, Xuan asked if she could stop her. And so a fight broke out between them, and Dao himself asked them to stop. The guys standing behind immediately started running up, getting ready to put out the fire. Thinking that people shouldn't see them like this, the guy snapped his fingers. Immediately, there was another mini-explosion, and the Empress realized what was about to happen. And now they were flies. The black-haired boy considered this the safest way. The men outside were shouting that there was a fire and they needed to put it out as quickly as possible. But as soon as they managed to run up, the fire became even bigger. Dao told Xuan to look at what she had done, to which she responded that it was all because of him. After thinking for a bit, she also added that she would deal with him later, but now she needed to put out the fire. However, the main character asked not to rush, but to watch first. The Empress didn't understand what they were talking about, and the protagonist pointed to Duanmu, who had already started putting out the fire. Having collected the water, She threw it towards the raging flames. All the men began to run away in fear because the fire was growing bigger and bigger. Crying, they discussed that this was the end, since they had worked so hard to find such a wonderful place. Not understanding why the explosion occurred, they discussed how the temperature was much higher than usual. At this time, the demon thought that it was because she worked too hard. Gritting her teeth, she pushed the thoughts aside, thinking that no matter what, she couldn't just stand there and watch the fire spread. She immediately shouted for everyone to move away. She was going to sort everything out herself. She waved her hands and was about to use her demonic power. However, at that very moment, absolutely nothing happened. The fire only grew bigger, expanding with every second. At one point, he even reached the girl, which scared her. The same dark-haired colleague from the bathhouse rushed to her defense, who, grabbing the girl, tried to push her away from the fire. Meow also arrived, looking around and assessing the situation. Running up to the duo, she asked Duanlu if she had really gone crazy since she could have died, to which the demon girl replied that she understood. She explained that she had completely forgotten that her power had been sealed by the human emperor. Grabbing her colleague, she shouted and asked why she, despite the danger, decided to ask her. She didn't understand this, to which she replied sheepishly that members of the commune should help each other. The demon was very surprised by this answer, because she was not at all used to such an attitude. With a smile on her face, Duanlu thought that people were not as hopeless as she thought they were. Turning towards the fire, she surrounded all the girls standing nearby. They shouted at her to ask where she was going, to which the dragon's apprentice replied that she was going to put out the fire. The empress, watching the girl's actions, did not understand what she was doing. Dao replied that she was going to do exactly what she had planned. But the empress did not understand this because all her powers were sealed. After thinking for a moment, the boy answered Zhuan that strong determination can overcome any obstacles. With her hands folded, the dragon disciple began to gather energy using the sealing technique. Immediately, her appearance began to completely change back to its previous state. As soon as she did this, she immediately gathered energy and took off. While in the air, she continued to accumulate energy. Suddenly, a strong aura rose up around her body. Looking at her, everyone began to discuss, asking who she was, how she flew up, whether she was human. At that moment, the girl herself was going to put out the fire with one technique. And then a strong wind blew, which at first completely stopped the advance of the fire. The guys standing there couldn't believe that their new girl had such enormous power. And just a few minutes later, the fire was completely extinguished. After landing on the ground, Duanlu immediately noticed the surprised faces of the people around her and turned to them. She said that after learning of her true origin as a powerful demon, they still wouldn't be able to accept her as she thought. However, it was a colleague from the bathhouse who was the first to throw herself into his arms, shouting at the girl that she was incredible. Surprised, the demon asked why she wasn't afraid of her, to which the black-haired one didn't understand why she should be afraid of her, explaining that origin doesn't play any role at all since she is a member of the commune. The others supported the dark-haired girl's words and began to shout joyfully. With a smile on her face, Duanlu let out a sigh of relief, saying that she underestimated the people in this world too much. Suddenly, Duanmu raised her hand, shouting for them to come out. Immediately, something fell to the ground, raising a roar and dust. As soon as the dust settled, the main character appeared, lying on two beauties at once. Standing up, Dao said that he had underestimated the girl, because he had not expected that she would be able to see through her disguise. Suddenly, alarm appeared on the Empress's face. Following her, the rest of the duo also went into shock, until the demon said that there was someone else here. Naturally, there was a feeling of extreme awkwardness between everyone. While the Empress was screaming that everything was lost, Dao asked her to calm down, and Qingtian herself was happy at that moment. Exhaling easily, Duanmu rejoiced at the Empress. However, she wasn't entirely happy, shouting back at the demon girl. Standing up, Heavenly Dao said that there was nothing he could do. He would have to intervene. Immediately, energy began to gather in his hands, right between his fingers. In an instant, this beam became larger, illuminating the entire territory of the commune. Each of those standing was caught in this bright golden light. Suddenly, no one in the crowd understood why he had come here and what he was even doing here. Suddenly, Qingtian froze, staring at one point. When she came to, she didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, she was hugged from behind. The black-haired girl thanked the demoness. She repeated the same words she had spoken a few minutes ago, while our three heroes were watching everything from around the corner. The Heavenly Dao breathed a sigh of relief as he had managed to sort everything out. Xuanyuan didn't immediately start pulling the guy from side to side, shouting that he was a traitor, because all this happened because of him. Suddenly, the guy pointed to the towel, saying that the girl should get dressed first. Placing her hand into the subspace, she promised to deal with the heavenly Tao. The boy himself said that the exam results would be announced in 3 days, and he still had to grade the work. While getting dressed, the Empress, pouting, declared that they would see each other in 3, and now she told the guy to get lost. At that very moment, Dao and his companion Qingtian disappeared, leaving the Empress alone. Continuing to dress, the Empress remained angry at Dao because he had given her problems and then ran away. And so, finally, 3 days passed, and a huge crowd of people gathered around the notice board. Each of them came to look at the results of the ads. Meow pushed her way through the crowd, asking to be allowed to see. And now, finally getting closer, she looks, and immediately her gaze changes. She saw her name. She was able to pass the exam. The girl immediately ran up to the black-haired guy, rushing to hug him and screaming that she had passed. Suddenly, she realized what she had done, and her face turned red. Stepping aside, she began to sigh heavily. The black-haired man himself said that she needed to go and find out what to do next after successfully passing the exam. The guys standing behind her couldn't understand how the woman could pass the exams. The holy student heard these screams. Turning to them, he shouted that they were talking nonsense, since she had passed the exam thanks to her abilities. At that very moment, the crowd became even more angry, starting to shout that she had definitely cheated, since no one knew how she did it. The black-haired man was about to approach them, but the red-haired woman did not let him do so. The crowd was getting angrier and angrier with each passing second. They started a riot, demanding an explanation, and the Empress came to these cries. The girl asked Dao in surprise how he had checked the work in such a way that it had caused such a commotion. The guy asked the girl not to worry. Immediately, his body was covered with energy, and he and his companion began to take off. Taking off, the chief shouted that he was responsible for conducting the state exam in the commune. He said he knew that some of them were unhappy with the exam results, explaining that the commune was adhering to the principles of fairness by allowing this protest. The system didn't understand why the protagonist allowed them to protest, and he didn't understand why he was asking stupid questions, because if he was simply suppressed, people would think that something was hidden here. Dao shouted even louder that they could suggest a way to verify the results, and the commune would do everything possible to assist in the investigation. At that very second, all the opposing sides began to look at each other. One of the brave men shouted out, asking if the commune could really prove its honesty. To which the boy replied with a smile that the one who demands proof must provide it, asking for a verification method. While everyone was looking at each other again, a man appeared and shouted that he would propose a method on behalf of everyone. Pointing towards the girl, he said to remove their names from the papers and then hold a re-examination where everyone could vote. Smiling, Dao said that this proposal sounded good. He stated that if the girl wins, then they will definitely believe her, but if he wins, then the exam will have to be conducted again. With a smile on his face, the black-haired man stated that it was a good idea and then snapped his fingers. Immediately, the duo began to rise into the air, their bodies covered in energy. Those around could not believe their eyes, because the two gradually began to disappear. Dao himself stated that in order to prevent the possibility of collusion between them and outsiders, he temporarily moved them to a safe room. The holy disciple looked at the boy, realizing that he was truly a frightening person, realizing that there were real talents hidden in the commune. After asking about the objections and not receiving an answer, Dao declared that in that case they would not delay, but would begin the examination right away. And so, having also moved, he sat the two at the table, creating a temporary examination hall around them. After some time, Dao said that time was up, asking both participants to stop writing. Using his power, he took the sheets of paper, saying that in order to avoid the influence of handwriting, he would project their answers onto the sky in a uniform style. Immediately after these words, huge sheets appeared in the sky, which surprised ordinary people to the greatest extent. Each of them began to carefully read the content written on these sheets. The youngest of the Kun sisters asked her cousin Bar whose answer he thought was better. With a smile on his face, continuing to peer at the answers, the boy stated that the difference was very obvious. At the same time, Qingtian began to scatter green balls. While passing on to everyone standing in the square, at that very moment the heavenly Tao appeared. Having said that the balls in their hands were a voting instrument, they simply had to throw their balls in the direction of the answer that they liked best. And then he declared even louder that they should start voting. Each participant began to swing, throwing balls in the direction of the answers. And so, sometime later, the count was 4 to 271. The two participants standing there couldn't believe it, looking at the answers with their mouths open. With a joyful cry, the red-haired girl shouted that she had won. At that very moment, Heavenly Tao turned towards the boy, telling him to apologize immediately. Having explained with terrifying pressure that he had questioned someone else's abilities and been proven wrong, the boy immediately ran up to the girl. He began to bow with trepidation and apologized, asking for forgiveness, explaining that he should not have done that, and that the girl did not hold a grudge against him. The black-haired man then turned to the crowd, asking if they were satisfied now, because if in the future someone were to dispute someone else's abilities, they wouldn't need to use gender as an excuse. After all, men have their strengths and women have their advantages. At that moment, everyone looked at each other silently. The Empress exhaled with relief, because she thought that the Heavenly Tao would solve the problem in some crude way. Qing Tian, who was standing nearby, proudly said that it was difficult to even imagine her master's techniques. The Empress herself turned her attention to the bird. She didn't understand where another letter of congratulations had come from. Suddenly, noticing the seal, her face changed. She couldn't believe that this letter was from her teacher. She immediately tore up the seal and began to open the letter. After reading it, the girl thought it was a real disaster. She remembered Yue Tian saying that the disaster was a new heavenly profound realm expert who appeared in the third era of the Eastern realm. Even if her strength had not yet been fully restored, the peak of the heavenly profound realm was no match for her. She didn't understand why the teacher had warned her. She didn't understand what variables there were that she didn't know about and whether it was worth talking about with the Heavenly Tao. Suddenly, the boy appeared behind her, asking what she wanted to tell him, thereby greatly frightening the Empress. She turned around embarrassedly, telling him to stop suddenly appearing behind her back. Tao himself didn't understand, because it was she who called him by name. Still embarrassed, she thrust the sheet of paper right into his chest. After opening it and reading it, Tao was surprised, saying that the creature that the demon emperor had noticed was clearly not simple. The system explained that he was a rising star of the third era, and that through his exceptional intuition and strength, he had taken his place in the world. Tao thought for a moment and said that defeating and killing many heavenly realm experts was an impressive feat. The Empress immediately said that they needed to be careful, and then turned towards Qing Tian, saying that she didn't need to be careful because she was much stronger. Tao himself, not paying attention, continued, saying that the main question was why he descended into the human world, not believing that he simply came to have fun. He added that they should invite the demon emperor for a talk, which quite strongly infuriated the white-haired girl standing nearby. Xuanyuan exhaled and shouted at him to forget about it, as she didn't know what the other allies were thinking, but she was sure that her teacher wouldn't want to meet him so easily. The white-haired girl said that when she herself wanted to come out into the light, then he would be able to find her. Tao himself had a premonition that their meeting would involve some mortal situation, and then asked the Empress if she would protect him. She immediately started screaming in embarrassment. Does he really think that she will protect him? After all, he is the Heavenly Tao. He is omnipotent. But the boy continued to stand his ground, asking again if she would protect him. And then, turning around, he said, "Enough of the jokes. The answer to this question will come to her in time." Looking towards the departing guy, the girl's face began to gradually turn redder and redder. She didn't understand if she could do it. These thoughts tormented her. A village in the mountains of the Great Sea Estate, a sacred disciple walking behind the teacher's daughter, said that today she took a place on the list of the best. He asked to quickly go home and celebrate this moment with his father, the girl herself, walking in front, laughed, declaring that this was only the beginning. Then, stopping and clenching her fist, she added that the commune was linked to the future of the entire Eastern land, and with its current capabilities, it was still very far from achieving its goals. Turning to the guy, she asked him if he could give her some good advice, to which the boy replied with a smile that they call him a saint, but he only knows how to heal people and save lives. But he didn't think anything about politics. Lost in thought, the red-haired girl asked the guy if she had ever been to the West, to which she received an immediate positive answer. The girl immediately said that she had heard that the West was better than the Eastern land, because they say that their bread grows on the trees, and wine flows in the rivers, and the houses are made of sweets. Hearing such an eloquent statement from the girl, the black-haired man laughed, and she immediately became embarrassed. The guy, throwing up his hands, explained that the West was no different from the Eastern lands. Moreover, things were even worse there, and the legends that circulated in both directions were absolutely the same. He added that everyone dreams of a good life, but on average, the commune is the best he has seen. The girl agreed with the guy when suddenly they were distracted from their conversation by a man's shout about a fire. Looking to the side, our heroes saw how a fire flared up in an instant, which grew larger with each passing second. They immediately shouted in one voice that they needed help to put it out. Immediately, the holy disciple picked up the girl and took her in his arms. Naturally, she was surprised by such actions on the part of the guy. He himself had already headed towards the fire. One of the men shouted to put out the fire quickly, help would arrive soon. As soon as the black-haired man looked around, he saw people from the Long family. Turning around, the black-haired girl also recognized the guy, saying that they hadn't seen him for a long time. It was the fifth daughter of the Long clan, Long Wu. Suddenly, the guy noticed the people lying on the ground. Long Wu explained that it was the mounted bandits who had started the fire here. The red-haired girl herself rushed towards the house, screaming about her father. The guy immediately grabbed her by the hand, shouting that she was an ordinary person and that she wouldn't be able to go in there, but she continued shouting about her father. Bai Yu's expression changed, and he asked the teacher's daughter not to rush and let him handle everything. Immediately, bright yellow hands created with the help of his energy began to appear. In an instant, they began to envelop the flames under the surprised faces of those around them. Each hand touched the fire, which gradually began to diminish. Just a few seconds later, the fire was extinguished, and Bai Yu also stated that there was no teacher inside. Long Wu appreciated the guy's cultivation, as she had become much stronger since their last meeting. The boy himself was worried about the fire, as well as the disappearance of his teacher, who had vanished without a trace. He understood that something was fishy here. The black-haired girl from the Long family thought about it, saying that she thought the mechanical creatures from the Tien clan had come here. Hearing this, Bai Yu was surprised. Even the red-haired girl shouted out why they were targeting her father. The sacred disciple said that this clan, one of the 10 great ones, they are masters in the art of technology and the creation of mechanisms, and are able to study and improve any machine. He added that they had built something that connected heaven and earth, but he also said that if they had done this, he would destroy them. After a short pause, he asked Long Wu if she knew which way they had fled. She said with a smile on her face that, of course, she knew, getting ready to go with the duo since the guy would have to look after the mortal girl. The red-haired one herself immediately declared that without any reason she was going with them. Still with a smile on her face, the black-haired woman added that she must warn that sometimes courage alone is not enough to solve a problem. The awkward silence was interrupted by the guy, who said that he would lead them, but Miao should not go further than 3 meters from him, and she agreed to this condition. And so, sometime later, our trio set off on their journey. Suddenly, the black-haired man felt energy in the distance and began to peer closer. He saw a huge ship that was in a huge energy ball, immediately shouting loudly that they had arrived at their destination. Intending to move on, he flew again, but hit his forehead on the dome. Miao was surprised, and the guy explained that this was a special barrier created by the Tien clan. At that moment, some mechanism thundered in the ship, which opened the bottom, from which 3 projectiles flew out. These were the mechanical puppets of the Tien clan. With a gloomy expression, the black-haired girl stated that they were approaching them at a fairly fast speed. Stopping, the robot loudly addressed Bai Yu, saying that they knew why he had come to him. At that very second, the robot's chest began to make strange sounds, raising its protective shield. The man who appeared sitting in the robot's chest said that his teacher was now talking with their leader, remembering old times. Naturally, the sacred disciple was surprised. He did not understand why they all continued to bother his teacher. After all, he had given up cultivation. The green-haired man himself replied that the Tien clan had no intention of harming the apprentice and would not allow anyone to harm him. But the Tien clan were not the only ones looking for him. The red-haired girl intervened in their conversation, asking the guy what he meant. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the robot, ordering the guy to come immediately. Closing himself, he replied that it happens, because this order was given by the head of the clan. Turning around, he told the 3 who had arrived to follow him, heading towards the ship. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly again and began to look around. He didn't understand what was happening, because he had the feeling that he was being watched. Those watching were Dao and Qingtian. Dao didn't understand why this Miao was so interesting, considering her to be the main character. And then, after a short pause, he began to laugh. When he began to think about the meeting between the traveler and the girl, he considered it a classic plot for women's novels. Qingtian herself didn't understand what the guy meant. Looking towards the ship, the guy said that these third-level mechanisms allow one to resist the fifth. The system itself believed that this was a crude design. The efficiency of spiritual energy conversion was quite low. Tao himself asked the system not to say so, because even he obeyed their law. And in any case, if he were in their place, he would not have been able to create such a thing, because this is knowledge accumulated by the Tian clan over tens of thousands of years of experience. The system didn't understand, because Tao could help them improve them, but the guy didn't think so, because with his constant prompts, everything would lose any meaning. He stated that the Tian clan must be well aware that the total amount of spiritual energy in this world is constant. He sincerely hoped that one day they would create a flying ship. But the system did not support the guy, because outside the boundaries of the world it was too dangerous. The heavenly Tao knew this, but he wanted them to dare to do it. And after another short pause, the boy declared that the 10 great clans would finally gather. He was wondering what else they would come up with. At this time, inside the Tian clan's flying ship, the two were sitting at the table. The head of the Tian clan said that that incident in the past was not the old man's fault at all. She did not understand why he was torturing himself like that. To which the old man replied that, judging by the results, the head of the Tang clan still died at his hands. Standing up, he sternly declared that their conversation was over, because there was nothing more painful in the world than the death of an old friend before your eyes, said Father Miao, looking into the distance. Suddenly, the head of the clan jumped up from the table, ran up to the old man and hugged him. Crying, she said that it was even more painful when he did everything he could, but it still wasn't enough. In a trembling voice, she said that he was only one step away from ascending to heaven, and she did not understand why he had abandoned everything and left. After all, the world of people lost a genius, even if the Holy Hand lost a holy son, the likes of which had not been seen for hundreds of years, and she lost a wonderful older brother. Having recovered from his stupefaction, the old man exhaled heavily, saying that it was all in the past. But she immediately screamed that this was not so, she could not forget, asking the old man to know what she felt for him. But the old man said that he already had a daughter. Angrily, the girl asked if she was really his daughter, to which she received an immediate positive answer. But then tears appeared on her face. She screamed at him not to lie to her, because he had not even married, and his age did not match the time when he left. She shouted loudly that Meng Yu was not his biological daughter, and at that very moment our three arrived. The girl said to her father in surprise. She was stunned by what she heard. Hearing a familiar voice, the old man immediately turned toward the girl. With a trembling cry, he began to ask why she was here, worrying whether she was injured, asking Bai Yu to take his daughter away. The black-haired man immediately asked the teacher if everything was all right, since among those who had forced him back then were people from the Tian clan. Turning towards the woman, the old man said that this had nothing to do with her or the Tian clan, as it was his personal mistake. And then, looking into the distance, he added that when he found Bai Yu, he realized that his peaceful days were over forever, because the people from the Tang clan wanted him dead, and he did not want others to suffer because of him. The girl immediately ran up, hugged the man again, and shouted that she would not allow him to do stupid things again. She asked what his fault was, because he did everything he could. She did not understand why they continued to condemn him. After all, he is a doctor, but he could not save one important person. She screamed that this was wrong. At this time, I started to feel a rather nasty energy outside. The commune also began to feel this nasty flow of energy. Seeing this, Xuan Yuan said that someone was intercepting the luck of a person's path. Doubting it, she assumed that it was the work of the heavenly Tao. But even so, she did not understand why it began to take away only the evil part of the luck of a person's path. Suddenly, a black-haired man appeared behind her and declared that she was right, which frightened the Empress again. She again began to shout at the guy that he was scaring her. Tao himself said that only someone who himself belongs to the human race can take away the luck of a person's path, not understanding who this old friend was. Having come to her senses, the girl with a gloomy face replied that whoever he was, she had to stop him. But the heavenly Tao asked the girl not to rush, explaining that the Qingtian era had already completely passed. At that very moment, the protagonist's companion was approaching the energy cluster. In the center of this clot, she noticed a familiar silhouette. However, the spatial rift did not let her through further, preventing her from moving higher. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked around, not understanding where she found herself. In front of her, she saw a dark silhouette that radiated ominous energy. Taking a closer look, she realized that before her stood a level that defied the heavens. Realizing that this was a threat, she immediately rushed towards him, intending to immediately eliminate the future problem. At that very second, the dark clot began to collect energy in its hands. The book that appeared began to emit pleasant energy, causing Qingtian to be taken aback. After all, she learned that it was the ancient book Huantian. It was the power of her master, the wheel of rebirth. Immediately, he began to analyze his opponent more closely. Realizing that he had not yet fully regained his strength, she knew that destruction had to be immediate. Having struck the enemy of heaven, she used the pacification of the seas. In an instant, the entire dark silhouette was completely dispelled. But almost immediately, they began to gather again, saying words of gratitude to the embodiment of heaven for her arrival. The white-haired man stated that this body was forced to merge with him. Seeing no reaction from the girl, he was surprised and asked if his appearance had really changed that much. He spread his hands and added that they had always been arrogant, introducing himself as Yuan Xuan. And then, beginning to gather enormous power, he shouted that she could call him by his current name, Hao Jie. Qingtian swung her sword and rushed at the boy, shouting that she didn't care what his name was, because anyone who defied the heavens must die. He threw the girl back with his strength and laughed because she thought she could handle him. And then, getting closer, he declared that if Kantian himself were here, he would have run away without looking back, without saying a word. And after these words, he immediately slammed the girl into the ground. Having said that such a chance comes rarely, now she will not escape it. Immediately, some symbols began to appear near his body, and the energy around them began to rage, growing larger and larger. Qingtian didn't understand what was happening, because the connection with her master had just been completely severed. The boy who flew up shouted, saying that being trapped in the Xuan world, which they, the incarnations of heaven, had always despised, wasn't that too much of a pleasant feeling? And then, with a grin on his face, he asked the woman lying on the ground if she wanted to see something else interesting. In an instant, a bright yellow light appeared, blinding the entire area. Looking into the distance, Qingtian didn't understand what was happening. Just a few seconds later, a little boy appeared. Seeing this child, the girl screamed that it was no wonder that her master could not find his body. She couldn't believe the guy had been here all this time. At that very moment, the white-haired man flew up, hugged the baby, and said that he was going to use his body for resurrection, but found a more suitable shell. And then, launching a colossal amount of energy towards Qingtian, he shouted that it was her turn. The girl jumped up and began to dodge the clots of energy. However, the speed was still incredible, so some attacks barely touched her clothes. Falling to the ground, she clenched her teeth, covering her chest, saying that the black energy was absorbing her strength. Turning towards the guy, she asked how he managed it, since it was clearly not the power of the human path. Gathering energy, the white-haired man declared that this filth of the human path was far more disgusting than the most vile creatures of chaos. Launching the attack, he shouted for her to take a good look at all this abomination of the human world. The dark energy immediately engulfed the entire body of the heavenly Tao's companion. Voices began to sound in her head, trying to irritate her. The guy himself stated that these are all voices, the cherished desires of the people. He shouted that they were tired of heaven, tired of people. She was going to grant them mercy. The energy immediately began to rage even more aggressively, intending to kill the girl. The dark guy said that he was going to do what the evil emperor could not do, and what Empress Xuanyuan could not do. With the thoughts of countless beings, with the bodies of millions of living souls, he is humanity, and humanity is he. With the body of the human path, he was going to challenge the power of the heavenly Tao. From now on, there would be no oppression, no harassment, no good, no evil. And so, he was about to launch a powerful attack on the seated girl. She, in turn, was already gathering energy with the thought that it was no longer possible to hesitate, intending to put everything on one blow. Jumping up, she called the guy crazy, adding that she would never let him do that. These words made the guy laugh, and he didn't shy away until the very last moment. Shouting back that it was still better than being destroyed by the heavenly Tao, he repelled Qingtian's attack. Dark energy began to bind the body of the divine being. With a smile on his face, The boy said that the evil emperor and empress Xuanyuan were too weak. Only he could change the fate of the human race, the guy said to the cries of the protagonist's companion. When suddenly a question rang out, whether this was really his plan. The white-haired man immediately paid attention to the voice. And the girl added that people should have their own path in the future. She didn't understand whether the guy's mind had become clouded. It was the demon empress who declared that the boy dared to give birth to such a disgusting thought. She was not going to allow it to happen to him here. Seeing the familiar silhouette, Qingtian tensed up, realizing that now she would definitely not be able to escape. She began to think that she had let down the heavenly Tao and brought shame upon it, regretting that she had not been able to surpass the guy until her death. At that very moment, the heavenly Tao itself began to sneeze loudly. The Empress anxiously asked if the boy was ill, to which he replied no, realizing that something had happened. Looking towards the rift, he said that recently his connection with Qingtian had been severed. This was abnormal. He was going to go and check everything personally. The white-haired man, looking from the demon's side, asked if she had really forgotten about their plan. In turn, the gray-haired girl herself began to gather a clot of green energy in her hand. After talking, they say the plan was not for him to absorb and assimilate all of humanity. The guy told the girl that they both had not yet fully recovered, and if they disturbed the heavenly Tao, they would both die. To which the girl replied that she would be glad to die. These words greatly shocked the guy. Realizing that the dialogue would be useless, he began to attack his former comrade. In turn, the demon empress easily dodged each attack. She believed that he had become too proud, succumbing to the influence of power, and if he absorbed humanity, he would simply become a second heavenly Tao. These words angered the guy. He shouted that she was being too arrogant because living beings were in ignorance and confusion. They, who are walking towards the truth of the great path of infinity, must receive the support of all living beings under the heavens. He added that when she realizes the truth, she will make the same choice as he did. Having begun to repel the attack, the Empress said that he had stopped listening to her. Skeletons immediately appeared around the Empress. With a smile on her face, she declared that they would do things the old-fashioned way. Whoever wins is right. Their creations began to wage a fierce battle among themselves. The white-haired man shouted at the girl, asking if she really thought he was afraid of her. The girl swung and moved towards the guy. The white-haired man did the same, preparing to launch a powerful attack on the attacker. And so, both strong energies came together and a loud ringing sound was heard. And then came a powerful explosion, which gradually began to destroy everything around. At that moment, Qingtian closed her eyes, promising that in her next life she would again become the embodiment of heaven for her master. By this point, the destructive explosion of power outages was reaching the girl. And so, as soon as he passed, she did not understand why she was still alive and began to open her eyes. At that very moment, she heard a pleasant voice that addressed her. The girl's face immediately changed. The heavenly Tao spoke with a smile on his face, so that she would remember that her incarnation could not die so easily. As soon as the girl's shackles were broken, she immediately rushed towards the guy, began to hug him, with tears in her eyes saying that she had disgraced the guy. Tao himself asked her not to worry. Looking towards the fighting duo, he added that these two were beyond her strength, asking his subordinate to hide to the side. The two fighting themselves stopped fighting when they noticed the heavenly Tao. They couldn't believe that they would meet him here. The guy immediately turned towards the girl, saying that they needed to temporarily join forces. The person standing next to her agreed with this, since they had no other choice. The white-haired man folded his arms and launched an attack towards the heavenly Tao, shouting for it to take the attack. Several dark creatures slid out of this huge ball. The boy raised his hand and said with a smile on his face that the hatred of the human path is powerless against the heavenly Tao. A wild tension immediately rose in the air, which pressed all the attackers into the ground. The white-haired man should have been shocked, but he shouted that this was enough. And then, Qingtian shouted at her master to be careful. An opponent had already attacked the guy from behind, intending to take advantage of Dao's distraction. In an instant, the black-haired hero turned around, repelling the attacker's attack. With just 2 fingers, he managed to stop the attack. Suddenly, time stood still around the attacker. She couldn't move, not understanding what was happening. Immediately, some clots of energy began to fly around the black-haired man. Turning towards the explosion, Heavenly Tao finally realized that the power of life and death was involved. Throwing the attacker aside, he said something like, It's a pity that the heavenly Tao has neither life nor death. The white-haired attacker also shouted from behind that they, who challenged the heavens, existed precisely to destroy the heavenly Tao. With the help of a magical hand made of dark energy, he grabbed the black-haired guy. Spinning it from side to side, the white-haired man shouted that he would now show what a real black hand means. And then, at incredible speed, he sent the guy straight into the ground, screaming for him to die. At that moment, Tao himself asked if he thought that hitting him in the face was too much. With the utmost ease, he broke free from his attacker's hand, throwing him aside. And then he began to collect energy in his hand, which gradually became stronger and stronger. Continuing to collect it, Tao said that it was better to use less of the power that did not belong to him. The enemy did not understand this and asked again, but Tao replied that he should return to his original place. At that moment, the Empress appeared, holding a sword in her hands. With pride, she said that all the hatred of the human path had returned. She immediately thanked the heavenly Tao. The guy himself asked not to take the girl to heart because it was a trifle. Turning towards their opponents, Xuan Yuan declared that they had met again. And then, raising her head, she saw her teacher, which surprised her. At that very second, a mask appeared in the hands of the flying demon Empress, and she began to put it on, asking who the teacher was, adding that the white-haired girl was confusing her with someone else. But Xuan Yuan was not satisfied with this answer. Exhaling heavily, the demon Empress stated that she did not want to meet her so early because she could not fully understand the meaning of the human path yet. And then she shouted that what struck her most was that she had joined the heavenly Tao. The Tao itself had said that they were collaborating. The white-haired girl said that the black-haired one was not as bad as she said. She wanted her to see his actions for herself. Exhaling heavily again, the demon Empress shouted that she had already been deceived by the heavenly Tao and that talking to her was pointless. Without waiting for an answer, she sighed heavily again, saying that, okay. She pounced on the Empress and shouted that she would make her wake up. The Empress immediately reacted to the attack, preparing to defend herself. Due to the resistance of powerful energies, a gust of wind arose. A huge dark skeleton appeared from the demon Empress's side, who was about to launch a powerful attack on the white-haired girl. At that very moment, Empress Xuanyuan resorted to using her sword. Easily repelling the attacker's attack, she chopped open the dark skull. The teacher told the student that over the years she had become better and better at wielding the Empress's man's sword. With a light voice, Xuan replied that the teacher's strength had not increased much. Tao himself, having watched their fight, said that battles between women truly look spectacular. At that moment, a white-haired guy snuck up on him. Tao turned around and ordered him not to interfere with his comments. He immediately raised his hand and used energy to bind the attacker, who did not understand why he could not move. Coming closer, Tao asked if he really liked this black hand so much. Naturally, the white-haired man screamed in fear at what Tao was going to do, but the guy himself did not respond to this, concentrating his black hand. He grabbed his opponent and began to slam him into the ground just as he had done to him. With each blow, the boy's screams became louder and louder. At some point, the body broke apart completely, which surprised Tao. The vanishing dark matter screamed that it would definitely not forgive the heavenly Tao, and the protagonist was surprised that it was a clone. However, he almost immediately let go of these thoughts, looking down. Looking at the ball, he said that this half of the Wheel of Rebirth could eventually be returned to its native place. He immediately began to reach for her, intending to take her. However, right under his nose, she disappeared, which surprised the main character. The demon Empress, who had flown into the air, chuckled as she held the very same ball in her hands. With a smile on her face, she said that she still couldn't compare to the heavenly Tao, and then she began to release her energy into half the ball. Immediately, a huge blinding light appeared which stretched across the entire sky. As soon as he disappeared, a portal appeared, and entering it, the demon Empress declared that they would definitely meet with the heavenly Tao again. As soon as the girl entered the portal, it completely disappeared. Qingtian stood next to the master and apologized to him, because it was because of her weakness that the Empress was able to take away the wheel of reincarnation. Tao told her that it was not her fault, and then looked away with a terrifying face. With horror in his voice, he declared that the one who had deliberately given in by looking towards Xuan Yuan should be blamed here. The white-haired girl, hearing this, immediately began to make excuses, asking the guy not to talk nonsense. After a short pause, the guy said that he understood her feelings because she was her teacher. But then his expression changed again, saying that although he could understand, this did not mean that he was ready to accept her behavior. She, surprised, even a little frightened, asked what he was going to do. Raising his hand, the boy snapped his fingers as usual. Immediately, the girl began to rise into the air, and she thought to herself that she could not move at all. As she slowly approached the heavenly Tao, she shouted and asked what he had in mind, and the Tao himself said that punishment followed for misdeeds. Having placed the girl on his lap, he began to spank her ass, while she screamed excitedly from the blows. Watching this, Qing Tian didn't understand why the master didn't punish her like this. And so, sometime later, the empress lay on the ground, shaking with a red bottom, while Dao spoke about how she would remember this lesson. Gritting her teeth, the white-haired girl thought that the teacher and the others were right. The heavenly Tao must be overthrown. Suddenly, the black-haired man said that he had almost completely forgotten about that matter. At that very moment, a powerful explosion occurred near the ship. A guy ran up to the head of the clan, shouting that their flying ship had been attacked. Father Miao said in a calm voice that they had found them after all. It was the Tang clan who gradually broke through the protective barrier. A loud voice addressed to the people of the Tien clan resounded throughout the area. This was the shout of the head of the Tang clan, Tang Lei, who ordered that Meng Ke be given to him, because then he would not be at enmity with their clan. At that moment, Dao himself, observing from the air, said that he had arrived just in time. The empress did not understand whether the young man was in such a hurry to come here just to watch the death. At that very second, someone flew out from the depths of the ship at incredible speed. It was the Tien clan chief who stated that Meng Ke had already paid for the past, a price the Tang clan chief did not understand. Pointing to the side at the old man, he shouted that his father had died because of him, but he was still living peacefully. The holy disciple shouted back that the teacher simply could not cure the head. Dao, observing this, said that now everything was clear, because they were not happy with the doctor. The empress did not understand this. Grabbing her sword, she angrily declared that this Tang clan was just looking for a reason to cause a scandal. She was going to stop them and then go back and deal with Dao. The main character immediately stopped her, telling her to wait, as now was not the time to intervene. The sacred disciple shouted that the Tang clan itself could not save the head, and now blamed his teacher. And then, even more angrily, he declared that if everyone in the world were as insensitive as the attacker, then why would doctors be needed at all? Naturally, these glories greatly angered the head of the Tang clan. Suddenly, the head of Tien turned to him, asking if their old head had survived at all without Mekhe. But without waiting for an answer, the black-haired man finished by saying that no, because the clan could not save its leader. After thinking for a bit, the attacker, waving his arms, began shouting and asking why his teacher had emerged from the ruins safe and sound. He added that he could use the old leader as a shield so that he could take the blow. Hearing such arguments, the empress exhaled heavily, saying that she rarely felt the urge to kill, but the Tang clan's behavior this time made her lose her patience. Dao, still holding her, asked her not to rush, because the real performance was only just beginning. Turning towards the man, the girl shouted that Meng had done everything in his power, but he couldn't, because doctors are not omnipotent. Throwing up his hands with a smile on his face, Tan shouted that he had screwed up and that he shouldn't bear any responsibility for mistakes in treatment. That was nonsense. Meng immediately waved his hand, saying that that was enough, because there shouldn't be any dispute over a useless person like him. Taking a step forward, he added that they could do whatever they wanted with him, since his old bones had lived long enough. Immediately, energy appeared around the brown-haired girl. She realized that talking to the head of Tang was useless. Gradually, energy began to gather around the bracelet on her hands. And just a moment later, her entire body was covered in a protective suit. She screamed that in this case, force would decide everything. Headmaster Tang continued to laugh and also activated his energy, and a moment later, daggers appeared. The Tang clan members standing behind also prepared for battle. After a short pause, the head of the Tang clan gave the order to attack. Chief Tien herself ordered her people to defend themselves, trying to avoid sneak attacks. With a smile on his face, the mustachioed man said that they were underestimating the concealment weapons of his clan. And it was after these words that Tian's protective barrier was broken. Several sharp daggers flew towards the old man at incredible speed. The old man himself silently looked in the direction of the flying attack. Suddenly, just before they hit his body, all the daggers began to fall to the ground. The Tang leader hysterically asked who dared to appear, not understanding what kind of daredevil dared to disrupt the Tang clan's plan. The girl who appeared asked if he really wanted force to decide everything. And then, more ominously, she added that he loved it when the weak became prey to the strong, which was why she ordered him to cross blades with her if he had the courage to do so. Having learned of this, the Empress, the mustachioed man, immediately shouted that this was a matter between two clans, not understanding what the Empress had to do with this. Xuan Yuan brandished her blade and declared that she was the Empress of the people, and that everything that happened in the human world lay on her shoulders as a sacred burden. After these words, her body began to overflow with energy, which she purposefully released outside of her body. Immediately, members of the Sea Otter Tan began to fall onto the deck of the flying ship. The Empress flew up to the head lying on the ground, bringing her sword to his throat. Still rudely, she asked him if he wanted to continue speaking the language of power. With a trembling voice, he asked if the great Empress of the people dared to oppress the weak with her power, not understanding where her vaunted greatness was. Still with the same expression, she asked what he was talking about, since he had recently done exactly the same thing against those below him. He added that his clan only respects the rules in front of the strong and only waves its fists in front of the weak. With a smile on her face, she declared that this hypocrisy could even strike her heart, and Dao himself was glad that the girl learned so quickly. Jumping up, Tang shouted questioningly, would his father's death really remain a shadow? But the Empress did not understand what there was to prove. He added, of course, that he could continue to wave his words like the wind in a storm. Having said these words, she raised her legendary blade and swung it. With a light swing of her sword, she cut the mountain standing behind her in half. To the loud sound of the rock falling, she finished her thought that she could not guarantee who would be merciful to him in such a case. The Tian clan chief was amazed at the strength of the human Empress Xuan Yuan. The sacred disciple said with an interested expression that the Empress's blade had tamed the entire clan with one swing, causing all their souls to flutter. Naturally, the old man from the Tang clan was angry at this turn of events. Standing up, he turned towards his allies, shouting that they were leaving. The black-haired man who approached thanked the noble Empress, but the girl herself asked not to praise her. After all, she sided with them because the Tang clan did not provide a single piece of evidence of the doctor's guilt. Then, pointing her sword towards the old man, she declared that if the Tang clan were to reveal the truth to the world and prove his sins, she would not hide him even under the shadow of her robe. And at that very second, she disappeared from the place where she was standing, leaving the crowd. With a smile, the old man said that it was the incorruptible justice in the Empress of people that broke him, expecting great accomplishments from her. Dao himself, seeing the girl, praised her, admitting that he had underestimated her techniques. Qingtian turned to the Empress, saying that she had cleverly adopted her master's mannerisms, a direct reflection of him. But if she was so skillful, she did not understand why she did not take charge of the matter herself. This confused the queen. Dao interrupted their exchange of glances, telling them to stop, because the main problem was behind them, and where she got her skill from was not for them to judge. Immediately, a green-haired girl flew up to the girl and addressed the human Empress. Xuan flew up to Duan Mu and asked why she wasn't in the commune, to which she replied that she felt the Empress's power and decided to see what was going on here. Then she handed over a piece of paper, saying that she brought a message from Empress Ying, her words waiting for Xuan's response. Having opened the message, the girl immediately began to read, surprised that Ying wanted her to come to her for a personal visit. Seeing the haziness on the human Empress's face, Duan Mu asked the girl what was wrong. Turning towards the ship, the white-haired woman said that the great state of Xia was now a burden that she could not throw off her shoulders. She was afraid that Her Majesty Ying would not be able to leave her palace. Duan Mu was surprised by this. At that very moment, the girl's dialogue was interrupted by Dao, who said that he had an idea. He asked if he, on behalf of the human Empress Xuan Yuan, would go on a mission to the demonic tribe. The Empress immediately wondered why Dao was doing this, assuming that he wanted to uncover the secrets of the demonic masters who were challenging the heavens. Seeing this expression, the boy immediately raised his hands, telling her not to worry, explaining that he was not able to grasp the affairs of people, but in the lands of demons no one would stand in his way. The girl spread her arms and said that she still couldn't keep him. Qingtian immediately said with joy on her face that she would go with the master. However, Dao said that she could not, explaining that her absence would only last a few days. He asked the girl to stay in the commune and look after the Empress instead of him. Naturally, Zhuan was not particularly happy with this. Turning to Duan Mu, Dao told her that they could go, and she immediately began to gather energy, preparing to see the guy off. But the main character left her, saying that her path was too slow, which surprised the demon girl quite a lot. Taking her in his arms, he began to concentrate his energy under the surprised gaze of the green-haired girl. He explained to her that he would use a spatial transition, and at that very second he disappeared. Qingtian was angry because her master was quickly replacing the old with the new. The Empress supported the girl standing next to her. At that very moment, Dao was approaching those very mountains. And so, coming out of the portal, he asked Duanmu if they had arrived there. Standing on her feet, she said that an invisible curtain of prohibition had spread outside the ridge, intending to remove it. Dao himself was already passing through her, simultaneously asking the girl whose mouth had opened in surprise. Seeing this, she immediately thought that any person, be it a master of any cultivation, should have awakened this prohibition upon entering. Looking at the flying guy from the front, she didn't understand how strong he could be. Dao, noticing that she was following him, asked why she hadn't left yet, and she immediately shouted that she would leave now. At that very moment, our heroes landed on the ground. Finding himself in a circle of animals, the main character immediately looked around. Having said that these are all just demons that have not yet acquired human form, the green-haired girl asked the guy to follow her, because ahead there was a village where demons had gathered. And so, after some time, our heroes reached the demon settlement. Entering inside, Dao was surprised, because life was in full swing on the streets of the village. All the demonic creatures were busy with their own business. Duanmu explained that most of these demons had low cultivation, so they could not fully assume human form. Approaching the monkey, Dao said that this was visible at first glance, and said in surprise that they were left with only shadows of the past. Duanmu herself sadly said that in the entire ridge only they survived. After asking the boy not to worry, the beasts, having awakened their minds and become demons, reach at least the 3rd level of cultivation, so they will be able to protect themselves. Dao himself exhaled heavily, saying that this could already be called a people in the full sense of the word. Suddenly I asked the girl if the only way to increase their number was to awaken the mind, and she answered in surprise that it was so. Lost in thought, the boy said that this was a disaster, because no matter how many animals there were, the low probability of awakening their minds would still not save them. Moreover, a special order was needed for awakening. In one area, only one beast lord could become the beginning. And as far as he knew, demons were capable of giving birth to offspring and reproducing naturally. Duanmu said that was correct. Thinking again, Dao said that it would not be wiser for the demons to reproduce themselves than to wait for the animals to awaken their minds. To which Duanmu replied that he had overlooked the fact that demons were not a single people, but that their different species were separated by an invisible chasm. And then Dao realized with a loud slap that this was a reproduction barrier, explaining that demons can gradually destroy this barrier through cultivation, but only at the 7th level does it disappear completely, and the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it is to obtain offspring. He immediately opened the system, saying that although this law was established by the previous heavenly Dao for the sake of resource balance, for demons it was as cruel as a cold storm. After writing it down, he was going to find a way to solve it by asking who was currently the strongest among the demons of the Kundun Ridge. After thinking for a bit, the green-haired girl said that the strongest one at the moment was Empress Ying. Thinking again, Dao ordered the panel to be opened, and it immediately opened in front of him. Empress Ying belonged to the Ying dragon race, a heavenly tier peak power. The system, having seen the description, declared that the laws of nature should not lie in the paws of Ying, to which Dao asked her not to say that, because the water cycle is a subtle art, subject to times and lands. The protagonist said that the dragon is able to balance the climate of the eastern land. This in itself is a blessing that removes the burden from the shoulders of the heavenly Dao. Approaching the green-haired girl, he asked to be taken to the Empress, since she was also an old acquaintance of his. And so, literally in a few minutes, our two arrived at the abandoned places. Duanmu turned to the heavenly Dao and said that the Empress was waiting for the guy below. And so, our heroes began to descend towards the huge dragon. Dao was very surprised by its enormous size. Raising his head, the dragon began to peer into the emerging energy. Just by looking at Dao, he said that she was seriously injured, the girl explained. Duanmu explained that in the previous era she shielded them from the enemy's claws. Upon landing, Dao spoke up to heal her, expressing this as a gift of friendship for Xuan Yuan. Suddenly, Duanmu stood in front of the guy, asking him to wait. She couldn't believe that he had a way to heal the teacher, because these wounds were beyond the reach of even heavenly-level demons. Duan Mo decided that the guy decided to take advantage of the moment and destroy the queen, but Dao asked the girl not to worry. At that moment, he appeared behind the girl, saying that the peak of the heavenly level at the time of dawn, a little stronger than others, but still not higher than ordinary masters of the same rank. Naturally, she was surprised by this. Suddenly, the entire body of the heavenly Tao was covered with green energy. He began to move her into the dragon's body, and gradually her body began to be covered with this same energy. Naturally, Empress Ying, having sensed this power, was very surprised, asking who he was. But the main character showed her to be quieter, because he was not finished yet. He added that since she had managed to figure out his essence, he asked her to calm down, because he did not wish her harm. With a trembling voice, the dragon asked the boy why he had come here, and he explained that he came here to heal her. But her wounds were deep as an abyss, because she could not even hold on to a human form. Talking to her like this is tiring, like whispering to the wind. At first, he was going to return her to human form. So, as usual, with a smile on his face, he raised his fingers and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the huge body began to rise into the air. Duan Mu anxiously shouted out the teacher's name. She screamed and asked Dao what he had done, to which the guy asked her to calm down, as he was only offering her a helping hand. Gradually, a bright yellow light appeared. He asked the girl standing next to him to look forward, and literally a few seconds later, a human silhouette appeared from the light. Following the legs, the upper part of the body followed. With pride, Empress Ying greeted the heavenly Tao. The guy himself was surprised that there was a woman in front of him again, asking if there really were no men left. Having landed, the black-haired girl said that she was not one of those who went against the heavens. Wanting to take a step forward, she tripped over a stone on the ground. Landing directly on the chest of the heavenly Tao, he became very embarrassed. Pushing away, she apologized, saying that she was still not used to it. Dao replied with a smile that there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Dao asked again where all the men were, to which the girl screamed in surprise. But before she could answer, she began coughing up blood. With a gloomy expression, Dao told her not to move in vain, because every scratch on her was a mortal scar, and only the power of the divine beast's blood kept her among the living. He didn't understand who could hurt her so badly. Looking at the strength of the energy, Dao guessed that the one who injured her was somehow connected to the heavenly Tao. She wiped the blood from her face and said that it was Tai Shan. In this case, everything became clear to Dao, because he is a rare master of the level that defies the heavens. But he did not enter that great battle. Duan Mu herself didn't understand anything at all when she started asking about it. The Empress explained that he who is cold and merciless, like the sky itself, sweeps away without a trace anyone who stands in his way. Dao spread his arms and exhaled heavily, saying that the heavenly Tao was really so insensitive, since they, humans, always harbored some strange misconceptions about him. Turning around, he declared that they would not cling to words, because that was not what they had come here for. He offered to let them go, asking him to take them around the demon village. He wanted to take a look at it. And so, sometime later, our heroes found themselves in the village. The Empress asked the guy what he was doing here, to which the guy replied that he could do nothing with these measly 1,000-odd souls. He was going to give their race a chance to increase their numbers. The Empress said that the demons were already doing well in their current situation. Hearing such a response from the Empress, Heavenly Tao exhaled heavily. Having said that the entire demon race had been reduced to a measly 1,000 or so souls, no matter how you looked at it, it wasn't good. And then, pointing his finger into the distance, he asked if this was really a spider demoness. Looking to the side, they saw a black-haired girl. The guy himself deliberately said that, as it seemed to him, she could stir the secret strings in the monkey's heart. Duan Mu didn't understand how a monkey demon could fall in love with a spider, since they wouldn't have any offspring. But Dao agreed with her. However, he added that demons who have reached the 6th level of cultivation and above are able to step over the chasm of species. It was easy in words. In the human world, you would hardly find even a couple of demons who could overcome the 6th step, Duan Mu declared. Dao himself agreed with this, because a demon who had reached the 6th stage was almost no different from a human. The girls listened attentively to the black-haired protagonist. Suddenly, Duan Mu shouted and asked if he really wanted to mix demons and humans to produce offspring, to which she received a positive answer. She immediately shouted that this could not be, because it was against the law of heaven. The guy's cold-blooded gaze immediately turned in her direction. Duan Mu, seeing this look, fell silent, not understanding why he was looking at her like that. Suddenly, after a short pause, the main character laughed. Empress Ying asked the girl if Duan still hadn't seen who was standing in front of her. And then she added that this was the heavenly Tao. Naturally, she was very surprised by this, and the guy said that it was all just a game of tastes. Raising one finger, he also asked to be allowed to clarify one thing. After all, if some act is contrary to the laws of heaven, then at the moment of its commission, thunderous punishment usually falls. He asked to be allowed to ask if demons and people produced offspring. Would there be a thunderous punishment? To which she immediately replied that there would not be one. The guy spread his hands and added that they considered the union of demons and people to be inappropriate. But according to the laws of heaven, there was not a shadow of sin in this. These words greatly confused the girl. And so, turning towards the Empress, Dao told her that the time had come for her to make a decision. And then he raised his hand, where system windows began to appear. Elves live longer than humans. Their strength after birth exceeds that of humans. But they multiply slowly, like flowers in the winter cold. Devils multiply faster than humans and elves. But their path is full of shackles, such as their eggs hatch only in lands where the heat exceeds the usual, and the newborns are weaker than human babies, and their entire destiny lies in the rapid growth of strength. The Eastern demons, however, surpass people in everything, eclipsing the elves in fertility and the strength at birth of devils, the price of which is that the minds of their infants are duller than those of the other three peoples. He stated that he was right, because what you want to take, you must also give. Duan Mu didn't understand why people were so balanced in everything back then. To which, without even thinking, Dao declared that people were the measure of everything, which surprised the green-haired girl, explaining that tea captivates her with its aroma only because water, its base, pure and simple, serves as a measure of taste. People are the standard among all nations. Everything in them is balanced, everything is ordinary, and this is their perfect simplicity. The Empress asked to give them some time to think, and Dao agreed. Suddenly, at that very moment, an earthquake thundered. Duan immediately shouted that someone had invaded them because the border had been damaged. The Empress asked not to worry because she was an old friend of hers. Raising her head towards the rift, she shouted for the little maiden from the line of the great mother of heavenly demons to stop rampaging in her lands. Dao himself interrupted the girl, saying that he understood that she had no time to talk to her now. And literally immediately after these words, something fell loudly to the ground. As soon as the dust cleared, the silhouette of a girl with black hair appeared. Looking at the fallen woman, the Empress could not believe that someone could have maimed her so badly. At that very moment, dark energy began to gather in the rift. Dao, looking at the sky, said that a guest had come to them, clearly not with good intentions. Immediately a loud cry was heard and huge dark chains appeared. The white-haired girl in shackles shouted something loudly about having come to finish off the great mother of heavenly demons. The horned girl shouted at her attacker that she was a mad warrior and not a master. But she didn't listen to her at all, attacking again, thereby forcing the black-haired girl to dodge. Once again, he pounced on the black-haired goddess, screaming for her to die. In her defense, the goddess said that she knew nothing about the disputes between her and her master. She needed to take revenge on the master, not on her. But these words only made the demoness even more angry. With terrifying force, she sent the black-haired girl flying, screaming for her to finally disappear from her sight. As Heavenly Tao began waving his arms, he thought that there were only female warriors around. Turning to Empress Ying, he said that he would not interfere, adding that the goddess of good and evil needs to deal with this possessed woman herself. However, Duan Mu didn't think so. She was going to intervene to stop their fight. After all, if this continues, the entire Kundan Ridge will turn to dust. She didn't want to let everything turn to dust under their blows. She immediately moved, standing between the combatants, shouting at them not to kill innocents in their rage. However, the possessed one with chains was not going to stop. She began to gather her energy. In an instant, she closed the distance and closed the green-haired girl's mouth. Throwing it aside, naturally, the disciple Empress Ying was in pain. At that very second, the blonde directed her chains towards the goddess of good and evil. Thus, her body began to bind, gradually shrinking. Realizing that talking was useless, the black-haired goddess shouted at her attacker not to think that she would give up without a fight. immediately releasing his avatar, thereby breaking the chains. And the next moment, she directed the avatar's fist at the possessed woman. At that moment, the same crazy smile appeared on the madwoman's face, and she also swung. Gathering enough energy, she counterpunched the avatar's fist. There was such a powerful explosion that it seemed like the sky was attacking the earth. Gradually, the avatar's fist began to crack. The goddess of goodness and light began to clench her teeth, asking the possessed woman to calm down. And just a few seconds later, the avatar created from the goddess's energy began to gradually fall apart. The Empress, seeing this, said that the gap in strength between them was too great, and Tao agreed with this expression. He added that a warrior is weak at the beginning of his journey, and at sunset a line awaits him, which is as difficult as climbing to the peak of the clouds. But once he crosses this line, his mouth will overshadow all other paths. The Empress tensely asked the boy if the goddess would really fall, to which he replied with a smile that no, because the dual cultivation of magic and combat grants something that a simple warrior lacks. Her life is stronger than steel in the hands of a sword master, the protagonist added, looking towards the black-haired girl. And at that very moment, he realized how she had escaped from Qingtian's clutches. The brown-haired ruler herself spoke anxiously about the great losses, as if a storm had destroyed half the world, but her breath was still pounding in her chest. At that very moment, the possessed woman screamed that the goddess of goodness and light could not escape. Raising her hand up, she began to gather a huge flurry of energy. Due to the powerful pressure of energy, the girl's body was cut in half. The dark matter did the same to the goddess's arms and legs. Suddenly, her body came together again, starting to fall straight down onto the white-haired girl. Taking advantage of this, she grabbed her by the throat and began to squeeze. With a heavy sigh, Empress Ying said that the goddess of good and evil was finished. While examining the girl, the white-haired possessed woman continued to squeeze the goddess's neck. After examining it carefully, she threw it aside, saying that it was not her. Holding her neck, the black-haired one shouted that she had already said that she was not her master. But the white-haired one responded by saying that her scent emanated from her, like from a flower that grew under her shadow. The white-haired one began to leave, and at that moment the goddess herself asked with a shout whether she really was sniffing everything with her nose like a dog. The white-haired girl stopped immediately, looking towards the goddess. She immediately turned around, shouting that this was the breath of Xuan Yuan, the empress of humans. Her gaze, as well as the terrifying aura, attacked the black-haired Dao. The boy's face changed. He assumed that this crazy warrior had her eye on him. As he assumed, she did exactly that. She attacked the guy with her fists. He exhaled heavily and thought about the days when he could walk peacefully. In an instant, he grabbed the white-haired girl by the hand, thereby stopping the attack, which surprised her. He began to move his hand just as quickly and forcefully behind her back. He twisted her arms, forcing the crazy girl to the ground. At this moment, Duanmu, with a trembling voice, ran up to her teacher and addressed her, who in turn said that she was fine. Dao was angry because the warrior immediately aimed at his beautiful face. Having squeezed the girl into the ground, he pressed down on the earth, asking what he had done to her that she had set her sights on him. She said with a heavy voice that he smelled of Xuan Yuan, but it was him, not her. Once again, he began to press the girl into the ground and shouted that it was obvious, because he was a man, not a woman. She in turn began to scream, when suddenly the heavenly Tao stopped. Lifting her up, he was surprised by her breathing, because she was able to catch even the slightest hint of the Empress. He asked with an interested face if she could help him find someone. Empress Ying was surprised by such a request from the heavenly Tao, asking if the guy really took her for a dog. Dao himself hugged the girl and asked her not to insult his new friend, because he just wanted her to help him find some people. Asking the girl again why she thought he called her a dog, assuming that she had some kind of prejudice against dogs, she immediately began to anxiously deny it. Having explained that she herself was born a beast, she did not understand how she could despise other creatures of the wild nature, not understanding how the guy wanted to find people. Dao himself replied to the Empress that if there was a fight, he would simply ask Qingtian to fight her, thereby calming down the ardor. And then she uses her subtle sense to help her find people. As they agreed, the demon Empress agreed to this, saying that she was curious why the Tao sought union rather than bending them by force to her will. Folding his hands and thinking for a moment, the protagonist replied that the heavenly Tao had tried to break them twice, but had failed. The girl agreed with this, since 2 attempts had failed. With a smile on her face, She told the black-haired man that he was right, apologizing for doubting him. Dao was glad to hear these words addressed to him, because she changed her opinion of him. Suddenly, he asked if the Empress was ready to trust him. He was going to give a chance to her race. After opening the system, he asked to lower the limit so that demons could fully acquire human form already at the 3rd level instead of the 5th. Naturally, the system immediately responded to the order of its master. Gradually, a bright beam of light began to rise into the air and spread throughout the entire area. From this huge beam, smaller fragments gradually began to fly apart, which began to selectively hit some demonic creatures. Seeing this, the Empress shouted at the guy and asked him what he was doing. But Dao asked her not to rush to conclusions, but to watch, because she would understand everything later. And then one of those standing nearby began to tremble, not understanding what was happening to him. Suddenly, gradually, the hair began to disappear and human skin appeared. As soon as the light stopped glowing, the girl began to examine her body, not understanding whether she had really become human. At that very moment, joyful cries began to be heard from every part of the village that they had been transformed. The Empress herself felt that many demons had taken on human form. Suddenly, she screamed sharply because she realized that the conditions for turning into a human had been lowered. Turning to the guy, she asked what price he paid for this. Dao explained that the price was that the demons were no longer just a nickname, but a true people, separated from the beasts once and for all. After thinking for a moment, the Empress replied that whether to cooperate with people was outside the terms of the deal. Those beasts that had not reached the 3rd level would remain only beasts, and those above the 3rd would become demons. After thinking even more carefully, she did not understand why it was divided like that. To which Dao replied that everything was simple, that it was all so that in the future it would be easier to distinguish between the laws for each nation. He couldn't kill the chicken, saying that he had killed the demon, but in that case, what would he eat? After some thought, the Empress finally realized what was going on, finding that Dao was much more considerate than she thought, telling him again that she had underestimated him. The guy himself, with a smile on his face, replied that he was already used to this opinion of himself. The 2 girls immediately bowed to the guy, thanking him for solving such a difficult problem. Tightening the chain of the one trying to escape, Dao spoke about how the demons would be able to quickly cross the line that kept them in shackles, and it was his duty as the heavenly Dao to show them the way. And then he asked what those who challenged heaven were planning. Embarrassed, the Empress apologized, saying that in the 2nd era she was not one of the rebels and did not know their plans. Pointing to the black-haired goddess, she assured her that she would know where the remains of the great mother of heavenly demons rested. Dao himself replied that he had already asked her, but she replied that she did not know. Exhaling heavily, the brown-haired woman said that she would reveal the location of one member of the rebels. He said that in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains there is a forbidden land where no living person has ever set foot and where the Ice Emperor of Demons is hidden. Surprised, the guy asked if she was sure and received an immediate positive answer, adding that Duan Mu had seen one of the Ice Emperor's 16 demonic generals there. They would not have come without a good reason. Hearing about the 16 generals, Heavenly Dao thought about it. He said that he would go there to reconnoiter, and if he found the Ice Emperor, he would not touch him, asking the Empress not to worry. She laughed and said that the current Heavenly Dao does not raise a hand against rebels, which made her laugh. But Dao, with pride in his head, declared that he was stronger than them all. He had nothing to fear. Naturally, having heard such words and felt this aura, the girl immediately stopped laughing, because he was not lying to her at all. With a smile, she said that he had changed too much during this time. As he was leaving, he said that it was time for her to go, which surprised the Empress. Activating the portal, he said that this was her path. He asked the Empress to enter it. At this time, in the great state of Xia, work in the commune was proceeding at a vulgar pace. Qingtian didn't understand why her master hadn't returned yet. Xuanyuan herself asked him to help her instead of complaining. She asked for help sorting out all these papers, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a portal. Qingtian immediately realized that her master had finally returned. Upon seeing the gentleman, she immediately rushed to hug him, while the guy asked her to wait for her so that he could talk to the human empress. Turning towards the demon empress, he said that they apparently had something to talk about. The empresses themselves were very stunned when they saw each other. At some point, tears even began to appear in the brown-haired girl's eyes. She rushed towards the white-haired girl and started hugging her. They were very happy about this meeting. Suddenly, Empress Xuanyuan pushed her old friend aside. He anxiously asked her if she was really that badly injured, immediately frowning. I asked who did it, to which she replied that it was just a scratch. Empress Xuanyuan immediately cast a terrifying glance towards the boy. Dao asked the girl not to look at him like that, because he didn't rush at them without reason. The Empress asked if this was true, to which the heavenly Dao swore an oath. Naturally, the human Empress was not entirely pleased with such an oath, but she agreed to believe him, asking if by any chance he didn't have much work, to which she received a positive answer. As he left, he said that he needed to go into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the journey there would take 7 days. He asked Empress Xuan if she could cope without him for so long, to which she proudly declared that there was no problem, considering that he valued her too little. Having said that everything was in the hands of the white-haired girl, he called Qingtian with him, and then he headed towards the exit. The human Empress watched the guy leaving with a smile on her face. At that very moment, her friend leaned over to her and asked if she really had a glorious relationship with the heavenly Tao, thereby greatly embarrassing the girl. Ying immediately stated that in her previous life, she would not have chatted so casually with the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Qingtian herself turned to her master. Pointing to the white-haired woman, she asked what to do with her, and Tao himself thanked her for reminding him of her. He asked Qingtian to look after her, and he would take other heavenly incarnations with him. Having activated the energy, he began to call his other incarnation. At that very moment, Qingtian, sobbing, begged the master to take her with him. Their conversation was interrupted by Heaven, who asked the master if he had called her. Qingtian pointed to the heavens and asked if they couldn't handle the possessed woman, but received a negative answer. Dao explained that the little one was hitting too hard, so he would finish her off with one blow. Placing his hand on Qingtian's head, he explained that her task was difficult, but he entrusted it to her because he believed in her strength. And then he set off on his journey, taking Heaven with him, the one who had recently been crying and asking the master to return as soon as possible. As soon as the master had moved a sufficient distance away, the aura around Qingtian changed. With a terrifying look, she turned to the white-haired girl, saying that she better behave herself, otherwise she would be finished. Naturally, the warrior, feeling this pressure, became very frightened. And so, sometime later, the protagonist reached 10,000 Great Mountains. With a huge crash, he fell to the ground, thereby greatly frightening the surrounding animals. Looking around, he said with a smile on his face that it was wonderful here, because there was no trace of human order, but life was in full swing. Exhaling easily, he began to stretch. He felt lightness in his soul. After resting a bit, he thought it was time to start looking for the one they needed. He turned his gaze into the distance and began to look around. Having flown over the huge thicket of the forest, he looked around again. At that moment, Heaven was catching little animals. After looking around, Dao said that there was not the slightest sign, not even a shadow of a foreshadowing, realizing that the search would be difficult. Suddenly, the little one announced that she had a wonderful idea. With a smile on his face, he said, "Well, since they won't be able to find it, then why don't they raise 10,000 great mountains to the ground?" She immediately received a blow to her head. Dao told her not to move. Upon landing, he explained that if the search was in vain, it would be better to wander around. Heaven didn't understand this, saying that her master was too careless, when suddenly her attention sharpened. Pointing to the side, she told Heavenly Dao that there was something there. Gradually, our heroes approached the rock, seeing a skeleton lying on the ground. Dao immediately began to carefully examine the bones, which were already covered in dust. With a wave of his hand, he used his power to blow the dust off of it. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to his fingers and began to peer closely. Seeing the ring, he realized that it was the sign of the warriors under the command of the Ice Demon Emperor. Heaven didn't understand, because a heavenly master was not subject to decay, and these withered bones could not possibly be the remains of a demonic general. Dao agreed with her, so it became more and more confusing, because if the general lost this ring, it meant only one thing. Clutching this ring in his hand, Dao loudly declared that he had disappeared. But it could also be assumed that the general had achieved his goal. After thinking for a bit, the guy grabbed his head, realizing that he wouldn't be able to find them directly. He'd have to set out nets and wait for a catch. Stepping slightly to the side, the black-haired hero began waving his arms. This raised a fairly powerful gust of wind that rose up to the very sky. All the surrounding animals began to pay attention to this, and as soon as lightning appeared in the sky, their bodies trembled with fear. Gradually, after the lightning appeared, a black hole began to form in the sky. Looking up, he told Heaven that it was time for them to go. But she did not understand what her master had in mind when he asked about this. To which Tao explained that they would be fishing with live bait. He wanted to catch those associated with the rebels who were challenging the heavens. After all, even if he never found any traces of the Ice Demon Emperor, then all those years of reading cultivation novels would have been wasted. And so, sometime later, in the capital of freedom, in one tavern, there were cries of wondering if they had heard any new news, as a secret redistribution had been revealed nearby. Where the demonic aura darkened the skies, they assumed that such a powerful aura would be impossible for an ordinary person to even approach. Heaven, hearing these conversations, turned to the Lord, saying that many had already noticed the secret limit that he had created. The main character himself laughed, saying that what hero could resist the secret boundary and not step inside, because that would be too strange. Suddenly loud words of greeting were heard. A squad entered this tavern, a young man walking in front of them. Everyone immediately started looking at them, saying that the students from the 3 Towers of Magic Academy had arrived, realizing that they now needed to be quieter, because the followers of the God of Magic were not people to be trifled with. One of the girls in this squad turned to John, saying that everyone was staring at them too much. The guy himself asked him not to pay attention to it. As he approached the counter, he reminded them again that their target was not adventurers. Turning to the girl behind the counter, he asked for information about the secret boundary, and she responded that the information was worth 50 gold. The boy immediately took out coins and began to pour them on the table. The girl, seeing the money, immediately beamed. Having said that everything she knew was set out in this scroll, she then handed it over. Having opened it, the guy immediately began to read it, while his comrades standing behind him could not resist their interest, asking him to tell them faster. He immediately began to read. Adventurers risked their lives, penetrated inside and obtained grains of knowledge. The secret limit is divided into 3 tiers. The outer tier is relatively safe, but there are 2nd and 3rd tier beasts roaming there. The middle tier is strewn with spiritual herbs. Rare plants that cannot be found in the outside world are waiting there for their time. But the guards of these places, beasts no lower than the 4th level, were also strong. The upper tier has not yet been explored, but the danger there is as great as a storm in the sky. This is where the information on the sheet ended. Turning to his comrades, the boy declared that their target was not the inner tier, but only the spiritual herbs of the outer and middle layers. With joyful cries, they set off on their journey, intending to obtain as many resources as possible. As soon as they left, shouts began again, this time discussing the rich kids who believed in themselves. While chewing, Heaven tried to tell the main character something, but he didn't understand, so he asked her to chew it first and then speak. She thought for a bit and then immediately began to finish what was in her hands. Naturally, the main character was surprised that such a small thing could fit so much food. He shouted that he didn't ask her to swallow a whole cornstalk. And then, exhaling heavily, he asked her to say what she wanted. She resumed chewing and remarked that the people who had just been there looked suspicious. She asked if they were rebels by any chance, and the protagonist at that moment collected a drop of energy on his finger. Having said that, this John was almost 30 years old, and his cultivation was only at the late stage of the 3rd level. Even among geniuses, he was average. He added, alas, but he had nothing in common with the Ice Demon Emperor. Heaven itself did not understand why Tao was making things so complicated, when she could turn 10,000 great mountains upside down and find the one they were looking for. But Tao immediately began to shake his head from side to side, saying that he knew he could do that. However, he explained that if he turned over 10,000 mountains, the glory of the evil heavenly Tao would be attached to him forever. Standing up, he also added that fishing with live bait is what is important. The true pleasure is at the moment when the prey itself swims into the light. Suddenly, Heaven, after a short pause, asked what if it wasn't caught. Naturally, with this question, she interrupted the entire fighting spirit of the heavenly Tao. Pointing towards the sky, he asked the administrator to bring a couple more boiled ears of corn. And so, as soon as they brought more food to the little one, our heroes left the tavern. Once outside, Tao told her that they needed to go see what was going on at that secret limit. Naturally, she did not object to the master's words, so he immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, 2 human silhouettes disappeared into thin air. And just a second later, we found ourselves at that very secret limit. Realizing that they couldn't see anything from the air, the heroes began to descend. When they landed, they saw a huge number of bones. Lost in thought, The protagonist assumed that this was a gathering of giants. Heaven asked if the giants were really the same little ones who, as they grew up, carried the power of the fourth level. Looking into the distance, the protagonist carefully looked at the huge bodies. Staring awkwardly at one, he asked why it seemed so familiar to him. He replied that fourth-level strength, especially in pack creatures, was no small thing in the human world. Heaven agreed with this expression, when suddenly the guy noticed something flying in the sky. Taking a closer look, he analyzed the man. It was Long-Er. He was 70 years old. His strength was at the peak of the fifth level. After thinking for a bit, the main character realized that he was dealing with an ordinary genius. There was nothing supernatural here. Suddenly, my thoughts with myself were interrupted because the giants began to scream. One of them grabbed a nearby tree, pulling it out of the ground by its roots. And then he grabbed it with both hands, clearly intending to swing it. Longer himself noticed this successfully, immediately stopping and looking in the direction of the screaming man. But as soon as he turned his head, a huge tree was already flying towards him. Raising his hand in front of him, he activated his power, thereby releasing energy. A bow immediately appeared in his hands, and Dao, seeing it, immediately blushed, because it was a real treasure. Heaven said that this bow was familiar to her. Her master, after a short pause, explained that it was the divine bow that Da held in his hands in the second era. Suddenly, the old man released an incredibly powerful arrow which hit straight at the flying tree trunk. In an instant, it was destroyed, and the arrow itself rushed downwards. The giants could only watch as the beam approached at incredible speed. And just a moment later, there was a powerful explosion, raising a column of dust behind it. Continuing to eat the corn, Heaven said with displeasure that the old man was attracted by what was hidden in the depths of the secret limit. Dao replied to the little one that at 70 years of age he had reached the peak of the fifth level, and that he also possessed the relic of a great master, explaining that the old man had something to rely on in his audacity. And then, looking at the dark abyss, he added, "However, he underestimates this world too much. After all, the Ice Demon Emperor, even his death shadow, possessed a power that the fifth level was unable to overcome." Suddenly a loud cry was heard asking everyone to take care of themselves, asking them not to go too far. These were the same magic students. Their commander told them to collect herbs, checking the manual and storing them carefully because some of them are poisonous. The girl turned to John, asking if they would by any chance go deeper into the secret limit, to which he replied that with her late stage of the first level, to step there would mean death. Suddenly a loud scream was heard, and the boy immediately glanced in the direction of the scream, seeing a black beast appear right behind them. The students themselves screamed in fear that he had a fiery lotus in his teeth. It was a rare spiritual herb from legends that blooms only in volcanic lands. Suddenly, one of the frightened men was slapped on the back of the head, and they shouted that he was looking in the wrong direction. After all, in front of them stood a real third-level demonic wolf. John shouted for no one to be afraid as he prepared to take on the beast. He immediately released his energy, and the ring on his hand began to shine. And just a second later, a staff appeared from this light. Raising it in front of him, he used a third-tier spell, Wrath of the Forest. The entire body of the black-haired beast began to be covered with green vines, thereby binding it. But this was not enough, because he used some kind of fire technique, which helped him to break free from the plant's grip. John himself was not going to give up so quickly. He activated his energy again. A strong wind vortex began to rise around the demonic creature, and as soon as it stopped spinning, the beast's body was covered in ice. The eldest of the students jumped up and was about to finish off the attacking animal. He began to release his energy into the hammer, which gradually became covered in a yellow aura. After the attack, a powerful explosion was heard, followed by a column of dust rising up, and ice was scattered for tens of meters around. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, John breathed a sigh of relief, because he had managed it. The younger one standing behind him began to joyfully shout out the boy's name. Suddenly, a voice was heard that said that the guy's combat experience was impressive. Two silhouettes appeared from behind the settled dust. The black-haired guy said that John had first hindered the enemy's movements and then suppressed him with a decisive blow, adding that among third-level mages, such experience puts him in a special league. John himself shouted and asked the black-haired man who he was, remembering that he had seen him in the tavern. Heavenly Dao was surprised by such a good memory, because they did not even speak, and he explained that he had a habit of remembering almost everyone he had ever seen. Smiling, Tao asked them not to be afraid because he had not come to them to fight. Heaven itself addressed the master, saying that he could easily be mistaken for a robber since he was conspiring with strangers. Heavenly Tao ignored the subordinate, asking for an opportunity to introduce herself, and then adding that they had no ill intentions. Naturally, John tensed up as Tao spoke about how, to be honest, they were capable of stepping into the middle tier and even deeper for research. However, their actions seemed skillful to them, so they decided to stop. After thinking for a moment, John explained that these students were going on a test for the first time, so he was nervous when he heard this answer, and Tao laughed. Suddenly he fell silent, thought for a moment, and shouted that he had a proposal for them. Raising his hand, several rather brightly colored herbs flew into the air. As the students began to examine them, they recognized these herbs as being the icy herbs of the extreme limits. There were also 4-leafed half-life flowers, each of which was worth a fortune. Throwing it towards John, Heavenly Tao stated that this was payment. He hired them. Naturally, the guy was surprised by such a generous reward, not understanding whether they would be able to cope. A girl immediately ran up to the guy, whispering in his ear that these herbs exceeded all expectations of their trip. Hearing such words from his subordinate, he immediately began to think. And then he introduced himself. He was a student of the Red Tower of the Three-Tower Union. Tao asked again, because he didn't understand the difference between the towers, to which John replied that usually there was almost no difference. In short, the Black Tower was where magicians who studied necromancy and the dark arts gathered. The White Tower was the abode of order and goodness, and the Red Tower, the half-middle, was where different people met. Hearing this answer, Heavenly Tao suggested that they go, chatting along the way, as he had several questions for him. The protagonist was ordered by heaven itself to go and collect spiritual herbs. She immediately asked with a smile on her face if she could have some, to which she received a positive answer. She happily rushed off to search, while the student looked in her direction in shock, because he did not understand how the guy so easily allowed her to eat rare herbs. After thinking for a bit, Tao said that judging by his tension, adventurers did not trust him. He replied a little awkwardly that there really was little trust between adventurers, since he had been wandering since his youth and had experienced some troubles. After thinking for a moment, Heavenly Tao asked if there was a way to increase trust, when the boy suddenly laughed, saying that if only all the adventurers could be forced to tell the truth. Lost in thought, the black-haired man thought that the idea was interesting, but Xuan Yuan would hardly allow him to dominate people's minds like that. Suddenly, with a smile on his face, Tao asked, "Having heard that magicians have something like a magical contract, how strong are its bonds?" Taken aback by such a question, John tensely replied that there was such a thing. He added that the stronger his power to bind, the more expensive he was, and that cheap contracts at lower levels hardly kept their word. After thinking for a while, Tao asked the guy what he would think if there was an inexpensive contract, but with powerful bonds. After thinking for a bit, John replied that he thought it wouldn't work anyway. Having explained that everything was fine with the magical contract, the problem was something else, because if someone firmly decided not to comply with it, he would find a loophole. Exhaling, Tao realized that even magic couldn't take into account every little detail. And then the boy, looking away, added that if every little thing was secured by a contract, people would become uneasy. Explaining that human nature is such that the more he is tied down, the more he strives for freedom, and he does not even exclude himself from this. Thinking that this was all too difficult, he decided to dump it on Xuan Yuan. After thinking for a bit, the Heavenly Tao asked John if he wanted to look into the heart of the secret boundary. The boy refused without even thinking, because he was afraid of death. And then he added that, on top of everything else, he also had to look after his younger brothers and sisters. The main character asked him not to worry, because he would take this concern upon himself, immediately shouting the name of Heaven, who appeared from behind the bushes. Approaching her, he asked her to watch over the students while he and John explored the depths of the limit. She asked the gentleman if he was really going to a secret place with a man, asking if he by any chance had any interest in the male sex. Naturally, the main character was not happy with such a question, telling the girl that he could tear her mouth apart for such words. Having told John that it was time for them to go, he was surprised, because he thought that this little girl was his younger sister. However, the black-haired man immediately said that this was not so, because she was his bodyguard. He added that in the entire human world there was no one who could defeat her in battle. Seeing the doubt on the boy's face, Heavenly Tao realized that it would be faster to prove than to persuade. Looking towards heaven, the protagonist told her to show him something. Thinking, okay, she concentrated the energy on her finger, and then, stretching out her hand, she launched this drop of energy to the side. At that very second, a huge beam appeared, sweeping away everything in its path. Turning to the gentleman, she asked if this was enough, while those standing behind her could not close their mouths in surprise. Turning to John, Dao asked if that was enough, to which the boy immediately began to bow, shouting awkwardly. And so the main character approached him, grabbing him by the collar. Their bodies were covered with the protagonist's aura, and they took off. Just a few minutes later, they arrived at their destination and landed on the ground. Dao patted the boy on the back, saying that he would show him the world in all its glory, because people like him would certainly rise to the top. Naturally, John was happy to hear such words. He thanked the black-haired man, when suddenly one of the trees began to move. John immediately noticed this and turned to the side, but it was too late, because a sharp point appeared in front of his eyes. By this time, the main character had already arrived and covered the blonde man with his body. Raising his hand, Heavenly Dao held out 2 fingers. Immediately, this ominous tree fell to the ground, crushing the earth with its own weight. Then he pointed down, releasing his energy. Due to the enormous pressure, the monster's body began to fall straight into the ground. John began to anxiously ask the elder what level he was at, to which Dao replied that it was as high as he could imagine. And then he went to the side, looking in the direction of the departing Dao. John assumed that in front of him was the one who descended from heaven. He asked the dark-haired hero in surprise if there was really something here that would interest such a strong man, to which the protagonist replied, "Of course there is. He needed to find several people in this secret limit." John assumed that he was looking for the owner of the limit. To which, with the utmost cold-bloodedness, the Heavenly Dao replied that it was looking for his subordinates. Suddenly, something unusual caught John's attention. Turning towards the ground, he noticed that he had stepped on a skeleton. After examining the skeletons, the magician assumed that these people had been hacked to death. Dao himself praised this lying man because he, being on the 3rd level, was able to reach so high. And so, sometime later, the main character announced that they had finally arrived. They found themselves in front of a huge door with a magic circle hanging on it. There was a huge crowd standing around, which immediately began to examine our pair. Among them were both strong and weak, both boys and girls. Each of these silhouettes looked at the newcomers who had managed to get here. Suddenly turning to the side, John was surprised that they were addressing him. After all, everyone was surprised that the 3rd level was able to get here. John himself, watching to the side, saw in front of him a 4-winged angel, a 6th-level creature. However, it was weakened, so its full strength at the moment was the 5th level. He let out a heavy sigh and realized that this place was clearly not for him. Suddenly, the Heavenly Dao shouted loudly, causing everyone to immediately turn their gaze towards him. Having declared that the gates before them were wider than heaven, he inquired why no one entered. The same guy in the black hood got angry because he was ignored. He immediately called the Heavenly Dao a kid, asking if he really came here to grab more juice. And then he shouted even louder that there was no place here for some 3rd-level magician. Raising his hand, Heavenly Dao snapped his fingers. At that moment, the man and his angel disappeared from the place where they were standing. They simply evaporated, leaving their cloaks behind. Naturally, the rest of the crowd immediately noticed this. Their surprise knew no bounds. They couldn't believe their eyes. Dao himself once again looked at everyone with his cold-blooded gaze. As soon as the crowd came to their senses, everyone immediately began to praise the protagonist for his incredible skill, as he was able to evaporate them in an instant. Unable to bear it any longer, the protagonist spoke up so that they would understand him correctly, because he was not at all that bloodthirsty, explaining that he used the move, sending them away without killing them. Immediately, someone from the crowd twisted something to make them shut up because the powerful could bring whoever they wanted here. The Heavenly Dao itself extended its hand, directing magical energy forward, straight towards that very magic circle on the huge stone doors. Immediately, there was a loud roar, and a few seconds later, the door was opened, and Heavenly Dao and his partner went inside. Everyone silently watched the people leaving, looking at their backs. Dao himself thought that almost half a day had already passed, and no one had dared to enter during this time. He called the system and asked it to scan everyone, as it was boring to stand around. She immediately began collecting information about each one, checking everyone. Old man, children, women, and men, the system was not going to leave anyone out. Suddenly, the main character joyfully declared that he knew that he would come after all. In the distance, he saw the demon emperor's son, Tian. The main character began to look thoughtfully towards the young boy. He was simply stuck, looking at it, thinking about others at the same time. After asking the system about the origin, it explained that the reincarnation of the god of light is on the list of enemies of heaven. However, at the moment, it has absolutely no relation to the goal. Adding that the god of light was the first or current peak heavenly level, there was little use for the heavenly resistance. Lost in thought, Dao said that he would look after this little animal, thinking that there were so many people here. But there was no trace of the emperor, and in addition, there was no general either. Exhaling heavily, Dao said that he thought that everything would be like in the books, that the limit would be able to attract those who spit on the heavens. Suddenly, our two were stunned, looking away in surprise. A purple-haired girl walked right in front of them, completely ignoring them. Dao immediately thought that something was wrong with the girl, because he did not feel her arrival. The system immediately asked Dao if this silhouette seemed familiar to him. The black-haired boy clenched his fist in joy at these words from the system, thinking that he had caught a fat fish. The system itself at this moment began to say that among the opponents of heaven, it was said that the four most special ones were Xuan Yuan, Hyochin of the East, and the Empress of Ghosts. And also, there was another one, which is right now in front of them. The second most powerful of the heavenly adversaries, the Great Mother of Demons. Dao immediately thought that in his thoughts, the Great Mother of Dragons should be more majestic, suggesting that something was wrong with her. The system agreed with this, because there was a special curtain on it, even the system could not break through it. And then the main character realized that this body she was using was from beyond the heavens. He realized that he couldn't scare the snake away, because this mother of demons might not be her true body at all. He immediately turned to Brother John, saying that he needed to check her out. Naturally, he was not happy with this proposal. The guy's legs began to tremble, and it was with trembling legs that he began to approach the girl. Approaching the crowd, he asked them in a trembling voice why they weren't coming in. One of the men replied that it wasn't that they didn't want to go in, adding that they couldn't do it, suggesting that the guy try it himself. He immediately looked tensely towards the main character. And so the main character decided to try it himself, taking a long step forward. But before he even touched the ground, his foot froze in mid-air. He jumped back and broke the ice, saying that it was painful. Having immediately started screaming about how he almost lost his leg, completely without emotion, the system at that moment scolded the guy for bad acting. And so, one of the crowd asked if the black-haired man finally understood why they were standing there. The girl added that anyone who approaches the gate will instantly turn into an ice statue. His senses are acute, since a little earlier one of them was half frozen. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that this was the limit. He was too cunning. As soon as Dao threw up his hands, he heard one of the guys say that there was one way, they were waiting for one person to come. And so, that same great mother of dragons took a calm step forward. Thus, having crossed that very line, her body calmly crossed the border, and literally a moment later, her body completely disappeared. Exhaling heavily, Chu said that both were level 5 and the difference was great. Turning to the main character, he said that he knew him because he was the companion of Xuan Yuan, the Empress of People. With a smile on his face, he said that the guy had enough strength to get inside. Dao spread his hands and answered honestly, saying that was enough, but there were no worthy rewards inside. And then he asked the young man if it was worth it for him to leave the Jia lands for this. The boy sullenly replied that he didn't care what Xuan Yuan or the heavenly demon sect said. Dao himself said with a smile that he thought the boy would challenge Xuan Yuan. But his interlocutor replied that he was not a fool. At that moment, the main character started clapping with a smile on his face, thereby attracting attention. He succeeded in this, because each of them looked. The protagonist stated that he has a way to break the ban inside the limit. If they trust him, then they should boldly follow him inside. One man from the crowd shouted at him to prove it. And so, the main character, without answering, raised his hand up, from where a huge magical energy jumped out and directed upwards. And so, having reached the maximum point, a rather powerful explosion occurred. Having lifted the curtain, everyone screamed, because no one could believe that such beauty was above them, not understanding how the black-haired man noticed it. Dao himself thought that if he hadn't warned them, they would never have understood how to get in. He said out loud that he would not let them through the main gate. Therefore, he immediately threw his hand to the side, starting to collect energy. Where a portal had formed, Dao pointed to it and explained that he could transport everyone directly to a mysterious world. Naturally, they immediately looked at him tensely, and then came to their senses. They could not believe that the fifth level could do such a thing. He added that even a god of space at the fifth level would not dare to boast that he would lead someone through the mysterious world. With a smile on his face, Dao said that he was not like that, because they rely on strength, and he on artifacts. Explaining that in the three worlds there is a being that freely glides between spaces, even with the first level, and still breaks through it. Naturally, no one could believe that the guy could have such a curiosity, and if he was able to catch this worm, then this was clearly not an ordinary person in front of them. And finally, when the questions had completely dried up, the protagonist snapped his fingers. Then, out of nowhere, a huge snow-white worm appeared, which hit that very defense, biting it and starting to pull. Naturally, everyone around was shocked by this. At some point, they were even more surprised, because the space really did open up. A few seconds later, pointing to the portal, the protagonist said that they could enter freely. At this point, the system told the owner that one lie requires even more lies to cover it up, considering that this plan was far from flawless. Immediately, a crowd of people began to run into this very portal, thanking the black-haired boy. The young genius who approached, exhaling heavily, said that the people from the Blood Demon sect were too blind, because with his strength, no one in the entire human world would dare to touch him. Dao himself replied with a smile that he was a peaceful citizen. After a short pause, the young man said that there was something important for him here, so it was time for him to go. The system immediately asked Dao what Juetian would say if he found out that the heavenly Dao had tampered with his father's limit, and naturally Dao shouted at her to close it. Suddenly, the main character was distracted from his dispute with the system by being addressed to him. John, still shaking, asked Dao why he continued to mess around with newbies at this level. The black-haired man began to laugh, saying that the most important thing in life is joy. And then he grabbed John, saying that it was time for them to go inside. Naturally, the student was not happy with this news. But no one listened to him anymore, because the main character rushed straight inside. At some point, the blond man's screams carried for what seemed like several kilometers. Seeing his companion's reaction, the protagonist told him to be careful, because if he vomited on the other masters, there would be trouble. And so, as soon as our heroes descended, John stopped holding back, releasing everything that was in his stomach. Dao asked the system if everything was in order with the observation of the master, to which he received a positive answer. John himself, having recovered from the nausea, examined the icy boundary of the demon emperor. Seeing this reaction, Dao asked John if such buildings were rare for Westerners. Naturally, the boy responded with delight that everything was exactly like that. Dao himself said that many Eastern masters transformed tombs into palaces, following the 5 elements and feng shui, reviving dead lands. John spoke enthusiastically about how the atmosphere here was much softer than the doctor's prohibition. And Dao calmly replied, "Of course, if you follow the Creator's plans." The system teased the heavenly Dao again, saying that the Creator had truly tried his best. The protagonist, turning to his partner, asked him to wait a bit, intending to get a feel for the surroundings. After opening the system, Dao said that he simply wanted to know what some people were up to, telling the system to turn on monitoring of the Great Mother of Dragons. A red circle immediately appeared on the system, indicating the girl's location. She, in turn, walked along cutely, looking around. Having turned her gaze to one place, she began to glance in his direction. Having begun to move at incredible speed across the ice castle, the system was surprised, because the girl did not go to the core of the limit, but wandered through its other corners. Dao thought she was looking for something, but he understood that this was not the real limit. No matter what the girl looked for, she still wouldn't find it. The system offered to grab her and talk to her, but Dao understood that she was an unyielding enemy of heaven, and communicating with her would only scare off the snake. Thinking about how he had made such a noise but had not accepted a single ice demon, he realized that he would not achieve his goal this way. He exhaled heavily and told John that they had better go look for the treasure. Having started walking, the main character asked his partner what he thought about going to the tomb. The boy became thoughtful. Seeing this, the protagonist explained that grave robbing is a taboo that is hushed up in both the East and West. Even mentioning it would already condemn you. John awkwardly shrugged and replied that it didn't matter to them, the magicians, since rare alchemical materials were only found in tombs. After thinking for a bit, Dao asked him whether he would have entered anyway if it had been possible to take the materials without the tomb, to which he received the answer that he would have entered anyway. John said that the master's funeral gifts were part of his life's treasures, and no one could resist such riches. Hearing this answer, the black-haired boy laughed, saying that the East and the West are the same. For such good news, the main character was going to share his catch with the guy. He walked up to one of the doors while John was still confused about what was going on. And so, with a wave of his hand, a door opened, behind which incredible wealth was hidden. Taking the blade, the main character threw it towards the guy, telling him to take it. After examining the blade, the protagonist's comrade asked what it was, to which the main character replied with disinterest that it was a sword of the level of a divine king. Naturally, the guy couldn't believe what he heard. At that moment, Dao himself was looking at the treasures and began throwing them towards his comrade. At some point, the guy could no longer restrain himself in his statements and began to talk nonsense. Suddenly, the fair-haired man shouted that if he went outside with such a catch, then everything would be taken away from him. The main character himself did not answer him, immediately concentrating on the sound. With a satisfied face, he said that she had finally arrived. Turning towards the door, the protagonist again boasted of his enormous catch. He felt something approaching them at that very second at incredible speed. It was a blue-haired girl sitting on a dark-haired beast. It was the Ice Demon General. Dao was glad, because he had been waiting for her appearance for a long time. As soon as he felt her, he immediately disappeared, leaving the student alone. The black-haired man found himself in front of the flying blue-haired general. She looked tensely towards the one who appeared, examining him carefully. Taking up the weapon, I began to release some energy, preparing for battle. She shouted and asked who was in front of her, to which Dao asked her not to be afraid, adding that he just didn't want her to alarm the others now. Raising his hand forward, he released and sent a yellow light towards her. Naturally, the girl was shocked by this turn of events. As soon as this bright yellow ball reached the general, it immediately increased in size. She did not understand what was happening. Gradually, the ball began to shrink, becoming so small that it fit in the hand of the heavenly Dao. He asked the girl to calm down, saying that he would not kill her, but did it so that she would not run away. Gritting her teeth, the blue-haired girl thought that she had a strong opponent in front of her, but she couldn't give up so easily. At that moment, the main character saw a bright light inside the ball and began to peer into it. Realizing that she was resisting, he decided to subdue her. Therefore, he launched a magical attack towards her, but she did not have time to dodge. The attack clearly hit her body, and at one point she even screamed in pain. And as soon as the lightning disappeared, the slightly crippled body of the girl and her beast appeared. Dao smiled and told her not to resist, because if she could escape, he would not be Heavenly Dao. Naturally, she was shocked by what she heard, while Dao said that he would talk to her later, gradually hiding her in his pocket. The system asked the boy if she should begin interrogating the Ice General, to which the boy asked her not to rush, because there was still the Great Mother of Demons, adding that even if it was just an embodiment, something could still be extracted from it. Their main goal was achieved, and the rest is just a nice bonus. As John crept along the long corridors, someone appeared in front of him. It was the main character who asked the guy with a smile whether he wouldn't even ask where he went, to which the student replied that it was none of his business, so he wouldn't ask. With a calm look, Dao said that he was right, but such severity prevented him from getting closer to people. The young boy was surprised by such an honest and open answer. Turning around, Heavenly Dao added that perhaps this was his path to survival, so he would not change it, suggesting that he continue searching. Suddenly, the fair-haired man asked the elder to stop. He awkwardly asked his older comrade if he would help him carry the treasure. Naturally, the main character was stunned by such a question, but as soon as he came to his senses, he threw the ring in his direction. Even in flight, it began to absorb all the treasures in the student's hands. Glowing brightly, it fell right into the boy's hands, while he screamed in surprise that it was a space ring. He asked in surprise if he could really take it, to which the protagonist replied that he should consider it a reward. And so, as soon as our two entered one of the chambers, an earthquake occurred. A smile immediately appeared on the dark-haired guy's face. He realized that everything had already begun. A huge ice giant appeared in front of the crowd of people. All the people standing there looked tensely towards the giant. The Ice One himself was not going to stand and wait for attacks. He took action first and swung. The impact on the ground created a loud bang that raised a column of dust. As soon as the dust settled, a huge ditch appeared, and the black-haired genius, seeing it, thought that this was definitely his father's power. Flying up, he asked his father to stop, asking him if he recognized him. However, the ice sculpture immediately tried to attack the approaching man. A powerful gust of wind threw the boy backwards, slamming him straight into the ground. Gritting his teeth, the young genius thought that this was all strange, because in front of him was definitely his father's incarnation. But he did not understand why he did not remember him. As he began to release the energy, he thought that it didn't matter, because even though he was the incarnation of his father, he wouldn't be able to kill him. The more energy was released, the larger the black-haired man became. At some point, he became as big as his father. And so, two huge fists clashed in battle, causing a powerful bang. The explosion was too much for the surrounding area. The shockwave seemed to destroy everything in its path. While the main character was talking about how such emperors have several incarnations, John screamed in fear. Seeing the magic staff, the fair-haired man was more surprised than by the size of the two combatants. Looking closer, he realized that it was his teacher. The main character, hearing this, said that his teacher was in danger. The female magician herself was concentrating the spell at that moment. Once she finished, she waved it, and a huge magic circle appeared right above the ice giant. And the very next moment, a huge dark beast began to fall straight from the sky. Seeing the danger approaching, the Ice One raised his hand, releasing energy. Immediately, a huge ice dragon appeared in the air, and Dao realized that the giant had frozen the beast. Having fallen to the ground, the beast broke apart. The female magician did not understand how this was possible. While she was coming to her senses, the father of the young genius had already directed a powerful stream of wind at her. It appeared because he was blowing. She was trying to hold on, and she was successful in doing so. However, she missed the point that she was fighting an ice master. Her body began to gradually freeze. John immediately began asking the elder what happened to his teacher, to which Dao replied that the Ice Demon Emperor was not an empty name. But then he looked around, realizing that there were too many people here, realizing that she would not become his first target. Lost in thought, he couldn't understand why the great mother of demons didn't join the fight. At this time, she herself, standing by the wall, watched the battle taking place. The mother of dragons herself thought that something was wrong with these ruins. With a heavy sigh, Heavenly Dao said that, as expected, those who are connected with the enemies of heaven can see that these ruins are fake. The system immediately said that this limit was created based on all known data. Dao responded by saying that it seemed to him that the enemies of heaven had secrets that he did not know about. Suddenly, the Empress turned around and began to walk away. Noticing this, the Heavenly Dao realized that there was no time to think. He extended his hand and launched a beam of magic towards her. She didn't notice anything. The beam flew straight into her neck. Gradually, a bright green hieroglyph emerged. The system asked the guy because he said that the mark would scare her away, to which the black-haired man said that he could not allow the enemy of heaven to simply escape. The girl herself had already left the limit while Dao was talking about how he had used the most inconspicuous mark. Even the great mother of demons should not have been able to find it. However, even if she found out, it was not a problem, because she was not on the list of those he wanted to win over to his side anyway. Suddenly, John shouted for the elder to be careful. And right after the blonde man's scream, a powerful explosion occurred, raising a strong shockwave. The main character immediately extended his finger in front of him, concentrating his energy. A moment later, he raised an energy shield that covered our standing duo. As soon as the shield disappeared, our heroes found themselves in front of a huge abyss. John was happy, because if it weren't for his elder, he would have been blown apart. The main character himself looked thoughtfully in the direction from which the attack came. The protagonist immediately realized that their battle had reached a fever pitch, and the son himself asked his father for forgiveness. After apologizing, he extended his hand upward, beginning to concentrate the energy. Gathering enough energy, he swung his hand downwards. A powerful stream of lightning struck the ground, breaking the ice bike into two pieces. With a satisfied face, Dao said that it was not for nothing that he was the firstborn of the Ice Demon Emperor. In his comprehension of the laws, he had already surpassed the incarnation of his father. John himself did not understand what laws were being discussed while everything around him was thundering and breaking. The black-haired genius began to shrink in size as he began to cough, realizing that at his level this skill was too difficult. The doors immediately began to open. The black-haired man was happy because he thought that his father recognized him. Turning around, the protagonist told his younger brother that it was time for them to go, because it was all over. The fair-haired man was surprised that they did not follow everyone inside, to which Dao, taking out the ball with the general, said that his catch this time was already rich, adding that even if they open the gates, they will only get consolation crumbs. And then he opened a portal, adding that they had already taken a lot from here, and they couldn't be greedy in front of the others. John himself did not understand, because with the power of his elder he could have taken everything. But Dao replied that wealth must be shared with others. Otherwise, even if you are heavenly Dao, the crowd will crush you. And so, our heroes successfully entered the teleportation portal. At this time, there was a pleasant atmosphere on the middle tier of the limit. Heaven prepared her food, drooling. She did not take her eyes off her future meal. Sometime later, she began to eat, when suddenly she felt a strong energy. Turning around, she immediately rushed to embrace her master, who was also glad to see her. After hugging, Heaven told them that they were attacked by a couple of animals, but she successfully dealt with them all. The main character immediately turned to John, saying that everything had gone badly and that if fate was kind, they would see each other again. The fair-haired man himself thanked Dao for his concern. And so, having said goodbye to everyone, our two set off on their long journey. John even said a little sadly that the elder had too kind a character. The students standing behind were happy, because they had made a huge haul, because they had nothing but rare materials. John noticed that the powers of the limit were starting to fade, realizing that it was time for them to leave here. Lost in thought, he said that now that Qi was fading, the city of Sin was full of robbers in ambush. It would be better not to return there. He told this one that they needed to find a caravan to the east along the way, suggesting that they go there and rest there for a bit. At this time, there was real silence in the Great Xia, when suddenly a fairly strong flow of energy was felt throughout the entire area. The heavenly Dao that emerged from the portal shouted to Empress Xuan Yuan that she had a great harvest. At that moment, the white-haired woman herself rudely answered the main character that she was busy. Intrigued, the protagonist walked up and picked up the notebook the girl was reading. He was interested to look at the affairs that tormented her, and naturally the Empress herself was shocked by such insolence. Realizing that she was looking through the bills, Dao asked the girl if she had found anything interesting. Standing up and sighing heavily, she asked the boy if he thought a fool would pay 1,000 times the market price for something. Without even thinking, the main character replied that, of course, there would be one. Explaining this, if a basket of eggs costs 10 coppers, don't emperors buy them and borrow several silver coins each? Clutching her head, the Empress said that looking at the bills, she was surprised because she did not understand how they, with such brains, became nobility. Gritting her teeth, she declared that they were fleecing the peasants, but spending millions of silver on their gardens. If they continued like this, no taxes would cover their expenses. Closing his eyes, Dao said that all these people do not care about the economy. It was difficult to explain, said the heavenly Dao, adding that in a couple of days he would gather the merchants of the House of Z for a council. Hearing these words, the Empress tensed up and looked towards the guy. Suddenly, he took out a blue ball, telling her to look at it first. Starting to look closely, she asked what it was. Suddenly, I realized that there was an ice demon general inside. Xuan Yuan asked in surprise how he was able to catch it, to which the protagonist answered with a light voice that he simply put out bait and the fish caught itself. And then the ball began to glow. Dao said that for details she could ask her personally. Suddenly, the Empress shouted for the heavenly Dao to wait. She said that if she were released immediately, it would attract the attention of other enemies of heaven. He immediately began to take out his sacred sword, while Dao praised the girl for her caution. In an instant, the entire surrounding area was surrounded by Empress Xuan Yuan's aura. Dao asked with a smile on his face if she really wanted to do this here. Sitting on the throne, the white-haired woman said that this was her inner world. Dao could release the general. Looking at the girl, Dao jumped up, thereby flying towards her. With a smile on his face, he asked her why she needed such an ornate throne, to which she shouted that the Empress of the people was obliged to inspire greatness. Smiling again, Dao released the ball containing the general from his hands. Gradually, cracks began to appear on it, and eventually it broke. A blue-haired girl immediately appeared from there, standing in a fighting stance. Looking towards Dao, she began to instantly gather magical power. And then she launched an attack towards the guy, screaming that she was attacking. Naturally, the black-haired man was surprised by this turn of events, and did not dodge until the last moment. There was a powerful explosion, raising thick smoke. As soon as the smoke cleared, a thick layer of ice appeared, covering the entire attack area. Surprised, the general asked if that was all. she had won. She let go of her bow, and it began to disappear. However, just a few seconds later, the ice broke, and the Empress loudly declared that such tricks would not work on them. The general, seeing the girl, was surprised, and Tao himself, breathing heavily, said that all of them, the opponents of heaven, loved to show off too much. And then he said with a smile that if she knew who they were, then she should understand that she wouldn't be able to escape. She naturally understood this, so she immediately shook her head. Raising his hand, the main character snapped his fingers. The blue-haired girl immediately summoned her weapon again, but only a chair appeared in front of her. She was surprised by this. In the simplest possible way, the main character asked the girl to sit down on a chair. All of this greatly stressed the blue-haired general, but she understood that there was no point in her resisting, because she would not be able to do anything. Therefore, she accepted this request, obediently sitting down on the chair that appeared. The Empress immediately approached her, rudely saying that she advised her to obey the Tao, adding that he was the real heavenly Tao. Well, and in the end, having said that if she resisted, she would die, the boy standing behind him asked not to frighten their guest. And then there was silence. Tao coughed and looked rudely toward the seated woman. And then, getting as close as possible with a kind face, he asked where the Ice Demon Emperor was now. However, the girl did not answer. She did not even move or change her gaze. Turning to the Empress, the boy assumed that she hated him very much, but Chuan Yuan, in turn, did not understand what he was thinking. After all, she also hates the heavenly Tao, but she doesn't just say it, the Empress said. Tao immediately said that the previous heavenly Tao was truly disgusting. And then, with an even friendlier face and a smile, he said that he only wanted to talk with the Ice Emperor, but the blue-haired girl rudely replied that they had nothing to discuss, adding that the Emperor would never become a dog of the heavenly Tao like Xuan Yuan. Naturally, these words touched the human Empress, and she immediately stopped. And then she quickly walked towards the Ice General. He grabbed her and told her with the utmost horror to watch her language, because even the Ice Emperor himself would not dare speak to her like that. The main character appeared between them and asked the girls to be calmer. Xuan Yuan explained that he had caught her, and how to deal with it was his business, asking his white-haired ally to simply watch. Seeing the positive response from the Empress, he turned towards the general, saying that to begin with, the limit related to the Ice Emperor was his work. Having explained that his goal was to lure those connected with the Emperor, the girl herself replied that she was stupid to fall for such an obvious trick. Tao, hearing these words, immediately thought about it. Thinking that the girl knew that the limit was not supposed to open now, he asked with a smile if she really knew when the real one was supposed to open. After a short pause, the blue-haired girl replied that the limit would not open, and that His Majesty had long been dead. And then she declared even more rudely that the Ice Emperor was killed by the heavenly Tao. The black-haired man immediately began waving his arms, refusing and saying that she was mistaken. With a smile, he explained that, to be more precise, heaven had killed him, because he had not grown up to meet it. Ice immediately began to accumulate around. Energy rose into the air. The general was angry hearing such words from the guy. Raising his hand with a smile on his face, Tao snapped his finger, telling her not to be angry, and she immediately calmed down. After all, they were transported to another world. The girl could not believe that such was the power of the heavenly Tao, while the Empress muttered that it was not worth changing her entire mysterious world. With tense tension and clenched teeth, the general shouted, warning him not to dare insult her emperor again. Grabbing Xuan Yuan, the protagonist asked her to answer what place the Ice Emperor occupies among the enemies of heaven. She was unhappy that Tao dragged her into this. With the kindest face possible, Tao said that the Ice Emperor lived surrounded by flattery, so it was not surprising that he overestimated his strength. Smiling maliciously, the general said that the heavenly Tao was indeed unfeeling and its destiny was to be overthrown. Tao himself, hearing this, leaned towards the girl, saying that, judging by her tone, the Ice Emperor was still alive. Exhaling, he also added that her lies were easily read on her face. She turned away, stammering, saying that she didn't understand what they were talking about. Thinking about it, Tao realized that he had risen again, and that they, the enemies of heaven, were truly talented, because even death could not take them. Xuan Yuan, who was standing behind him, asked if it was really about the Heavenly Fate Sutra. Tao didn't understand what it was about and asked what it was. The Empress explained that she only knew that it was a rare artifact obtained by the Ice Emperor, that it had writing on it that was incomprehensible to ordinary people, and that its purpose was unknown to her. Dao immediately contacted the system and asked it, but the system did not contain any data about this. The black-haired man immediately thought about it, thinking that even if the system didn't know, there was clearly something serious going on with this heavenly fate sutra. The Empress asked if he really didn't know, to which Dao exhaled and asked if he knew everything. Then why did he grab people to ask questions? And then he said that in the vast mysterious world, or among the things beyond the world, there is something that even the heavenly Dao does not know. Turning to the blue-haired general, Dao asked if this thing was from the heavens. The Empress said that they don't know how many things from beyond the heavens they have. Dao considered this a problem. The system itself said that things from beyond the heavens are born in chaos or come from other worlds. They do not obey the laws of this world, but if the conflict of laws is overcome, for those who are accustomed to the rules here, it can be a blow from above. Hearing this from the system, Dao replied that even if that were the case, he would not be able to control them directly, only suppress them by force. With a smile on her face, she asked the emperor if Dao was afraid. The protagonist immediately said that he was not afraid, because he was only afraid that the enemies of heaven would not be able to cope with these things, explaining that sometimes they think they are holding things in check from beyond the heavens. But those who have come into this world cannot be good. The black-haired guy's words were immediately interrupted by loud laughter. The general, laughing, shouted that sooner or later there would be no heavenly Dao left in this world. Dao himself said that this was a good idea, but added that the heavenly Dao was inevitable, since that was the law of this world. The blue-haired girl immediately shouted that in that case they would change all the laws. Dao was surprised by such a displeased cry because he did not expect such aggression towards him. The Empress then intervened, saying that it was useless. Since the girl was loyal only to the Ice Demon Emperor, she was indifferent to everything else. And then, turning her gaze to the blue-haired girl, she added that Dao would not be able to convince her otherwise. She asked to give it to her, she was going to talk to her. After thinking for a while, Dao asked what if she couldn't persuade her. Looking towards the general again, Xuan Yuan declared that if he didn't persuade her, she would give up her plans against the heavens and become an enemy of the Ice Emperor. The blue-haired girl immediately tensed up. The Ice Demon Emperor's subordinate asked Xuan Yuan if she was threatening her, to which the white-haired girl replied that she understood everything correctly, thereby frightening the one sitting even more. And then, bending down, the Emperor said that if she still had not understood the situation, then now she would explain everything clearly to her. She said in a threatening tone that the heavenly Dao spared the enemies of heaven, but she did not, and that only the human race was important to her, putting her sword to the general's throat. Having said this, the white-haired emperor turned around and headed towards the heavenly Dao. The general herself, at that moment when the empress put a sword to her throat, thought that this was her end. It was hard for her to come to her senses. The empress herself kindly offered Dao to leave the blue-haired girl for a while, and the protagonist himself was surprised by the girl's ability to switch between moods. Having set off for his native land, Dao told that he had seen the great mother of demons, which greatly surprised the empress. Dao said that she was looking for something in the Ice Demon Emperor's tomb, but he didn't know what exactly. Lost in thought, the empress replied that everything was getting more interesting, suggesting that soon that guy named Dong Feng would also be resurrected. Of course, the human empress herself didn't know what the purple-haired one was looking for. However, when she said that she suspected that this was connected with the cycle of reincarnation, Dao immediately asked her if this thing wasn't with her teacher. Shen Yuan immediately grabbed her head, saying that it was difficult to explain, but she thought that part of the reincarnation circle might have changed owners. And then she shouted that the affairs of the enemies of heaven needed to be put aside. It was time to sort out the economy of the human race, starting to push the guy towards the papers. Dao told her that she was in a hurry. The emperor immediately pouted, saying that of course she was in a hurry because the economy was the foundation of any state. Sitting down at the table, Dao agreed with the girl's expression about economics. As the empress began to leave, she was about to call the people from the house of Z. With a satisfied face, the black-haired man asked not to do this because he simply transferred their head here. And then he snapped his fingers, and a dark circle immediately began to form. Gradually growing larger, a human silhouette appeared inside it. And so, the main character saw in front of him a bathtub in which a girl was sitting. She took a bath carefree, rubbing her body, Naturally, seeing such a picture, he was very surprised, even spitting out the tea from his mouth. The Empress immediately closed the guy's eyes, screaming at him about what he was doing. The head of the family stood up and asked the Empress if she was really inviting guests like that. The white-haired woman immediately began to justify herself by saying that it wasn't her doing it, and then she threw a robe in her direction, asking her to get dressed first. After grabbing it, the head of the Z family immediately began to put it on herself. She was not at all embarrassed by her body and put on her robe with an unwavering face. After putting it on, she adjusted her hair and moved closer to the Empress. Approaching, she asked the human Empress to explain why she had summoned her, to which the white-haired one explained that the House of Z was the largest trading clan of the Great Sia, adding that she had been called for the sake of the country's economic affairs. The purple-haired girl immediately bowed, saying that she would follow the Empress's orders. However, she also said that her clan had its own difficulties, so until she resolved them, she would not be able to help the Empress. The human Empress immediately asked about the difficulties, to which Z replied about taxes. Sitting down at the table, she said that today in the lands of the East there is a tax, the 11th. That is, they take 1 out of 10 parts of the income, but in reality it comes out to 3 out of 10. The Empress did not understand how this could happen, since her accounts recorded 1 in 10. Shaking her head, the head of the Z family explained that it was all because there were taxes that weren't talked about. Explaining that this means that if you want to trade, you have to pay the local officials an extra bribe, call it protection or whatever you want, but without their word, trade won't happen. Dao was surprised that the officials even dared to extort money from the Z family, to which she explained that 9 out of 10 were like that, and if too many were killed, their clan would become tired. The Empress jumped up and asked what would happen if she didn't pay, to which Z replied that she could not pay, but then problems would begin. Giving an example, when the Zai people buy goods, the local people do not dare to sell to them, avoiding all members of the Z family, afraid to even talk to them. Or Z's warehouses suddenly catch fire, leading to the fact that if you don't pay, things go wrong. With a smile, Dao asked if the House of Z was in control of everything. The girl immediately turned to the guy, shouting that this gentleman was wounding her right in the heart. Taking out a counting machine, she explained that the Z house does not jack up prices, and began listing all its directions by dragging mugs. She explained that she ended up selling for 3 or 4 taels, and the profit was meager. Dao was surprised by their lack of greed, adding that she would sell it the same way he did, but the Empress didn't understand whose side he was on. Standing up, the head of the Zai clan asked Dao if he didn't understand the matter. He added that if he doesn't mind, he can join the Z family. Heavenly Dao asked in surprise if she really wanted him to enter their house as a son-in-law, which almost made the Empress faint. The girl began to laugh and said that the gentleman had misunderstood, since the House of Z did not dare to call him son-in-law, explaining that her house was ready to invite him under any conditions. And then she added sheepishly that even she, the head, was at his disposal. The Empress immediately began to shout that the girl's temptations were too open. Dao himself said that she was not a frivolous woman, asking her not to behave like that, which surprised the Empress. The head of Z herself exhaled heavily, saying that, as expected, such tricks would not work on the guy. Standing up, Dao asked not to turn himself into a commodity, since using it as a bet in a deal was vulgar. The dark-haired girl agreed with the heavenly Dao, suggesting to get back to business. Taking the notebook, the black-haired man said that in the Great Sia, prices had risen too high, and people were already on the brink of survival. And then he threw a blue notebook at the girl, saying that their House of Z owned many chambers of commerce, and given the seizure of the treasury of the House of Yin, they could lower the prices. After studying the contents of the notebook, Z said that it was possible, but Z's house would bear the main risk and the profit would be small. Coming closer, Dao said with a sweet face that it was enough to keep the income within reasonable limits. He believed that the House of Z would find a better balance. Then, placing his hand on her shoulder, he added that he hoped that the House of Z would be accommodating if they repeated the fate of the House of Yin. At that very moment, his expression changed, adding that many clans would gladly take the place of their home. Gritting her teeth, the girl began to get angry because she understood everything. Seeing this expression, Dao immediately began to pat the girl on the shoulder, explaining that there will always be a reward for payment, asking her not to frown. Explaining that this was a chance to earn the friendship of the human Empress, he believed that the House of Z would not miss it. After thinking for a bit, the girl said that she understood everything, promising to persuade the elders. Sometime later, the Empress praised the guy because his methods of persuasion had become much more skillful. Having taken Heaven out of the portal, Dao said that he would go to the House of Z and resolve the issue and leave the affairs of the community to the Empress. After that, he turned to the dark-haired leader, saying that it was time for them to go. At that moment, the girl herself was surprised by the baby that appeared out of nowhere. Without explaining anything further, Heavenly Dao snapped his fingers. The three of them disappeared in an instant, leaving the blonde girl alone. The Emperor exhaled, embarrassed, saying that he had just returned and was already leaving. She felt sorry for him, because he could have helped her. At this time, our three found themselves in Z's house. There was a loud sound and the water began to fly in different directions. Standing up, Dao said absurdly that he had forgotten that the girl was taking a bath and had been transported straight into her. Suddenly, a clear expression of surprise appeared on his face. After all, right before my eyes, a rather large breast appeared. And then, turning his gaze to the side, he saw a wet sky. Heaven was happy with the amount of water, while the head was grumbling about how she had just changed her clothes and was now wet again. Standing up, the black-haired man sheepishly apologized, since it was his mistake with the transfer, adding that he would now change their clothes. Snapping their fingers, the girls' bodies began to shake, and just a moment later their clothes disappeared, and then their swimsuits appeared. Having shown his class, Dao said that they were now in dry clothes. Shutting herself up and embarrassed, Headmistress Z shouted that Dao really did have a twisted sense of humor. Pouting, she left the water and headed towards the coat rack. Taking the clothes, she continued to speak shyly about how it was time for them to get down to serious business. And so, sometime later, she put her clothes on herself. Sometime later, a cry was heard that a meeting of the Z clan was about to take place. Immediately, people started running from all over the area in one run. And so the crowd gathered with the elders sitting in front. The last one to enter the building was Head of Zai, loudly opening the doors. She entered the building first, followed by Heaven and Heavenly Dao. One of the elders asked the chief why she had gathered them so suddenly, and she immediately said that she would be frank, saying that Xuan Yuan, the empress of the people, wanted them to help lower prices throughout the Great Xia. Immediately, people began to make loud noises, believing that the empress's approach was too cruel, considering her a deceiver. Immediately, Headmistress Z waved her hand, shouting that she had a proposal for everyone. Having explained what Xuan Yuan wishes to change, the House of Z will comply. One of the women immediately jumped up and shouted that if they did everything the Empress said, their house would become a laughingstock for everyone. The leader turned to the fifth elder, explaining that if she thought she was indulging an outsider, she was deeply mistaken. After explaining that Xuan Yuan was not an ordinary person and could not be deceived, she herself proposed to reduce the profit of the Z House on all ordinary goods, to reduce prices without incurring a loss. Immediately, one of the elders shouted that it was easy to say, but didn't the people of the Z House really need to eat? The head of the house herself didn't understand what was wrong with that. But everyone was against this approach, deciding that the Empress would be afraid of losing the people's support. Here the main character decided to intervene, asking for the opportunity to speak. He explained that Z-Sin had brought him not for discussions, but to convey the will of the Empress. Dao just started talking about what if they don't agree. Heaven stepped ahead of him, thereby interrupting the main character. Raising her fist, she began to gather energy. And then she slammed this energy onto the floor, thereby raising a huge roar. The entire platform where people were sitting was divided into two parts, and people started shouting. And literally a moment later, the building itself split into two parts. Dao himself added that if the Empress took up the matter, she would not simply frighten them with words. Gradually, the screams stopped and the dust began to settle. Ordinary people couldn't believe such power from a single strike, realizing that even a fifth-level master couldn't be that strong. Dao himself glanced towards the girl standing next to him, thereby giving the girl a signal. She immediately said that she believed that now the elders had no objections to her decision. Naturally, now everyone understood. They remained silent, saying nothing. Suddenly, an old man appeared. It was the Great Elder, asking what she would order the House of Z to do. The girl said tensely that all ordinary goods would be reduced in profit from 5 parts to 1, and luxury goods would be left unchanged. Naturally, everyone was unhappy and began shouting again that even under threat, the House of Z should not have surrendered. Suddenly, the Great Elder struck the ground with his cane, shouting loudly and rudely for everyone to shut their mouths. Approaching the head of the clan, he asked if everything was really that serious, to which she replied that it couldn't be more serious. After a short pause, the old man exhaled with ease. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, he said that from now on, the Z house was completely under the control of Z Shin. They had no objections. And then, turning towards the crowd, he added that all violators would be punished. Naturally, there were no objections to the old man's words. Everyone remained silent, clenching their teeth. Dao himself congratulated Z on gaining full power, but the girl herself replied that she was merely fulfilling the will of the Empress. Heading towards the exit, Dao said that the job was done and that he was going to return and report everything to the Empress. Suddenly, the old man shouted for the boy to stop, adding that the honored guest had come to Z's house with difficulty. He kindly asked how it was possible not to show him due hospitality. And then, turning towards the girl, he told her to quickly prepare the best room for the gentleman. Dao said that it was not worth it since he was only a messenger, but the old man insisted. He said that he knew that the master was close to Empress Xuan Yuan and that their house would need his support in the future. Realizing that they were dealing with good calculation masters, Heavenly Dao agreed. Seeing the old man's expression, Z turned to him. The girl asked the gray-haired man if he had any other plans, to which he replied that he was not that stupid. After all, if they chose the Empress, then they had to serve with all their heart. Only then could they receive a worthy reward in the end. Explaining that if this gentleman's guard was so strong, it meant that he was highly ranked under Xuan Yuan, and they should establish good relations with him. When the old man suddenly asked about the black-haired guy's hobbies, Headmistress Z immediately became thoughtful. Remembering that very moment from the bath when he changed her clothes, he immediately became embarrassed. She suggested that the guy might have a love for feminine charms. At once, the great elder's face changed, saying that this made everything easier. The main character himself kept sneezing at that moment. Heaven asked fearfully if everything was okay with the gentleman. Wiping his nose, the protagonist replied that he thought they were simply talking about him behind his back. At this time, they approached the door where a young girl was standing, saying that this was his room. Coming closer, the protagonist opened the door, intending to look around. But as soon as he looked inside, he was very surprised. Even Heaven was surprised by such a size. Dao immediately said that Z's house was fabulously rich, because even a simple guest room was luxurious. The guide thought the guest was joking, because this was the best room in their clan, prepared especially for honored guests like him. Bowing, she said that she would soon send servants with tea and treats, asking the master to wait a little. Heaven immediately began to eat everything in sight, while Dao thought that with this luxury alone, thousands of commoners could be fed. Approaching the window, he noticed a rather loud crowd of people. He noticed some guys shouting about some kind of fighting spirit, calling themselves the kings of trade. Having closed the window, Heavenly Dao exhaled heavily, saying that in any world these methods of self-hypnosis are not eradicated. Having opened the system, he also added that this was a chance to see what the Z house was made of, because being a merchant under the protection of the authorities is not so easy. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Heavenly Dao immediately said that they could come in. And as soon as the door opened, girls started coming inside. Their bodies were naked and the food was luxurious. Each of them looked sweetly towards the guy, saying that they were greeting the Lord of Heavenly Dao. Headmistress Z asked the old man if it was really safe, but he told her not to worry, as he had thoroughly examined the boy. After explaining that in order to please the Lord of Heavenly Dao, he even added a little special potion to the food. The head of Z herself had a rather bad premonition. Suddenly, one of the girls who came in crashed her chest into the guy's back. Others began to do the same, asking the Heavenly Dao to open its mouth. Thinking that the Z leaders had strange misconceptions about him, he pushed the girls away, telling them that they could go. Waving his hand, he explained that he could eat the food himself. They immediately became upset and began to ask if they were not serving enough, asking the master not to reject them, because if he drove them out, the elders would punish them. Having heard all this talk, the main character exhaled heavily. After telling the girls to just stand nearby and watch, they immediately thanked the guy. The main character himself examined the food, thinking that it was somehow strange. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred, raising a powerful stream of steam. A rather familiar voice was heard, which was happy for the gentleman. On the guy's back sat Qing Tian, who joyfully shouted that she had finally been able to find her master. She immediately began to hug him, because she had not seen her master for a long time. While she was pressing her breasts right into the guy's face, he asked her to get off him and talk. Having stood up, Dao immediately asked her why she suddenly appeared here, To which the blonde replied that everything was because the business was almost finished. She said that she worked all 12 hours a day to quickly deal with the accumulated work of the underworld. And then, pressing herself against the guy, she added that as soon as she finished, she immediately went to Dao. Suddenly, the blonde's expression changed. Quite angrily, he asked who these women were who were standing there. The protagonist explained that they were sent by the House of Z to serve him, and also asked Qingtian not to offend them. Suddenly, a fairly powerful blow landed on Nabisa's head. Heaven immediately shouted and asked Qingtian why she had hit her, to which she replied that the master had not yet eaten, and she was already eating by both cheeks. Taking the food in her hand, she pulled the guy towards her, saying that she would now feed the gentleman. Dao tried to tell the girl that there was something wrong with this food, but he didn't have time, because Qingtian had already shoved one of the balls into his mouth, and then she began to push the next one, justifying her actions by the fact that she had not served him for a long time. While chewing, Heavenly Dao was sure that there was something wrong with this food because his body suddenly became hot. And also, looking at Qingtian, he saw some unusual image. He did not understand why she had changed so abruptly. He slapped his subordinate's hand sharply, bringing it down. He said that if he continued to eat, problems could definitely arise. Looking at the food, the girl did not understand what problems were being discussed. And then she threw it into her mouth, deciding to try it. But as soon as she swallowed it, she said that the food was very tasty. Turning around and starting to leave, the old man said that the gentleman would definitely be glad. She didn't understand if they were doing the right thing, but when she listened, she heard the guy screaming. Turning around, she exhaled, hoping that this would not ruin the relationship between the Z household and the master. And then, literally a few seconds later, the plate of food fell to the ground, and the fair-haired girl's face suddenly turned red, and she looked charmingly in Dao's direction. As she began to undress, she spoke obscenely about how hot she was. Clutching his head, Heavenly Dao said out loud what he knew. Turning towards the naked people, he said that he did not want to be caught making love. So he snapped his fingers, thereby moving the girls. Looking towards the red girls, Dao exhaled heavily. He was going to deal with them while they were undressing and looking at him like prey. Qingtian tried to jump on the guy, but he managed to grab her. He shouted and asked them what they were planning, shouting that they didn't understand that they had been drugged. Qingtian, embarrassed but at the same time sweetly said, "Of course she knows." Dao did not understand this, which surprised him greatly, and the girls continued, saying that this was the only way they could openly get closer to their master. Naturally, the main character was very surprised by this turn of events. But it was too late. The girls threw the guy onto the bed, falling on him. Touching the boy provocatively, they asked to be allowed to serve the master. And then, without waiting for any answers, they began to undress the guy. With each passing second, the girls' bodies became redder, and their sighs only grew louder. They gradually began to move downwards. Dao himself came to his senses at that moment, clenching his teeth. And then he threw the two off himself, screaming in embarrassment. They landed on the ground, knelt down, embarrassed, continuing to blush and look down. Dao stood up and was angry, saying that they had forced him. He shouted that a special cultivation operation was starting right now. The girls standing in the corridor heard screams from the room from which they were thrown out, imagining all sorts of obscenities. The head of Z himself thought that she had overestimated the Lord of the Heavenly Dao. And so some time passed, and there was silence. Day 1. Special cultivation operation, strengthening the power of 2. Day 2. The special cultivation operation was successfully completed. Day 3, the operation continued as before. Nothing had changed. And so, having risen on the 4th day, the Tao thought about how he could have fallen so low, because one cannot forget about the duty of saving the world for the sake of strengthening the 2 incarnations of heaven. He tried to leave, but the girls immediately stopped him and grabbed him. And so the 5th day of the special cultivation operation arrived. Standing outside, Z thought that the master was really strong since he had held on for so long. Suddenly, she felt a tense alien presence. A moment later, she saw a white-haired girl, recognizing the human empress. The empress herself immediately got down to business, asking where Lord Heavenly Dao was. But the dark-haired girl didn't give any answer, only trying to put some words together. Without waiting for an answer, the empress tore down the doors to one of the chambers. Her face immediately changed, and she began to peer into the distance, where the main character lay, surrounded by his 2 subordinates. She said angrily that it seemed to her that she had arrived at the wrong time. Dao himself, hearing the girl, stretched out his trembling hand. His face looked withered, and he barely spoke as he said that the Empress had arrived just in time. Standing on his feet, the guy's whole body was shaking. He continued to tell the girl that she was just in time. He tried to touch her, but she managed to step back. The protagonist's hand then passed through the air, and the Empress breathed a sigh of relief. Pouting, she said that she didn't want to interfere in her delicate affairs, adding that it was time for the guy to take care of the commune. Raising his hand, the main character snapped his finger, which frightened the girl. Immediately, a huge table with 2 chairs appeared in front of them. Sitting down at the table, the main character asked to tell him what happened in the commune. The girl herself was amazed at the speed of the guy's change of clothes, and then she said that he had settled things in the Z clan by lowering prices. But some people did not want to follow their plan. This interested the main character, and he asked who these people were. With a calm expression, the blonde said that it was the Long clan and the Eastern clan. At this moment, Qingtian herself also began to dress. Approaching the table, she told that she had heard about these clans in a past life, adding, they say, that both clans venerate power above all else and believe that blood and kinship are the main factors in determining it. The Empress agreed with this, saying that this was precisely why they did not agree with their new price system. The regions that were under their control still lived by the old rules. Lost in thought, the protagonist said that influential clans controlling entire areas is a problem that has existed for a long time. Xuan Yuan interrupted his thoughts, saying that it was not that simple, explaining that the Eastern clan and the Long one were pursuing absolute power. This was one of the reasons why they did not want to, in order to be governed, but these 2 families use the kinship system in completely different ways. The Eastern clan trusts only ancestors, so they choose marriages between relatives. The Long clan, in turn, practices selection. They kidnap strong men and women, forcing them to become part of the clan through marriage. Hearing these words, Dao asked with a smile, "Both of these clans are so fixated on strength, but which one is stronger?" Lowering her head, the Empress replied that at the moment, the Eastern clan had a slight advantage. After all, they were the direct descendants of that monster. By monster, she meant the Eastern Haotian. At this moment, the girl's face was terrifying. Lost in thought, the protagonist said that the descendants of such a creature truly have the right to be proud of it. And then he asked if the Eastern clan practices incest, they must have genetic abnormalities or diseases, to which he received a positive answer. However, Dao did not understand, because those who represented the Eastern clan to the rest of the world looked perfect. After a short pause, he asked the girl what she thought they did with the imperfect ones. At this question, the girl's face turned horrified. Trembling, she said that although they were the result of incest, deformed to a degree that would disgust any normal person, they were still human. She never thought about what happens to such people, believing that it was her fault. Dao, seeing the girl's body trembling, put his hand on her shoulder. He said that instead of indulging in wild fantasies, they could just go and ask them about it directly. In an instant, the human silhouettes in the room began to evaporate into thin air. The whole crowd went to the Eastern clan to see what everything really looked like. The head of the Z clan came in and looked around the protagonist's chambers. She let out a heavy sigh and thought that they had simply disappeared again. And so, sometime later, our heroes found themselves in the Eastern clan. At this time, there were 2 guys standing on the martial arts ground. The white-haired man said that the people from the Long clan had gone too far. He asked the man standing opposite if they didn't know that collecting taxes in their territory was prohibited. To which the red-haired man smiled and replied that their motto is survival of the fittest. This answer angered the white-haired boy, who said that they had nothing to talk about. The red-haired man himself suggested that everything should be simply resolved with fists. And so the young duo of guys joined forces in battle. Each of them delivered fairly powerful blows, not intending to give in to their opponent. They took turns delivering an equal number of attacks, but managed to block each one. At some point, one of the guys pulled out a blade and tried to attack. A fairly loud scream was heard, and the amount of energy in the air exceeded the limit. There was a powerful explosion that raised thick smoke. The swordsman, who had flown off to the side, shouted that if it came to that, then his opponent might not beg him for mercy. He extended his blade and began to gather energy. In an instant, a huge ball rose into the air and hit the red-haired guy. And the very next moment, the white-haired man pointed the tip of the blade at his opponent. Immediately, rays began to rain down from the sky, hitting over a large radius, thereby forcing the red-haired man to dodge. A gray-haired old man was watching all this. It was the head of the Eastern clan, Hong Yan, who said that it seemed to him that the youths from the Long clan were still weak compared to them. The head of the Long clan, Long Aotian, replied that the battle had just begun, asking not to jump to conclusions. A verbal altercation began between them, and the bodyguards standing behind them also exchanged angrily glances. Suddenly a loud cry was heard, which addressed East Hongyang. A trio appeared out of nowhere. The bearded, gray-haired old man immediately recognized Empress Xuanyuan. Jumping up, he immediately said that they had not broken any laws of this battle, but the girl said that they had not come here because of her. And then, coming closer, she grabbed the old man by the clothes, angrily asking where all those people were that the Eastern clan had gotten rid of at birth. The old man called the babies a marriage. Having said that some are abandoned immediately after birth, others develop problems as adults, so they are driven out to the cities to survive on their own. With every word, the Empress's expression changed, and her anger only grew. Breathing a sigh of relief, the old man called these children useless waste. The Empress immediately shouted that the old man himself was a useless waste, throwing her fist in his direction. Although he managed to react, the Empress's strength was much greater, so he immediately fell to the ground. Everyone around began to worry about the clan leader, who flew a good distance right before their eyes, scattering his own blood. Dao himself turned to Xuan, saying that coming to people and punching them in the jaw was not the best thing to do. The girl herself explained that it was just a blow, but she did not finish. It was after these words that she began to gather energy. Gritting her teeth in anger, she said that she wanted to kill everyone here. Naturally, everyone immediately started shouting how dare she attack the head of their clan. They were not going to allow this to happen. Dao said that it seemed to him that they didn't really like her. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, ordering everyone to stop. Everyone immediately turned towards the leader, because it was he who was shouting. Holding his face, he said that the Empress was furious, realizing that it was not only because of those scum of the clan. The Empress herself nodded her head in agreement. The old man asked her not to be angry, explaining that by sacrificing these failed members of the Eastern clan, they allow him to become stronger, and only by becoming stronger will they be able to continue to lead the progress of all humanity. The leader added, spreading his arms. Once again, anger appeared on the girl's face. Clenching her teeth, she barely restrained herself. Suddenly she started screaming that it would be better to do without such progress. She immediately put her hand into her chest and began to take out her legendary sword. Pointing towards the old man, she added that he should be grateful, because this time she would not make an example out of their clan for everyone else, but only for the sake of Eastern Haoshan. Having shouted these words, she swung her blade. Immediately there was a loud explosion and a thick column of dust rose up. The sound was so loud that it seemed as if the entire area had been destroyed. The Empress herself said that next time she would not let them get away so easily. Suddenly the old man shouted that this was unacceptable. Having spitefully stated that the world is controlled by the strongest, given their position, they should understand this. The Empress herself replied to him that if Eastern Haochin heard this, they would never agree with them. And then, after a short pause, she asked if she didn't believe that the strongest survive, to which she received an immediate positive answer. Raising her sword, the Empress declared in horror that he should then draw his sword and deal with her with his strength in a fair duel. The old man almost died of fear at that moment. The main character decided to intervene, asking his companion not to get so worked up. Turning to the girl, he said that they had come to solve problems, and her anger would only add to their difficulties. At that moment, the girl exhaled heavily and began to hide her sword. The girl agreed with her companion, saying that it was all because of their actions. Dao himself was glad that she had calmed down. The old man, looking at the two, could not understand what kind of guy it was who was able to so easily convince the girl. At that moment, the Empress turned to him, saying that she did not want to waste layers of words on him, asking where they had put all the abandoned ones. The old man bowed his head and replied plaintively that they had not abandoned them, even though they were mistakes of nature, but they were still members of their clan. He said that they were settled in a city at the foot of the mountain, and the Empress immediately shouted that he had taken her there. Suddenly, Dao asked him to intervene again. Still with the same smile on his face, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At that moment, our heroes disappeared, evaporating into thin air, and everyone around them immediately started shouting and asking where their leader had disappeared to. At this time, our heroes went to that very settlement. Our heroes emerged from the portal, leading the old leader behind them. The white-haired woman asked the gray-haired man if this was the city, to which he nodded affirmatively. Stepping forward, the protagonist laughed, saying that it was immediately obvious that people of the Eastern clan lived here. Looking around, he said that they were all members of their clan. Gritting her teeth, the Empress asked if they really treated their own members like that. Exhaling heavily, the old man said that at least they were alive, but in a world like theirs, it was not easy to survive. Dao agreed, saying that to some extent the old man was right, because ordinary people in the human dimension constantly face dangers. The girl did not understand whether Dao was condemning her, but he did not answer her, which made her even more angry. Dao himself asked the head of the Eastern clan to gather everyone. He immediately took off, rising high into the sky. He shouted loudly for all members of the Eastern clan to appear before him immediately. Each of them understood that it was the leader's voice. They did not understand why he still remembered them. Since he called them, they decided to see what he wanted from them. And so, after some time, a pretty good crowd had gathered. Turning to the heavenly Tao, the old man said that almost everyone was gathered. Suddenly, he noticed one of the children. The boy stood out for his incredible energy, which immediately attracted the attention of the clan leader. Having come down, he asked the woman if it was really her child, to which he immediately received a positive answer. After examining it, he assumed that it was not defective, but in that case, he did not understand where she got it from. He looked closely at the youth as our heroes descended towards him. Dao explained that from a genetic standpoint, the chances of a child being born normal are slim, but not zero. Naturally, the old man did not understand anything about genetics. At that moment, the Empress turned to Dao, saying that she wanted to ask him to help her with something. Looking at the crowd, he asked if they really wanted him to heal this crowd. She looked down, embarrassed, and said that she knew it wasn't easy, but she didn't understand medicine, so she explained that she could only rely on him. Dao, with a smile on his face, answered her that she could help them on her own. Clenching his fist, he spoke to her to use the power of humanity on them. Having explained that the essence of humanity is to be human, his desire to save them should be enough to make it work. However, he immediately added that the girl still finds it difficult to use force. Pointing to the crowd, he asked if they would pay the price to save them. Taking out her sword, the girl, clenching her teeth, said that if she could not save these people in front of her, then she would not have any hope of saving all of humanity. Raising her sword up, she screamed loudly, calling on the power of humanity, asking it to help her save these people from the Eastern clan.